everyone, good morning and welcome to Brands Hatch. You join us here for yet another Brscc summer race weekend. Of course, we had some brilliant racing action yesterday and thoroughly enjoyed that 4-hour bumper endurance race in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Of course, they're all done and dusted from yesterday, but we do have another endurance race a little bit later today. Stick with us for that one. Plenty of sprint racing going on here as well. And of course, not only is it Brscc racing out on track, we've got about 1,000 different MGs around the paddock as well. Lots of celebrations of MGs around Brands Hatch today, and you can see a few doing some runs there in the background as well. There's plenty to focus on here today at Brands Hatch, and of course, thanks to Alpha Live, we'll be covering all of the racing action. Plenty of sprint racing, and like I say, that singular endurance a little bit later on today. My name is John Ratcliffe. I've got Richard John Neal with me in the box, and Scott Woodwiss on interviews as well. Thoroughly looking forward to it. Make sure you stick with us all day.
Thanks very much, John. Yeah, really looking forward to it. John is only a couple of steps away from us here in the commentary box. We're looking forward to another magnificent day of racing action, as we said, courtesy of the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and wonderful to be dovetailing with this massive MG event we've got here. We do have some MG racing. We've got the Cockshoot Cup and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, which will peel back the years for us a little bit later on. They've just had their qualifying session this morning. The first race of the day, though, sees a celebration of different marks. The Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship. They opened the weekend for us yesterday. Seems like a long time ago now, but it gave us a great race. I think probably the most spectacular thing that happened was John Wyatt's start from fourth on the grid up into the lead on the first lap. We had all sorts of shenanigans in the race, but the cars are getting ready for their second of three races over the weekend. As I say, they get things open today. I guess being first is sort of double-edged sword, isn't it? You have to get up early. Well, it's not that early now. But also you get to pack up and go home early.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, like you say, some positives and negatives to it, but equally, I'm sure the drivers are raring to go. I'm sure they're up bright and early and struggling to sleep last night while they were excited to get back out on the black stuff and enjoy some racing action here once again at Brands Hatch. Yeah, like you say, John's start yesterday was fantastic, wasn't it? And then it was sort of a bit of a battle of the pools, wasn't it? Paul Roddison and Paul Donningham sort of one going a little bit faster, then the other matching that, then the other going a bit faster again, and it was sort of like a bit of cat and mouse chase between the two of them, and Ross Stoner was right in the middle of that as well, but of course he then got that 5-second penalty for track limits, so that's going to be his focus, I think, for race number 2, because he would have been second place without that, so he'll be looking for a podium here today in race 2.
He will, so yeah, hopefully shape things up. Multi-class racing, 6 classes represented this weekend, modified production, classics, and then Open A, Open C and TT Cup, which are the cars that we used to see in the Brscc Audi TT Cup. And we see Tim Evans leading the modified class from Paul Hoggins. I'm not sure if Paul's here, is he? No, he's not. Tim Evans is here with DNF yesterday in his Audi, so that will be interesting to see what he can do off the back of the grid, assuming repairs have been affected. Productions headed by Jonathan Halliwell. He took another win in the production class, not the most densely populated class, Productions, but Jonathan has seen off anybody that's cared to challenge him over the course of the season so far, and one class in every race this year, starting at Brands 12th of April, 3 more at Snetterton, 2 more at Donington Park in June, a couple more at Alton, and class win yesterday, and he heads Dawn Butcher and Matt Anderson in the production class. Classic C's tends to be a little bit hit and miss whether we get entries, and I don't like calling it Classic C, it's just because it's C on the timing screen. So Classics. We've seen Chris Adams take some 2 wins in that. He actually leads the class from Mark Shepherd with Andrew Dean. And we've got David Pinkney guesting. I think the Vento is okay. Non-finished yesterday, but I did see David Pinkney making his way down to the holding area, so we should see David back on track. What else can we tell you? Open A headed by David Lawrence from Paul Dunningham. David's had 3 outright wins. Paul Dunningham has had 3 class wins and is giving David a run in the championship. We need to keep our eyes open for those. Harley Young in Open C, non-classified yesterday. I hope that we'll see him. I don't know whether non-classified means he was just a couple of laps behind after a stop or whether there was an issue with the car, but hopefully we'll see Harley's Scirocco back out on track. He leads Open C from David Richardson, who has 3 class wins to his credit as well. And then last but certainly not least, TT Cup, which I would really love, John, to see blossom again. The first race weekend here a couple of seasons ago, I mentioned yesterday, was oversubscribed for TT Cup. And I'm not quite sure where the cars went and numbers went. Maybe, I think possibly became a victim of its own success very early on. And you know, when you get a championship that becomes very, very competitive, and it can put some people off coming in, and I kind of think that happened with it, because you had some great pedallers. You had like Matt Luff, you had Paul Luty, Ross Macker, all these drivers that have had plenty of wins in single bank racing, and then newcomers look at it and think, oh, I'm not going to beat them. And so I think that was one of the things that maybe put a few drivers off. But it is catered for. We've got a class, 4-point scoring drivers so far, or more, possibly more than that. Oliver Devine King leading it, but not here. Ross Stoner, you mentioned, looking to get a win. Jack McPhillips third, and Joe Weaver in fourth place. So it's a really good mix of cars. I know we've got a lot of VW Audi Group fans here watching today, and will enjoy it. And really the flavour of today, we've got some one-make racing, but we do have a lot of multi-class, multi-manufacturer races, which is good for everybody.
Yeah, we do indeed. No, it's going to be exciting. And yeah, from that race yesterday, it was lovely to see. Of course, pre that penalty for Ross Stoner, we had 3 different classes in the top 3 in yesterday's race. Of course, the modified leading, the Open A was 3rd place, and the TT Cup was bang in the middle, wasn't it? So lovely to see, despite the varying classes across the field, all able to battle in with each other, which makes it much more exciting for us all to enjoy on the pictures, kindly provided by Alpha Live. Now, of course, we should have gone live for said first race already, but there's a big bit of clear up going on out on circuit, isn't there? I think there's been a lot of oil, it seems, dropped basically from the bottom of Paddock Hill all the way down past the bottom of Graham Hill. So there is a huge operation going on at the moment. Once again, just like we said multiple times yesterday, a big thank you to all of the Orange Army out there in force today and getting us back to green flag racing action as soon as they can. But that is a lot of dust down there, and I think through the first couple of laps that might make things a bit more treacherous.
It might do. That's our new formula for next year, Brscc Formula Tractor Junior Championship, which is coming in.
Formula Tractor would actually be so cool. Oh, that's my arm. Hello. Hello. Yes, we're up in the box, literally.
We are, yeah. A good view, isn't it? Yesterday was struggling a little bit to make the most of looking out the window, because a lot of the other broadcast work I do has quite a delay on it. So if you look out the window, you say something and then it happens on screen 15 seconds later. Yeah. But this we can do that. We can look out the window because it's all taken, and there is a delay to get it out, but the feed that we get, that we're commentating on, is pretty much there and now. Which is
you seem like the motorsport mind reader doing that, predicting it 15 seconds before it even happens.
Yeah, I won't mention another production company, but there is another production company where the commentator still hasn't got his head around it, and he does talk about stuff happening before it happens. He just hasn't got his brain in gear around it. I'm sure somebody must have told him. The same commentator who's getting the engine CC size Rogger 1 formula, and I told him 3 times, and he just blanked it. And then rocked up on one programme after 6 months. The championship coordinator told him, and then he took notice and he said, "If I remember correctly, they're 2 litres." Well, yeah, it's only taken 6 months to get it right. Anyway, sorry, we're not here to talk about them. We're looking forward to our Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship. It is a full day. We've got the MG demo on track. We've got a lunch break and grid walk. And have we decided who's doing the grid walk yet?
I can't say we have. No. We'll have to think about that. Well, Mr. Woodbliss is already down there with the microphone, so I feel like it would make sense for him to continue on. But that's because I'm sat here in the cushy comms box. I'll be out doing the interviews this afternoon, but that'd be nice to have that. Nice to have that little grid walk. Of course, we had it yesterday with the Fun Cup, and Mr. Peter Zennis was guiding us through that one.
Yeah, Scott's Jamie today, isn't he? Effectively. Don't run out of petrol on the way home, Scott.
Sorry, catching strays already.
sorry,
he said
Jamie.
He might be here today, so he might be listening to you.
Well, Jamie,
yeah,
he'd be hungover when it was his mum's birthday and his sister's birthday.
We never made it. He has no fuel, so
poor Jamie. He does an absolutely blistering job in Fun Cup. I mean, he's straight in there. He knows everybody. It just makes such a difference, doesn't it? Having his knowledge down there. It was a great Fun Cup race. Really enjoyed it again.
It was good, wasn't it? And of course, our One new victor overall for the season as well. It's only been 3 teams so far this season that have taken wins, and we got a 4th one yesterday. So if you missed that, go back and watch that stream at your leisure. It's available across many different channels, actually, to be fair, on YouTube. Search it up, go give it a watch. But of course, after today's racing, because today is going to be very exciting. As Richard kindly touched on there, we've got a bumper schedule to go through. Like we said, the Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship will kick it off for their first race of the day. 15 minutes for that one. And I know we don't usually cover qualifying sessions here on the live stream, but we will be covering the qualifying session. 20 minutes that'll be for the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. Then 3 more sprint races before the lunch break. The Fiesta ST240s, the Silver Lake Production Cup and Silver Lake DS3 Cup, the Fiesta Junior Championship, which their race yesterday was bookended by red flags, so that could be quite an interesting race too.
3 disqualifications yesterday post-race,
3?
Yeah.
Blimey. Okay, we'll go through that when we head to their second race of the weekend. But then just before the lunch break, as Richard mentioned, that on-track MG demo, so that'll be lovely. Of course, we've got the BRSCC weekend here today, but a massive celebration of MGs as well all around the paddock. So if you are here watching on the live stream, go and have a little explore, because there are some amazing cars dotted around the paddock for you to enjoy. Then we do go to that lunch break, a little grid walk. That'll be about 30 minutes. That's scheduled in from about 1:30 to just after 2 o'clock. Then we go racing again. We've then got 8 races in the afternoon. Our Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and MG Cockshoot Cup will kick it off in the afternoon. Then the CMMC Super Saloons and Production Saloons, then the VW Audis again, then the Club Sport Trophy, a 45 minutes endurance for that one, so I'll be trawling up and down the pit lane trying to find interesting people to talk to, which I'm sure won't be difficult to do. Then our Airtech Motorsport ST240s are out again for their final race of the weekend, then MG Metros and Cockshoot Cup again for their final race, Fiesta Juniors for their final race, and then the Super Saloons and Production Saloons for their final race. That is your schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us for all of it, because there's plenty of excitement to come. And, well, we do finally now see some cars heading out onto the circuit. So our first race of the day then, the Racing Line VW Audi Racing Championship, will soon be getting underway.
Great work by the rescue crews and track officials to get the track dressed nicely and ready to go for the grid that looks like this. It's John Wyatt on pole, yesterday's winner, Paul Dunningham alongside Paul Roderson on row 2 with Ross Stoner, Tony Hunter and Craig Mason on row 3, Christopher Garnham and Steve Watson next up from David Richardson. Then we have Jonathan Halliwell and Donald Dewar, David Lawrence with Ellie Dixon and Harley Young on row 4, row 7, beg your pardon, row 8, Tim Evans and David Pinkney. Hopefully Chris Adams will be joining the runners as well in his Camtech Golf GTR. I think we saw that one coming out of the holding area, which is everybody here and in line and ready to go. So John Wyatt in the Mark V VW Golf. Alongside him is the Audi S3 with the Skoda Octavia of Paul Roderson next up, and then the Audi TC. A really good mix. And the championship, the sort of BRSCC, put a really huge amount of thought into the class structures, which obviously worked very well given, as John said, the number of different classes and cars that we had on in the sort of top steps of the podium yesterday. And that's really what you want to see. Always great to see. You know, some of the lesser powerful classes probably aren't going to be challenging for podiums, but the fact that we had 4 different classes represented up at the top yesterday, really good planning and organisation by the club, and a really good class structure. You can contest a full championship, or you can come in and do sort of several events if it was a series. This one is a championship, hence the title of cup or otherwise. And a lot of these drivers do sort of maybe pick and choose their meetings depending on where they are up and down the country. The spread of venues going from Anglesey next time out, Alton Park, Donington Park here at Brands Hatch, and we finish off at Silverstone on the 10th of October.
Amazing. Loads more races for these lads and ladies to go then this season. And, well, they're about to treat us to one this morning then. The Brands Hatch circuit about to roar back into life yet again then, with the sound of, well, engines from plenty of different cars in this one. Who will take the spoils here in race number 2? We will soon enough find out. Of course, that blistering start in race number 1 from John Wyatt. Can he replicate that again here today in race number 2? Of course, he had to dive past a couple of people on that first attempt. This time, he's got fresh air and a clean circuit in front of him.
He has. Now, he started P4. A lot of people say that the outside of Brands, that's very slightly downhill, so that can give you a little bit of an advantage. So whether we will see Ross Stoner do a John Wyatt in this one remains to be seen. He will certainly be keen to after that penalty yesterday. So it will be interesting to see whether... I think one thing we can guarantee is it's going to be a little bit of a fight, isn't it? 15 minutes is the duration. These guys do get a third race. The course car, I can tell you, is just checking. Although we have the cars on the grid, the course car just checking down at Graham Hill Bend that the concrete dust or cement dust or whatever it is they put down. I think I got told off for calling that on a circuit commentary once, but the treatment they're putting down for the oil is still there. Marshall's working really hard. And the course car will go around basically and make sure that each marshalling post is happy with the state of the track. So, you know, they'll check for detritus from previous sessions or otherwise. In this case, it was one of the classic and modern cars that obviously has unfortunately had an engine let go. Need to keep my eyes on my emails. Commentary gets more difficult as you go on. In the old days, all you used to get was a bit of paper come up to you in the comms box. But now we're in the digital age. You have to check LinkedIn Messenger. You have to check WhatsApp. You have to check Facebook Messenger, you have to check your phone, you have to check so many different things.
The amount of time I've got to the end of a comms day and then I found I've got like 3 Instagram DM requests with information. I'm like, oh,
I'm waiting for someone to go on Dragon's Den and say, oh yes, we've got a consolidated, there's probably one out there, app, where you can look at all your messages in one place and I'll give you 10% of the business.
There you go. Richard, we'll see Richard on on Dragon's Den in the next couple of weeks.
I can't develop it, yeah. I hate those. Arrogant.
You'll stick to paper and pen for now.
Yeah, I did get a lot of messages last night though, which was good. I know you had some as well.
Yeah, that was lovely. Some positive feedback from yesterday's stream. Seems as though people enjoyed it, so that's always good.
Yeah.
At least we can add something to
I was going to quote another classic sitcom, there's no point because you never watched any of them. We did have fun this morning. You watching you trying to open a cassette case. That was interesting.
Yeah.
So, old people in the audience, if you want to keep yourselves entertained, and you've got a cassette case, you know, from the old audio cassettes that you might have, and people still do sell those, give it to your teenager to try and watch them try and open it. Hilarious.
Yeah, it wasn't my finest minute, wasn't that one? Yeah, cheers for that, Richard. Hey, mate, I'm used to Spotify, so I don't need a cassette. Anyway, right, 1 minute border's gone up, 30-second border's now gone up as well, so shouldn't be too long until we go to racing action then. Of course, we saw a lot of dust getting kicked up throughout the races yesterday. There might be a little bit more in this first race of the day here on the Sunday, given all that dust down, courtesy of those fluids on the circuit then. Right then, off onto the green flag, there we go.
John Wyatt making sure that he is clear of everyone, just trying to have a good explore. Remember, he's going to be, assuming he gets a good start, he's going to be the first driver to find the conditions in racing spec, but this is more of a second reconnaissance lap for him. Obviously, they had this is the reconnaissance lap, isn't it? Because it came out of the holding area at the end. I'm thinking wrong circuits here. They actually do come out on the to the exit of Clearway's Clark curve. And so this is the sort of first chance they've had a look to see the oil down. The good thing with the treatment is that you can see it, you can see the line. So I'm not sure whether that is going to be, does that put Slippy into your head, or is it not Slippy now? You're a racer.
I think you still try and avoid it as best as possible.
Yeah.
I think especially for those first couple of laps, I think so through Druids, they seemingly dropped it pretty much bang on the racing line, haven't they? So I think we might see sort of more wet lines going through Druids for the first couple of laps, at least going a little bit more tighter on the entry and allowing it to go a bit more wayward on the exit to then cut across the line of dust, because you don't want to have that steering lock still on when you hit the dust, just in case it does spin up and you catch a little bit of the fluid still there underneath. You want to make sure you're in a straight line when you're putting the power down going over that dust, so we might see some varying lines to begin with. I think it looks like the drivers are going to get 2 laps. Yes, they are. So 2 laps around the circuit then, given the less than optimum conditions. So drivers just given that little bit of extra opportunity to work it out before we do go to a race start. Yeah, there you go. You can see it on the gantry. 2 green flag laps.
There we go. That's good. Yeah, it just helps the drivers dial themselves in. Obviously, the last thing we want is a car flying off or multiple cars flying off.
Let's not tempt fate, Richard.
I'm not going to do that. Harley Young is out there in the 112 Scirocco GT.
The 23 is pulling into the pits, though, sadly.
That is not good, is it? That is Tim Evans. I say Tim has taken 5 class wins so far. Beg your pardon, 6 class wins so far this year. Is this going to be the first weekend that we don't see a class win for Tim Evans? It looks that way.
Potentially, yeah. DNF yesterday, he was out of the race only 3 laps in yesterday, and well, he's not even made it to lap 1, seemingly today. The team diving straight in there, opening the door and trying to work out what the issue is, see if it can be a quick fix and he can start from the pit lane. But if not, sadly, it might be a bit of time lost. He has actually left the pit box and he's driving down the pit lane, but whether he peels in at the end or waits at the red light, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, let's fingers crossed. You'll notice that a lot of the TT Cup cars, to answer my own question from earlier on, have been modified. So you might see some of the TT Cup cars as was coming into this at other Formula and being modified. So, you know, people have taken the opportunity of to still use their cars, but maybe explore a little bit more with them. Is he going back to paddock or not? It looks like he is.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a shame. Hopefully to get repaired, ready for race 3 a little bit later on.
Yeah, clearly it was just a case of, I think this thing's gone, mate. All right, we're not going to be able to fix that. Head back. That's a real shame there. Yeah, so 2 DNFs from 2 so far. But like you say, thank goodness they've got 3 races this weekend. And hopefully there'll be a little bit more luck in race number 3 later on for Tim Evans. Right then, rest of our drivers pulling round to the grid.
Well, John Wyatt was a rocket ship yesterday, the man on pole position, the black and gold Volkswagen Golf Mark 5. The Audi S3 of Paul Dunningham alongside was quick as well. Dunningham, remember, qualified on pole position in the qualifying session yesterday morning. Conditions, I'd say, probably a tad cooler than they were yesterday. If that is going to make any difference to the relative performance of the cars today, remains to be seen. Paul Rodison in the Skoda is just, you can see his nose there, the green stripe down the front of the bonnet, and then Paul Ross Stoner, followed by Tony Hunter in his Mark 5 Golf and Craig Mason in his Sirocco number 118. Interesting, Mason 118, I wonder if he's related to David Mason, who ran 118 in Tuscans. I'm not aware of a Craig Mason there. We'll come back to you on that. Maybe someone can ping me. Lights out. This time it is not a rocket ship start by John Wyatt, although he does get up through the gears quite nicely and manages to consolidate that inside line going into Paddock Hill Bend. It's Paul Dunningham around the outside who's taking the race to him. Ross Stoner is up into 3rd position and being challenged at the moment on the outside by Paul Rodison as they come around Druids the hairpin for the first time, and it's Dunningham that's got the upper hand here by quite some margin, and yesterday's winner down in 3rd place.
That was brilliant from Dunningham, wasn't it? Yeah, great start from both of the 2 runners on the front row, but all the way around the outside goes Dunningham, takes the place up at Druids and is already looking to press on in the lead with this one. Down to 3rd goes your pole sitter of John Wyatt. Down to P3 he goes. Another driver has slipped on by through this first lap of racing. The number 12 I'd spotted had a nice start. That was Tony Hunter. Good off the line, but then again up the gears, sort of opposite of John Wyatt. John Wyatt then got away up the gears, but the number 12 just falling back as faster cars got by. End of lap number 1 then, and it's Dunningham in the lead.
John Wyatt's having a go here, so a little bit of a stab around the outside, so a very wide line into paddock. Thinking about the cutback, kicks up some of the dust from the oil treatment. Ross Stoner coming under pressure down behind them, but it is Dunningham leading, and it's Garnham, isn't it, that's come through into 2nd position. Christopher Garnham actually started down in 7th place.
What a start. Fantastic from him. Yeah, multiple places gained then early on, siding his way through the field, and now up into 2nd place. That's changed around as well. Rodison's past Stoner then, tried the move down at Paddock Hill and it didn't quite work, but clearly out of Druids and down into Graham Hill Bend. Move is now done. So that's Stoner down to 5th place now. Of course, it was a P4 courtesy of penalties yesterday. No penalties in this one as of yet, but he's dropped further back. He's got some work to do.
John Wyatt takes a nice wide line around Clark Curve. This is all to get into 2nd position, but Dunningham, superb opening couple of laps here, pretty much as we saw John Wyatt doing yesterday. Wyatt in 2nd, Garnham now down to 3rd after that rocket ship start. Rodison, the next man to challenge Garnham, and is he going to make a move around the outside at Druids? We saw a fair bit of this yesterday, wider lines than usual because of that dust, and we're going to see the Skoda do it. It's got the line coming into Graham Hill Bend, so this is going to be P3 for the driver of the 55 car. Paul Rodison goes through, challenged again by Christopher Garnham, who's looking up the inside in his A3. So side by side, different cars, but very evenly matched, which is good to see.
Very close to each other there, almost leaning on each other. Up and under again, trying to send it back up the inside, goes to 15, but no, door is closed this time by Paul Rodison. So Garnham now officially down into P4, and it seemed as though that initial move from Wyatt all on the legs, wasn't it? Had the grunt down the start-finish straight and managed to find a way through. So now it's Roddison to third place, Garnham down into P4, and Stoner's now all over his rear bumper. Well, John Wyatt gets the new fastest lap, 55.6 was that for Wyatt. Yes, it was versus a 55.7 for Dunningham ahead. Only a 10th gain on that last lap, and he's already got 2.1 seconds to find after that lightning start from Dunningham ahead.
That line up on the inside coming into Druids, John, would freak me out, knowing that dust is there. Normally when it's clear, you think, yeah, OK, the tarmac is going to be grippy. It's not going to be if you need to jam the anchors on going in there.
It's very true. It's very true. Yeah, drivers having to modulate that, sort of deal with the conditions as they come to them. So testing the limits as well. There's a big moment for the 15. He's almost going to lose it. He is going to lose it up at the top of the circuit. Kept it planted though, and immediately rejoins the circuit. To be fair, he's done well there not to lose more time and more positions. He's going to come out the corner side by side with Tony Hunter. So only 1 place lost, now 2 places lost for Garnham. Slots back in P6. That could have gone a whole lot worse.
Good start though, wasn't it, for Christopher Garnham? He needs to take that away. It was obviously on the edge, and fair play. That's what racing's about, isn't it? Finding the limit. You want to probably do it in qualifying rather than in the race, but all is safe. Nobody collected him, so that was good. And we know he's got the pace to try and fight back. There is the 118. Yeah, we don't get a list of where drivers come from. I'm pretty sure Craig isn't part of the Mason map. It's really weird that he's got that 118, unless he saw David Mason and Nick Mason and company. And who's the youngster that does the minis? Jensen Mason. They all kind of run that number. Right, and I think it started with David running it in short ovals. We were talking about short oval racing earlier on this morning, but that was the family number. And there's a Mason with 118, so maybe they saw it. I don't know what the connections. We'll try and find out. I need to know.
Got the 56 in the pits as well. That's Lawrence and his Seat Leon Cupra from the Open A class, who seemingly is out of this one. Parked up in the pits with the bonnet up. That is never ideal. But we continue on then side by side. This one down into the first couple of corners, and there is the 118 making a move this time. So Craig Mason now through on the 15 of Garnham. So sadly, after that electric start from Garnham, he is now dropping back through the field. Sadly, after that little spin, it was a classic Surtees to Cascade spin, though, wasn't it there? Because of course the tough part of that corner is the fact that you're so loaded up through the left, then you're so loaded up through the right, but you've got to try and get it in a straight line before you brake, and then tip it in through the right hander of Clearways. So a tough one there, and clearly just chucked on the brakes while he still had that little bit of steering lock on. It went one way, it went the other, he couldn't catch it, round he went, but did well to rejoin the circuit where he is. Here is the number 12 of Tony Hunter, now there in 5th place, and well, Craig Mason's flying. He's almost up to the back of Hunter already. That 118 number clearly pushing him on. Maybe you just really used to like the 118 adverts, who knows?
I'd forgot about those. Yeah.
It still exists.
Does it still going?
Cool directory. No, all they do is just Google and then tell you what it is.
and charge you for it.
Yeah. About £30 a minute or something.
Mason closing in. Yeah, Tony Hunter where he finished yesterday in 5th position. Down behind him, Chris Garnham trying to get back, and then the Stephen Watson Sirocco trying to close in. VW for me, right back, and I'm going to ignore the Audis for a minute, but VW always had iconic shapes.
It's an issue for someone.
I think is that Harley? I think it might be Harley Young. He's not had a lot of luck, young Harley Young. As we said yesterday, did a one-off outing here at the American Speed Fest, if I remember correctly, in Legends cars. And just the budget was just out of his reach, so he did a sensible thing, went away from that, looked at what else he could do, and this is not cheap. No motorsport is cheap, nobody's saying that, but maybe a little bit more manageable for him, but not having the rub of the green, Harley Young, which is a pity, as Tony Hunter and Craig Mason getting closer and closer and closer. Let's see whether Mason, I was going back to saying about VW shapes, for me, more than any other manufacturer, recognisable.
Yeah, 100%. No, you always know when you look at a VW that it's a VW, isn't it? And we've got two titans of the VW brand here battling on your screens. Yeah, I think you were right. It was Harley Young. He is in the pits, and looks as though that bonnet's going up. It's just gone up. So sadly, luck going from bad to worse then for Harley. I was having a giggle to myself because we're only halfway through race 1. We've already talked about cassette tapes and phone directories. We're one race in, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, 7.5 minutes to go. Still watching these two titans of the VW brand squabbling out on your screens over a position in the top 5, but we might need to come back to the leaders. Kieran's on it before even I am, Richard. To the leaders we go. That gap has closed for over 2 seconds, and now they're pretty much bumper to bumper.
They are. So John Wyatt, who's just yesterday started like electricity, absolutely superb. Today, less so, but it's given him some work. And if he can come out of this one, basically he's had one race where he's led it and one race where he's chasing, so he's getting the whole lot. What's he going to do in race 3? Is there a third alternative that might come to him? Is he going to close in though? This is the question. So it's Audi versus Golf, and it's the Audi A3 out front at the moment. My next door neighbour's got the A3. Wait till I tell her that she needs to stick a cage in it and come racing.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be thrilled.
So here we go then, across the line again. So Paul Dunningham is there and leading this one. This could be Paul Dunningham's first outright win this year. Or is that speaking too soon? Is that the kiss of death? The commentator's curse, call it what you will. Well, John Wyatt had his first win of the season yesterday, and he's close again. He's got the measure. You can see that oil was down pretty much on the racing line, and they're avoiding it in some parts. And where they are on the circuit now, I think the driver who deposited that realised he had the issue. What's the gap? We're looking at 0.4 of a second at the moment. Dunningham to Wyatt. Rodderson 3.2 seconds down, is still on the podium, but out of the mix in terms of a race victory at the moment. Last lap was a 54. Best lap for Dunningham last time round, so he's had a little bit of a wake-up call. 55.1 for Wyatt on the last tour. Is he a little bit closer here? Let's see. As they go across the line, they'll break the timing beam. TSL will tell us what the new gap is. 0.34. Game over.
No, he's caught it. Brilliant. What a catch from John Wyatt.
He's only got 5 minutes to catch up now.
He's made it a bit more challenging for himself, hasn't he? But what a catch. That surely was going straight towards the gravel trap. Great catch there from John Wyatt, and he continues on.
Yeah.
And, he might need a new race suit after that one.
Yeah, it was, as you say, great catch. You make a mistake. And the point is, these drivers are on the edge. They very often make it look easy. Talk us through.
Look at this. A little bit too late on the line. Hits that bit of dust and the rear end snaps out. It almost goes totally perpendicular to the corner, doesn't it? But he brings it back round, keeps the throttle pinned, and on he continues. Well done, Mr. Wyatt.
Yeah, it's how you recover from these things. That was a terrific recovery from John Wyatt. And he's still in P2. A win in a second is going to help him in terms of the championship for sure. Help get him up the order a little bit. Haven't seen too much of him. Mason closing up now, so Mason and Hunter battle for 5th place. Mason's got closer, but I'm wondering how off-putting the oil treatment is on circuit for lunges here or there.
It's very true. That's very true, because you will have been driving a relatively specific line throughout this race. Now you're going to have to try and think about where you're happy to go off of that line and actually try and think about a move as these two continue to dice. I think that's kind of what we've been seeing here for the 118 of Craig Mason. He does try that wide outside line at Druids this time. It's that little bit of dust and isn't quite able to pull alongside down the hill. We'll still look for it into Graham Hill Bend. That goes straight into Graham Hill Bend. Late under brakes, has that little bit of lock up on the dust, but they both give each other lots of room. Great racing between those two, and now it's a drag race up to Surtees.
Craig Mason has got the line. He's going to make it through. That was a very well executed manoeuvre. Clean between the pair of them. The move around the outside on the way into Druids was quite brave, because with that dust down, there might not have been adhesion. The number 12 car might have gone into him and taken him out wide, but it didn't happen. But good driving between the pair of them. Mason's got it done. He's got a nice big lead now.
Yeah, it's always bold to be the one to go to the outside line. You've got to have the trust and respect of the drivers around you. That's exactly what we saw there. Lovely to see between the drivers racing in this championship. Of course, the racing line at VW Audi Racing Championship treating us to our first bit of racing action here today. Well, Mason's up into the top 5 then for the first time in this race, and let's see if Tony Hunter can try a bit of a re-attack here. Only 3 minutes for him to do so, and he's then got Garnham only a couple of seconds back. I've seen as well Harley Young has left the pits again, so that's positive. Young is back out in the race. Of course, he's 8 laps down. It's going to be more of a testing session for him over these last few laps, but still, it's better than nothing. Some warnings coming through for track limits as well. The number 15, that was of Garnham. So he had that lightning start. He's dropped back in the order, and now he's flirting with a potential track limits penalty as well. That would be less than ideal to add to the tally from this race of issues.
Yeah, disappointment for him. 3 times outright race winner this year. David Lawrence has gone back to paddock as well after his issue, so a little bit of a shame for him. Traffic to deal with for the race leaders, or 3rd place driver. Still Dunningham from Wyatt and Rodderson in P3. Dunningham's lead 1.184 now after that challenge, so you can see pretty much top 3 relatively settled at the moment. Donald Dewar, the Scots driver, is in the Mark 1 Golf, just at the just ahead of this battle in actual fact. Lovely to see that car there. Sponsored by Fourth Boat Tours. I need to do that next time I'm up at Knock Hill.
100%. That sounds like a lot of fun. Look at that re-attack though from Tony Hunter. He's thinking about it, trying it there, looking as they head up into clearways once again with 2 minutes to go. This battle for 5th is certainly not over. Looking at the times last time, actually Dunningham finding a bit more pace that last time around, was 3/10 quicker, so opens up the gap once again. Look at this, side by side, down into Paddock Hill once more. The number 12 there for Tony Hunter has got legs, pulls to the inside line, covers off the re-overtake, back into 5th place he goes.
Yeah, superb stuff by Tony Hunter. I didn't think he was going to come back from that, but absolutely superb stuff. Mason's going to try and do what he did earlier on. Looks to the outside run. Let's see whether he can make it through. Harley Young on the inset having problems and just doing a little bit of a crawl, probably an exploratory lap after his pit visit, and not working out for him. But this is a cracking battle we've got going on here. Fair play to Tony Hunter. And again, this is the joy of multi-class racing.
Indeed it is. Yeah, Harley Young has come back into the pits, and sadly he was following David Pinkney into the pits, so both of those two seemingly out of the race with only about a minute to go. This battle though continuing to hot up, trying to grab that inside line there is the Scirocco, but look at the legs for Hunter as they head down the start finish straight again. They're going to have to work hard here, isn't he, Craig Mason, to try and find a way back through as they head through onto a new lap of the race. 54-second laps. No, last lap board isn't out, so they'll have 2 more of this one to do. So a few more opportunities then for Craig Mason, but well, he's done it once. Nothing to say he can't do it again. It's all a little bit deep there for Hunter, but he's able to cover off the apex by the time they do get up into Druids. Exciting battle this. Looking back to first and second, that gap has opened up again. Back to 2 seconds once more, so Paul Dunningham has turned up the whip to try and, as you say, take home his first victory of the year.
Yeah, he's had plenty of class ones, but an overall has eluded him thus far, assuming I've done my prep correctly. As Mason closes in again, just the different parts of the track suiting the different cars in different areas, which is good. Down through Paddock Hill Bend we go once again, and Roderson closing in on Wyatt as we look up at Druids. So the Skoda closing in now on the VW Golf, maybe not close enough to have a challenge. The clock has now ticked down. Last lap board is out, and it's going to be Paul Dunningham who takes it home. But look at this battle now as the Skoda looks up the inside. Roderson having a look as they go into Surtees, now through the right-hander at McLaren, into clearways. Keeping it nice and defensive there at the moment is John Wyatt in second place. He was gunning for the win earlier on, but now it's all about trying to hold on for second place as Paul Dunningham, second position in race number 1, is going to take the first checker of the day here at Brands Hatch. Dunningham takes the win. It's a win for the Audi. The VW Golf takes second place from the Skoda. And again, as we say, 3 different marks represented. Absolutely superb. What a great race to open the day. Some good traditional British club racing. Tony Hunter is going to come through just ahead of Ellie Dixon in the Polo. Good that we got to see Ellie again. We had a brief glimpse of her yesterday, but Ellie gets a finish, and that will be down in 13th place. Class win, I think, with Open B as a guest.
Garner lost out there on the last lap. Watson and Richardson getting past.
Okay, so all change around, but yeah, a decent way to open the day's proceedings. And rather neatly now, with that cement dust down, we've got a qualifying session which will help clear it a little bit before we go back to racing.
Indeed, that will assist. I wanted to point out as well, before this weekend, Dunningham's best finish was a P6, so he's now popped a P2 and now a P1 to his name. Fair play.
Here's the result. Paul Dunningham takes that first outright win. John Wyatt second from Paul Roderson and Ross Stoner. Tony Hunter fifth from Craig Mason and Stephen Watson. David Richardson, another class win for him, in 8th place from Christopher Garnham. Jonathan Halliwell and Chris Adams ahead of Donald Dewar. Ellie Dixon 13th from David Pinkney. David Pinkney, as we heard, down in the pits. Very sadly, the other drivers having issues. Paul Dunningham wasn't. He's the winner, who stays at the top of the screen there. Harley Young having issues, and David Lawrence, who went back to the paddock as well. Hopefully we will see those a little bit later on. We are maintaining our coverage. Those of you that have got your eyes on the schedule here from Brands Hatch today will know that we've got the Club Sport Trophy qualifying coming up, and we are staying live for that because we've got some more races to come before the lunch break. So rather than confuse you with switching off, switching on again, we're going to talk you through the Club Sport qualifying, which is great for Club Sport because they only get the 45-minute race, but a little bit of a bonus for them. They get some added noise.
Exactly, yeah. Great to be covering it and give it a little bit more insight. And as I say, when we do get to the race later on, I'll be running up and down the pit lane, looking to chat with lots of people.
Swapping over with Scotty Boy.
Indeed, yeah. We wait on Scott to have the interviews after that first race of the day. But yeah, he'll be up in the box to join you a little bit later on, Richard. So don't worry, everyone. You'll be without me for the afternoon, but you will have to look at my face. So swings and roundabouts. I've got to say, though, as we look at the branding here, I love the Century of Power branding here at Brands Hatch. It looks awesome. I'm going to have to get some merch, I think, of that. It looks great.
It does look good. It's wonderful to be celebrating it. And do you know what? I've been watching races here for half of that. That's scary, isn't it? Isn't that worrying?
Well, it's a little bit scary.
I wasn't here when it was an anti-clockwise grass track, though, when it started.
Okay,
I don't know if you knew that it was an anti-clockwise grass track when it started.
I've seen some photos of it back in the day, of the natural bowl that was here. And yeah, what a perfect place to put a racetrack. Thoroughly enjoying the racing so far this weekend. And well, let's hear from some of the drivers there from our first race on Sunday. It's down to you, Scott.
Well, that was an entertaining action as I nearly get stung by a wasp. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to Brands Hatch at the pit lane. We've got all of our class winners here, and because, of course, it is going to be qualifying for Club Sport Trophy next, we're going to have a chat with all of them a little bit to see how they found that. Some entertaining activity up at the front of the field. I'm going to quickly bring in our race winner as well, first up, which is Paul Dullingham. Paul, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
First race victory overall, I believe, for the Audi, and that was some pretty entertaining stuff, particularly with yesterday's winner on your tail.
Yeah, indeed. John drove fantastically. I luckily had the defensive masterclass yesterday from Mr. Stoner and knew where to put the car. The oil actually helped because if you want to outbrake me, you've got to drive on the oil and it can't be done. I was really pleased to see my teammate behind me at the beginning of the race. His car's a little bit underdeveloped compared with this one. The fact he was up there means he's driving the wheels off it. So Chris did really well. Happy birthday, Layla. Yeah, just really pleased. Like P2 yesterday, best result of the year. P1 now. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah. How much development have you done on the car particularly this year? Because you found some pace this year, so it's good to see that you've managed to step up a little bit compared to previous seasons.
The suspension's quite a bit different. We're running a much more aggressive setup. The guys at Suspension Secrets gave us a setup sheet at the beginning of the year, which has given us a great base to start from. So thanks to them, fantastic. And yeah, it's me getting a little bit better to drive it because the car's more edgy now and I'm not quite good enough. So I've just got to get better, and we're sort of getting there now.
Yeah. So you started dialing the car down. The victory's proof of it.
It's more aggressive. It's harder to drive. If I get better and drive it better, I can take advantage of that edginess, and we're managing to do that now.
You got one more today, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I've got one more today. I don't know if I'll be able to hold John off for 15 minutes again, so we'll see how we go.
If John starts going sideways like he did beforehand, you might have it easier.
I saw him broad sideways in the mirror. I was like, oh, that's it, safety car. And then I looked at the next corner and he was back, and I was like, what? That was the save of the century, probably. I can't wait to see the replay.
We'll figure out what you thought of that in a moment. But anyway, great job.
Thanks very much.
Extra stuff for the Audi. Well done. Let's see where John is. He's just down here. John's been grabbing for a second. John, for a second. We have to chat first of all. Congratulations on the class victory and getting second place as well. Congratulations. We have to talk first of all that slide at Paddock Hill Bend.
First time I've ever been round Paddock that way.
in the cleanest way possible. What was going through your mind when that happened?
I thought, oh God, here we go. We're going to be in the fence here in a minute. But no, it was all right. The car held on, and I held on and carried on. But I was going for the win, but live to fight another day. So we'll see what happens in the third race.
Yeah. So you've been on first and second now. So your aim is to try and get yourself another victory, of course. But you've said, of course, yesterday was a great result, and car looks in really good form at the moment.
Yeah, I feel good. The car's really good, and get a better start. It was very slippery out there with the oil, and I got caught a couple of times in the first corners, and I felt it sliding. I thought, well, I've got to be a little bit sensible here, so that's it. But seconds, still all right with that.
Still good points, it's still a good result. Well done. Thank you. See you for race 3, excellent stuff. Right, we've got 3 more class winners to do, so follow me for a second. Let's have a chat with Ross Stone, of course, who's top in TT Cup. Good to see you. Just racing amongst other people in other classes rather than yourself, but still, good result out there, and good to be up towards near the front.
Yeah, I wish I had the same brake horsepower as some of these cars. But yeah, it's just a case of trying to go quick round the corners and keep as much speed up. I think it was a bit easier yesterday defending, but today, when you're 70, 80 brake down, it's quite difficult to keep up with them. But the car's in one piece. Yeah, my wife and daughter will be watching at home, so hello to them. And my dad, 40 years this year of going racing together, so yeah, nice to bring it. Well, it's not quite home in one piece, we've got one more race to go, but yeah, it's a tough day trying to keep up with these ones.
Yeah. Proper father and son occasion. I mean, how's the year been for you in terms of general? Of course, you've been out obviously in the TT, obviously you've done BMWs before, so you've been adapting to that the last couple of years, but you seem to be in the groove with the Audi now.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes a few races to kind of, get into it and iron out the gremlins, but yeah, we're rather slippery rubber, so I've never had oversteer in a rear-wheel drive car. So maybe I'm going to have to invest in some new tyres. But yeah, it's quick. It's quick, just not as quick as some of these in a straight line.
Anything you lack in the straights, you can bully them in the corners with the handling.
Yeah. Sometimes
Maybe.
I'd rather be ahead of them defending, because once they're gone, they're gone. And obviously, with half the track covered in oil, that was quite a cautious first couple of laps. So yeah, glad it's in one piece.
No, it's good. So are you. Well done. Next up, we'll see you for race 3 later on. We'll see. Paul Hoggins. Yeah.
Dave Richardson.
Dave Richardson. Forgive me. It's been too long. Good to see you. Good class win. Yes, all this for him, of course. Yeah.
More handsome in real life as well. So there you go. That's good.
Oh, flat will get you everywhere. But even so, so good to see you. Obviously, their TT, which is a slightly different spec to Ross as well. But you've had that a couple of seasons. How's that felt for you today? Class win. All right.
This year's been fantastic. Gary's 23 in the team. I feel sorry for Tim Evans because his car unfortunately passed by on the way out. But Gary's 23 in the team, done a wonderful job over winter, and I'm getting seconds everywhere. I won't lie. First corner was sketchy. Druids was sketchy with all that dust down. But Brands is such a good place, and Brscc do such a good job as well. You kind of feel that I'm always safe. So yeah, it's really cool on this year. I'm enjoying it, loving it.
And Tim, with the guys at Gary's 23 giving you a good TT underneath as well.
That's it. You're going to build a new one for next year, and see how much quicker I can go. But yeah, it's so solid, and like I say, it's a shame the TT Cup's not what it used to be before. But I went to this. I've got to say a special thanks to my wife and my daughter, actually, my wife and my son. So they pulled with me, spending money, disappearing all weekend. So really, the trophies go back to them.
Yeah, Classroom makes it all worth it.
Yeah,
that's the justification anyway.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Can you come home and tell her that? Because that would make it'd be a good result. Yeah.
I'll write you a note. It's fine.
Yeah, superb. But yeah, it's a great weekend. I'm loving it. Can't wait for the end of the year at Silverstone.
Great to see you, Dave. Well done. Excellent stuff. Good job. Excellent. Well done. Last of our class winners, and one of the more diminutive cars, but no less potent. Ellie Dixon. Good to see you, Ellie.
Hello.
Fantastic. Great class win, and getting to grips with the Polo, which seems to be small but quite mighty.
Yeah, no, it is pocket rocket. It is good. There's not many of them, so people don't obviously realise what they are or what they're like. So that's the main thing.
It's quite good to have a more unique car, because you've got that car, you've got Paul Skoda as well. It's nice to have different VAG cars, which
It's quite intimidating, but it's good to have the variety because it helps. It pushes you, makes you want to go what they are doing.
I'm inspires people. If you can do it in a Polo in this sort of spec, anyone else can.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone. Yeah.
So you're happy with the car so far this season, and performance-wise, of course, a class win, more the same later on?
Yeah, no, it was good. Yesterday was really hard, so obviously came out today a bit unsure, but after that, no, really happy today. So we'll just see what it can do at the last race.
Trophy's a trophy, so well done. Excellent. We'll see you for race 3. Excellent. There's our Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship drivers that are done and dusted. They'll head off back to Park Ferme in the outer paddock. Qualifying is now on for the 45-minute SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race that is coming up later on this afternoon. I'll be heading up and down the pit lane to have a chat to a couple of drivers where I can to find out some of the stories of what's going on. But until then, we'll hand you back up to Richard and John, who will take you through the qualifying session to see who will place where for the 45-minute race later on this afternoon. Chaps, back up to you.
Cheers a lot, Scott. Thank you for that. Yeah, interesting to get to hear from some of the drivers in the other classes as well. And sometimes the timetable affords us the opportunity to do that. Other times it doesn't. Thankfully, this morning it has done. As Scott said, SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, so a mini endurance race. And I know that normally Andy McEwen gets very picky about it not being an endurance race, but it is for club racing, 45 minutes.
It's a mini endurance race, but not a mini endurance
not
race.
For minis.
Yeah.
No, there might be a mini out there actually.
There might just be. There's a good number of cars in the field. I've got to say, 23 total we've seen at the moment in this qualifying session, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's actually the joint lowest entry of the year. We had 24 at Snetterton, the first one of the year, 38 starters on Silverstone GP, which was the Citroen C1 weekend. And I know a lot of drivers clamour to get on that meeting because they're using the full Grand Prix circuit, admittedly starting from the old Formula 1 pit lane on the national circuit, which is kind of my favourite anyway. But yeah, 38 starters there, 32 at Donington Park. The 23 was Alton Park. And we've got 2 more events going on later on in the year back at Brands Hatch again. Multi-class racing, we've got the 5 classes, which again are power to weight. So Class A, which is where we've had all of our outright winners this year, 206 to 235 bhp per tonne. Class B, 176 to 205. Class C, 156 to 175. Class D, 136 to 155. And Class E, 0 to 135, or we should say anything up to. Yeah. 0 is my car, probably. Little pedal car. You know,
Silverstone, you're just running around at 0, yeah. 0 miles an hour, that's about my kind of speed.
The outright wins, as I said, have been taken by everybody, all Class A. It's not always the case. So previous seasons, for example, I think last year we had a winner in Class B, so slightly less power to weight. Josh Files, touring car driver, came in and had a go in his Civic Type R. And so in the last sort of 18 months, he's the only driver not Class A to have won it. But we see a lot of the drivers that are worth watching in terms of overall wins that are here today. Feroz Bilamoria, I was surprised to see hasn't had a win since Silverstone GP, which I think was the C1 24 hours last year in his Sirocco. And Feroz is with us today. He is currently third provisionally on the grid. Shane Kelly is very definitely one to watch. Shane, probably, if we'd bothered to, I did it on Audi TT Cup the first year. It ran as a series, and I went away and worked the points out. Who would have won it? It was Ross Macker, before you ask. But had we points on this, I think probably Shane Kelly in the Morgan would be the championship leader, because he's had 2 outright wins, one at Silverstone, one at Alton Park. But he's only second here. We've got another Sirocco, not Feroz Bilamoria. It's Roman Grendel. That's not a name I've come across before. I'm guessing you or Scott might have done, because you've done a lot more Brscc meetings than me over the course of the season. But Roman Grendel, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, in the Motor City Performance Sirocco R 2-litre car running in Class A, is on pole at the moment by 0.8 of a second, John Ratcliffe, which is pretty cool. 196 is leading Class B. That's Nick Brady. He's had 2 class wins so far. Guess what he's in? Audi TT. You can race them in whatever you like, can't you, really? With the Brscc, pay your money, you take your choice. Class C pole at the moment is car number 24, Kieran Power. Unsurprisingly, another driver who's had 3 class wins so far this year. 3 out of 4 for him in his BMW Z4, which I think came out of the old MSVR Z Cars series, possibly. John's shrugging. I don't know. Class D is... have we got a Class D? Not sure we have got a Class D have we at the moment. I can't see anything on camera. We'll go to Class E then, because I can see that Class E is the Nissan. I used to drive a Nissan Almera. Great little cars, and really shocked to see them racing. But it's the 121 car that is out there, and that's Daniel Cogswell. And I think he's mates with the guy that services my car, funny enough, because he came up to me and said, "Oh, you know Paul that does your car?" Yeah, right. So always pleased to see that there. My car's a Nissan as well, so lovely. Or when I say our car, me and the missus, of course. Not about.
You anyway. Are right though. I've just had a look down. We don't have any Class Ds here this weekend, so A, B, C, and E for us here at Brands Hatch. Well, your pole sitter at the moment, yeah, like you say, 0.8, over 0.8 clear now. Grendel's back in the pits, though, is Roman. So we'll check over maybe some data analysis, and then we'll continue on with the session. But just over 8.5 minutes left to go. I think, at least on my, when I've noted the entry list prior to the weekend, I did have 26 cars down. I had 30 drivers across 26 cars. We've only got 23 out in the qualifying session at the moment. Maybe we'll see some stragglers later on, but it seems unlikely. So maybe we've lost a few from the initial entry list earlier in the week. Either way, I know you said it's joint lowest entries, but still 23 cars. That's a good number of cars, especially around a circuit like this at Brands Hatch Indy. 23 will still be pretty busy out there. I mean, we saw with the Fun Cups yesterday, I think that was, what, 26, I think? So it was pretty busy in that one throughout the race. So with 45 minutes of these drivers hammering around Brands Hatch Indy, there'll be a lot of lap traffic, there'll be a lot of different things to contend with. So it should be a very, very interesting 45 minutes of racing later on. A few more cars in the pits. That's the number 3 of Brian Rose, not the 53. He's kindly used some gaffer tape to X out the 5. So the Pure Track Racing car there into the pit lane, and it seems as though Brian is maybe hopping out.
Pure Track had 2 out of 3 podium slots yesterday, didn't they? I know my son's going down to see the Dennises and say hello to them. So he looks after their road tyre requirements in his day job. Pure
really
Track
cool.
Racing. They've got. I asked Sarah, who's Sarah and Matt, who look after Pure Track, and they always get a shout. By the way, if you wonder why we talk about people, it's because they give us information, which is what you need to do for commentators. Sure, we can research, and we do. John goes away and does his homework. I do my homework. Scott does his. But please do feel free, not necessarily on a race weekend. I mentioned the multiple communication methods we're across. I'm not across them all weekend. Get in touch with us before, ping the information in, and Sarah and Matt do keep us up to date with what they're doing, so we appreciate that.
Can you get in touch with me before to let me know what questions you're going to ask about series from about 30 years ago? That'd be nice. Then I can do my, I can get my data in line.
Okay,
for that.
so right, this afternoon I'm going to ask you about BMW County Challenge.
What is that?
The thing is, I did that with David Addison once. We went, oh yes, Richard, that was and he knew that off. But complete encyclopedia, David. Wonderful company. If you ever get a chance to go to dinner with David, definitely recommend it.
I'd love to. I'd love to work with David at some point in the future. But I always say, I really struggled, especially with last year, first year into club racing commentary. There's so many championships. There's so much to learn. It's so much easier to learn when you're on the job as well, isn't it? When you're there and you're understanding. But going back over notes and results from previous, you don't quite get. It doesn't quite go in as well, does it?
I mean, for me, these days you're getting loads of spotty teenagers doing sim commentary, wanting to come up in the box, and they have no grounding in racing. And they want to all be, I want to be a Formula 1 commentator. Well, of course you do, love. But you need to do your grounding, which is kind of what you're doing now. I mean, you come in at a very high level, and you're great, you're entertaining, you do your homework, which is great. But, for me, I'd been watching racing probably 15 years before I went even anywhere near a comms box. So, did I know it all? No, I didn't. I knew bits and bobs, and that's kind of got me by. And I know far from everything. There's a hell of a lot that I still wish I knew. I'm never going to get it. I'm never going to do a perfect commentary either.
Every day's a school day.
Every day's a school. You're always learning. We did one actually once. We were talking about perfect commentaries, and it was Brscc meeting, ST150s, Fiestas at Anglesey, and it wasn't Alpha, but the guy that was filming it, I was talking to. I'll tell you what, I'll come back to this story because we've got something a little bit more pertinent, which is Scott Woodward down in pit lane. Over to you, Scotty boy.
Plenty of activity down here in pit lane. A few of the top runners are in here as well. I'm going to see if I can get a very quick word if I can, just very quickly, with Feroz Bidamori, who's currently 5th fastest, very quickly for a second. Feroz, just quick before you get out, you were saying you put a new exhaust on the car, but hadn't actually tested it before you got out there. No, now you've had a run on it. How is it?
The exhaust is fine. I'm not sure I've got a drive shaft problem though.
Right.
So I'll have to have a check and see.
Okay. But aside from that, car was looking okay.
Car seemed to be all right. Yeah, it seemed to be going well. So we'll have to see. We've got to figure out what's going on with it right now though.
You've also been a front runner in this series, so also quite a championship in this series. So good to see you towards the front again and show the pace of the car.
We are at the moment.
You're currently P5 on my screen.
Okay, yeah. So don't know. There's obviously some kind of issue, but we'll figure it out.
The Scirocco next year is currently quickest.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I imagine.
So he's all you need to chase.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's quick car.
Are they going to pick up the drive shaft? Well done. Good to see you. So Feroz in the mix as well. I might see if I can quickly stick a word with Roman as well, because he's fastest in here. If I have a quick word with him, if I just barge for a second. Guys, can I quickly jump and have a quick word with Roman very quickly? Thank you very much. Roman, good to see you. Unless I've told you, you're currently quickest at the moment, so Scirocco's running well.
Oh yeah, finally. We had so much trouble with this car all year long.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much first time ever where the car is just going immediately, perfectly fine. So
you've had one or two reliability issues, so this is now starting to behave itself now.
Yeah, everything is fine. It's all good. So I just have no trouble. We had the issues with electronic. They weren't working really well, but it's all right now. Yeah.
So for the race course, 45 minutes. Have you got any strategy to refine, or have you got anything in place in terms of what you want to do?
No, just enjoy myself, as much as I can.
That's the main thing, as long as it's fun.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're currently quickest, so well done. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Whether that's changed or not, might tell me in a minute. And the other cars we've got in the mix, we've got one of the Audis, and we've got one of the Clears as well as the mix as well. So I think we've got nothing else down here with about 5 minutes to go. So a couple of the Sciroccos with varying contrasted fortunes, both in the top 5. Let's head it back up to Richard and John to finish off the qualifying session. I'll flag it if there's anything else before the session ends. Chaps, back up to you.
Top work, Scott Woodward. Thank you very much, Scott, for that. Roman Grendel, I was saying Roman earlier. I wasn't being pretentious, but Roman Belinsky, who's in F2, we had in juniors, was wrong. But so I apologise if we're getting it wrong. We do our best. Did a quick Google of Roman Grendel, time attack. So, and a lot of drivers do that. They'll go off and do time attack and, you know, work on what they can get out of the car on respective circuits, and then say, do you know what, I fancy a bit of racing, and then come into it. So, little bit of
makes sense why
there.
Scott knew him well then, because I know Scott does a lot of the time attack commentary, doesn't he? So,
Yes.
rekindling that
Yes,
relationship here.
there
at,
we go.
Brands Hatch once again.
Coming back to your point earlier about numbers going down, I looked at the bulletins as well while we were away, and the Club Sport Trophy, Gary Hobbs was down but was withdrawn, don't know why, and Rob Andrade, don't know how you say that. So we had 2 withdrawals, but an addition, which is Ricky Coomber in the 999 Honda. And is Ricky out there or not? Let's have a look. Yeah, he's last at the moment, so he hasn't put a time in, so he's paid his money. But Firoz has dropped down to 6, so it's Roman Grendel out front, Shane Kelly in second place, Alistair Lindsay in his Audi. Next up from James Alford, he's a regular winner, James Alford in Club Sport Trophy, followed by number 5, which I haven't picked up from the additions, somebody by the name of Brady. So we'll have to check the bulletins for that. Should have done that last night.
That's Nick in 5th, isn't it, the 196?
Oh, it's on the screen right in front of me. There we go.
There we go. There we go. We found him. He's in the pits at the moment. A couple of tenths to final. He's only 26 thousandths ahead of Mr. Villamoria at the moment. So if Villamoria can get out the pits and find a bit of time, he might gain a cheeky position on the grid. There is one of our Audis heading seemingly back out onto the circuit at the moment. I was wondering if Roman Grendel maybe used to work in a McDonald's with all those random beeps coming from inside the car. Maybe that helps him calm down. You probably don't eat at McDonald's very often, Mr. Richard John Neal, but if you ever go in one, there's just loads of beeps going on from inside where they cook the food.
I've never noticed that.
It is so annoying. There's actually been remixes online where they made like drum and bass remixes of the McDonald's beeps. Yeah, I cannot imagine how annoying they must be. And if there's anyone watching who's worked in a McDonald's before, I can imagine that destroyed your mental health for the hours that you were in that place. And that's exactly how I felt listening into Grendel's car there. There were all those beeps going on inside the car. Surely that's all going to stop when he turns the engine on and goes out on circuit, because that's got to be frustrating if you're driving and the car's seemingly trying to tell you about 5 different things. I don't know what was happening there in the cockpit for Roman, but it doesn't seem to hamper him too much. He's still almost 9 tenths clear of the rest of the field. The 333 is flying, and he seemed pretty happy with how the Scirocco was moving around underneath him. So Roman currently with a big grin on his face, and the checkered flag has just come out.
So final qualifying session of the weekend, as John said, will come to an end. It is Roman Grendel on pole from Shane Kelly. Shane's taken the flag, so that is done. Alistair Lindsay in 3rd, James Alford. I tell you what, we've got some, never mind the other club, well, we do mind the other classes, they're going to be competitive as well, but up at the front, some real stars of Club Sport Racing in there who will be taking the 45-minute race. They've got a mandatory 2-minute pit stop to do. How they always time them is beyond me, because you have to be so precise. 2 minutes from in and out. You can change drivers if you want. We've got two driver cars. We've got three actually. We've got the 77 BMW Z4, which is shared by Darren and Joseph Dukes. Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler sharing the AMS Racing Fiesta ST, 2.3 litres. And have we missed someone else? Oh yes, Richard Elliott Novobilski and Krzysztof Novobilski in there as well. Here's the result of qualifying then. So it is Roman Grendel on pole from Shane Kelly, Alistair Lindsay and James Alford. Nick Brady in 196 in 5th. Feroz Villamoria disappointed, I think, to be down in 6th place from Kieran Power. The Watling and Wheeler car is in 8th. Adam Marshall next up from Brian Rose and Richard Clark. Luke Bartley in 12th. Chris Murphy in BMW 721 is 13th from the Novobilskis in 14th. 15th, Steve Walden, and then we've got the Dukes pairing, followed by Mike Parsons, Frederick Lynch and Adam Radford 19th. Daniel Cogswell is, I think, class pole in 20th place, ahead of Elliot Walker. Ricky Coomber and Chris Watts completing our 23 car entry, which is a good entry, and we look forward to their 45-minute race a little bit later on this afternoon, with driver changes, pit stops, call it what you will. They don't refuel on those unless absolutely necessary, but they are great little races, and we're looking forward to that. And you said you'll be on duty for that and doing a bit of dinging around and talking to the 2-car teams. It's always difficult, I find, on those, John, when you've got a one driver. You can sort of stick the mic in quickly, but they're looking at timers and all that.
Yeah,
so,
especially when, like you say, that 2-minute pit stop, you're having to time things so perfectly, you've got so many things on your mind, you don't want me suddenly shoving a microphone in your face, do you? So I'll have to be a little bit cautious with how I do that. Right then, qualifying done and dusted for our SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. It's another race coming up next. Our Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s are up next. Well done. From Multiclass Racing, back to our ST240s, and their race was, I would say, for the ST240s, yesterday was relatively subdued, wasn't it? Alistair Kellett leading from lights to flag. He was very much kept in check by the few drivers behind, but he does add another win to his tally later on. They'll start this one on pole position.
Second outing of the afternoon. Kellett on pole, yesterday's winner, Kasper Tomaszewski. Best result of the season for him, best career result actually, as it's his first senior and junior racing in P2. Third, Graham Colfer from Gary Miller. John Cooper on row 3 with Jack Sant, Brady Pollock and Luke Waugh rounding out the top 8. Ninth on the grid is David Nye. George Foxlow next to him. He'll be looking to make progress from there. James Pope is 11th from Harry Hayes. Maggie Webster in 13th. Great social media stuff from Maggie Webster yesterday, incidentally, and hello to all the family. Simon Waugh, which is Luke's brother. He's 14th from Matt Chambers, 15th, and Sean Reynolds in 16th position, and James Palmer, another driver I need to Google, in 600 and find out a little bit more about him. He is racing in the JRW Motorsport team. All sorts of teams in this. It is multi-team, although not multi-class. 2 classes with Pro and Am for the newcomers, lesser experienced drivers. 32nd board being shown. We've got Kellett Motorsport, Jam Sport Racing, Shadow Rotary, BPC Motorsport, Simply Car Sales 2010 Racing as well. Race Car Consultants with us. Lots of specialised teams. Specialised Motorsport, not here mentioning specialised teams as well. Simon Horrobin. Don't know if Simon is here. I didn't get anybody pinging me on my Sean Reynolds question yesterday, which is a little bit of a shame. The question was, if anyone's watching today, is Sean Reynolds the same one that was racing in the forerunner of this, the Brscc SI Challenge back in '99? I'd imagine there isn't another Sean. There might be another Sean Reynolds, who knows, but I'm not going to speculate.
Remind me the name of the championship again?
It was the Brscc SI Challenge 1999. So Johnny's Googling.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, good luck.
A look, yeah. This is not going to be simple, is it? But, well, ST240s continue on round then for their little green flag lap. And do we think that Alistair Kellett can repeat what he did yesterday? He never seemed under pressure, but he was just sort of managing that gap, wasn't he, at the sharp end? Yeah,
I think the answer to that question is, yeah, we think he can do it. But Kasper Tomaszewski now has had a P2 and he's sorting his pace out. Had a best lap of 54.2. Gary Miller got a fastest lap yesterday. So the thing with the Fiestas is that you never really know. They're all capable of doing, I would say, all capable of doing podiums pretty much down the field. Don't know James Palmer, though. Ended up a lap down yesterday. And, yeah, it'd be good to get some little bit of background information on James. Championship-wise, it is Graham Colfer, who, in his interview with Scott Woodwish yesterday, said, no, I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm going to go for it. Of course he is. Really a star at the start of the season, Graham Colfer. Still leading, I think. I didn't check the points. It was only 7 points yesterday on drop scores, weren't there, between Colfer and Kellett. Gary Miller in 3rd place. Kasper Tomaszewski was in 6th. And I think Jack Sant would have maintained 5th position from him. But a great mix here. And, you know, it is single make, but you've got experienced drivers. You've got newcomers coming in as well. And this one of the formulas where the masters, the older drivers, experienced ones, still very much maintain their own. They hold their own with the young guns coming in. We saw the likes of Albert Webster taking the battle, of course, to Alistair Kellett in seasons gone by. Jensen Brickley in 2022. Albert Webster was 2023 champion. And 2 years subsequent to that, we've had Alistair Kellett sort of maintaining his crown as well. Rob Smith won it in 2021. From Luke Pindham, and Alistair Kellett was 3rd. Sam Watkins, who's racing in the 150s now, was 2020 champion. 2019, Isaac Smith, who made it up onto the Toka paddock as well. This current formula, the Mark 7's coming in originally in 2007, so it's had quite a long life. David Elsley, Race Car Consultants, team boss, has been twice champion as well, so rather than, I guess he's probably doing a bit of coaching, but very well versed on the engineering side. David running in the Porsche Sprint Challenge with Race Car Consultants on the touring car package as well. So been a really good platform for him. In fact, Class D didn't come in 2007. It was Class C, the STs that came in then. Class D coming in 2013 when David Abbott was the driver who took it. Now, I think we got Pete Daniels this weekend as well, racing in something, going back in Fiesta. How are you getting on with the Fiesta history? Have you found?
I've found
Sean
a program from Lydden Hill from 2001 because it mentioned Sean Reynolds in the Ford SIs in it, but I'm scrolling through.
You've done better than me
I
in 5
found
minutes.
as well you can purchase, I think...
I've seen the videos.
Yeah, some videos from 1998. You purchased them for £8 from the Ford Fiesta SIs. There's so much online. I found that previously. I was having a little look through when I was doing some research, and I found some old karting magazines in and whatnot. I was just trawling through, and I happened to spot it was cadet champion at one of the kart clubs, and it was Craig Butterworth, who now races in Fun Cup.
Wow,
So I sent him a little picture. Go, look what I found. I can't believe you found that. Well, here we go then. Right, second race of the weekend. Let's see how this one plays out.
Alistair Kellett, the multiple champion on pole position. Kasper Tomaszewski, the young Polish lad, alongside on the front row. But do not discount Graham Colfer, third. Gary Miller, fourth. Jack Sant, fifth on the grid. Top six completed by John Cooper in the white car. And away we go. It's lights out, and the Fiesta ST240s are away. Alistair Kellett. I'll tell you what, Kasper had a good start from the outside of the front row, but it's Kellett on the inside. Kasper might get hung out to dry here with Graham Colfer looking to get second position. Kasper's trying to come around the outside in white with the orange trim on the front splitter, and he's still trying to hang on there. And if he can hold on, he'll have the inside line going down to Graham Hill Bend, but Colfer very definitely wanted that second place and wants to give chase to his countryman. So it is Kellett from Colfer, Kasper Tomaszewski, Gary Miller in fourth position. Jack Sant next up. Did get away in fifth ahead of John Cooper. The top six largely, apart from one change, as they left the grid.
Indeed. Great first lap of the race then, already kicking off straight into battle. I've got some great news.
Yeah.
It's the same Sean Reynolds. Because his Instagram bio, we should have looked there first, says racing driver after a 20-year sabbatical.
Fantastic.
So there you go,
Well
it
done.
is the same Sean Reynolds.
Thank you, John. Top man. I need to get you on the research team very definitely as Kellett comes under pressure from Graham Colfer going down into Graham Hill Bend and into Paddock Hill Bend, and it is Colfer. Yeah, this is what he said he wanted to do yesterday, challenging hard. Gary Miller in third place wants to come up and join them. So Kasper Tomaszewski down in fourth. Not the start that Kasper wanted, but he'll be mindful of what he did yesterday. Kasper's got Jack Sant, so we've got the junior graduates battling for fourth and fifth position at the moment. Brady Pollock coming up in seventh, the ex-City Car Cup driver. So Kellett, the leader, 0.2 of a second was the gap on lap one, but bear in mind that Graham Colfer was busy trying to reel him in. They have another race later on which will be a reverse grid, and that will be all sorts of fun and games. Tomaszewski taking a nice wide line out of Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. This is the completion of lap two, and across the line they go, and it is Kellett there, the gap 3.74. So Kellett has responded to Graham Colfer getting into second position, and it's the Irishman 1, 2, 3 at the moment. The Polish lad next up. So it's an Irishman, a Pole and an Englishman went into Brands Hatch. And do we know the rest of that one?
Guess we're going to find out, aren't we?
I don't know.
17 more minutes of this. Kellett, as you say, answering, but Gary Miller fastest lap there on that second lap, so he's finding the pace to begin with. Last time around, down through Paddock Hill Bend, saw David Knight give a little bit of a hip check to Luke Waugh. That shoved him offline, and that then he got freight train up through Jewett and down through Graham Hill as well. Lost 3 or 4 places, did Luke Waugh, and now he's got a bit of work to do. Foxlow, one of those drivers slipping on by. He really needs to get the pedal to the metal, doesn't he, through the next lap or two to fight his way through the traffic. He's still slipping back, losing time to these leaders as they press on. Miller with that pace, chasing down Colfer for the moment. I don't think he's quite close enough this time to have a look into Paddock Hill, but this is all just starting to hot up. Kellett not quite having the lead that he had yesterday just yet.
No, but the good thing for him is that there is going to be a challenge for second position, isn't there? Miller going really wide into Druids to try and give him the best run out of it, and he's keeping Graham Colfer company and under pressure at the moment. Having said that though, Tomaszewski very quick down Graham Hill and through Graham Hill Bend, closes up on Miller, so Miller's going to be having half an eye on what's going on in the rear view mirror as well as maybe looking ahead. Let's see what Kasper Tomaszewski can do. Really good form, as we say, down Graham Hill Bend, also out through clearways. See if the M&D engineering car will come under more pressure again. Kasper taking a nice wide line. Jack Sant trying to close him down as well. Not a lot to choose from these top 5, and the winner could come from any one of this quintet.
Do you know who I've just seen going slowly? Sean Reynolds.
Is it?
Yeah, up to the top section of the circuit. He's just used the cut in to get back to the pit lane. Sean Reynolds is out of the race, sadly, on the 777. Clearly, mechanical issues rearing their head here in race number 2. We continue to keep our eyes firmly fixed on this battle at the sharp end. Indeed, seemingly the pendulum swinging back the way then of Tom Oleski as he closes up to the back of Gary Miller. There is Sean Reynolds parking it up in the pit lane. I don't think that car will be going on any further here in race number 2. Jack Sant still very much with them there, and John Cooper there in 6th place as well. Currently 2nd in the Masters class, with David Nye just behind him. 3rd place in that Masters class. But it's been Gary Miller for the fastest lap so far this race. George Foxlow has now stolen it away. I said he needs to get the pedal to the metal here to close up to the leaders, and he's doing just that. Was that a missed gear potentially for Graham Colfer? Yeah, he's lost 2 places as they come under the gantry. We'll make it 3 as Jack Sant chucks it up the inside into Paddock Hill. I think that was a missed gear there for Colfer that's seen him tumble, but no, it's not. It's bigger issues. It's bigger issues than a missed gear.
Sure. Yeah, it's more than that. Graham doesn't tend to miss his gears, so it does look like maybe a gearbox problem that he might have. And we've got John Cooper going through now. Jack Sant moves up as well. I just fancied Colfer for the win there. He looked really strong off the line, but he's going to have to do a hell of a lot to come back from that. So Kellett from Miller, Tomaszewski back on the podium. Then we've got Jack Sant in 4th place now from John Cooper. So Jack Sant not that far away from getting another podium as well. Really settled in. Such a great decision for Casper and Jack to come into this as Colfer comes into pit lane, to come into senior racing earlier than they might have done from juniors. It really is a sensible decision, and I urge anyone that's coming to the scholarship this year, which is open, don't forget you can go onto the Brscc website, register for the Ginetta Junior Scholarship. If you're 16 and coming in for it and you don't win it, come and race a senior car somewhere else. It really is a great idea.
Indeed it is. Yeah, lots to be learned. And I mean, if you join the ST240s, you've got some very experienced drivers that you'll be going toe-to-toe or door-to-door with, I guess, in these ST240s. You'll be learning a lot in these races. And yeah, to get yourself up into a good result here in the ST240s is challenging, to say the least. Is Colfer coming back out? No, he's going back into the paddock. That's a shame for Colfer. Hopefully we do see him back out in race number 3 later on. Here is David Nye on your screens, and Foxlow all over his rear bumper. As we say, he's had some good pace so far in this race, closing his way up through the traffic, and now he's almost joining our leading, yeah, it was quintet, wasn't it? It might become 7. What's that? Septet, whatever. Something like that. 13.5 minutes left to go then, and once again, Gary Miller has found the fastest lap, and no longer does he have Colfer between himself and the race lead.
So yeah, Gary, who for many seasons raced a fairly plain red car, now has after 3 full seasons got a lovely livery on that machine, running really strongly in P2 at the moment. Tomaszewski settled in 3rd, Jack Sant trying to close in that 4th place. John Cooper, David Nye, George Foxlow, as you said, momentarily had the fastest lap, but does go back to Gary Miller. Brady Pollock is in 8th place. Luke Waugh is next at the moment. So Kellett leading overall and in the Masters, and here comes, I nearly said Tim Foxlow, that's his dad, George Foxlow, putting the pressure on. Old habits die hard, don't they? And George Foxlow, race winner in whatever you put him in, to be absolutely fair, whether it's juniors, this senior championship, the 150 Fiestas as well, is hounding down the multiple champion of Brscc Fiesta Racing, David Nye, for 6th position. That is how strong this field is at the moment. The likes of Nye and Foxlow down in 6th and 7th place, and Foxlow goes to the outside run. He's going to tee up maybe an inside run here as they come down out of Druids, down Graham Hill Bend. That descent into the left-hander, which leads them onto Cooper Straight, mindful of the track limits on the exit here, which they are all behaving themselves very well indeed. Some of the other formulae would do well to watch these two. Behind them it's Pollock, Waugh L and James Pope. Maggie Webster, I think, on for a 3rd in class as well by the look of it. Running 3rd in the AMS at the moment is Maggie, so on for a podium. This is her local track. Maggie Webster was autograss racing last weekend. Maggie does loads of social stuff and was out in her little autograss car, which teaches her a huge amount, and anybody, about car control.
Yeah, I can imagine. Lovely to see her doing lots of different disciplines, and as you say, the more experience they get, the more that you learn. So Maggie continuing to improve and impress, particularly here in the ST240s. Foxlow still hounding the back here of David Nye, but for the moment unable to find a way through. And of course Gary Miller had been chasing Alistair Keller out the sharp end, but Keller now takes the fastest lap away for himself. So little bit of difference in pace. I mean, it was about 400ths on the last lap, so nothing too major. But once again, just like we saw in race number 1, Kellett managing that gap and doing his best to keep Miller at arm's distance. Oh dear, it looks as though another Fiesta ST240 has given up the ghost.
Yeah, Brady Pollock, disappointment for the Jam Sport Racing prepared driver, and he pulls off. I was going to say to safety, relative safety, but not the weekend for Brady. Shared with Hayden Payne. Incidentally, Andrew Payne, Hayden's dad, is looking to get hold of a mic. He might come and grab the mic off you this afternoon and give me a little bit of stick.
Sounds good.
As I gave him some stick on Anglesey. You might remember when Hayden came up and. Was that the Club Sport Trophy race? It was, wasn't it? I think Hayden came up and did a bit of a chat with us, which was good.
Indeed. No, that was good fun. No, it was. I got confused earlier. It wasn't the Club Sport. It was the PBS Brake Super Sport Endurance Cup.
Oh, it was a longer one, wasn't it?
Because that's where I was confusing myself, because I was like, 23 entries, fantastic, because we had about 10 at Anglesey. It's the other one.
It's the other one. That's the shorter one.
Got myself confused. Yeah, exactly. So no, good to have 23 of them for our endurance race here today. But yeah, it was lovely to have him on the comms, and that was, again, I was trawling up and down the pit lane.
We did manage to keep Andrew out of the way, but Hayden's always welcome.
Safety car. We have gone to ssafety car because of the stricken car up at Druids.
Yeah, and again, you might think, there's a delay on that, but you see the race officials will just try and work out, they'll do a little bit of working out whether time-wise it's pertinent to stop the race, or see whether the car can be moved to somewhere safe.
Yeah,
it wasn't a huge immediate threat. Everybody knew it was there. The marshals were, flickering the yellow lights and the flags to let everyone know it's there, and most of the drivers would have seen it there. But safety first, and decisions taken just to put the safety car out. And now, is that good news for Alistair Kellett, or is that better news for Gary Miller? I mean, Miller's close enough anyway.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think that affects things too much. I think, in all honesty, it benefits Kellett a little bit more, because he's not taking any life out those tyres underneath this safety car period.
Ticking laps off for him.
And we're ticking laps down, aren't we? So he knows the longer we go under the safety car period, when we do go back to green flag, he can use all of those tyres through to the end of the race. Doesn't need to leave anything on the table or manage them at all. He can press on through to the checkered flag and keep himself ahead of Gary Miller. But again, as you say, Gary Miller's going to be thinking exactly the same thing. He can use all of his tyres, so why not press on and try to make an attack? Yeah, I think if Brady Pollock's car was a little bit close to the barrier, potentially we could have covered that under wave yellows, but it is still slightly on the circuit. Better to be safe than sorry, of course. And everyone behind the scenes here at Brscc doing a fantastic job, as always, keeping all of our drivers as safe as they can be and treating us to some fantastic racing here at Brands Hatch, as always. I had a little look back and went and looked back, and it's never a nice thing to touch on, but I've got to touch on it again, because people might not have seen it from a couple of years ago, 2025. John Cooper, that crash that he had at Alton Park was one of the most insane crashes I've ever seen. I've gone back and watched it again, and again, it just blows my mind every time I watch it, the fact that he was all okay after that. I think that's the testament to these ST240s.
Where was that one again?
How well they're built. Alton Park it was.
Right.
Heading down into, what's the name of the left kink before you go into Shell Oils? I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Cascades,
and then you've got that little the fast left kink, and then you go into the bank right-hander. But yeah, it was just as they were heading towards the left, he was battling with Gary Miller. They made that little bit of contact, spun him around across the nose. As soon as thank you, Kieran, Ireland Bend it was indeed, my producer, letting us know. But yeah, that little bit of contact sent him onto the grass, and sideways onto the grass. It dug straight in and over he went. It was one of the most insane crashes I've ever seen. And the fact that it wasn't really that long until he was back to fighting fitness and back in a race car is a testament to John Cooper. Because especially, don't forget that John Cooper is in the Masters class as well. So fair play to him from coming back from such a monumental crash, jumping straight back in the car. I remember, I think it was either his first or his second round back after that crash. I was lucky enough to be interviewing him, and I said, after that crash, obviously, does that not stick in your mind at all? And he just went, no, just get on with it, mate. He was so unbelievably unfazed, and I was like, fair play to you, John. Right then, enough about John Cooper. We might be talking about him in a couple of seconds, but we do go back to a restart then. We are green flags here at Brands yet again, and a lovely jump there from Alistair Kellett. He's done that perfectly.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. There's Alistair Kellett, years of experience. Gary Miller knows what he's doing as well, and if anything, safety car's killed it, because we've got a gap back now from Miller, who had a decent start as well. Tomilewski. Watch him on this part of the white and orange car. We'll watch him as he comes down Graham Mill Bend. There is John Cooper in that plain white car. That's an invitation, isn't it? For if you're watching the racing today, loads of young racing drivers and very experienced drivers like John Cooper, if you've got a plain car and you fancy getting involved, get in touch with them on social media and have a few days out at racetrack and get your company name emblazoned on the car. There is Jack Sant, graduate of the Fiesta Juniors. And we're starting to see so many now. It's amazing how many Fiesta Junior drivers are not racing now, and it does come to sort of budgetary. I mean, they could probably afford to do this, but a lot of them want to go up the ladder and get so far and then sort of conk out in terms of getting further up the ladder. A lot of them go driver training and become coaches and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
might see some of them here.
Yeah, a lot that move on to say. You see that a lot in karting as well, especially when drivers get up to the upper echelons of karting, but then, as you say, they don't have the budget or don't get the opportunities to move on into, say, single-seaters or junior championships and things like that. A lot of them will become mechanics or become team managers or kart coaches as well. Yeah, you do see a lot of that. But again, that's why motorsport is such a family, isn't it? Because you meet someone 5 years ago and they were racing in X, and then suddenly they're doing this, and then you end up talking to them in this, and they know this person, and it's just one big happy family, isn't it?
It's a family for sure. It's not always very happy.
We pretend we're happy.
Karting is the thing I hear the most annoyance with people going on about, to be perfectly honest. Huge amounts, particularly when you go to our scholarships, people want to come car racing instead of karting. I hear karting can be very toxic.
Yeah, it can be. It can be. There's particular championships, where it can be a little bit more toxic than others. I think it's just a case of the fact of, especially when you go down into sort of, say, the Bambino classes and whatnot, where the kids that are racing this, they're 6, 7 years old, and these parents are treating it like it's the Formula One World Championship, and there needs to be a little bit of stepping back and appreciating what we're doing, I think, on occasion in kart racing. But of course, there's love, there's passion, there's desire to press on up the motorsport ladder, and sometimes that boils over.
It does indeed. Nothing boiling over in this one. All fairly calm for the... Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear.
It's Matt Chambers.
So he's going to move. The car is movable, so we're not going to get another safety car. I think it would have been a red had we got another safety car. We've only got 4 minutes on the clock, but Chambers will move the car to safety. It's a shame for Matt. But doing the sensible thing. Meanwhile, doing the sensible thing as well is Jack Sant, who makes the move into Paddock Hill Bend. Kasper Tobolewski left the door wide open. Is he going to get the cut back? And no, Jack Sant had some good pace there.
That was into a yellow flag zone, Richard.
That's probably why Kasper left the door open.
That was into a yellow flag zone 100%. There were yellows going into T1 when Sant made the move.
Where's the first yellow?
So the first yellow was at the entrance to the corner here. It's gone in now, but it was out when he made the move.
Right, okay. Yeah. He'll probably say it wasn't, but he'll take his SD card out of his camera and probably he should give that back, really. But that's why Kasper was offline then in that case. So not a mistake from Kasper at all. And Kasper wants to get back at him.
He does indeed. Yeah, he's going to have to fight his way back through now. Can't leave that one up to the stewards. He'll have to see what he can do out there on circuit. Gap between Kellett and Miller staying around 8/9 of a second. So Miller's closing ever so slightly off of that restart, but he's closed in more on that lap. 4/10 on that lap. 3 minutes to go, Richard. We might just have a race on our hands here between the two Irishmen.
We might do. Are the yellows still out down there?
No, we're back to green flag.
Okay, so the officials will look at that and they'll look at the exact time to start the move and so on and so forth. We're going to have a replay. Let's have a look. We won't see necessarily the...
I don't think you're quite going to see the yellow on entry, are you? No. I promise you it was there. I was looking out the window. Either way, you will see the yellow coming down the hill, I would imagine. There you go.
Yeah. So it is there, but it's about the move and when he starts to execute it and everything else. So we'll let the clerk sort that out. Mark Noble, the clerk of the course, he's in for a busy time, isn't he, after this one? Jack Sant, faint heart, never kissed a pig, did it? You've always got to make the move and have a go, have a pop, which he did. And he clearly doesn't think he's done anything wrong. If he had have realised that it was a safety car infringement, a yellow flag infringement, then he would have given the position back. So that one will be discussed, but we'll carry on looking at what's going on the track. At the moment, he just wants an interview with Scott Woodwis.
He definitely does. Someone else that does as well is Gary Miller. He wants that top step of the podium, though. Another fastest lap from Gary Miller. He is flying. 53.9 for him. Sadly for Gary, though, Kellett also putting pedal to the metal. 54 dead for him, so it was only just less than a tenth gained on that last lap for Gary Miller. Slowly but surely closing in, but there's only a couple of laps at this race left. He's got to get himself within the window to even be able to think about a move, and Kellett looking to keep him at arm's length as he has done all weekend so far, as there is the 69 parked up behind the barrier safely. That's why we're back to greens, but that bonnet is up, and Mr. Chambers becoming a bit of a mechanic down there trying to see what's going on.
Yeah, I guess the idea being whatever diagnostics he can do now, they might be able to sort out for the reverse grid race a little bit later on. But Kellett goes across the line, 1 minute 11 to go, so probably penultimate lap of this race. Miller still the threat in second position. The M&D engineering car, Jack Sant way back in third. Well, not way back, just a couple of seconds back. Third place, Tomilewski, Cooper, Nye, Foxlow hasn't been able to improve on seventh place. Luke Waugh next up. Let's have a quick look. Luke Waugh is leading the amateur class at the moment. Simon Waugh is in P2. So the Waugh brothers, I think that's the first time we've had them 1 and 2 on the AM class podium. So well done to those guys.
Indeed, yeah, doing well so far in this one, as there's not a whole lot of time left, is there? 30 seconds as they come up and around the last couple of corners, so this will be onto the final lap. But Keller has seemingly pulled it out the bag here of the last lap or two. As I say, he has kept Gary Miller just far enough away here to mean that he can't go for a move. 2 tenths Keller has gained there on Miller across the penultimate lap of the race. I think he's set himself up here to be just far enough away that he doesn't need to defend. And yeah, up into Cascades, can run the optimum line. Miller is not close enough.
Here he comes down Graham Hill Bend. Gary Miller still there in P2. Has been a threat right the way through this one, to be honest, in the mirrors. Looming large, but not really troubled his countrymen too much. It's going to be a different game, of course, in race 3. We've got the reverse or partial reverse happening. But into clearways for the last time comes Alistair Kellett round there into Clark Curve, past the scene of yesterday's wedding that we saw on the exit of just about there. We saw them, and it's the run to the flag for Alistair Kellett, who will take 2 from 2 here at Brands Hatch in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240. It's a late run from Gary Miller, and it was just 2 tenths at the end. Tried to get around the outside and have a run, but it didn't pay off for him. But fair play for having a go. Jack Sant completes the podium. Then it is Kasper Tomilewski in 4th, John Cooper in 5th place, David Nye completing our top 6, George Foxlow in 7th, and yeah, another race coming up for these guys a little bit later on. Still 2 more races to come before lunch break. We've got the Silver Lake Production Cup and we've got the Fiesta Juniors as well. Before we get there though, a look back at the result, and another win for Alistair Kellett. Miller 2nd from Sant, Tomilewski, John Cooper in 5th, David Nye, then George Foxlow and Luke Waugh taking the amateur class victory. James Pope was next from Simon Waugh. Maggie Webster, I think, 3rd in the AMS, so another podium for Maggie. James Palmer and Matt Chambers next up from the luckless drivers, which included Brady Pollock. Alistair Kellett taking the win. The other luckless drivers, Graham Colfer and Sean Reynolds. We had lots of time talking about Sean while you were doing the research anyway, which was good.
We did. He certainly got his airtime despite not being in that race for particularly long, did he? So
Airtech airtime.
Exactly. A shame for Sean, but hopefully we do see him back out, as you say, in their 3rd race of the weekend. Great for it to be a triple header here. SD240's always treating us to some good action, but the question is now, can anyone beat Keller in that race number 3? He seems to just have it all down around here at Brands, doesn't he? He's been flying. Well, we look forward to hearing from him. Scott is down there to have a chatter with our top 3.
I don't know if anyone wants to interview with me because everyone knows how I talk. They'll keep them talking for about 5 decades, but enough about me anyway. This is the ST240 second race. It's almost a bit of an Irish affair with a 1-2-3, but we will have a chat with Alistair Kellett when he gets out. We've also got our 3 AM class victors as well, so have a quick chat with him, of course, before the next race. I have to rattle 3 interviews before we actually get to the next race, so do bear with me, chaps, if there's a formation lap to do so. But getting out of the car, making it 2 from 2, and having now once again taken the championship lead from yesterday is Alistair Kellett. Congratulations once again. Business as usual, but your man here kept you honest at the end.
Yeah, it was getting a bit tight at the end. Well, it was tight at the start, and Graham was behind me, and I don't know who was even behind me. There was the cars everywhere.
You were more eyes forward.
And yeah, and then Graham disappeared. He had a problem, and then I seen Gary coming. I knew Gary wouldn't give up. Yeah. And then the safety car came out. I had a bit of a gap, and the safety car came out. I dropped him at the safety car. I was just trying to manage the gap. Yeah. And then even on the last lap, I just slowed down just to make sure I didn't fire it off and get track limits. So no, it was good fun. Yeah.
So you now got to do the hat trick now.
Not from 10th, I don't think.
Right, never say never.
Hopefully.
We've got to rattle through because we've got 6 for you to get through, but well done, that's the good stuff. Gary's bringing over 2nd place. Gary, good to see you once again.
Yes.
Wherever he is, you're not far away. You two always seem to be chasing each other, one position or the other.
Yeah, we're nose and tail for the championship. I think Alistair still has his nose in front, but if we keep getting good finishes and keep getting points, we'll We'll be there come Alton Park hopefully. So I lost 5th gear in that race after the safety car restart, so I had to sit back behind and have a bit of a rethink of how to drive the car because I only had 3rd and 4th gear. The gear stick was like a dishwasher trying to get gears. So anyway, we got around it and we got back on his tail again, but I don't think I would have ever got by him, to be fair. Not the way the gearbox was. So we'll dust ourselves down, and the two of us will start 9th and 10th the next one and go again and see how we go.
Very quick, I can tell you a supercar stand because I can appreciate the Shell DJR tribute livery on that as well.
I'm waiting for Shell to come on and give me some sponsorship.
Keep doing results like that, they might just oblige.
They might indeed, yeah. Thanks to everyone who goes over with me as well. Thanks to Dad and Vicky and everyone at home and all that. All right, thank you.
Good stuff. We've got to rattle through excellent stuff. Let's see if we can quickly grab Jack if we can for a second. Quickly for Jack for 3rd place we can. Podium for him. Congratulations, Jack. Well done. Thank you. Good stuff. You and Cass never seem to be far away enough from each other. Of course, you two have come from Fiesta Juniors. You two seem to be as quick as each other. You've come up really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair with you, no fault towards him. He's a brilliant driver. I couldn't mistake his driving. Other than he gave us a little bit of a run when he hit the curb on the inside and lifted the wheel. And apart from that, I couldn't fault him.
Yeah. So try and get a couple of places higher, race 3?
I try to.
Yeah.
And that sweatbox is quite hard.
He's slightly further back as well, so a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah, start P6, but it was a good overall ending.
Good effort. We'll see you for race 3. Well done. Excellent stuff. Right, we've got our AM class here, top 3. We'll quickly rattle through. Let's see if we can grab Simon Wall first of all, who was our AM class winner. Congratulations.
Second
place. So we need Luke. Where's Luke over here? Here we go. Right, mix up the Wall brothers. Here we go. Right, Luke Wall. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's not bad, is it? Sibling 1-2.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I didn't want him to beat me, but if it was 1-2 the other way around, I'd be really disappointed.
It's quite intriguing though that he's on the same pace as you. Of course, you've been in the championship for a couple of seasons, so you're starting to find the groove now, at least in your class.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was sort of we've had a year where it seems like we've had bad luck. It's probably just my fault for not driving properly, but yeah, it's I think we have improved considerably since starting the championship, which after 3 years you'd have hoped to. But
yeah, what we get is try and keep him behind next time.
I think I can be all right.
You imagine?
Yeah, okay.
Good stuff. Well done. Excellent stuff. We're going to quickly go through 2nd, 3rd because I'm aware the grid's coming up here. Simon, congratulations on 2nd place. Again, not bad for a sibling 1-2. And what can you do next time to try and beat him?
I just got to get a bit quicker. I kept him this time, was keeping him in sight because I know he's a bit quicker than me. I'll say it, I don't mind. But next time, more than keeping him in sight, a few silly mistakes I get over. Yeah, just keep on his tail.
Good stuff. We've got to rattle through because we've got the next one. And of course, because S is giving me evils as well, is going to get our drivers out of the way. And quickly, Maggie for 3rd place as well in AM class as well. Maggie, congratulations. Another bit of silverware for you as well. Decent race. Talk us through it quickly.
Unfortunately not. As you can see, I've got smoke coming out the exhaust, which means the engine's gone. But yeah, hopefully we can get it sorted for the next one possibly, and then we can make some progress. I had the same problem yesterday. It just keeps overheating and giving me no power. But when it's going, I'm fast. I'm setting good lap times. I'm overtaking, but then it just retards the power and doesn't let me have some power. But that's racing for you, innit? So yeah.
Still 3rd place. Well done. See you for race 2. Fingers crossed. Right, we'll let these guys go on to our next race of the day. Let's head back up to Richard and John for the Silver Lake DS3 Cup and Production Cup coming up now here at Brands Hatch.
I remember the sting.
So proud of you, Richard.
Thanks very much, John. I love you, man.
Love you too.
Here's the grid. Rich Hockley on pole position. Brian Rose, who we're going to see also in the Club Sport race with Matt Dennis. So Pure Track 2 and 3. Chris Reese next up. Then Martin Cully and Dawn Butcher. Tyler Bull and Chris Brown completing the 4th row. Row 5, Gerard Merriman and Barry Cully. Kelton Martin is next up from Colin Dunn. Then we go on to the DS3 Cup grid, headed by yesterday's winner Theo Longman, Stephen Oates and Curtis O'Brien. Following them, Elliot Doyle, Haval Carter and Aaron Chalk, who was out of luck yesterday. I think there might have been a bit of contact between Aaron and Theo, from what Theo was saying in his interview, but it doesn't look like there was any sort of comeuppance from that. Maybe just a racing incident, which we get from time to time. But yeah, interesting. The DS3 really want to see DS3 standing on their own and having 30 car grids.
That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Like City Car Cup. I hope it comes. I hope it does happen. It deserves to. It's a great formula. It's a really good, cheap formula, cost-effective motorsport.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's good to see a good number out in this one, but as you say, we'd love to see more and them on their specific grid, of course. But for now, we enjoy the split grid racing action here today as we continue to head on round the green flag lap. Do we think that the 1-2-1 of Chris Brown, do we think he's going to run it, this one? Is he going to be leading forever, do we think? Is he going to be looking back and saying, hey guys, look at me now? Sorry, some Chris Brown song references for you there to kick this one off.
I was lost on the Easter eggs there, mate. I was totally different generation.
I can't say I need them anyway, mate. I don't have a clue, mate.
Does the missus like all that?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think this Chris Brown, I'm sure, is the lovely fella. Yep. That Chris Brown that makes songs isn't. But anyway, this Chris Brown is a top chap, and we look forward to seeing how he does in the racing action today.
I did a very silly thing about another R&B man, which was, have you heard of Anthony Hamilton? Not Lewis's dad.
Oh, all right. I know of Lewis's dad.
But there's an R&B artist called Anthony Hamilton, and he was at an event one day, and I just deliberately went up to him. He doesn't know me from Adam. I loved your single with Mary J. Blige, man. He just looks at me, what are we on about? I thought it was funny.
Well, as long as it made you laugh, Richard, that's all that matters.
The people I was with thought it was funny as well. Lewis's dad. So here you go. He won't be watching the stream, but if anyone ever reports back to him, that's what that was about. There we go. Rich Hockley was very swift yesterday in the Honda Civic, and he starts on pole position. We've got Brian Rose and Matt Dennis from Pure Track next up. Already got lights out, so we are racing, and it's Hockley that gets away well, and it's 3 abreast as they go to Paddock Hill Bend for the first time for second position. They sort themselves out, but Hockley has got a mega start there.
Yeah, mega around the outside there, looking to take second place as well. We're side by side for 4th and 5th as we head up into Druids as well. There goes the 53, hanging it around the outside. Brian Rose back into second place after that little early charge there from Matt Dennis in the 23. We were side by side behind as well for 4th and 5th, as we say. Chris Reese, Martin Curley, I think Dawn Butcher in there with a shout as well as the Renault Clio off the corner there, not quite having the grunt of the VW that finds their way back past after a slightly slower start off of the grid, but round into clearways. Then we go for the first time in this race, and already setting up to be an interesting multi-car battle here at the sharp end of the order, and we'll have a look at how it's all settled in. Oh, the leader's off! The leader's pulled over! Rich Hockley is out! He is out of the races, Hockley. I can't believe it. The 111 pulls over to the side after only 1 lap of racing.
Now, does that look like a breakage in terms of steering? It looked like a little bit of snaking going on as he was going onto the grass. So whether something's... Do you know what? I mean, in this sort of racing, you get so much development can go into the cars. And I was moaning and groaning about single make championships, and you don't need to make them faster. But this is the kind of championship where you bring the cars in and develop them. And very often, the quickest cars at the front can be the most fragile because those drivers are engineers as well as drivers, and they're trying to develop the cars and get as much out of them as possible. Chris Brown and Tyler Ball reliving their battle from yesterday, which is absolutely superb, getting stuck in. Good stuff. Yeah, great to see that continuing. As you said in the stream yesterday, couldn't be 2 more different looking cars. There's a bit of contact as they head back onto the main start-finish straight. It's then sliding to the inside, bits of bodywork flying off left, right and centre. Oh, well, that got a little bit close. We know that the number 100 there at Tyler Ball has that grunt down the start-finish, but nearly gets caught out there as he finds his way past Chris Brown and then past Gerard Merriman as well. Merriman's looking back up the inside though into Druids, just a little bit better under brakes, but closing the door there was Tyler Bull, and he does hold on to 5th place. Well, that group of cars all switches around. We've got more joining the scene behind them as well, as it seems as though Chris Brown's under pressure once more. Yeah, Brown is under pressure. I'll come back to Tyler Bull in the yellow car at the start of this group. I mentioned yesterday that it's being prepared by the West Suffolk College, and Andrew Payne messaged me this morning. Actually, he was a bit of a pest. He rang me as well. He's really making it. But I'm grateful for the information, Andrew. I'm only joshing. Was saying that they are no longer in City Car Cup with Student Motorsport. They've actually progressed from that, so they're not running the C1s anymore. They've moved up to run the BMW. I believe that Tyler Bull is a karter, so they're bringing new talent in as well as new engineers into racing. But what a fantastic step up for a team doing student motorsport to coming and racing club sport with that wonderful looking BMW. It's great progress.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? Fantastic to see them, as you say, drafting in karting racers as well. Yeah, just having a little look down down through his Instagram profile. Seems he was a rental kart racer before moving into the cars and racing that bright green machine. And yeah, fantastic to see. Clearly, Tyler backing it up here on circuit. And a very fast peddler as he's still there within the top 5. And after getting past Merriman and Butcher, he's cleared off from them by pretty much 2 seconds now. So fair play to Tyler. But yeah, as you say, great to see the progression on through different championships. And of course, you can learn lots from being involved in one championship or working on one car, but the only way to increase that experience and that knowledge is branching out further afield and trying different things. So it's great to see the college students getting those opportunities.
Getting an opportunity now is Aaron Chalk, who's come through from the back of the DS3 grid into second position. There is yesterday's winner, Theo Longman, looking to make it 4 wins on the bounce, and his main championship rival, Aaron Chalk, who has made a lot of effort here to get up with him and feels that there is more to come. These two were battling yesterday, and I think there was an altercation. I don't think we saw it, but well done to Kieran, our director, for picking up on this and giving us a little bit of DS3 times. It's the Sussex man holding sway at the moment as they come out of Druids down into Graham Hill Bend. And yeah, Aaron Chalk was well down. He was the last finisher yesterday, but that Silver Lake liveried car running well. We'll see Silver Lake do so much, being involved in lots of different races, obviously supporting the Production Cup and the DS3 Cup this weekend as we change ends, as it were, and go a little bit further up the grid.
That was Dawn Butcher, so he's just gotten past Gerard Merriman, I think, as well. So another change. So Butcher had already got past Brown, a lap or two ago, and now he's past Merriman as well. So no matter where we look on the circuit, battle's continuing on.
Yeah, Chris Brown lost ground on Tyler Bull, hasn't he, with that little bit of contact that we had earlier on. Contact with them yesterday, but there was no damage on the Mini, was there at all? It's a really robust little car, isn't it, that R53?
Indeed, looks like he's having a lot of fun racing it around here at Brands Hatch as well. Just faster in some sections, but a little bit slower down the straight comparatively to, say, that BM who's leading the train, courtesy of Tyler Bull. As we press on. Look at that. First time in this race that no longer does Brian Rose have the fastest lap. Matt Dennis has stolen that away at the sharp end of the order, but by how much, I hear you ask? 300ths of a second. So it wasn't exactly a chasm that has been closed in there by Matt Dennis, but either way, he's now your fastest driver out there on circuit, and he's looking to close back up to the rear bumper of your race leader. When I say close back up, he's only half a second away, but can he open up an opportunity? Let's keep a watchful eye on this.
Yeah, let's see if the, because Pure Track here, with Rich Hockley's demise, they wouldn't have wanted that, but they were saying that, Scott said yesterday, it doesn't get any better, does it? And they said, yes, it does. We're 2 and 3. We want to be 1 and 2, which is where they are now. And having a good race. Let's hope they don't take each other off. I'm sure they won't. Respect each other greatly. Back to the battle for the DS3s. Aaron Chalk's looking threatening. Looks up the inside run. Can't quite do it. So Theo Longman now has to have his defending game in motion here. Both of these drivers very well capable. I mean, this is effectively the fight for the championship, which is what you want to see.
100%. No, you saw the little thought there from Longman, didn't you, up into Druids, covering the inside line, then went to move back across, but then saw, oh no, I think Aaron Chalk's still close enough here to think he can go for a move, so I better move back over and cover the inside line, which is exactly what he did. Contact between the two leaders, I can't believe it! Round goes the 16, the 465's into the gravel, Longman and Chalk make contact while battling over the lead.
Yeah, a misjudgment there, I think, from Aaron Chalk. You know, nothing malicious in that one. Theo's going to come back. Is he going to give him a wave as he goes past? He's going to probably have a look across. He's going to get back into the lead. Yeah, we can't see any gesticulations are going. Theo's a very balanced young man, to be absolutely fair, and goes back into the lead. And it was almost there, as if Aaron wanted to let him back past, and now they've started racing again.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, as they waved him back through, and amazing that they were so far clear in the lead for the DS3s that they've not even lost 1 and 2. Here's a little replay then of that move. Into Surtees they go. You can see Chalk closing up to the rear bumper of Longman, not quite close enough to go for a move, but maybe just outbrakes himself a little bit, sees that inside line and thinks, I could go for it. Nope, those wheels connect, and honestly did lucky to not have a more sizable accident from that one. They both spin back around, they both continue on. They've got pretty lucky there, I think.
How did they get going so quickly again? I mean, great recovery from the pair of them, and it's Longman from Chalk, meanwhile back at the front.
We've got both battles on the same screen.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? So Longman with a little bit of flapping bodywork going on there, and it's Brian Rose that goes over the line, still in the lead from Matt Dennis. So what do you do? I'm guessing Matt as team owner, does he overtake his customer? Now, is that value for money? No, he wants to win, doesn't he? But a very fascinating battle. This is what this is about. McGann chasing Audi at the moment, and I'm really delighted for Pure Track because I've given them so much stick over the years. And
that doesn't sound like you.
Well, I mean, if you get friendly with people in the paddock, you can, and people take it in the right sport, and they are good people. They're really good people, and they take it in the right way. If they didn't, and if I've ever upset anyone, come and tell me, and we put the brakes on that kind of stuff, because I know some people are a little bit sensitive to it. But Sarah Dennis has been a great sport over the years. Did you know her auntie's lead singer was Shack Attack? And no point, because you won't even know who Shack Attack are.
No.
Where's Paul O'Neill when you need him?
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Attack sheds.
Yeah, sorry. You have to drop Paul O'Neill. I think he's more on those references than I. But hey, you just know, Richard, in 20, 30 years' time, I'm going to be doing the same to some young up-and-coming commentator. So I look forward to it. Might be the move for the lead. A little look from the team owner there. Matt Dennis thought about the inside line. They're up at Druids, but not happening this time. He's got 5 more minutes to try and get something done.
There's a little bit left in the McGann, isn't there? I think he's in with a shout. Very definitely good race, this one. Such a shame we lost Rich Hockley. Hopefully we'll be back out. Have we got 3 races for these? I can't remember whether it's 2 for these this weekend or 3. Have a look at the timetable a little bit later on. But Brian Rose, Matt Dennis still there. Theo Long is still ahead of Aaron Chalk. Stefan Oates third in the DS3s at the moment. He's completing the DS3 podium.
Speaking of Aaron Chalk, I just saw him have the most monstrous moment down through Graham Hill. It snapped one way, it snapped the other. I don't know how he held it, but he's lost a lot of time now to Theo Longman. So with less than 5 minutes to go, I think that leading baton in the DS3s might have just fizzled out, courtesy of that bit of a moment there for Aaron Chalk. But either way, we continue to press on. Well, there you go. It was Matt Dennis with the fastest lap for a little while. It's now back to your race leader of Brian Rose.
Yeah, 4 minutes 24 on the clock. Thank you, Kieran, for confirming he was looking at the timetable. This is the last race of the weekend for these guys, so they really do get an early bath away before lunchtime. I hope that many of them will stay and watch.
One of our DS3s has parked up. That's the 89, I think, of Havel Kadir there, who gave us a lovely little wave during the red flag in yesterday's race, but sadly I don't think he's going to be quite so happy after this one.
A great pity, as we said. We're looking forward to more DS3s. It was start of the season. I think the club were at Brscc were expecting to have full grids for it, and it was full championship status, and we were expecting to run standalones, but it hasn't quite happened for whatever reason. I think largely you could probably say economics, with the cost of fuel and everything else, has put a huge number of people coming off race, switching off coming racing, which is understandable. Are you Googling?
No, I was trying to think of more Chris Brown references because he's just pulled into the pits. He's out of the race.
Right, okay.
But I couldn't think of one that was worthy of the live stream. My jokes, I will keep them to myself.
None of mine are worthy, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, sorry, we're here all day, ladies and gentlemen, so enjoy. Yeah, sadly there, Havel Kadir parked up at the side of the road. Chris Brown in as well after that initial decent start there from the 1-2-1. His race and day and weekend, as you say, is over a little bit earlier than maybe he would have hoped. These two look a little bit closer together, though. But again, they've been very, very close to each other for the last sort of 6, 7, 8 laps now, really, between these two, the Pure Track Racing cars. But still hasn't looked quite close enough, has he, in the McGann to really make a move. A little bit of a wayward moment there down the hill. Has lost a bit of momentum there for Brian Rose, and the move was looked for up the inside. And look at this, almost leaning on each other as they head up into Druids. This is the most aggressive we've seen from Matt Dennis so far in this race, courtesy that slight mistake through Paddock Hill. Look at that mistake then for Matt Dennis. Just touches the grass as he breaks through the entry of Graham Hill, and all that time that he just gained, he's lost once more.
Yeah, now remember, we're going to see Brian Rose out in the Club Sport Trophy as well. So, although this is the last race of the weekend, or second and final race of the weekend for the Silver Lake Production Cup, we will see them in the endurance race a little bit later on, which is good. Matt Dennis will be, I think, helping tend the car in that one as they come around and complete another lap. 2 minutes to go as the DS3 is still getting stuck in. Number 13 car.
It's Stefan Oates and Curtis O'Brien. This is battling.
So this is for third place, isn't it?
It is indeed. Looking up the inside there is the number 13, Curtis O'Brien. Oh, having the door closed in their face. Stefan Oates holds on to third for now.
Yeah, some good DS3 battling, a little bit spread out, and the multi-class stuff, a little flash of the lights from Dawn Butcher to pop through on the inside. Yeah, never mind Dawn, they're paid for their race as well, but she did pick a good moment to go through, so it's tricky with the multi-class ones, and when you've got two different formulae racing here as well, the faster cars, yeah, do you give way? I guess to a certain point you have to, but if you're involved in a battle, can get very tricky, but Dawn dealt with that well, so did the DS3 guys, as the 113 car, Stefan Oates, carries on. He was second yesterday, and maintaining position here. He's got clear now, so that one seems to have sorted itself out for the moment. As coming through is the Colin Dunn, earlier Renault Clio, the 172 Cup car, which is one of the earlier ones, and that non-finished yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, a shame. Hopefully a finish in this one as well. I think that car spooked our camera operator there somewhat. Lots of tyre squealing, and they almost were off in the gravel there at Paddock Hill, but they just about managed to keep it on, but they don't. Second place, and Matt Dennis makes the same mistake 2 laps in a row. That time it seemed as though he was on the outside of another car, though. Goes straight on down at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, and well, he lost a bit of time on the last lap. He's lost loads this time.
He's still in second place, so it'll be interesting. Scott will find out if there is anything wrong with the car. Maybe the brakes are going on it. He's really charged hard to take the battle to Brian Rose, but it is not to be. 17 seconds on the clock. Last lap board is out now, so the day is very nearly done. Let's have a look again.
Oh yeah, was trying to go around the outside of the DS3, yeah, indeed, and then just got a little bit balked there on the entry under braking. I think just decided, yeah, best to just avoid the back of the DS3, and we'll go up the bit of grassy mound there, because as you say, had way more than enough of a gap to hold on to second place. But sadly, that means that our battle for the lead has ended, and Brian Rhodes seems to have a relatively clear road ahead of him to take this race win here in race number 2.
It is, here he comes, down the straight passes Stefan Oates, I think still running in third position in class. It's Chalk second, Longman still leading the DS3s, and they've had a bit of camera time. But this race is looking rosy as we come off the final turn and down onto the Brabham Straight for the last time to collect the checkered flag, and it is a step to the good, a step better for Brian Rose, who takes the checkered flag. And a great win for him. There go the 2 DS3 cars battling out for third. Tell you what, nip and tuck between those two for third place.
And it switched around.
And it was O'Brien that got it on the line, wasn't it? So yeah, good stuff indeed from Curtis O'Brien to get a podium in DS3s. Matt Dennis has come home in second position. And Chris Rees, we get a new name on the podium for this one in his BMW. So it's Audi, Megane, Renault Megane, BMW, Sayat in fourth, BMW again in fifth place. Tyler Bull is going to bring his BMW prepared by West Suffolk College. Great experience for those guys bringing that car home too. Here's how they finish. Brian Rose takes the win. Matt Dennis in second from Chris Rees. Martin Cully in fourth, head of Tyler Bull and Gerard Merriman. Don Butcher in seventh place from Colin Dunn. Kelton Martin and Barry Cully completing the top 10. DS3 victory goes again to Theo Longman and Aaron Chalk. They'll be having a little chat with each other after the race, if not the clerk of the course. Curtis O'Brien was third on the line, just getting the better of Stefan Oates in DS3. 15th was Elliot Doyle. Chris Brown, a good few laps down, of course, having issues. Havel Carter the same, and Rich Hockley our early retirement in the Honda Civic. We wish those guys well. They will be heading back, most of them heading home, a few of them coming out for the Club Sport endurance race a little bit later on. But thanks to all at Silver Lake for their support, and well done to the drivers on a couple of good entertaining races.
Indeed, yeah, it's been great to see them throughout this weekend. A shame that the racing done for them, but as you say, a few of them out in the 45-minute enduro later on, so you might see a few names repeating themselves there when we head into the afternoon's action. Speaking of which, we've got one more race to go before the afternoon's action, and well, race 1 yesterday was an interesting one for our Fiesta Juniors. I can see there's a bit of a clear-up operation. We missed a car in the barrier there down at Graham Hill. Oh, I've just heard through my ears. That was after the checkered flag that the 51 has gone into the wall there down at Paddock Hill. I would have thought, as we're hearing through our ears, suspected brake
Sounded
failure.
like Andy McEwen. Have we got Andy McEwen here now?
We might do. He's doing the producing today for us. The big legend. Happy birthday as well to Kieran Mogg behind the scenes here. But indeed, we're hearing that he didn't lock up at all. It was just simply he went straight towards the barriers. And well, the 51, I really feel for him because I've had brake failure at that corner as well, and it's not very enjoyable. So hopefully he's not too shaken up after that one, and hopefully the car isn't too damaged. But sadly, there will be a bit of clear-up operation down there because, of course, it's moved those barriers, it's destroyed the track furniture somewhat. So, Scott, feel free to take as long as you like with these interviews. Down to you.
Well, if Pure Track were happy with that result yesterday, they're certainly happy with it today because Sarah Dennis and co were jumping up and down as you'd expect. And did make it 2 from 2, of course, overall, Brian Rose once again. Congratulations. Thank you. Your biggest competition was the man right next to you, and he was giving you a few headaches. But your team boss was giving you some headaches in that race.
Definitely, 100%. He was all over me the whole race. But it was good, really good fun. Really good fun.
Yeah. So that's 2 from 2 in Production Cup. Now the next task, try and get a class win in Club Sport Trophy, and they can do the hat trick.
That's it. That's the one.
But overall, the car feels good. Team feels good.
No, it feels really good. Really good. Happy with the car. Everything's good. And just like to say thank you to Pure Track for all the help they give me. And yeah, it's great.
So it's like buses. You wait for your first win. 2 come along at once.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done, etc. Good job. Let's see if we can grab second place. Matt Dennis. Sarah's going to go and run and get him. So let's get Matt over for second place. Congratulations, Matt. I've been asked to remind you, the car says Renault Megane, not Flymo, because you went off the road at Graham Hill Beds.
If we have a chat with the DS3 person that forks me off, the Clark will enjoy looking at that one.
I see.
Me off about 80-90 mile an hour into mate.
We'll leave that one for the Clark.
It is, right. Anyway, it's a cracking result. Look at that. 1-2. We said it yesterday. Happy days. What a great result. So brilliant. It is.
Now try and match that in Club Sport later on.
That's it, yeah. Well, that's down to Brian. Yeah, I'm going to go have a beer.
Go for the 3-peat if you can.
Mate, great race. Well done, mate. That was brilliant, mate. That was brilliant.
Good stuff. Well done. Excellent. We'll see you for Club Sport later on. Excellent. Right, I'm going to quick run down this way because we're going to have a chat with Chris Reese, who's our BMW driver. Where is Chris? Where's Chris got to? I think he's just down here. Where's Chris got to? He's down here, I think. Where's Chris got to? Where's Chris? Chris Reese? Got to Chris. Where's Chris got to? I tell you what, there's a BMW there. So I'm taking Sam all over the place here. I could do with the workout as well. Right, here's Chris. Here we go. Good stuff with that place. That's not bad. First podium in Production Cup. You seem happy?
Brilliant, mate. Yeah, really pleased with that. Car was good. Yeah, it was a bit hectic, but yeah, pleased with that. Yeah.
Is this your first experience in Production Cup? Or have you done a couple of things?
We were out at Alton, so we got 2 third places there. 4th yesterday, 3rd today. So fantastic, mate.
Yeah, loving the series so far.
Yeah, very much so. Definitely back.
Good stuff. Excellent. Well, good job. Well done. Bit of West takeaway. Let's have a chat to DS3. We'll have a chat to Alan Prell from Silver Lake in a moment. Let's have a chat to our DS3 Cup guys who bring them in. So I want to chat especially to Theo and to Aaron, who are here as well, the 2 of them here. So because there was a bit of contact between the 2 of you. So just to talk through it, Aaron, was that just you sort of misjudging brakes? How was that?
No, I feel like I was turned in on a bit, but it's just is what it is. We're going to have a chat in a minute with Headmaster again, and we'll go from there. But it was all right. It was good racing up to that point.
But in terms of like how the car was feeling and general weekend, all okay?
Yeah, really good. Until that moment, the car's been on song all weekend, really. Yeah. We can't ask for anything more from it. Yeah. And we got the numbers are getting there slowly, but if you're up the front with me and Theo and that, and Curtis is coming on through, it's great. Yeah. It's great.
That's good stuff. Excellent. Well, good job. Excellent stuff. We'll go to Theo. So Theo, second place. A little bit sort of tete-a-tete at the front, but part of it's just kind of racing. But end of the day, still a decent result with up towards the front.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like Aaron said, it was great racing up until then. Thought I did the same as I did the previous laps, but ended up coming together. Both went off. Ended up kind of same distance apart as we did before the incident. So yeah, don't know, but I'm sure. Well, we've been told we've got to go up to the. Like I said yesterday, now we do have to go up to the headmaster's office. But no, again, it's a great race.
You never want contact on purpose, of course. I'm sure there'll be a way to amicably sort it out. But either way, it's a good result for you and a positive vibe for next time.
Yeah, very. I mean, it's unfortunate. We've never had comings together in DS3s properly until this weekend, and now we've had 2 of them. So it's a shame. But I hope it's all good for him. I'm still okay with him,
It'll work itself out. Good stuff. Well done there. That one. So have a chat to Curtis O'Brien for third place. Curtis, you're all smart to third place, so good stuff. And you're having some good battles for class podium as well. So how was that?
Oh, it was great. Unreal. Absolute battle with Steph the whole race, and to manage to pull it on the finish line for the photo finish was unreal. Absolutely buzzing. Rookie, 2 podiums this weekend, first ones of the season. Cannot complain. Car's faultlessly has been running, so I'm happy.
Obvious question, but you're enjoying life in DS3 Cup and you'd recommend it?
Yes, 100%. You know, a few more lads in this. You know, the group of lads we got here are unreal. You know, we're all helping each other, tips and tricks in the pits. It's not secret, and it's really great. You know, it's a friendly but competitive bit of racing, and yeah, you got to get doing it.
Well done. Excellent stuff for third place. Congratulations. Right, excellent. Now, of course, it's the Silver Lake DS3 Cup and Production Cup, and the man behind Silver Lake, of course, is Alan Preble. Good to see you, Alan, as always, once again. Of course, you have a lot of support for Brscc and also for several series. Of course, Tata sponsoring DS3 Cup, which is doing a good job as well. Production Cup, of course, the C1s, the big 24-hour race, of course, back in May as well. So, a lot of involvement.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's good to get out there with the sort of on the ground racing. It's good to see everybody. Great competition today. It's nice to see everybody here having a good fun. So yeah, great.
Yeah, of course, good progress, of course, with the DS3 Cup. Well, that's a championship in its own right now within Production Cup. So pleasing to see more numbers coming up. And of course, every car has a Silver Lake strip on the windscreen as well.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to get a bit of advertising out there, you know, to give us the support from what we're trying to do for all the for the series. You know, we got the C1 coming up in a couple of weeks' time at Snetterton, so that'll be good race, a double header. So no, I'm looking forward to it. It's good. It's good to be part of it and see everybody racing and enjoying themselves.
Of course, you put one of the DS3s to the ultimate test. You put it into the 24 hours at Silverstone. Had 1 or 2 tech issues, but for a time it was the fastest car out there. So it proves that over a longer distance it can hold its own.
Yeah, we had a really good time. There was 4 of us driving the car. We were winning in 2 laps in front, 280 hours, but then the engine let go, which was really, we worked it out. It was down to the sump. You know, we needed baffles and stuff in the sump to stop the oil thrashing around, so had a bit of oil starvation. So no, but other than that, no, really blazed. It's a proper race car, so really good.
When we see you next to the car?
Yeah. I'm racing at Snetterton for 2 hours and on the Saturday and the Sunday, but Aaron's racing at Silverstone and DS3 on the Sunday, so I might have another outing in this year. So we did well the last time I was here, got a win. So no, but Aaron's doing a great job for the team, and you know, we'll let him do the series this year, and hopefully he'll come out on top.
Thanks for everything you do. Thanks for the support. Great to see you once again. Alan Pearl from Silver Lake once again. So that's the DS3 Cup and Production Cup done for the weekend. One more race before we get to our track demonstrations and for our grid walk, of course, because it is MG Fest here this weekend, today particularly. Of course, the grid walk is for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the MG Coxshoe Cup. But I'll stop talking for a moment and head back to Richard and John. We've got our last race before lunch. It's back to our Fiesta Juniors, our budding races of the future. Back to them in the box for race number 2.
What a fine sight they make sitting on the grid, the massed ranks of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. And I think there were massed ranks by the clerk's office yesterday as well. There were, I don't recall there ever being 3 disqualifications before. Might be wrong. I'm sure someone will have the stats. And maybe John will go off and Google whether there have been 3 disqualifications in it.
I'll give McKeown a call.
In the past. At one stage, if he'd have disqualified 3 cars, it would have wiped out the entire field several seasons ago. I know people do bang on about how in the doldrums it was when Joseph Loke was, I think, doing it, or just before Joseph Loke did the formula. But to be fair, absolutely, you know, junior formula go up and down in numbers. Cyclically, you have to renew your driver base. Probably, certainly every 3 years. More often than not, it's every 2. But let's have a look at grid and how they line up for their second race of the weekend. Dara McInerney, championship leader on pole. Daniel Tecchi next up from Lewis Islin and Barnaby Brewer. Then it's Thomas Simpson and Lewis Turkington. Benchy Douglas in 7th from Bobby Holmes. Max Haller and Thomas Harper on row 5. Max Fenton and Hayden Gray on the 6th row, followed by Luke Broadbent and Rhys Owen. Oliver Heron came through from the back to get 15th in the first race. Nathan Edwards lines up alongside him in 16th. Sava Solonchenko and Samuel Doyle, our debut man, next up from Joe Wood and Neil Hampson. Harry Lindley and Kieran Stewart ahead of Daniel Hartley and Oscar Hummerston. Then it's Harry Russell and Charlie Burnett. Thomas Potter and Nathaniel Darcy completing the grid. the 3 disqualifications yesterday. Nathaniel Darcy, car number 7, was disqualified for causing a collision, which we had a couple of, to be fair, in the race, and it was very punctuated, the race yesterday. We didn't get a full good run at it. And the other 2 cars, 23, Charlie Burnett and Thomas Potter, disqualified for eligibility post-race scrutiny. Anyway, I did see Thomas's social media, and it was to do with the wheel stub being the wrong length. So it wasn't anything that would have, I don't think, given him a cheating advantage or anything like it. It was an oversight or whatever by the team, which we accept. And Thomas predicting he's going to make up 10 places in this one in his socials. Thomas Potter, always a good watch on social media if you like relentless posting, which they do, and I fully get what they do, and that's how they get people involved in their cause. So fair play to Thomas and the team, see what they can do. Meanwhile, of course, at the sharp end of things, Dara McInerney. What can we say about Dara? It's been if he didn't take part in the rest of the season, would he still win it? I don't know. We've only got a couple of events left, but he's looking every inch the champion at the moment.
Exactly. What can we say that we haven't said already about Dara McInerney? He's just been dominant so far this season, hasn't he? He just seems so calm and collected behind the wheel, no matter what the rest of the grid throws at him, both in direct battles and also drivers going off left, right and centre, causing red flags and safety cars and whatnot. And then Dara has all the field close back up to him again, and he just deals with those restarts so fantastically well. He's been incredibly impressive to watch so far this season. Are we missing someone from the grid?
Yeah, it looks like I'm not even going to try and work out who that is. Well, it's the outside of row 4, isn't it? So maybe we can. So it's 8th on the grid. Bobby Holmes, that's a shame. Well, I think Bobby's there, isn't he?
Yeah,
Bobby's in the green 55, isn't he?
So, he has pulled into the wrong pit stop. Yeah. I thought that might be the reason. Well, he's now pulled forward. Now, surely everyone else will now pull one position forward, and that's exactly what they are doing. Well, a couple of them may be slightly frustrated with that because the likes of the 49 had got themselves set up perfectly there. Nathan Edwards, you saw that with a few drivers yesterday, getting that slant on the grid, so you can use the downhill on the initial jump away when the clutch is dropped, and you can see a few drivers trying that as well. Start delayed board is out, I think potentially from that little bit of confusion there from Bobby.
Esther Fiesta, the championship coordinator, is going to be pulling her hair out, isn't she, again? Poor old, she works so hard, so patient with these young people, and of course it's you've got to keep everybody safe, which is the main concern as we get the minute to go board. So it looks like
we're going to go around
they
again.
are happy with it. Yeah, so green flag lap now to the outside. Really the driver who, for the races I've seen this year, I haven't seen all of them, I do apologise for not having seen all of them, but Daniel Tecci I think has been the closest to Dara, and Dara did acknowledge that in his interview yesterday, that Daniel was taking the battle to him. Lewis Islin and Barnaby Brewer were getting stuck in behind and may well do in this one as well. But the another plug for the scholarship, which I'm going to do, an unashamed plug for the scholarship, which I will be at doing the presenting and media judging once again. I look forward to that. But yesterday we had 2 of the 3 scholars, the 2 remaining scholars that we've got in the championship, on the podium. So it really does prove it's worth that scholarship. Really excited for this year's one. Check the dates out. I think usually it's October half term, so that the young people can, don't have to miss any school. Boo, they go, we like missing school. You will do when you do your arts course with the Motorsport School at Mallory Park. Thank you to Mel for getting in touch with me with the dates. Check out their website for getting your young person or senior person through the Motorsports School. And we wish Pete well. He's been a bit poorly, so Pete Edwards, hope you're well on the mend, and looking forward to catching up with you guys at Blighton for the various scholarships, and make sure we're booked into the same hotel, or at least get a dinner with each other at some point as well.
Sounds good. I look forward to seeing all the results from that. But yeah, the scholarship, very much all-encompassing, I think, shown by how well the scholarship winners have done over the years. It really does weed out the real cream of the crop from the young drivers, of which there is plenty in the British karting scene. But like we say, there's a lot that they're tested on across the days, aren't there? So we really do have to have your finger on the button with every part of the test to find your way through and get that scholarship win. And like you say, it's been proven by Islin, it's been proven by Sutton, it's been proven now by Tecci that clearly the process works very well.
Yeah, I put that success down to the media judge, basically.
Of course. Yeah. Forget everything else.
And that's me and Greg Graham, by the way. Greg Graham's the other one. We have a laugh. We have great fun. Everyone says, "Oh, I was going to be really nervous," but we do put people at ease. Don't be nervous coming in. We have a little bit of fun, but it is serious. But it's great fun, great value.
When you're in the media world for real, when realistically are you going to get grilled? We're not really like that on our post-race interviews, are you? It's more just being
it's
good
a
in front of
friendly
camera
chat,
and showing
yeah.
your personality as well.
Yeah, we're not political correspondents, are we? We're not trying to catch you out.
Are you going to resign, Prime Minister?
Who gets paid for doing that? That's an easy job, isn't it?
Are you going to resign?
Well, one man who's not going to resign from top of the championship is Darren McInerney, who's on pole position. Daniel Tecci alongside Lewis Islin and Barnaby Brewer on row 2. This is sort of home territory for Barnaby because we've got the Sim Motorsport School just outside here, Brands Hatch. But it's McInerney away again. Tecci slots into second place. Lewis Islin in third, but going side by side with the yellow car of Barnaby Brewer. Barnaby, I think, is going to be passed by a car on the inside. We've got Lewis Turkington up in the mix as well. Decent start. They all made it round turn 1. They haven't. Let's hope it make it round to turn 2, 3, 4, etc., etc. And we would like this one to go the distance, please.
Indeed, up into Druids to go for the first time. Then there was a little bit of front-to-rear contact between Simpson and Islin as they move up and through. One car nearly turned around, and yes, two cars do come together up at the top part of the circuit. Off towards the barrier goes Thomas Potter. Sadly, he's dropped right to the back once again with that little bit of contact with another competitor. But luckily, no one out of the race just yet. We seemingly have made it through the first lap. Some good scrapping going on, but as usual, McInerney continues to lead.
Yeah, he gets away from the front. He did have a drive through the field earlier on in the season, Silverstone GP, and did an absolutely mega job. He looks more comfortable off the start in this one. He's got the legs on Tecci as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Some good action going on right the way down the order. Max Fenton we were looking at there, one of the Speedworks cars. The Speedworks car's red and white. I should have probably picked up on mirror colours to try and tell them all apart. There is Lewis Turkington in 72, about to have a battle here with Barnaby Brewer. This is great to see Turkington and Brewer having a little battle together. And when you see these kids in the scholarship, you just wish that we could get all of them in the championship, because it would be one heck of a championship if you had all the scholars.
What if we did an
entrants.
invitational qualifying race? There you go.
Carnage.
I'm not sure you'd have any Fiestas left by the end of it, but it'd be great to watch.
Esther Crook, or Esther Fiesta as she shall now be known going forward, would not be able to cope with that, and I don't blame her. But the McInerney, Tecci's settled in, isn't he, to lap 2, and he's starting to try and close down on the race leader McInerney. Tecci sets the fastest lap of the race. I wonder if his mum Belinda's here. Lovely family, as we said, and we do get to talk to families at scholarship, and that's part of it as well. You know, if we get on with the whole family, that could be part of it as well. And Daniel's family, absolutely magnificent. Brand newcomers to racing, and what a chance for that young lad. Thoroughly deserved, though. Really great talker, a natural speaker, natural driver as well. I really hope he gets the opportunity to go further in motorsport and someone recognises what he can do. As Simpson is challenging Islin for third place. Simpson looking racy there, right in the slipstream of Lewis Islin. Simpson's been a good addition as well for... Not a rookie this year, so maybe not an addition this year, but a very quick peddler in this championship, as is Lewis Islin. It'll be interesting to see where those guys go in the future.
Indeed, yeah, the BC Racing sponsored car all over the back of Lewis Islin at the moment, and Tecci was pushing on the last lap, kicked up some of the gravel out of the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and he's all over the back of McInerney as they head down into the first couple of corners. Look how close to the back he gets, and they are continuing to gap Islin and Simpson, who battle over third. Well, we saw this in race number 1 yesterday. McInerney was able to manage the gap and make sure that Tecci was never close enough to think about a move. Well, in this race for the moment, doesn't seem like he's able to. Tecci has the fastest lap. He's all over the back of your championship leader.
Yeah, we look back to the battle for third. Islin having to go defensive. This is losing him time on the leaders. Simpson wants to get a move on. He's going to have a look as they go up into Surtees. Nothing quite doing for him there. These cars so evenly matched that a pass is very hard earned. Or you can do it if someone makes a mistake. You can see Simpson trying to go for the wider line through clearways and get a little bit more of a run. He's going to flick to the outside, and is he going to have room? He does. Islin respects him, gives him room, goes over to the inside, side by side. Simpson's going to make the move. Brewer has got the attentions of Turkington behind him, but Simpson's got his nose in front as they go across the line. Now into Paddock Hill Bend, though. It may have been the nose in front for Simpson's car, but we've got a change for the lead. Tecci is in the lead. Well, you can't have eyes everywhere, but Daniel Tecci running with race car consultants going to the lead, passing the 2010 car. We've got the 23 of Charlie Burnett, the all-white car. He's not all-white, he's in the gravel.
Oh dear, out of the race then as he jumps up and over the barrier that he's just destroyed there through the final couple of corners. That is surely going to be a safety car. We've got local yellows at the moment, but yes, a change for the lead then. For the first time this weekend, someone not named Dara McInerney is in the lead of the field here in a Brscc Fiesta Juniors. Change for third as well as we looked away. Simpson did manage to get past and keep ahead of Lewis Islin. So change all around the podium places. Yellow flag there as they head down through clearways once again. But yeah, big off there towards the barriers. Shame for the driver out of the race, but good to see that Burnett is all okay.
Yeah, that's the main thing. The big concern forever is whether it's junior or senior racing, but he's okay. McInerney, second-year driver, third in the championship last year, top seed coming back as Simpson and Islin getting stuck in, and Barnaby Brewer fancies a bit of this as well in the yellow and black car. Got a bit of space at the moment to play with this Barnaby because Lewis Turkington is being closed in by Bobby Holmes. Down behind him it's Benji Douglas, Max Haller trying to close in as well, but here comes Dara. Wider run from Dara here. This could pay dividends for him on the run through Clark Curve. This is a thought out manoeuvre here from Dara McInerney, the second year driver against this year's rookie. Techi has settled into the championship so well. He's had a number of podiums already. Are we on course for a first win for the Scholar? They come into the yellow flag zone. They're very heavily waved yellows. And is it going to be, are we going to get the safety car?
Still green at the moment.
Green coming into Paddock Hill Bend. It's going to be difficult, isn't it, for Dara McInerney to get past with the yellows the way they are at the moment?
It is indeed. Yeah, Techi still pushing hard, kicking up some dust through the gravel yet again down at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. But I was going to say, I think Simpson and Islin need to down the weapons for the moment. There's a potential for a top two finish for both of them in this one. If they work together a little bit more, well, I say work together, maybe they might not need to. Simpson pressing on in the early part of this 7th lap of the race, and he is closing up to the back of McInerney, but he's certainly not without a shout for the win just yet. McInerney looking to relaunch an attack, but as you say, yellow's not out at the most fortuitous place here for McInerney to get a move done. Techi got the lead, but it matters most. Now he's just got to hold on for the next 8 minutes.
This is all character building for Daniel, isn't it? Getting into the lead is one thing, and now he's got to defend from a man who's been dominant in the championship this year. So whatever happens, this is great learning material for him. The driver that was picked by the judges last year, remember the scholarship, the head judge is Josh Cook, touring car, multiple touring car winner. Jade Edwards is there doing it, the likes of Aidan Moffat are judges as well. You get to meet those people. There is so much value in attending the scholarship, if not winning it.
Whoa, that's a big off into the gravel. Who's that? Is it Oliver Heron? It is,
yeah,
Oliver Heron. The 306.
Yeah.
He had that run through the order yesterday. Well, today he's running through the gravel.
He is. Now we've got third place closing up, and Simpson is closing up here. Thomas Simpson has been a little bit of a star this weekend for me. Not saying he hasn't been in the past, but he is up in third place and starting to put Dara under pressure. So Dara's in that awful position where you want to attack, but equally, and he's going to find the gap on the inside. Techi's run a little bit wide, and Dara McInerney doesn't need a second invitation, and he can see the Tegawell livery on the inside, and McInerney fights back, goes back into the lead, and now it's Techi that's got Simpson all over him. Cracking Formula Ford Fiesta Junior racing going on here. Techi goes high and wide at Paddock Hill Bend, and he's going to look not around the outside but maybe for the cutback. A little bit drifty there goes the race leader, and Techi's going to go through on the run up towards Druids. Superb stuff, John Ratcliffe.
He's got it. This is the most brilliant racing action here from the Fiesta Juniors, but has he got it? Back round the outside goes Dara McInerney. They'll continue on side by side down towards the bottom of the hill. Through Graham Hill Bend we go, but it's McInerney with the inside line. Again, Techi trying the up and under to get a good exit, but I think 179 Simpson has the slightly better exit. Oh, a little bit of front to rear contact there as they head down the back straight up into Surtees we go once again. My goodness, what a three-way battle this is for the lead, and don't forget that huge gaggle of cars is only a few meters back as well. If they keep squabbling like this, surely we're going to invite more drivers into this top three battle, and we've still got 6 minutes to go.
Simon Hunt's team leader at the moment, McInerney with the two race car consultants machine second and third. Here comes Techi, high and wide again, he's going to have a go. Again, shows the outside. McInerney will know exactly what the tactics are going to be, and Techi doesn't quite have the momentum to go up the inside. Switches to the outside again. Let's see if he can do what McInerney did last time. He can't get the grip on the outside. McInerney holds the lead. Simpson, Techi's teammate, I say they're teammates, they're not necessarily going to work together because they both technically pay their own bills, so they both want to win the race. But look at the three of them. Absolutely superb. So Islin 4th, Brewer 5th, Turkington in 6th place, having their own fight behind with Bobby Holmes in the mix as well. How is this one going to end? We got 5 minutes on the clock. McInerney under as much pressure as he has been so far this season, and delivering for me, John. You know, it's one thing to run away with races, it's quite another to be passed and then get yourself together, repass and overtake. McInerney, whichever way you look at it, we've seen things that make him the complete package this year. Similarly for Tecci, who's going to have another go. Jinx out. Is this a defensive one or an attacking one? Doesn't move wide. Again, McInerney, this is really the only thing he's got to do, isn't it? Look down the inside. This time he's got a slightly better run. Is McInerney going to hold on as they go around Druids? Thomas Simpson coming up to play as well. This time Tecci takes him out a little bit wider. That was clever stuff from Tecci. Takes McInerney out a little bit wider, and Simpson's through into second place. McInerney down into third, but having the line into Graham Hill Bend is going to be Tecci. But look at Simpson, who gets a great run in the BC racing car and makes it through into the lead. Simpson in the lead, our third different leader.
Brilliant stuff here at the sharp end of the order. And what did I say about inviting the rest of the group to this battle? They're there. They've joined us here at the front of the order, as we do have a new race leader round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. What a move from Thomas Simpson. I thought maybe he might lose a bit of aerodynamic efficiency. He lost half of his rear wing at the start of that last lap. It flew off down the main straight. Well, it doesn't seem to have hampered him too much. To the outside line goes Tecci once again. Can he hang it all the way around the outside, or does he cut down into the up and under? He does. Up and under he goes. Clobber of the curve for Simpson, and that'll surely hand Tecci the lead, but there's contact up the hill.
The mirror goes on Tecci's car. Simpson was in uncharted territory, hasn't had a podium this year. McInerney has a little nibble away at the back bumper. That was very well timed by McInerney. A little bit of a rub. And now he's got Lewis Islin, Barnaby Brewer, Lewis Turkington all over the back of him as well. This is the Fiesta Junior racing we wanted to see for so long. And it's Tecci back out front. Take my hat off to Simpson. Hasn't been on the podium before, but is racing like an absolute veteran. Superb.
We've got the top 11 in one train here, Richard. This is unbelievable. 3 minutes left to go, and it's anyone's race this time. Tecci back into the lead then. He will lead us on to lap number 13 in this race. That mirror doesn't look very happy, but I think Tecci's happy for the moment. Certainly focused on keeping the drivers behind him. He uses that proper line down into the first corner once again. No re-attack this time from Simpson. McInerney holding in there, but not quite close enough to re-attack himself. Oh, the green car off in the background. Is that Bobby Holmes? It is, yeah. Holmes kicking up the dust and the gravel, but he's managed to wrangle the car back on circuit and stays in position for now.
Tecci ran a little bit wide on the exit of Druids, maybe wider than he would have liked. Is that going to compromise speed here? Trying to extend the gap as they go along Cooper straight from Thomas Simpson. Simpson, perhaps man of the race for me. A little bit more bodywork, flies off Tecci's car. McInerney now, what does he do? Does he attack for second? I think probably that is the answer, but he's got to defend from Isley. He does, he sees the gap. McInerney slots it down. Look at him fighting the car to hold it. Beautiful move by Dara McInerney, and that is going to worry, I think, be more of a worry for Tecci than Simpson. With all due respect, Simpson's going to be knocked off the podium here by Lewis Islin, but what a drive from Simpson so far. Islin up into third, and now McInerney has got to try and reel in Tecci, who's looking for his first Fiesta Junior win.
Bit of front to rear contact there between Islin and Simpson. Simpson's going to go to the inside line, and following through will go Barnaby Brewer as well. Islin won't be happy about that one. He's going to try and hang it around the outside here with Druids, but I don't think it's going to work. And yeah, Brewer's going to get himself stuck in. They'll run side by side down the hill. Simpson a little bit slow off the corner exit, maybe missed a gear there, so back to the outside goes Islin. He will hang it round the outside. There's a bit of contact. Turkington getting involved as well. We're now almost 3 wide, as now Simpson, who was leading only moments ago, drops back into the pack.
Has Colin Turkington. So what a shame. Well, if there's a driver of the round, you know, for improvements, you've got to say Simpson has been very, very quick, but he's out of it. Such a pity for him, as Thomas Harper in the 156 car goes through, and this is all for third place. Isley there at the moment. I was going to say, I bet Colin Turkington hasn't been in a touring car race as busy as that. The absolute master, Colin Turkington. Great to see Lewis running well. Said he had podium pace, and he really has got that. But Daniel Tecci still clear at the front, goes out of shot. Dara McInerney in second position. Lewis Islin in third. At the moment, the same 3 drivers. The reports here could look a bit dull, couldn't they? The same 3 drivers on the podium, but the reality is the racing has been absolutely superb, as Bobby Holmes has a look down the inside of Barnaby Brewer. Barnaby's hanging on to it, thinking about his next social media post. Benji Douglas coming up as well. Max Horler in 8th. Then we've got the 156 car in the mix as well. Thomas Harper, relative newcomer to this formula as well. Great promise for him as Bobby Holmes goes up the inside of Benji Douglas.
Bit of a hip check there, Douglas nearly finding the gravel on the outside, but yeah, as you say, exactly that. This is why the live stream, courtesy of Alpha Live, is absolutely invaluable. You wouldn't get to see this and you might think it was a relatively dull race. Well, it certainly is anything but that. On to the last lap we go then. There's half a tenth here between McInerney and Tecchi. Can McInerney close in, or is Tecchi going to take his first victory of the season? The scholarship winner might just be on to the top step of the podium.
Incredible if that happens. And McInerney, what a race they've been in. Daniel Tecchi, we knew he had it. We knew he had the ability to be able to do it, but McInerney is not finished. McInerney is closing up as they go along Cooper Straight ahead of this gaggle, and here we come. McInerney starting to have a little bit of a look here. Into Surtees they go. Daniel Tecchi hangs on to the lead for the moment. McInerney, how well has he timed the run? There isn't the gap that he saw on the inside of Thomas Simpson earlier on, but now Tecchi runs wide, and here comes McInerney. It's going to be the run to the flag. They're side by side. McInerney surely has got a good enough run to do it here. They are side by side. It's going to be down to TSL. They kiss, they come as they come across the line, and it's side by side. McInerney, I think, gets it by a gnat's whisker. McInerney from Tecchi is going to be absolutely gutted, but McInerney, the racecraft there from Tara McInerney. As I said, we've seen the complete package from him. We've probably seen the complete package from Daniel Tecchi as well. I'm clapping. They did a superb job, and you will not see a better junior race than that. Here's a replay. John, give me a break. Talk it through.
Oh my goodness, what a move. Yeah, little mistake there from Tecchi. I think just could see McInerney in the mirrors, gives him the room there, and McInerney forces his way back to the inside, and then it was just a game of cat and mouse, wasn't it? Run to the line they go, they're rubbing all the way to the flag, and it's just enough for Tara McInerney. How in the world has Tara McInerney won that race? And it ends just like it does in the Cars movie, with the cars sticking their tongues out to try and get as close to the line as possible. What a win for Tara McInerney. As you say, commiserations to Daniel Tecchi. What a race from him. 13 thousandths the difference at the line.
Absolutely amazing. Here's the result. McInerney from Tecchi, Islin, Lewis Islin third from Lewis Turkington. Lewis's best result as well. So much to take out of this. Barnaby Brewer in 5th, Bobby Holmes 6th from Max Horler, Thomas Harper in 8th, Hayden Gray in 9th position ahead of Oliver Heron, then Benji Douglas. Thomas Simpson, what a drive in the early stages, 12th position, scant reward for him. Luke Broadbent in 13th from Rhys Owen in 14th. Neil Hampson was next up from Max Fenton, then Harry Lindley and Harry Russell. Oscar Homerston 19th from Thomas Potter, who did make up not quite 10 places as he predicted, but came up into 20th. Nathaniel Darcy and Nathan Edwards next from Savasolenchenko, Kieran Stewart, Samuel Doyle and Joe Wood, and Daniel Hartley in 27th. 28th, with problems, of course, we saw Charlie Burnett disappear from the race, but you will not see better junior racing than that, and I know the guys at Ginetta and JSEC will come back at me, and they're racing his first class as well for the juniors, but that was absolutely superb. And Esther Fiesta Crook is going to be very happy with her lads and girls. It's all lads, isn't it? Because Callie Clifford, I think he's here watching and supporting her colleagues this weekend, but can't wait to get Callie back on track. Let's head down to Scott Woodwis, and hopefully the guys have got some key things to say to you. Scott, over to you, mate.
What even was that? That was incredible. 13 thousandths of a second. I'm sure it's one of the closest ever finishes in Fiesta Junior history. That was fantastic. First of all, I'm going to get... Guys, can we make some noise for that finish? That was absolutely fantastic. What a finish that was. Absolutely superb. 13 thousandths of a second between the top two, and in the end, it was the man who's now got 10 for the season, Darren McInerney. What a race. That was one of the best races we've seen ever Fiesta Juniors. To come out on top that close, that was pure Days of Thunder style drag race to a line. Just tell us from your point of view how that was from the driver's seat, if you can.
Well, I don't really have many words from that, but
I suspect not.
From the start, I thought I'd got the gap a bit, but then Daniel started catching, so it made a move into paddock, and I sort of let him go. Just thought, I'm just going to sit on your bumper. And then Daniel made a mistake down the bottom, which I couldn't quite get past, which then let a few others near to us, but I then just sort of sat in third, waited for some chaos. I managed to get Simpson on a tight move up here, And then when we got to the last couple of laps, I just thought, save my tyres a bit. And then the last lap, I pulled the pin, managed to catch up to Daniel, and he made a slight mistake into the last corner, so I just got the opportunity up the inside, and then it was door to door down the main straight and wheel to wheel.
Everyone was tense watching that, even down here we were watching it, but it was fast, it was clean, it was hard fought. This is what this championship's all about.
Correct. There was rubbing, but there was no dirty rubbing, which is what it's about.
And of course, the key thing as well, the championship leader, but you're now in double figures, 10 wins for the season so far, and you've still got a couple of events to go. This is looking not odds on, because it's not guaranteed, but you're in a really good spot right now.
Correct. It's getting better and better at the minute.
You need to go celebrate that one, because you guys certainly were well done, excellent stuff. Of course, one person has to come first, one person has to come second, unfortunately, but what a second place it was, and he was so close to that win, and it will come, I'm absolutely certain. If you have a chat, I'm spinning around everywhere. Daniel, commiserations, but 13,000 of a second, but you were that close, but still, that was a stellar performance, and what a race it was to be a part of.
Yeah, it's a shame not to get the win in the end. It was a really, really close race, but a bit of damage hampered me at the end, but still a good race nonetheless.
But the pace was great, you were in the lead, once you were holding your own, you were really putting some great on racecraft, so that just shows how far you come from the scholarship, and if that's not an advert for it as well, the fact that you've been up there, Lewis is up there as well on the podium too, you guys have been absolutely smashing it, and just proving that it really is a great stepping stone, and you've developed so much.
Exactly, without the scholarship, honestly, I wouldn't be racing, so it's given me a great opportunity, and coming into it, I had no experience going into it, and the team have really helped me, get faster and faster as each round goes on, and it shows that anyone can join the scholarship, no matter what your background or no matter what experience you have. It's just worth giving it a go.
Like we said to Dara, that was Fiesta Junior racing at its finest. There was a little bit of rubbing and bumping, but nothing that was underhand. It was clever, it was close, it was fast. It's what this championship should be.
No, it's fun. That's what it's all about. We all have a great relationship, and it was just fun to have a good race.
You got one more chance there. I'm sure you'll go for it, mate. Well done, excellent stuff. Great race. There was a third place driver, and we'll grab him. Just have a quick word if we bring him in. Where's this? Lewis is just over here for Speedworks. Have a quick chat with. Where's Lewis got to? If he's got to, it should be better looking for drivers, but they've disappeared somewhere. Oh, he's there with his dad. Right, follow me. I'm giving some with a workout here, so we'll have a quick one with Lewis. So here he is. He's right further back here. Got to quickly just wander past to have a chat with Lewis. Lewis, third place. You were fully in the mix in that battle in the mix. So you're watching in front of you, but still it's a podium. But just saying to these two guys, I mean, it's a great third place, but that was a hell of a race, wasn't it?
Yeah, even behind, seeing the top two fight, we've got to give credit where it's due, because then say, I couldn't keep up.
You're the best seat in the house watching that.
Yeah, might have to look at the camera tonight, watch it all. But yeah, really good race. We didn't quite have the pace to be at the front lot, but played by cards right, and we're lucky enough ended P3. So at the position we was in, couldn't be more happier.
What's the great thing is P3, but still as enthusiastic as ever getting a podium, of course, and this has been the journey you've been on since you won the scholarship last year, and again, both you on the podium again, another great advert for the scholarship in a couple of months' time, just showing that this is what it can do to bring somebody through into the ranks.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like with the scholarship, it's not just testing, you also learn. Like, I've learned so much, and as you can see, Daniel's learning so much. We're all still learning, we're all still kids at the end of the day. So every race, every single lap, we're learning. But yeah, I've got to say, the scholarship has really helped. Just me and probably Daniel as well.
So you've got a very mature head on young shoulders, Lewis. Well done, excellent stuff, and fingers crossed you can try and go at least one place higher in race 3.
Yeah, ideally P1.
P1, yeah, good stuff. Well done, excellent stuff. Right, so we're going to throw it back to the comms guy for Richard and John. I think they're still catching their breath after that fantastic race. We've now got a MG track demonstration, because it's MG Fest today, of course. Then we've got the grid walk for the Hitford Construction, the MG Metro Cup, and the MG Coxsure Cup. And then we're going to do a bit of a switch over. So it'll be John in the pit lane for podiums. I'll be up on comms with Richard. But until then, I'll hand you back to Richard and John to wrap things up for the morning. And then when we get to the afternoon session, we'll join you with the grid walk for the MG Metros and Coxsure Cup as we get set for more action, hopefully like that, at Brscc here at Brands Hatch. Stay tuned.
Thanks very much, Scott. Yeah, good reaction, wasn't it, down there, John? John, first of all, thank you very much for your company up in the box the last 2 days. Always a pleasure.
It's been great, mate. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you so much for your company.
With races like that, it's an honour to be involved.
Going back, I know I've been a bit scholarship-centric on some of it, but it really does. And Daniel Tecci hasn't done years and years of karting or anything else, done a couple of corporates, and, we were busy Googling him to find out whether he was trying to pull the wool over our eyes. I mean, he wouldn't have done it at the scholarship, but we were just checking that he didn't have that experience, and we recognised, Josh Cook and the team recognised the natural driving talent that was there, and it's so good to see him getting the chance. And as I say, I hope that people get on board with him and help him, and the likes of, Dara Lewis, the two Lewises, and everybody to get them up the ladder. But scholarship, October, half term, Brscc website. If you've got a youngster that wants to do it, get in. It is a really great experience, not only for you guys, but for us meeting you all as well. Whether you make it to the championship or not, it's great to make good friends. You're going to be looking after the podium for us this afternoon, and that's not an easy job either, is it? It's going to be busy.
Indeed, it'll be nice. I'm hoping the sun stays behind the clouds, or I'm going to have to lather up the factor 50 for the afternoon, but we shall wait and see. Still a little bit cloudy here today at Brands Hatch, but indeed, Scott, I think, will cover the grid walk, and then there will be the handover for the racing action this afternoon. But yes, indeed, Daniel Tecci, very impressive there. That little mistake at the final corner, but he's lacking that experience. These things happen. I think it's an inevitability that win is on the horizon, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, and I love the interview with Dara McInerney as well. And I said to you when we were listening to it, he's channeling a bit of Nicky Lauda, because Nicky Lauda used to say correct when people interviewed correct, and that is I love that. You don't hear too many drivers saying that, but Dara's got his own little thing going on there, which is superb. So well done, Dara.
Is it the analytical mind?
It probably is, isn't it? Yeah, probably is. Yeah, I'm happy to make that comparison with the late great Nicky Lauda. But there we go. We're heading into lunch break now. Are we coming back? I think a little bit later on with the grid walk, but I certainly need to go and get some breakfast/lunch.
Indeed, we've got
some point.
We've got, of course, the demo out at the moment for the big MG Fest that's happening at Brands here today. So that demo out at the moment, and then it'll be 15 minutes of the demo, 30 minutes for the lunch break, in which Scott will be down there doing the grid walk, and then we've got 8 races to come this afternoon. So make sure you stick with us for post-lunch break, as we've got plenty more sprint racing action, and of course the 45-minute endurance as well for the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy.
Grid walk happening in about 16 minutes. We are hearing. Thank you, Kieran Mogg, for telling us that. Kieran, our director producer today, doing a superb job, and it's his birthday, so we're all going to go and sing happy birthday to Kieran. No, he's saying please don't sing. All right, we won't sing, but we'll go and see if he wants a cup of tea or something like that. But give it a quarter of an hour or so. We're back with the grid walk with Scott, and then more sprint racing this afternoon. So thanks for your company this morning, and please stay with us. That's the important thing, but get yourselves refreshed and comfy for the afternoon. We'll sign off for the moment.
Welcome back to Sunday at Brands Hatch with Brscc, and of course today is MG Fest for all things fans of the British brand. And for a bit of a special treat for those who are attending here today, as you can see if you want to pan the camera around, Sam, and around us, we've got plenty of people because we have, like we had yesterday for Fun Cup, we had a grid walk. We've got it now for the pair of MG championships that share a grid this season here at Brscc, the MGCC Cockshoot Cup and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Now how they've set it is that they all qualify together and they have a combined qualifying result, but the Cockshoot Cup cars will start at the front of the grid first, then there's a Rose Gap, and then we have the Metros, two separate races in one, ever competitive. We have a chat, I think, to some of the drivers, some of the mix. We can talk you through some of the cars that are in this field, of course. We might actually start possibly with the man who starts starting right at the front on pole position if we can. That's Ray Collier in the MGZR. So Ray, congratulations on pole position, and I guess one occasion to do it, of course, you get a grid walk, get people to come and see the cars up close, and this big grid of MGs in both championships, you're at the front of it.
Yeah, it was quite lucky. The engine's completely brand new because the crankshaft was cracked, which was unhelpful, so fortunately we rebuilt it before it rebuilt itself. I've not raced this car for 3 years, so the suspension's new, and then obviously we were going okay in qualifying, and then unfortunately a plug fell off the back of the fuse box, which is why we stopped, which took a few scratched heads and a little bit of Tourette's, but we're back together now. It's quite, I'd say, emotional for me because my good friend Simon Clark, who was the motorsport manager for Yokohama, I'm racing on Yokohama slicks. He sold me the tyres 2 days before, unfortunately, he lost his life. So we're racing really in memory of Simon Clark, who everyone knows as Spock. So fingers crossed we can bring him some silverware. That's all we can do is just carry on, and it's such a great championship. I love racing with this. I know what's going to happen. Chris Greenbank and probably Peter Bramble and Keith Egar will hook up on something on its way to Heathrow and just fly off, and then I'll have it all to do. But the car's going really well, so fingers crossed we can bring home some silverware.
You've done one further job putting it on pole position today. You're going to try and do the slightly tougher bit, which is holding this lot back for another 15 minutes in both races today.
Yeah, it is. I do love racing in the Cockshoot. It's really clean. I've raced in it for a couple of years, well, more than 10 years actually, and it's really friendly. So if anyone does want to come and enjoy the championship, then that's definitely the way to do it. And if anything ever happens, it is a complete, accident. And it's great because it's such a disparity in vehicles. The midgets take a completely different line to the ZRs, and the big V6 does its own thing, and it's great. And to be honest, that's the first time I've ever signed an autograph for somebody as well. So that was mega. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, I was dead chuffed. So
you're a local celebrity.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah.
And the great thing is you've been part now. This championship's been part of the Brscc for a couple of years now. Of course, Metro's been part for 2-3 years also. I guess you guys seem to be enjoying life on this side of motorsport.
Yeah, very much so. And the Metros are a nice bunch of guys as well, so we don't mind sharing the grids with them. But if I can give it a blatant plug, if you can follow my YouTube, please, which is The Driven Engineer. So not only do we do racing, we do lots of things like we'll go driving across glaciers in Arctic trucks, and there's a lot of educational stuff on there as well, and there's some bits on how to get into motorsport. So please, if we can get my channel up, that would be absolutely fabulous.
Got me intrigued. I'll have a look. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray. Good to see you, and best of luck. Hopefully you can keep this lot behind you if you can. Fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. Right, looking through the grid, you can see the mixture cars that you get with this championship because you get multiple classes. There's a multiple class dedicated for the MGZRs. You've got the MGFs. I've always had a bit of a soft spot for the MGF. Of course, they have that dedicated MGF manufacturer series towards the mid to late 90s into the early 2000s. Then the second row, two more very different cars. You've got the MGZS, which has got the V6 in it, of course, and then alongside it, a bit of a low-slung MGB special. There's but three classes. There's a modified class, Class C, with some very sort of highly modified machines in the mix as well. You watch for Keith Egar, he'll come through very much so. Keith there, of course, you can see the diminutive size. You can see the big MGZS, and then if you just pan the camera carefully, just hiding behind it, you can see, as it just appears, is the very small and tiny MG midget just behind it here. And it's more potent than it looks, but these cars are pretty quick, so I'll have to wait and see how that one works out. I'm going to have a quick chat with, if I can give a quick word with them to doorstep up a conversation with, I think, Keith Egar, who's having a chat here on the grid. So we'll see if we can quickly doorstep him and see how he is getting on. Because Keith is fifth on the grid in the MG Cockshoot Cup. Got next to him, of course, got Josh Addison in the MG ZR 170. So I'm going to quickly have a dive in. Can I just very quickly, interrupt, but Keith, have a quick chat. Keith, fifth on the grid. You're always quite potent in this little MG midget, but you have to try and get a run on these guys down towards turn one?
Yeah, it's a new circuit to me, so I've been a bit napping on this circuit this morning, so I didn't qualify like where I thought I could be. So it's all new, but Richard is giving me a few tips. So, but no, it's a very strange. There's not enough straights and really tight hairpins for me on this circuit, which suits my car. But I don't think it's the car's problem; it's the dodgy driver. So So
you've never been to Brands Hatch before? Never raced it?
I don't get south very often. I'm part of the Flat Earth Society, so I'm thinking if you over past the Thames, I think it's all going to drop off the edge. So I stay up the north.
Yeah. You're typically somebody who's up to the front with this car. Of course, what do you think makes this car so potent compared to the more modern cars in the field? Because you're one of the guys in the classic that gets up there and gets towards the front.
Yeah, it's got a more modern engine in it, so it's got the K-Series engine in it, which is lightweight and helps, but it's a fairly light car anyway. So it's a combination of modern technology and old technology like me. Yeah. So the car's a 1965 car, and it's exactly the same age as me, the car, so it's a 61-year-old car, so it's it's nice to have an old MG on the grid. So it's good fun, looking forward to it, but it's been a baptism of fire to start and very steep learning curve.
Both just as quick as ever. Good to see you, Keith. Best of luck. Go well. We'll see you in race number 1. Fingers crossed. We'll talk to you later on. Got Josh Addison on the third row of the grid. Row 4, we've got a couple more of the MG ZRs. We've got David Coulthard. I wish I could say it is that David Coulthard. It isn't, but for good reason. David Coulthard, I think, is also David Coulthard, who raced in MGFs himself. So I'm sure it's not the first to have had that mistake. Just to clarify, it isn't the ex-McLaren and Red Bull Formula 1 driver, Williams and everything else he's raced. It is more experienced MG race just on the pit wall over there. The one driver I do want to have a chat to, I think, actually, is Laura Farrow, because she's been a bit of a racing journey herself, and she's got a car that you definitely can't miss, this fluorescent yellow MGF, another one of the MGF cars. It might be a cup car possibly. I'll have to have a chat with her in a second if we can. And she's got a couple of she's doing a couple of photos, I think, or she's doing a couple of autographs. This is the great thing about a grid walk like this, is that particularly with MG Festival program, this is encouraging young fans here. Of course, you've got young female fans, of course, as well. You can see signing autographs for them. How great it is that we've got young female fans coming in now, more female people into motorsport, because we should have more of that. Not just drivers, but engineers, mechanics, everyone else involved, even just team bosses like we have Sarah Dennis, who runs Pure Track, other people who are involved. It is really good to see so much more, and drivers like Laura inspiring the next generation to come through and be a part of it. This is really good to see so far. There's more the reason why I want to have a chat with her. Of course, she's signing more autographs, which is great. It's MG Fest, there's a program, and these drivers get to be sort of mini celebrities. We saw Ray Collier sign his first autograph on that side, and if you even just turn the camera back once again around here, Sam, you can see that's how many people you can see wandering through and having a look at the cars, which is great to see. I'll have a quick chat with Laura, and then what I will try and do before they set them off is have a chat to our pole sitter in the MG Metro Cup, which is Jack Ashton, if we can. Laura, can I go a quick word for a second? Laura, great to meet you. Great to see you on the grid. You attracted quite a lot of attention here, of course, not just with the car being as bright as it is, but you got some fans here to have a chat with you.
Yeah, no, it's been a really nice experience. It's nice to have people noticing you and coming up and chatting to you. So it's just really nice to be in this environment. Everyone's so friendly, and it's just a great day out, isn't it?
How nice was that, having some younger female fans inspired by you racing to hopefully inspire the next generation? That must have been a really good feel-good moment just then.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's really nice having the younger female people. Like, I wish that when I was a bit younger that there was more females in the sport, and I was late coming into the sport, so I only started about 2-3 years ago. So it's amazing. It's really nice to see.
And the car you've got is an MGF. Is it an ex-Cup car, or is it a more built race car from a road car?
So this is actually a Class F car. So it's an F, but it's got TF sub-frame with suspension setup. But all we've done to make it Class C is put slicks on it and the bigger Cup brakes. Apart from that, it's still a 170 engine. Yeah. So I'm on the power deficit already. But we pedal through the corners, we enjoy it, and hopefully next year we can maybe build a car that's a bit more competitive. But we're still holding our own, and I'm still enjoying it.
I think you've had at least one class podium so far. This is a bit of silverware too, so a bit of success.
Yeah, Silverstone National, which I didn't expect to be my best race. I managed to get a P2 and a P3, so I was absolutely over the moon. It felt like a win. It was amazing. So yeah, no, I'm just loving being involved in the sport.
Great to have you on the grid. Great to see you. Excellent stuff. Great job. Well done. Just looking back, we might possibly run out of time. No, I'm getting the signal to cut that one. So apologies, we can't see any of the Metros, but we will hand back quickly to Richard and to John, because I'm going to make my way up to have a chat, get on the comments for that one. So what I'll do is I'll hand you back to Richard and John whilst John hotfoots his way over here for the afternoon's action when we get underway, and then we'll be racing for the first race of the day for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and MG Cockshoot Cup. So for now, back up to Richard and John in the box, and I'll make my way over.
Thank you very much indeed, Scott. Yeah, John's not making his way over yet. He's still here. Hello. Got his little fan, and he's going to disappear over. John, yeah, really quite. I had an emergency food delivery, which was quite handy. So thank you for that, and caught me mid mouthful there. Yes, so we are looking forward to the first. Ray Collier on pole position. Interesting to hear the little stories that are coming through from the championship. The Cockshoot Cup and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup Championship, both relatively new to Brscc, and I think it's fair to say that they've found a good home. Nice that we get the mixed grid as we look at the 64 car. That's Martin Richardson, privateer in his MGB. Looking back to the 82, there's Helen Waddington. You notice that there's a good female entry in these categories as well, which is good to see. Same in the Metros. I don't know whether grid-wise we'll be able to get back to the Metros. Oh, there we are. Metros headed by Jack Ashton, who is a multiple champion in the class. And actually will probably get in amongst the main MG grid as well. That is a sort of feature of Jack's racing. Second on the grid for them is Matt Simpson. Not the Matt Simpson that you might be used to from BTCC and National Hot Rod Racing now. Matt is back. But he is second on the grid, but as Scott described, they start on their own. Tim Shooter is on the grid. 72 is John Moore, who I think I had a chat to when the cars announced that they were coming over into Brscc. 96 is Dick Trevette, an octogenarian, would you believe? And that car, the 89 car, just next to him, is Robbie Kenning, another former champion of the Metro, I think 2024 champion Robbie Kenning. And that livery there, you might recognise it, has the sort of play on the Tony Pond Metro 6R4 livery that we see. There is Ben Young, currently 5th in the championship. And next to Ben, Richard Garrard, who is, I think, son or stepson of Dick Trevette that we saw as well. Car number 3, Phil Goodwin. And all of these guys, this is a formula that people tend to stay with. Another iconic livery there in the 42, which is Andrew Butcher. As Richard Longman, I think, ran the Data Post livery in a Mini, if I remember going back in the day. Andrew Houston in the 77 car. And I mentioned the Metros. We've got a couple of female drivers. We've got, not there, that's Paul Deacon. But we have Jonathan McGaughan, number 8, yellow. Sponsored by Warwickshire Cat Hotel for all your Cat Hotel requirements, we have to say. Emma Cross, I was going to talk about as well. Emma qualified. Let's have a quick look down. Emma is, the back of the grid. So Emma running well. And of late, I think we had Kyla Birdseye racing, which is Dick Trevette's granddaughter, who was in it as well. So what we tend to see, there is Emma, starting off the back of the grid, enjoying her racing and improving meeting on meeting. What I was going to say about the Metros is that the cars, the drivers tend to stay with it. A lot of the drivers here, we featured, I was involved in filming them about 8 or 9 years ago, and very much core of drivers the same as they were then. We get new people coming in. We've got the A-Series engine being replaced by the K-Series engine now. That is the deal with Robbie Kenning, who is coming in. And I've got to say, it's a really splendid looking grid. 28 cars on the grid. And we're looking forward to their race, and we'll bring you a little bit more in just a minute. So the first race of 2 this weekend for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the MG Cockshoot Cup, which starts at the front of the grid. Ray Collier on pole, Christopher Greenbank alongside MGZR and MGF. Then we get the ZS 180 of Carl Green and the MGB of Peter Bramble. Keith Egar in that Rapid Midget is 5th on the grid from Josh Addison in the 170. David Coulthard in the MGZR 190. Robin Walker in the 170. Laura Farrow next up from James Johnson. Martin Richardson and Andrew Walsh ahead of Helen Waddington and Jack Ashton, the first of the Metros from Matt Simpson and Tim Shooter. John Moore 17th on the grid. Dick Trevette next. Robbie Kenning and Richard Garrard follow them from Benjamin Young and Phil Goodwin. Andrew Butcher and Paul Deacon 24th on the grid which is completed by Andrew Houston, Jonathan McGaughan, Greg Elwood and Emma Cross. So in terms of the Cockshoot Cup, we've seen all the wins coming from the modified class. Christopher Greenbank taking 3 wins so far. Keith Egar taking 3 as well. So 6 races thus far. There was a round at, there wasn't a round at Mallory Park. Mallory Park saw the Metros go out on their own. But we've also seen class wins In the Class A, which is the 170s and ZS 170S, Mark Bellamy, James Johnson. James Johnson's won most of them and leads the championship. Martin Richardson has won in Class B. The MGF's wins being picked up by Stanley Dixon, but we don't have any Fs here this weekend, rather sadly. In the Metros, the man to watch, Jack Ashton, multiple champion, who has won all bar the last round, which was at Croft, where he finished second to Matt Simpson. So well done, Matt, on taking the battle to Jack Ashton. As we said, multiple champion. Former champions, Reece Claydon had a switch over. He was in the Metro Cup, raced in the Brscc Compact Cup, was a champion in that. Mark Eales going back. Jack Ashton's first title, I think, 2018. Problems for Dick Trevette. That is a shame. Now, there's something broken on that to the offside. Not quite sure. But Dick, probably the oldest driver, I would imagine. I know classic and modern motorsport that we're going to see later on have some elderly drivers. And we had a podium 1 year, which I think the combined age of the podium was something like 250. Was that the festival last year? Very possibly. Dick Trevette, sadly, not going to be taking part. Looks like he's looking for a little bit of help. So I suspect that we may well get a start delayed board from Dick. I think was a former champion as well. Let's have a look. He was Class C champion in 2005. So when he was probably in his 60s, believe it or not, or early 60s. So yeah, quite a while ago. Several good drivers, notable name drivers coming through over the years. Ashton's been pretty prolific. Glenn Boker, who went on to race, I think I remember Glenn racing on the short ovals as well. The year Dick won it, Terence Clark, who moved into Toca Fiestas, or moved into this from Toca Fiestas, was champion in 99. And Tom Granger, double champion in Class C1 and B in 2012-2013. He is Ash Sutton's chief mechanic in British touring cars. So there is a very, very strong link. Other really good drivers as well, like another Ashton, Andrew Ashton, having been runner-up several times. Mike Williams being one of my favourites in the championship as well over the years. Shame not to see Mike out and racing now. Recovery vehicle on track. So Dick will get towed back, I think, into the paddock. And that will get him to safety. Big shame for Dick Trevette not to be able to join the race. Not in the top 6 of the championship at the moment. Championship led by Jack Ashton from Matt Simpson. Tim Shooter third. John Moore in fourth from Ben Young and Richard Garrard. Or the car is mobile. There's nothing fallen off of it. It was maybe the way the car was sitting on the grass that made me think there was a bit of suspension damage or something. But so the car being towed up and around Druids. Now, will it go to safety or will it go back to the paddock? And how much longer will the start be delayed for? But we are a Metro Light, which is a pity because we've got a very good entry in both classes here. And Dick Trevette, I think, was a race winner last year. I haven't bought last year's results with me, but he is certainly always there or thereabouts in this formula, and probably forgotten more than the others know about it, to use a cliche. But yeah, very good competitor and former champion. Scott Woodward has joined me in the commentary box, and he's juggling with laptops at the moment. Good luck with finding space, Scott, up here. He's going to. Thanks for your work this morning, and good to see you in the box this afternoon. And Scott will be with us in a moment. A nice grid walk as well, which we enjoyed. So thank you very much indeed for giving us a very good cross-section of the grid. Nice for it, isn't it nice for Cockshoot Cup and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup to be able to have the opportunity to have a grid walk a la touring cars, a la whoever does it, F4 and the otherwise. TCR do it, don't they?
They do, yeah. After everybody, yeah.
Hey, welcome up to the box.
Thank you.
It's been a while, isn't it?
Has been a while.
Since we shared a box together. I think we've done stuff like remotely with me doing pit lane and you doing pit lane, but can't remember the last time we did a race together.
I want to say it might have been either here or it might have been Snetterton, I recall, might have been a similar one. We could have been in the box together. But it has been a while, but always a pleasure, never a chore. So it's good to see. We've got quite a fun afternoon of racing coming up, particularly with some formulas that we haven't seen race yet. Particularly, we've got not just the Metro Cup and Cockshoot Cup, we've got the CMMC Super Saloons and Production Saloons, and we can treat to watch that. The man on pole position in particular is of interest to me, which we'll get to in a minute.
Rob Burley in that, he was well off the pace, wasn't he? It wasn't him that dumped the oil, was it?
I'm not 100%. I didn't speak to Rod, but we'll find
find out.
Well, Rob didn't come and find you.
No, he didn't. No, his car pulled in at the end of qualifying, so we did actually see his car in qualifying. It was out there.
Yeah.
But we didn't quite get the time it wanted. So yeah, we've got the Metro Cup and Cockshoot Cup, Super Saloons, and also, of course, we've got the 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race scheduled at 25 to 4 later on this afternoon. And of course, we've got more VWs, more Fiestas, and of course, more Fiesta Juniors, which was, I have to say, what a cracking finish that second race. What a cracking race overall that second race was.
Probably edged it as race of the year for me, following on from the Caterham race I had last week at Knock Hill, which was by far and away a cracking race. And it was a different sort of race. It wasn't a Caterham race, was it? The Fiesta. Absolute blinding race. And Dara's really funny now. I was just saying in the stream earlier on, Dara seems to be channeling the only racing driver I've ever heard say, when you were making a comment, and he was saying, correct. I don't know if you clocked that. Nicky Lauda used to do that. Nicky used to say that. Yes, that is correct.
So that means he's going to be a 3-time world champion, is it?
I tell you what, he's got some talent, hasn't he? That
got
boy?
Some pace. He's won 10 races for the season.
I mean, what a race that was. I mean, Tecci did well. It was a battle-scarred car, and the gap was there, wasn't it, for Dara? I just think, both of those lads have shown us a bit of everything this year, and Dara's been, second season so consistent. And it's Daniel's first year, so he's had the odd off here and there, and that's understandable. But yeah, I mean, Dara, if anyone's done a better season than that in terms of getting back on pace and so on and so forth, then I haven't seen it.
The only season I can tell has matched that in a way in terms of that percentage of wins, although arguably it was a shortened season due to COVID, was 2020 when a certain Joseph Loke won every single race that year. I think it was 8 races. He won all 8 of them, and of course now he's gone on to be a BRDC Aston Martin winner and tested F1 car. He's now a factory McLaren GT driver. He's done a fair few bit and done quite a wave since he did juniors, starting back in 2019, halfway through.
Yeah, the grids weren't as big, were they?
They weren't. But
I can't take anything away from Joseph, by the way. I'm not trying to do. Joseph's a great lad. We were talking about getting him as a co-commentator at some point, but I haven't seen him for a while. Is he GT now, did you say, or is he?
As far as I'm aware, he is now a factory GT McLaren driver. And I think one thing he did do last couple of years ago, he did do, I think his car even took pole for the Spa 24 Hours a couple of years ago when you're sharing. And I think it was him behind the wheel, but it was his car that got the fastest time in the session and was able to start the race from pole. So he's done Brscc and the Fiesta Juniors very proud because after he won his championship, and he's one of the alumni that's done quite well. Another one that's here, of course, helping 2010 as usual, and he's been having some great exploits on the World TCR stage, at least in the European rounds. Jensen Brickley, of course, he won the championship 2021 when he had that great back and forth battle with Deegan Fairclough. Of course, he went and took the ST240 title, and then since then he's gone and done pretty much just about nothing but TCRs and touring cars ever since. He's done some TCR World Tour rounds on the European race. He's even done some endurance TCR in Brazil at some points as well. A very nice sort of Castrol livery. I think it was a Cupra he was racing. He's been racing either Cupra or Honda. So another great ambassador for the championship, and still giving back, helping the junior drivers that Simon Hunt in 2010 run to help them come through and try and emulate him.
Yeah, Deegan won the McLaren. Was it McLaren or Aston Martin Autosport Award as well?
He did. I think it was back to back. It was Joseph Loke and then Deegan Fairclough, and they both got their respective tests. So you're absolutely right.
Got good taste, those people picking those guys from Brscc championships.
They do, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good.
And it's about giving youngsters a chance, isn't it? Which they did, to be absolutely fair. So respect to them. Dick Trivette's car is being that will probably come up through the rallycross section, won't it? At the back of the pit lane and go. That's a big shame for Dick, who's won quite a few races. I can never remember whether they were car club or owners club. Back in the day, it's probably car club, isn't it?
I think they were car club. Yeah, it's unfortunate. As far as I'm aware, car club used to run their own race events, and then that sadly, for reasons that I'm not 100%, but that fell by the wayside. And some of the champions that have been part of that club have now kind of separated and gone other places. There's a MGOC championship which happens somewhere. I think that's over at Classic Sports Car Club. But yeah, both the Cockshoot Cup and the Mentor Cup have found a home with Brscc, and they did what I thought they would do for 2026, which is put both the championships together into one grid. So you've got one big manufacturer equal gridding, so to speak. I've been intrigued to see, particularly the front row men in the Metro Cup as the car set off onto their formation, that delayed formation, that because of Dick Trivette's Metro, which is now looking rather sorry for itself on the back of a low loader heading back to the outer paddock. But I'm intrigued to see what the top two in the Metro Cup can do from the front row. Jack Ashton was 5th or 6th in qualifying overall. In fact, he was 5th in qualifying outright, and Matthew Simpson was 8th, so they were up there in the mix. But of course, they put all the Cockshoot Cup cars at the front first because they are perceptive, the faster cars in the mix. Then they have a Rose Gap, and then the Metros will follow behind them. I imagine those two will set the pace. It'd be easy for me to say that Jack Ashton is favourite because, of course, anytime he gets into a Metro, he is the man to beat. Particularly, he goes out there and blitzes everyone normally. But Matthew Simpson and co got him pretty quick, and I'll be intrigued to see what Robbie Kenny can do. He's a former champion. What was the ex-Reece Claydon car? and that car won 2 titles in a row back to back.
It did, didn't it?
And so Robbie's now, I think, if I'm correct, in the pink and white, slightly older machine that's in the field. So whether he'll be able to pick his way through and take the fight to the Metros in front of him on the grid.
He's developing that car, isn't he, with the new K-Series engine in it as well, yeah.
Excellent.
So you're looking forward to that. But a good field, and all our MG friends who have been sort of mulling around looking at what has been a sort of an MG museum and display for today, which is great. You should move to the National Motor Museum here away from Bewley. Did you see that news in the week? That was a little bit of stunning news, wasn't it?
Something,
and, I think Bewley will carry on as a museum, but the National is going to give us more choice, I think, going forward, which is rather good. But you can't beat these sorts of events, and our eyes will well and truly opened as we came in, and I wish I had time to go and explore all the cars, but we don't have time today, which is a little bit of a pity. But we're focused on the on-track action. But I did a car show in July, start of July.
Yes, you did.
Absolutely lovely day. No racing politics, and everybody was happy, unlike most circuit days you go to.
I have to say, the cars here today, the one that's particularly caught my fancy and stole my heart a bit, it has to be the Metro 6R4. I love Group B to death.
That livery, yeah.
And in particular, of course, that one looks like it's got McRae and Grist on it, which obviously means it's one of, it must be the ex-McRae Grist car that he owned when he was playing around in some of the Colin McRae stages. But in general, I love Group B, and just to hear that really nice 3-litre V6, which for those who are anoraks like us will know, but that engine also ended up in the Jaguar XJ220. When it was originally supposed to be a V12, but they put that engine in there. It was the same engine that powered the XJ220. And of course, then that went on to power the car when it raced at Le Mans for the first time in 1993, my personal favourite Le Mans, and it won on the road. But then after an argument saying whether they had to run catalytic converters or not, they lost that argument. They raced under protest, and as it says on the review, the result was subject to official confirmation, and they confirmed it later on, and we lost the victory. But but nonetheless, it's a bit of history connecting the 6R4's V6 and one of the fastest supercars of the 90s, which is quite a novel thing. But that's Metros and Jaguars. This is now Metros and MGs getting set. They're just about lined up, so I think we're ready to kick off this afternoon's action. Richard, here at a very warm Brands Hatch with our MGs technically headlining our day's events.
Yep, let's look forward to it. Yesterday was Fun Cup Day. Today is MG Day, first of 2 races for Cockshoot Cup and the Hickford Constructions. And away we go. Cracking start by Christopher Greenbank. And it was Ray Collier getting very, very bogged down indeed. It's Carl Green going up into second position. Third is Peter Bramble in the little MG. Away we go. Jack Ashton gets away well from Matt Simpson. Quick start from 4th place John Moore, who's trying to draw level and go up into 3rd position. And Kieran Mogg, our director, has got his work cut out in this one because we've got 2 very good races going on in split fields. It will be interesting, as Scott said, to see whether the Metros do manage to make their way up towards the front. But that championship continuing to evolve. Everyone doing a good job, as Ray Collier is doing a good job down the Cooper Straight trying to get back in front. But yeah, as you were for Jack Ashton, 3 times champion, but under a bit of pressure here, as he's been for a lot of the season, by Matt Simpson.
Yeah, Matt giving it as good as he gets now as we head towards Surtees for the first time with the Metros. We've got Tim Shooter right behind in 3rd place in this formidable white and green. I can tell you, whilst you're looking at that with the MG Cockshoot Cup, that Ray Collier is up to 3rd place again. He has got past Peter Bramble's MGB, and he's now onto the tail of both the top 2. That's Christopher Greenbank's kind of sort of green goldish sort of silvery green car, though Ray Collier with a very huge sideways
so
moment.
It's broken, isn't it?
It may well.
Collier very side, very big Mr. Whitby on going up Haywards. He's recovered though.
He has.
Maybe that was just a little bit of a little bit of red mist, maybe trying to climb back up, but back up into 3rd ahead of Bramble. Momentarily had a wheel on the podium. Got James Johnson in the mix as well, coming through. Keith Egar in red, by the way, is the car closing up at the moment.
And impressive stuff also, Laura Farrow's up to P6 already. She's passed David Coulthard. As I said, to reiterate those who didn't see the grid walk, it's not for him, but for those watching, it's not that David Coulthard. It's a David Coulthard who used to race actually himself in the MGF Cup back in the manufacturer days. We talked about the Metros. Here's Jack Ashton already peeling his way through, joined with Matt Simpson on his tail, picking through the back end of the MG Cockshoot Cup cars. Here's a scrap for the lead between Carl Green and the MG ZS, spitting flames as he downshifts. Ray Collier's quickly closed back up again. He was a little bit nervous how that car was going to perform amongst the cars around him, but he suspected that he might get at least beaten off the line by both Christopher and Carl. He's now having a huge dive. He's like, can he stop? No, he can't. And goodness me.
Yeah.
Big contact. Couldn't get that stopped, I'm afraid. Both cars off. Christopher Greenbank, the innocent party in that one. I'm certain Ray Collier did not mean that whatsoever. They're both going to try and get away. How much damage is on that car? If they both get away,
and he's in the gravel now, which is not a great idea, is it? It was a little bit impetuous, wasn't it, from Ray Collier? You know, didn't need to do it. The gap that he pulled back on that last lap, for me, unnecessary move, and I think that Christopher Greenbank will be a little bit aggrieved about that. It's not really what it's about, is it?
I'll have to wait and see what the stewards decide that way. I'm taking the firmly diplomatic approach on that one, I think. But here's the replay. So you can see Carl's already trying to have a look, possibly attacking Greenbank. Collier goes to attack, tries to hit the brakes.
I mean, he's locked up. He's not under control, so that's
no.
He's getting shoved down the order if he's carrying on, without a doubt.
Unfortunately,
so he's brought safety cars out because we have got the Christopher Greenbank car.
Yeah, Greenbank's car still stranded at the top of Druids.
Yeah. No malice in Ray Collier's move. Let me just put that straight. He's just keen to get in the lead, as every driver would be. But the pace that he had, he could have left it a little bit longer to make the move. And as it is now, we're going to be down to 10 minutes or so, aren't we? In fact, it's Collier who's got his wheel in there, so he's kind of got his comeuppance there. But it leaves Carl Green clear in this one at the moment. Keith Egar, who's a multiple winner in this one, has had 3 outright wins. Christopher Greenbank's had 3, so this was kind of the tiebreaker between them. But that doesn't legislate for Carl Green, who is there in... did you talk to Carl Green? I've caught most of the grid walk.
I didn't get a chance to talk to Carl. I spoke to Ray Collier on the grid, and then spoke to Keith Egar, and I spoke to Laura Farrow as well.
Yeah, I saw that one as well.
In fact, we're going red flag because the race has been stopped, because of course both cars are going to be...
Were you with Sam?
I didn't get a chance to get... yes, with Sam, yes.
Sam on camera, yeah. I was just and he carried on the grid walk down to the MGs, and we did a sort of a bit of a spotty guide with the Metros.
Yeah.
Recovery, bit of a shame, and the red flag, probably a good idea for the red flag, because it means that we're not ticking off laps and the entry fees aren't getting eaten into as such. What will be interesting is how long we get. 10:57 remaining on the clock.
It wouldn't surprise if they... there's 2 things they could do here, which is they could bring the race distance left down to 10 minutes, or they could do what they did yesterday, one of the races, I think it was Production Cup, where they simply just paused the time where it was and then restarted the timer when they put them off on the green flag lap, and then just carry that going on. That might have been due to time constraints in the day then, but of course it's up to race control what route they want to take. I was going to give a shout out also to Laura Farrow again, because as a result of that she was 6th. She's now moved up to 4th as a result of that in the MG, and she is also, it's Class C cars all in 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, so she's 1 away from a podium. But so I think that the top 3 might have a little more outright pace than Laura does. But again, it was really nice to talk to Laura. Of course, that was a great moment to see her signing autographs for some young female fans. That was really lovely to see. Of course, that's great, because we need more of that, of course, in motorsport, more in order to...
There was a couple of people hankering after yours as well, I did see down there, but they were a little bit reticent because you were on camera. So
it's probably because I'm just so intimidating as well, because I've lost all this weight. No, I'm kidding. But even so, no one wants my autograph. No, I'm joking. But anyway, it's great to see that kind of atmosphere, of course, and MG Fest giving these guys a chance to do it. And they felt like a bit like celebrities, where you got the drivers coming on, and that's a bit of a nice touch to give drivers at this level. Of course, you had the Fun Cup grid walk yesterday, which Jamie so very expertly did, as he always does. And it's great to see that events like this allow a chance.
He ran out of petrol though when he left the circuit. Did you hear that?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Jamie, I'm rubbing it in a little bit. It's only 3 times I think I mentioned it now, but
it happens. It happens.
It does. But you got back home all right anyway.
Good, excellent. But yeah, it's great to see that we got an opportunity that the MG guys got to kind of celebrate themselves. Of course, it's MG Fest itself as an event, so these guys get to, and girls, of course, get to be sort of feel more like racing drivers than they already do, in terms of drivers come up and give them an autograph and see them and just shake their hands. And like I said, and who knows, it's crazy how these things have a butterfly effect. So those sort of young fans, for example, could get inspired enough by Laura giving them the autograph to then go and start their own journey in motorsport.
100%.
Whichever route they might want to take. And there's no right or wrong route for a woman to take in motorsport. Whatever they want to do, nothing stops them.
Ratters has gone down the grid, so our first chat with John Ratcliffe on the grid. So down to you, John. Take it away. Oh no, he's not quite ready yet, but he will be. We'll come back to that. The other thing I was saying, it's nice to see a Mark Fest as part of a regular meeting, rather than just maybe, and I don't mean this just disrespectfully, throwing MGs at us all day. We've got the best of everything. We've got a proper good national race meeting with this very strong MG flavour, and it will take people to MG. It will bring people that are here to watch the MGs into maybe looking at things like DS3 Cup or some other Brscc product. But anyway, John is now teed up and ready, so let's go down onto the grid with John Ratcliffe.
Hello everyone, welcome down then to the circuit. Not often that we're allowed down here. You can see some of the drivers popping the doors open and trying to get a bit of cool air into the cars. Let's dive in with a couple of them. Now I'm going to try and speak to Carl, but Carl, I realise it might be a bit difficult for you to hear me. An interesting start to the race. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, I got a good start for a change. Car was going really well, and obviously Ray was all over me at one point, but then he obviously made a dart for the inside and obviously out-braked himself, and I managed to keep clear of it all and get past them both. Just hope that keeping the lead around the next 11 minutes.
Okay, well, how are you feeling for the restart then? Of course, it seems pretty warm in there.
It is, yeah, the car's going to get a bit warm, so I'm hoping it's going to restart fairly shortly, otherwise we're going to start having car issues, but at least it's behind the safety car, not from the grid again, so that's a little bit better for me.
Okay, I hope for your sake and the car's sake that we go relatively soon. Thanks for chatting with me, mate. Thank you. Right, we'll continue down the grid then. Of course, we've got a lot of the Cockshoot Cups up at the front, and we will continue a little bit further down. It's great to see so many of the different cars on show across the Cockshoot Cup. So many different cars contending for position. Let's dive in. Of course, I heard on the comms that they were chatting a little bit about David, so we might as well dive in with David. Hello, Mr. Coulthard.
Hello.
Of course, a very recognisable name, but not the same chap that people might know. David, talk us through that race start from your perspective. It was relatively chaotic, I feel.
It was, yeah. Ray Collier basically didn't get off the line, so I had no option but to go around him. I think everybody managed to avoid him, which is always good to see. And he got the car rolling, and to be honest, by Druids, he got me back. So nothing gained, but yeah, it was a little bit fraught.
It was certainly fraught. Certainly a word to use. Now, on the restart, what's the thought and plan of attack for that?
Well, I need to get past this grey ZR because he's a Class B car or a Class A car, and I'm a Class C car, so I've got to get past him. But he's really quick. Josh is such a quick driver. I might have the horses down the straight, but he's got the skill round the bends, and I guess that's what the benefit of youth is, isn't it? Us old people, you know, we're a bit more aware of our mortality, but Josh just goes like a train. He was so fast, went straight past me, so decisive. Great move he put on me.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, you're certainly very happy behind the wheel. Let's go for a restart, and I wish you the best of luck, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you. See you later.
Thanks very much, David. Right, we will continue on up and see who we can grab before we're forced off of the track here. I can still see the red flags are out, so we'll dive up to our leading driver in the MG Metro Cup, Mr. Jack Ashton. I've been enjoying chatting with Jack throughout this season, and yet again, Jack, you're at the front.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good few battle there the first few laps, but Shane obviously got the red flag, but hopefully me and Matt can carry on having a bit of a blast together.
I've seen a lot of races this season where you've kind of driven away with it and you've not really had anyone to play with, but it seems like you do for today.
Yeah, he's on it today. I was hoping to get away a little bit easier than that, but that certainly wasn't the case. But yeah, I like a good battle, so let's give it some, Matt. Come on, here we go.
Let's do it. Looking forward to it. Now, what is it about you and these cars that just meshes together so well?
13 years of racing these, I suppose. I mean, yeah, it's not happened overnight. I was a back of the pack runner when I started, but yeah, it takes a bit of experience, understanding the balance of the car and making it work, and yeah, they're great fun when you do.
Well, I hope the restart is just as fun as the initial start. Cheers, Jack. Thank you very much. And we'll go a little bit further down then to Matt that we've just been speaking about. Hello, sir.
How are you?
It's a good fun start to the race.
It was a good fun start to the race. It was a bit short-lived, but yeah, it looks to be going well. I had trouble in qualifying with gear selectors not staying in third, so I had to keep holding it in third, so I was losing a bit of time there. But I think the car might have the edge on Jack's car today, so if I can drive better, then we might have a chance. But yeah, that was good. Great fun into Paddock Hill Bend there, side by side. A bit of a brave move, but yeah, we held on to it. So
it was certainly great fun to watch. Now, of course, he can't hear you, but we can on the live stream. Can you tell us? I know you've only been behind him for a couple of laps now. Where are you looking most strong to maybe think about a move, do you feel?
I'm going to try everywhere until I get him. I mean, the obvious place is into Druids. That's sort of the safest place. I've had a look at Paddock and Druids and Graham Hill so far, and the car feels like it's got a lot of grip and it's strong in those areas. So just watch this space, I suppose.
Okay, cool. Look forward to it, mate. Look forward to it. Best of luck on the restart. And I think we'll chat to one more driver before we head up to the commentary box. Mr. Tim Shooter. Hello, Tim.
Hello, mate.
How are you doing, mate? It's looking pretty warm. You got the door open. I don't blame you.
It's very warm, mate. Yeah, we could do without these delays, really.
Yeah, it's pretty warm out here just being stood running around, let alone being in your fireproof overalls and whatnot. Apparently, you've got to leave the grid, so good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thanks very much. Right then, back up to the commentary box, and you'll be down with me in a few moments.
Thanks very much, John. Well done. I love the little bit of banter about how they're going to catch each other out, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. You're taking a moment there just to finish eating your lunch, weren't you?
Very much. And normally you can sort of hear people crunching on ITV ones. We hear the directors crunching, which is quite bad. Are these crisps or mine, by the way?
I don't know.
They must be mine. Taylor bought me some crisps, so put them away.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Getting ready for our restart. The 2 races. It's a little bit of a worry. The heat issue is going to be a thing, isn't it, for Carl Green, as we heard. And luckily it's going to be a start behind the safety car, which is a good way of getting it going, and sort of cuts out a lot of the sort of starting protocols. And you have to go through the thing of lining them up, this, that, and the other. So it saves getting them on the grid. It saves the extra reconnaissance lap. We're still going to get the start lap as they go around behind the safety car. But to my mind, the organisers doing a good job, and it is quite an efficient way of getting things running again.
Yeah, it can be. It's good that we have those procedures in place that we can get racing as quick as possible. And of course, we have to give a shout out to the people who make it happen, which of course is the people who are waving the yellow flags on the pit wall right now as much as anything else. And that's all of our marshals, our volunteers, our recovery crews, everyone else who effectively will do this voluntarily, because they do it for the love of the sport. You have to remember that, of course, and doing it in come rain or come shine in any temperatures, no matter what season it is. And they do it simply because they want to be part of the sport and do their bit, and they get some of the best seats in the house and being a vital part of a meeting. And we say it a lot, but we really do mean it. Without marshals and volunteers and everyone who does their job around the circuit, genuinely, race events cannot happen whatsoever, not just in the UK, but around the world, full stop. So their hard work, doing it voluntarily because they love the sport, is absolutely immense, and it should never be undervalued whatsoever. It should be absolutely valued as it should. And again, shout out to our marshals who, of course, wearing these overalls in high 20, even 30-degree heat, particularly over the weekend. Even pushing Carl Green's car forward, who were needing to, which signals always not well with the erstwhile race leader, who's I suspect not back to be not race leader, or at least pole position starter on this restart. So this now promotes what will be, who was behind him on that one, looking back up the grid. The car behind him was, I want to say Keith Egar was, no, it was Peter Bramble, wasn't it? Peter Bramble, then Keith Egar, and then it moves up into third place, Laura Farrow. So she played another spot. So three of those cars now moving up and out of her way, which means she could be even be getting herself an overall podium. It might be someone that John has a chat to, all being well, in the next roughly 10-15 minutes time once we get this race underway. But another of the MGs fallen by the wayside, sadly. But yeah, again, thanks to all the marshals, thanks to our Orange Army for a fantastic job, whatever they do, whichever circuit it might be. Of course, there's a few who are enjoying one of the landmark events of the season, marshalling at the XL Centre for the Formula E finale. So well wishes to anyone who might be there, who could be tuning in on the side to see what's going on.
In the meantime, proper engine cars are here.
I'll leave that comment with you. No, I enjoy all forms of motorsport, but I know there are some who prefer the combustion engine more to electric power more than others. So again, maybe we've been diplomatic for the stream, but nonetheless. So cars now onto the formation lap. No, in fact, they have done what I thought they would do. So they've restarted the race. Essentially, the time it is going. So the race is back on. 8.5 minutes to go. So they'll do one lap at least behind the Hyundai Iconic 6 electric safety car provided by Brands Hatch.
Keep crossing people out on my list here, Scott. That's not very good, is it?
No.
Okay, well, at least if a car's static, then get a look at it. A real shame to lose Carl Green, and possibly the overheating issue, maybe just a little bit too long for him. He's got Christopher Greenbank's car coming in behind him in the rundown. The Metros, though, behaving themselves, because we lost Dick Trevette, didn't we, as well, in the start. So poor old Dick. Hopefully they'll be able to get out and put on a good show for us towards the later stages of the day. But it leaves Peter Bramble qualified fourth. Who'd have thought that he would be leading at the hopefully ultimate start for this? If you take Peter Bramble out of the equation, the next fastest car in qualifying was Jack Ashton.
Yeah, he was.
It's not inconceivable, is it, that
it's not.
Jack Ashton could get an overall win here from the second grid. We'll see how that goes. But we're going racing now, and it is Peter Bramble that will be chasing Keith Egar, and they are away, nicely spaced out, so we're not going to get any battles up front at the moment. Will we get a battle from the Metros? Of course, they all start line and stern for this go, as they'd already had one bit of sorting themselves out. Egar, a multiple overall winner in the modified class, championship-wise, leading the Class C, 52 points against Chris Greenbank's 42. Championship itself led by James Johnson, who is on 64 points and taken a number of class wins in Class A as well. James Johnson, who was second in class. We've got another Class A car, which is a guest. So James Johnson on for some decent points and to maintain the Cockshoot Cup lead. Tried to research the original beginnings of this. Apparently it was a trophy that was donated. Is it 1920s or 1930s?
Sounds familiar, yeah, definitely.
And I was trying to find a report from the event that it went with, but looking on the National Newspaper Archives, I couldn't quite find it. I've got to say, but John Ratcliffe's been better at researching than me this morning, so maybe that's one for John to catch up with. But it is a very, very old trophy, which was donated many, many years ago. So, Egon leads, Bramble second, Laura Farrow in third, Josh Addison in fourth position, David Coulthard next up, and then it is the 88 car of Robin Walker. Blimey, it's been a while since I've seen Robin in his 170. He used to run in the MG Trophy, which we commentated on for quite a long time, so he's brought his car over here. I'm surprised we haven't got more MG Trophy runners that have made the switch. That was a great championship year on year as well, MG Trophy.
Definitely. Yeah, and the MG Owners Club Championship also goes from strength to strength. Also some good runners in there. I remember from Keeps and Tabs and things, all things club racing. There's a bit more battle going on here. It's one of the older MGB cars, which is scrapping with some of the Metros. That is 84, which is the older. It's 64 in fact, not that one. And he's got a penalty already for 10-second penalty, possibly for, I'm guessing, for track limits or jump in the start. One of the two. And he's been chased down by three of the Metros, headed by the number 3, which is Phil Goodwin, and he also has behind him in that battle as well the 42 of Andrew Butcher and 46 of Benjamin Young as well. I want to give a shout out also in the Metros as well to ex-coordinator, now turned racer, Emma Cross. She's in the field now, of course, in racing.
Ex-coordinator? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
she used to be the coordinator for the Metro Cup. She's now taken her own racing event. She's in car 50, qualified 27th. As we see around the outside there goes, that was the move for Phil Goodwin around the outside, trying to go around the outside of the car. Meanwhile, that was John Moore and the threat from the pink and white car of Robbie Kenning, former champion. And more dicing between some of the MGs with the errant Martin Richardson MGB mixing amongst them. Also in the 2-year is the 46 and the 42. So that will be Andrew Butcher and Benjamin Young wheel to wheel. Of course, this is a different championship altogether, so Richardson just moving out of the way to run his own race. Gap at the front is 1.3 seconds between Keith Egar and Peter Bramble, and then you've got Laura Farrow, who was quite close on the restart to Peter in the initial few moments, but now is falling back into the clutches of what's going to become a three-way fight soon, provided that Addison and Coulthard don't actually start tripping over each other, which they seem to be doing a little bit. In the two MZRs behind her in fourth. The last time they came across the line, there was only 9/10 of a second separating them, but something's obviously happened between Addison and Coulthard going tete-a-tete, shall we say, to see them lose a few more car lengths. Around the outside goes Benjamin Young to take up another place past Richardson if he can, but Richardson gives as good as he gets in the MGB and holds his line and lets Benjamin Young make his way through. And not wasting any time, through also goes the 42 as well of Andrew Butcher. So Richardson carries on, and all three of the MG Metros through safely as the race now progresses into its final 3.5 minutes.
Martin Richardson, class leader, championship-wise in Class B. Got to say, John Ratcliffe was the kiss of death, teeth in. Goodness sake, Richard John Neal. Kiss of death for Matt Simpson, wasn't he? With the chat on the grid saying about, yeah, we're going to try everywhere to go past him, and he's disappeared right the way down to the back. Just kind of putting the form back to Jack Ashton, who's in 7th position overall at the moment. Tim Shooter is second in the Metros in the number 4 car. And then right behind him is the number 6, Andrew Walsh, who we see going through. And there is 72, John Moore, followed by Robbie Kenning. Yeah, Robbie. I sent Robbie something that I was working on a couple of weeks ago. And he said, "Wait till you see the new livery," and then he sent me all the pictures of the new one. And it does look rather good, doesn't it?
Is that Matt Simpson that stopped?
Yeah, that could be where Matt went down.
Matt Simpson is out of the race now, which is a shame because he was chasing Jack Ashton for the lead. I thought they'll recognise his car. There goes Kenning up the inside of Moore to pick up what will become, I think, 3rd or 4th place in the Metros.
Yeah, third place.
Yeah, Ashton down to the lead, and it will be Shooter second. Yes, that's now 3rd for Robbie Kenning. He'll put the K-Series engine pink and white car in its new livery, the older machine in the field, one of the older machines in the Metro contingent, now into a podium spot if he can stay there ahead of John, who has been a race winner in the past before. He did win a race at Snetterton a while back. I remember in the first year they joined Brscc. I remember that a couple of years ago. But John still keeping himself in podium contention, as we see himself getting back into third place. Meanwhile, I noticed that Carl Green, whatever happened to him, is back out in the race. Not just that, but setting fastest laps of the race too, 56.940 for Carl. So he's back in the race, but at least a lap down.
Yeah, the key thing for him is whether he can get some points, Carl Green. He's third in the championship, only a point down on Chris Greenbank. Not sure where we stand on fastest lap points. The Cockshoot Cup Championship has its own web page, and I must have dived into it quite quickly, but there's potential for Carl Green to move up to second in the championship behind Keith Egar, who is leading this one very well indeed, as this super battle goes on between John Moore and Robbie Kenning. Robbie's got past him once, and you know, if you fancy owning a Metro and having a go, they're a really good bunch, these people, and there's plenty of help available in the paddock to get you out, and it's not a full-on season. You know, it's not like a 30-race touring car championship. It's limited. I think 6 events is it for the Metros, 5 for Cockshoot Cups. If you've got an MG, as Kenning locks up, thought we were going to see a repeat of our original start there for a minute, but Kenning had enough thought to get the car and enough ability to get the car stopped before he went in, but he's probably still exploring the limits of that, and he very definitely was doing that there.
He's definitely got some brakes left after. If he's got any left after that mistake, we'll have to wait and see for the rest of the lap as we go through.
Richard Garrard closing in now as well, isn't he, in the yellow and green car?
He is indeed. Changed for 4th overall, so it's no change in class runs because Josh Addison has got past David Coulthard. At least he's ahead of him at the line as they come across to start what should be possibly the fastest, the final lap of the race.
Yep, last lap board out.
As Keith Egar makes his way down towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. And Keith, incredibly, said that he'd never been here before. He'd never travelled Sandburg, but it's not a bad record. He makes his first start at Brands Hatch. He's about to have, at least at the moment, 100% record. He's got Peter Bramble for company in second place. They're going past the yellow flags of where Matt Simpson's Metro has paused. And also as well, if it stays where it is, what a result for third place Laura Farrow. Of course, she'll be in class and overall. What a result that'll be. And that'll be inspiring some of the young fans who took her Oscar off before. But out the final corner, not bad for a first visit, is it?
No, I tell you what, it doesn't get any better than that at all, wasn't it? Unbelievable first time. Was this the guy who was talking about the Flat Earth Society? Was that a different driver?
Was, yes.
Across the line he goes. Well done, good stuff from Keith Egar. And second position goes to Peter Bramble. And right across the line for third position comes the number 11 of Laura Farrow, who, having spoken to you, Scott Wilbis, now gets to talk to John Ratcliffe as well.
Yes.
Don't worry about coming up to the box, Laura. I'm sure those two will be more than enough for you.
Meanwhile, in the Metros, moving on, we've got Josh Addison 4th, David Coulthard 5th, Jack Ashton, I don't want to say expectantly, but takes another MG Metro Cup win.
Yep.
Second place goes to Tim Shooter after the demise of Matthew Simpson, and after that back and forth battle, John Moore does hold on to third, so he picks up P3 in the MG Metro category. There's a bit of side-by-side here between, it looks like, Phil Goodwin and Andrew Butcher, and Goodwin beats Butcher to the line by about a 1/10.5 of a second across the line as well. From 4th and 5th in the Metros also goes to Robbie Kenning and Richard Garrett.
Here's your result then. Eagle the winner, Bramble second, Farrow in third from Josh Addison and David Coulthard, then Jack Ashton and Robin Walker, James Johnson 8th. Top 10 completed by Tim Shooter and Andrew Walsh. John Moore next from Robbie Kenning and Richard Garrard. Phil Goodwin in 14th. 15th goes to Andrew Butcher, Benjamin Young next from Andrew Houston and Paul Deacon. Jonathan McGaughan in 19th from Martin Richardson. Another class win for Martin. Greg L. Good in 21st. Helen Waddington 22nd from Emma Cross and Carl Green. Issues for Matt Simpson, our 25th runner. So that is the result, and I think we can hot foot already straight down to Victory Lane, Parc Ferme, call it what you will, with John Ratcliffe.
Hello everyone, welcome to Parc Ferme down here then in the pit lane. We will dive in and have a chat with our top 3 then from the Cockshoot Cup, and I think hopefully we should have our 3 from the Metro Cup behind there as well. A number of drivers to chat to. We'll let them get the overalls and helmets and whatnot undone because it is rather warm here today at Brands Hatch. We'll jump straight in with Keith Egar. Keith, it seemed as though, who was it? It was Carl I talked to on the grid, and then he had to pull over and he sort of opened up the door for you to drive on by.
He did. It was a shame Carl couldn't get through. It looks like he'd lost some coolant, so he did the sensible thing and, and let me through there. But, so it was a shame Carl wasn't there. It was a race of attrition, really, with Ray and Chris going off. So, there was not a lot. It opened it all up for me, and I played the old fox a little bit, really. I was just in the background there waiting to pounce, and it opened up for me. So
exactly, you got the chance to pounce, and you did just that. Well done on the race win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Keith. Thank you very much. Right, we'll dive in again. Sorry, cameraman, I'm going to walk directly towards you. Thanks very much. Well, don't fall over, mate. Don't fall over. Right, let's jump round. Second place, Peter.
Hiya.
Lovely race. Well, you might have been the coolest of all the drivers out there with no roof, but it's still pretty warm, isn't it?
No, I'm still very warm.
What a race, though. Second place, well done.
I know, it was not, what can I say, it wasn't by effort, it was everything else going wrong for other people, but it's a second, whatever way you look at it.
There you go, you'll take it. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you so much. We'll quickly chat with Laura as well. Laura, well done. Third position, you must be happy about that.
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing. I started in 9th and just kept pushing. I lost 4th gear for the last 4 laps. So it was a real challenge to just try and keep it going, because obviously as I'm getting to the start finish line, I'm needing 4th really.
Yeah.
But no, phenomenal. It was great time. First time in the MGF here. Awesome. And it was just really good fun and hot.
I can tell. Very warm. We'll go and cool down, and good luck for the next one. Well done on the podium. Cheers, mate. I know we've got to head back over because they're heading out on circuit. Get your kit back on, Jack. I'm coming over to you. Another race win. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame for Matt. Obviously, I don't know what issues he had, but yeah, it's a race win. Yeah. Here we are. It's good fun. It's really hot, very hot, but there we go. It's good fun.
The commentator said I tempted fate a little, saying he might be able to battle with you, but you drove away again.
Yeah, that was a bit. You shouldn't have said anything.
Blame me. Well, it gave you another win, so you should be thanking me, mate.
Well, all right, I'll take it.
No, not taking anything away from you, mate. Yeah. Incredible. Well done. Another race win.
Thank you, mate. Cheers,
Jack. Thank you very much. Right then, cars out on track already. I'll hand it back up to the commentary box.
Merci beaucoup, Jean. Should we get subtitles? No, we don't, do we? We're on to classic and modern motorsport. Matt Rowling on pole position from Neil Gardiner. He's changed cars since I last saw him. Gary Barlow and Sam Hayward next from Adrian Matthews and Terry Waller. Lee Clue. Do we say that correctly? Apologies if we don't. William Lynch is 8th on the grid in 691. 9th, Robin Woodger. Bill Richards, there's a name from the past. Good to see Bill out there in his Mini. Christopher John Bushell and Dominic Ryan. Then Peter Thurston and Colin Claxton. Ian Seal. Rod Burley back in 16th. Very unusual. We should see a blast from the WRC. Rick Skelsley and Jessica Whitehead next from Philip Bennett. And we've got a Hartley. Just having a quick look down the... Oh, it's Daniel Hartley, and he's sharing that car, isn't he? I think Nick Proudlock and Kenny Hunt next up from Steve Dan and Ricky Coomber. Double check on me Hartleys. Michael Hartley, I do apologise.
Yeah. But you know who he's sharing with?
And it's Pete Daniels, isn't it?
Pete Daniels back behind the wheel again. So good to see him. I was a bit surprised the pit lane saying, Pete, it's you. So hadn't done racing for a while, which is great to see. And whilst you're marking your sheet, a couple of drivers that are note to me. Now, the man on pole position I know quite well, particularly from my adventures last year in commentary land. Matt Rowling, who you might see there's a windscreen strip on that car, says racing Hondas. He was racing last year in Class C. It was him and Callum Houchin. He's here this weekend. He was working with JPR for the Fun Cup team for yesterday, the past couple of days for their cars. But he's also been helping out Matt. They were good rivals, not heated, but good rivals in Class C last year. It was Matt's that very EP3 against Matt and his FN2, who was back out recently in that championship at Snetterton recently. And Matt took the title eventually, but it was a real back and forth battle. Got a chance to catch up with this one. Really good to see them again. So good to see how they get on. And of course, a bit of a Honda benefit at the front. You've got 2 EP3 Civics, a DC5 Integra, then you've got the Renault Megane in the mix as well. I love that Colt as well, which is the 84 car of Robin Woodger, and an old school Rover SD1, really funky red and yellow livery on that car as well. And you've got, of course, the equally good looking Mini that's alongside that mix as well. And also in there to watch for the black Rod Burley Ford Escort WRC. You've got a whole Commodore tribute car in the mix as well. Lots of plenty good cars in this CMMC Southern Saloons and Tin Tops field. But it's a pair of Honda Civic EP3s on the front row of the grid. Let's see if Matt Rowling can convert pole position into race victory in 15 minutes' time.
And it's the production saloons that have taken the honours in qualifying over the Super Saloon Series runners. We are about to go racing, and it's Neil Gardiner, who is very much a veteran of this championship going back in the days, who takes the lead from the outside run. So good stuff from Neil. I'm sure I remember, did Neil have a Metro back in years ago as well?
I'll think about that.
Vaguely remember him, yeah, when
Possibly.
It was the Cannon's Tin Tops going back in the days, and he has got the lead. The Rover you pointed out as well, the fact that it's a Rover sets it out on its own, and then he's got that completely Larry paint job, which is sort of double bubble for me. Super job.
Look at the size difference. Little Mini, the Rover SD1. It's like old school touring cars again as they go through Graham Hill Bend for the first time.
Bill Richards makes the move up the inside. Bill was talking about running the Countryman this weekend, but he's actually in the in the Cooper.
Oh, we've got
a car
good to see. Struggling on the back straight. Looks at the Polo is struggling on the back straight. That was Steve Dan's
Steve Dan
car.
didn't qualify well, did he, Steve? I think Kelly does the all of the championship coordination and a lot of hard work behind the scenes for Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. Where's Mr. Burley after lap 1? Has he managed to sort himself out? Still down in 16th. This is not the Rod Burley we know and love, and I was kind of teeing up John Ratcliffe, said you're going to get a chance to talk to Rod Burley today, and John, being a youngster, hasn't got a clue who he is, but will do after today if he gets on the podium, but I don't think he's going to at the minute, which is a pity.
Well, he's up to 11th after starting 16th, so he's making steady progress, but he's still a bit caught up in the traffic. He's behind, it looks like, Dominic Ryan's Ford Fiesta, which is the red car with the, he's now diving up the inside into Graham Hill and makes the move. There he goes, he didn't come through into the shot just then, gone past him. Next target is that superb Rover SD1 that I can hear with its beautiful booming V8 as it goes down towards Surtees. Battle also forming here. This is between Sam Hayward in his, if I remember correctly, almost flame-spitting Renault Megane. He's got two very hot hatches behind him. 66, which is the Fiesta ST150 of Terry Waller, and then you've got then the Volvo C30 of Adrian Mack, another car you don't see too much of, a bit like Paul Roderson's Skoda down the pit straight. Good to see a Volvo reliving some BTCC days down towards turn 1. Meanwhile, just in front of them for the lead is now we see Rod move up the inside for the Rover. Can't quite squeeze through. Our trio of Hondas here are scrapping away for the lead, and Rowling hasn't let Gardner get away too much, and they've both been joined by Gary Barlow, no, not that one, in the third place Honda Integra DC5.
Yeah, Gary trying to close up. That's these are absolutely super looking cars, aren't they? And clearing out. As I say, the amazing thing is that if you're looking on TSL, you see that the prefix is T for the old Tin Tops group, and that basically means they changed from being known as Tin Tops to Production Saloon Series, so less modified maybe than the Super Saloon classes that we're seeing a little bit further back. Top Super Saloon, I think, is Lee Clue in his Audi TT. Those TTs are getting everywhere, aren't they? We just can't get them all back together for a pucker proper championship. But here comes Matt Rowling. He's going to have a look, and he's got Gary Barlow looking to the outside as well as they go into Paddock Hill Bend, and Neil Gardiner keeps it all nice and tight, and now there's another move. Here comes Rowling on the outside run. He could get the move done by the time they get to Druids. Let's see how they race against each other here. He's got enough for nose in front, I think, to hold on out of Druids and down into Graham Hill Bend and get the lead back. It was a lovely move.
Yeah, really good stuff from Matt, and using all of his expertise. His local circuits, good to see him out racing once again. Hasn't done much this year, but back behind the wheel and certainly proven why he was Class C champion in racing Hondas last year. Now we've got Gardner versus Barlow. This is now EP3 versus DC5. Really is a Honda benefit at the front. Honda's first, second, third. Then it's the fourth place Renault Megane, followed by Terry Waller's Ford Fiesta. Then Matthews in the C30 Volvo. William Lynch is next to the Mini Cooper.
The ST150 punches well, doesn't it? Just goes to show what great little cars they are. And of course, there is a BRSCC championship for the 150s. I think generally probably a little bit too far away most of the rounds for drivers who in the Classic and Modern have less racing over the course of the year and generally locally based. The second position starts to battle hard. Gary Barlow looks to the outside, can't quite do a rolling and go through. He's going to try the outside line here, maybe go for the switchback, which is a thing. I don't think he's going to get that done, is he? But he's certainly worrying Neil Gardiner in P2 at the moment. But they are as they qualified, aren't they, really? And again, lights to flag, it could look a little bit boring. Plus, for that, except for that great start that we saw by Gardiner, who got in front and held on for the first couple of laps.
And I've heard this so many times, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Matt Rowling to make a break, and he's doing that right now. Last time across the line, it was 9/10 per second. Now they're going into combat side by side again down the pit straight towards Paddock Hill Bend. Gap is at 2.4 seconds. They lost a second and a half battling amongst each other. That's how much time you can use as Rowling punches at a 54.518, new fastest lap of the race, which is actually faster than his qualifying pole position time, 3/10 better than qualifying. So the circuit getting quicker. As we see Barlow take a small peek up the inside, and Gardner just swept across the nose of the Integra, holds the place as they come now down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. Again, still checking. Rob Burley is up to 5th position now, so he's best of the Super Saloons, and his next target is indeed Sam Hayward. So he'll start chasing after him. He's gone past both the Volvo and the Fiesta that were chasing after Sam. But it's interesting that Rod's car, unless he's detuned it a little bit, doesn't have as much punch off the corner as I expect that car has had in the past. I remember that car has been quite quick in a straight line with how much horsepower it's got, but not quite as potent, whether he's sort of managing temperatures or managing something on the car which is developing. Either way, it's not as rapid as I expected it would be down the straight. So we see another Honda here. That's Ricky Coomber's car that's had experience before in Supersport Endurance, going to wheel with the Rover, and again up the inside for second place. Gardner makes it through, a little wide for Barlow, but he slots back in to try and reclaim it back towards Druids.
He's having a good go. Here comes Barlow again, really being made to work hard here. And he's trying to do what Rowling did earlier on, but just not working for him at the moment. But keeps doing it. Momentarily, as Scott said, had the fastest lap. And Neil Gardiner doing a very good job at the moment of defending that as the race leader starts to get away. 8 minutes remaining on this one. Another multi-class race coming up next with the Racing Line VW Audis for their third and final race of the weekend. There is Gardiner still pedalling away. As we said, multi-class, just looking at who else we've got in the mix as well. Where was Ricky Coomer on the grid? Just trying to have a look. Did he not qualify?
I was about to, you read my mind, I was about to look at that. I think he might be towards the back of the grid because he's obviously powered his way through.
He's an addition in club sport, isn't he, as well? So he's doing, I think...
I believe so, yeah. I remember that car not being out on track, spending a lot of time in the pit lane earlier on when I was down there whilst the qualifying was on. And looks like he didn't really get too much of a run. I think that was the same possibly in Club Sport Trophy. So it looks like he has picked his way through. He's done quite a good job to pick his way past. This could be getting past here as Coomer sets the fast lap of the race. Barlow slotting through. Gardner gives him the room. And that was... It looks slightly all too easy. Unless I don't want to tempt fate that Gardner just missed the gear or was off pace a little bit. But it seems as though that, at least on that part, the Gardner's kind of disappearing a little bit from Barlow. It's closing back up now. And I want to look at what lap times are for Rob Burley. His last lap
55.
was 55 compared to the 54s for some of the quicker tin tops. There's Ricky Coomer now getting his turn at battling against the Volvo C30 of Adrian Matthews and Terry Waller's ST150. And with the better power to weight ratio, I imagine they'll sweep past both. That car is a JDM exclusive, so you can only get that in Japan. But because that generation of Civic Type R, there's the FD2, which is the saloon that was only ever sold in Japan. Then the FN2 hatchback, which is the one after the EP3 generation, that did go to Japan. So if you ever buy one from there from Japan, it has a little Euro badge on it. But the FN2s were only ever exclusively built in Swindon in the factory at Honda, and actually so as well. So were all the EP3s. But for those EP3s and FN2s, they sent them over to Japan because they wanted to continue to be sold over there. But they're always badged as Euro ones. At least the FN2 ones are. So I'm out of Honda Animac mode now, and back to Ricky Coomer, who's now taken those two places, now up into 6th position.
Yeah, he's running well. Sees off the ST150. Yeah, I was thinking, I think maybe the same as you, looking at Rob Burley's times and seeing whether he was going to maybe get onto a podium. He's lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than Gardiner on that last tour, so he's closing in. So there's the potential for another Burley podium, the 6 millionth podium of his career.
I'm glad you keep count. He's had so many. Well, there was one car in the pit that was 34 in the pit, and that's the Polo that was struggling a bit earlier on. That's unfortunately issues for Steve Dan in the 034 racing machine.
I need to nitpick. See, Steve Dan's missus Kelly used to bring cake for Tim Harvey Touring Car Cake Club. We never we don't get cake, do we? Where is the commentary cake?
Is this you putting the request out now for race 2?
I was making an observation.
I'm sure you are.
Rather than a request. No cake has been brought up, has it?
Yeah.
But then I'm not Tim Harvey, am I?
Hint, wink, wink. If you're listening, Kelly, no, we're joking. But unless you want to.
I'm not joking, no.
Never joke about cake. Anyway.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, back on track with less than 6 minutes to go. Here's a replay of what we have here. This is what we didn't see. We did rather when we were chatting about cake. This is Sam Hayward, who was relinquishing the position to Ricky Coomer. Got the outside line for Graham Hill Bend. And as he does that, sets new fast lap of the race. And that's as close as you like.
Well played by both of them. You've got to say Sam Hayward was pretty generous there with that. And doing the right thing. All of these guys want to go to work tomorrow morning, don't they? And take a clean car home with them. So, fair play.
Interestingly enough,
Ian Seal in the 150 as well.
Interestingly enough, so Burley's now quicker at the moment than Gardner, but Coomer is quicker than both of them. So if this works out here, if Burley can get past him in the next 5 minutes, it might well deny Honda's taking first to fourth in this first race of the weekend, because Burley will be the Ford-shaped cat amongst the Honda pigeons, shall we say, in terms of working that out. There is Coomer in the FD2. There goes Burley in the Escort WRC.
An earlier livery version of that available on Scale Extra. Have you got it?
I haven't. No, I haven't played Scale Extras for ages. But I did have a set that was 98 Jordan, 98 Williams, and I got that out very occasionally. Ricky Coomer, meanwhile, certainly played lots of Scale Extras when
Rod's
he was younger.
getting third here, isn't he now?
He's probably about to let Gardner hold his line, which he will do at Druids. Coomer's catching also 53.9. He's dipped into the sub-54 bracket, considering that the pole time set by Matt Rowling was 54.8. So they're about a second quicker than the pole times, which probably suggests that both Rod and Also, Ricky did not have the pace they were hoping for in that qualifying session. So the issues, and Gardner because he gets to defend the line, but of course all it's doing is just reeling Ricky back in here to possibly make it, if he can get in front of Rod and hold him up, and then possibly past Neil, could be Honda's 1, 2, 3 and 4 by the time he gets the checkered flag, but that's a big ask considering that Neil's car seems to be a little bit off pace, and as I say that, I completely prove wrong, because Burley sweeps past, so too looks like will Coomber, and so Gardner's not, I think he's either got something that's overheating or some kind of issue that's off the pace, because he's really fallen back, of course, from Rowling, who is now some 7 seconds up the road in the lead of the race, and not really battling too hard to defend from Coomber. Through he goes, and that is Gardner down to P5.
I still think of Rod Burley as sort of being much younger than he is. He's in his 70s now, I think, isn't he, Rod?
About that, yes, I would presume, yes.
That car, he keeps talking about retiring that car, but every year it seems to come out for another run, and we will miss it when it goes.
Yeah, I want to say, and I'm being contentious here, he calls it a Ford Escort WRC. I think it's possibly an Escort Cosworth that's been put into like a pumped up WRC spec in inverted commas, let's say, but we like the illusion of being a WRC car. It's definitely got the WRC kit. If I had an Escort Cosworth, I'd put it in that kind of kit because I love that 97, 98 WRC body livery. And there's also Rob proving that even in a straight line, that Escort still has plenty of poke as he gets away from Coomber, but it might be in the corners where Coomber's slightly more agile FD2 Civic pulls away. Another Honda-based factor as well, quickly. Do you know that Rob Burley was in frame at one point? He told me once to potentially become, I think it was join the, he had at least a test for the Honda Works touring car team in '96, and he was, if he had the budget,
I didn't know that.
He would have potentially gone ahead and raced in British touring cars, but he couldn't have the budget for it. I think he went to James Kane instead. But I remember he told that from one of his many visits to the Brscc office when I was working there before over the last 10 years, and he would come down and have a chat, and it was one of the facts he relinquished to us, that he potentially, if things had gone differently, he might have been a Honda British touring car driver back in the heydays of Super Tourist.
He's one of the drivers that you'd like to have seen in it, to be absolutely fair. You know, he's will be spoken about in many years to come, as he is now, about being one of the very best of British club racing drivers. He's pulled away from Ricky Coomber at the moment, so he's on for that podium.
Yeah, he's past Gary Barlow
and,
as well.
Is Gary going to be able to hang on to third place now is the question, but yeah, rolling very well away. 1:48 on the clock. First of two, the last race of the day as well comes from these guys, so we might be able to delve a little bit deeper down the classes at the end of that one. But a good drive from Rod. I suspect he's probably enjoyed this more than just starting off the front and disappearing out, and for someone of advancing years, it's a fair old workout for him.
It is, but he still does it because he loves it, and of course, again, he wouldn't want to collect more trophies and add to the collection, more to speak, and add to the win tally, which he's doing. I was also keeping out at the corner mile, which might be one to watch for in race 2 if they get that close again. There's a really nice battle developing I saw between it was because the Rover's gone past him now, but there was the Rover, the SD1 of Woodger, and the Nick Clues Audi TT. It's a Gen 1 Audi TT, so it's not like the Gen 2s that are racing in the TT Cup et al. As we see now, this is Kuma now trying to see if he can try and pinch what must be the penultimate lap of the race. It'll be third place overall from Barlow. He's relinquished second to Rob Burley.
Little known fact about Rob Burley, he's a big ice hockey fan. Did you know that?
I think you're right, yes.
Yeah.
He's talked about some, and these other things he's talked about in his many visits to Brscc, the office, when he happened to come down. It was one of the things he talked about going to see and going to Paddock Wood a lot and going to watch a lot of ice hockey stuff. Yes, I do remember that. You're right.
Yeah, I think he'll be having visits with Rob, won't he, in pit lane? He's another big ice hockey man.
Absolutely so. So looks like Matt's about to start the last lap of the race, and even though that Rod is lapping a little bit quicker, the gap looks to be sufficient enough that he's not going to be troubled too much, I would have thought. He's making his way down through Paddock Hill Bend now as we speak, as Cooper does pick up third place at the expense. And yeah, by the time that Matt's halfway through Druids, but halfway up the hill is Rob Burley. So I think gap-wise, yeah, it was 6 seconds. They match each other for lap time, so it looks like Matt's done quite a lot. I say good to see Matt back out again. Hadn't seen him really since the finale of last year's Racing Honda's Championship, when he'd already wrapped up the title around early at Knock Hill. And as I say, from going from the best of rivals in the championship in Class C, he's got Callum Houchin actually helping him out, spamming with him, so those two working out quite well. And I don't know how many times he's done this series, but certainly at least getting a nice run out in the EP3, doing a good run. It was all worth it, because for a local circuit, Matt's about to go through the final corner and pick up his first victory of the weekend.
Yeah, here he comes out of Clark Curve, and wasn't necessarily the easiest victory as well. We saw him have to work hard for it with a great overtake, and he does that with a convincing win. It's going to be Rob Burley in second position There you go, so well done, Rob. Ricky Coomer next up from Gary Barlow. Neil Gardner, a little bit unlucky maybe in his Civic, coming home in 5th place, but a good drive nonetheless for Neil, again in the tin top. So we've got top 5, 3 production saloons and 4 super saloons. And I applaud Classical Model Motorsport Club for naming them thus, because it does give everyone a better understanding of what's going on. So before we head down to Victory Lane, here's a run through the result. Matt Rowling takes the win from Rod Burley and Ricky Coomber. Gary Barlow 4th from Neil Gardner and Sam Hayward. Terry Waller in 7th in the Fiesta. Then the Volvo of Adrian Matthews. The Big Rover, Robin Woodger in 9th. And Lee Clue wrapping up the top 10 from William Lynch. Then Christopher John Bushell, Philip Bennett and Ian Seal, another Fiesta in 14th. 15th goes to Peter Thurston. Michael Hartley is next up from Dominic Ryan, then Jessica Whitehead and Colin Claxton. Bill Richards brings, oh no, he doesn't bring the Mini home, he was 15 laps down, so problems for Bill and of course for Steve Dan and Nick Proudlock in his Impreza.
Also 2 we lost as well, that didn't even start the race, was the number 29 BMW Compact of Skelsey, Rick Skelsey, and also the number 144 VW, which is Kenny Hunt in his VW Golf. So 2 non-starters sadly from that first race of the day for CMMC.
And as I say, they will wrap things up for us at the end of the day. It's only their 4th meeting of the season. They've opened up here at Brands back in first weekend in April. They had their own meeting at Mallory Park, and then did Lyndon, which were separate races for the productions and the super saloons. But enough from me. Let's go down into Victory Lane, where John Ratcliffe will talk to our top 3.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, welcome back down once again. Some revving engines here in Park Ferme as our top 3 overall come in to park up. And of course, class victories amongst these 3 as well. We'll let them cool down, as we've seen throughout today. Very, very warm. So let's let the drivers get a little bit cooler, and then I will dive in and start annoying them. You can see the smoke coming off the brakes there from our Honda on the left-hand side of your screen. Looks as though you're about ready to chat with me. I thought I'd give you a second to cool down a little, but well done. You've taken the victory overall and in your class as well.
Oh yeah, what a race. Neil, wherever he's gone, Neil kept me honest for the first couple of laps. Yeah. That was really good fun, trying to battle around the outside. Reminded me of my oval days. Yeah, so really enjoyed that. Managed to get the good of him, and then clouted the inside curb at Graham Hill. Put the tracking out, so I definitely bent something. So I had to just manage it. But I could feel the tyres going off. Everything was getting really hot, including me.
Yeah, we couldn't tell about that, mate. Your pace was fantastic. You kept drawing out into the lead, so we couldn't tell.
I knew these guys would be behind me somewhere. Well done. Yeah, I just kept on looking in the rearview mirror, just praying that Rod wasn't coming up behind me, but I knew he was there somewhere.
Yeah, it was great, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Cheers. Thanks very much. Right then, all my notes are all over the place for this one. Rod, you're the next person to talk to. Hello, Rod.
Hello.
That's fantastic, mate. You were flying through the field in that one.
Yeah, and we still had a misfire. I can't believe it. We thought we'd cured it, but it came back again, and I thought I've just got to drive around this and just drive clever. So it's great that Production Saloon won. I've won the Super Saloons, but hats off to Matt. He got away. I could see him in the distance, and I knew that Gary and Neil were fighting, and I thought, let's line one another up. I've got a chance here. And then I saw Ricky coming, and I thought, you've got to do something here, mate. You've got to get your finger out.
Well, you caught up. You stayed ahead of Ricky, but he'd just driven away a bit too much in the early stages, hasn't he?
Yeah, now the next race, we're on the front row, so hopefully we'll cure this misfire. But made it interesting. It was a great race. I really enjoyed it. Coming through the traffic, watching all the battles, and some great driving out there, and a good bunch of lads, and such a variety of cars. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant to see, isn't it? Thank you for chatting with us, and well done.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Second place overall, but of course, Victor in the Supers. Where did my other driver go? Come back, sir. Come back. Hello. Thanks for not running away too far.
That's all right.
How was that one? Bit warm?
Yeah, a little bit warm, yeah. Hard work.
You came through, what have I written down? 24th place start, wasn't it? No, up to P3 overall. That's pretty impressive.
That's not too bad, yeah.
Talk us through cutting through a field like that, of course, very different cars, because you've got to judge each one slightly differently. Talk us through it.
Yeah, no, obviously there's mixed classes in it, but obviously you've got a few novices out there, so you've got to be a little bit careful, and hopefully they see you, but maybe one of them don't, so it's, yeah. So.
We went all right in that one, and looking on to the next one later on?
Yeah, well, we've got another one with the endurance next. We're doing 40 minutes in that, so now I'm warm.
Well, best of luck in that as well, mate. I'll come and hound you in that one as well.
All right, thanks very much.
Cheers, thanks very much. Well, there we go. We'll see these chaps out a little bit later on today for their second race, but we've got more to come here from Brands Hatch. I'll hand it back up to the commentary box.
VW Audi Racing Line, VW Audi Racing Championship, race 3 of the weekend about to get underway. And these guys, they earn a little break, don't they, after this, the third and final race of the weekend. 2 interesting races thus far. It seems like ages ago that we kicked off on late Saturday morning with our first win, with John Wyatt taking the win. Is he going to be able to grab a second win, or is Paul Dunningham going to get one? We're going to find out in a few minutes' time. Give you a little bit of a plug for Brscc, the organising club, are back to Driven by Racing this year, Silverstone Circuit, 2 days of a sort of mobile motor show, if you will. It's a good way of spending time at the track, and it's great that that is back this year, so well done to the team for putting that back. I think I'm on holiday, I can't make it, but I do recommend it. If you're looking at a formula or you just want to socialise, go there. Here's the grid. Paul Dunningham on pole, John Wyatt alongside Paul Roddison and Ross Stoner next up from Tony Hunter and Craig Mason in 118. Nobody's answered the question about Craig yet. Stephen Watson and David Richardson in 8th from Christopher Garnham and Jonathan Halliwell. Chris Adams and Donald Dewar in his lovely little vintage machine, should we say. Lee Dixon next up from David Pinkney.
Yeah, and then 2 cars we lost there which aren't going to take the start. Well, 3 in fact are not going to take the start, which is Harley Young's Sirocco that was struggling with mechanical issues in that second race. David Lawrence, who looks like he appeared in race 1 but didn't actually appear overnight for race 2, so he's out of it unfortunately, and he's been quite potent when that car's been working quite well. And the other car we also don't have is Tim Evans, who was in the number 23 Audi TT as well. Sadly, 3 cars we don't have taking the start. We do have the remaining 14, and we now get to see if basically who now wins the tiebreaker, if there is a winner from the tiebreaker, because it's now 1 apiece between Paul Dunningham's Audi A3 and the Volkswagen Golf of John Wyatt. Paul Roddison might well be in contention in 3rd place.
And Ross Stoner.
And Ross Stoner, of course, yes, in the Audi TT, the only Audi TT cut car we have. Of course, Tony Hunter's in Kerry Lewis's regular number 18 green and white Golf Mark
Oh,
5,
okay, I didn't realise that. Kerry's normally quick, isn't he?
So Tony was a regular in what was he'd done all sorts. He did what was Track Attack when it was its own entity before. And he did some stuff in what was the Renault Cup that we had, the Finsport Renault Cup for a little bit, and then he bought himself a yellow Seat Leon. I think it was a Super Cup, but it was a modified Seat Leon. That car had some problems the first time he brought that one out, and so he's now just obviously jumped into Kerry Lewis's car because he can't make it, which is unfortunate to see. But an interesting mix of cars in this field. And again, I have to say, I can't help but admire the Skoda. I love the Skoda on the foot. It's such, again, it's like the Volvo. It's a unique car in the field that someone actually put together. I was talking to one of his mechanics, his guys who was putting that together. He's still got a passenger seat in it and still got some of the bits in it. He wants to keep it relatively heavy so he can just keep more power in it. And he's thinking about maybe making some gearbox amends if he feels like it. But yeah, Paul certainly enjoying himself in that Skoda. Really nice, well-built car. No, just bought it off the showroom, a relatively new car, and modified it and put it on track. And that car's just been a firm favourite of many people since it's made its debut.
Great story, isn't it? And that's the thing, isn't it? You can build your own car. And it's lovely that people are building their own cars and developing them as well as we get ready to race. Lights are on. And for the last time, sad, Ross Stoner makes a great start. Is he going to do a John Wyatt and get into the lead? He can't. He was very quick off the line, but this time it's John Wyatt that does it again. So Wyatt gets into the lead. It's Dunningham in 2nd position. I really thought Stoner was going to hack around the outside and get into the lead, but he's side by side at the moment with the Skoda. No, he's not. He's launching himself in towards Druids and round the outside in the orange TT, but can't quite. Can he get into the lead? He's still using that outside line. It's going to be P2. He's going to tee himself up for it as he goes down the inside of Dunningham, but it's John Wyatt who looks like he might be getting the decider here and leads it. Stoner struggling a little bit as they go along Cooper Straight, and Dunningham annexing 2nd position. There is Roddison coming back into it as well. Stoner looking to try and throw the Audi back in. How close they are getting, all good close stuff on lap 1. And yeah, the point it's coming back to was, you know, people building and engineering their own cars and developing them. You know, we saw Rich Hockley in his race go off, and sometimes the overdevelopment can make the cars a little bit fragile. You see that in modified Fords as well. But we like to see it. We like to see the drivers pushing their driving skills as well as their engineering skills at the same time.
Absolutely. Speaking of pushing driving skills, I have to say, it started back in 12th. Donald DeVar in that little Mark 1 Golf up to P6. He just passed Tony Hunter, and already starting to bully the back end of the VW Scirocco, Stephen Watson, the Pinnacle Automotive racing car. But Donald DeVar, who comes all the way from Scotland for his regular racing trips in this championship, is got a good run down the back straight, and he's going for it. There it is, little Mark 1 Golf. Might be small and diminutive, but it's got plenty of punch in the straight line, and Watson giving as good as he gets. A rather bemused Tony Hunter watching on as he gets the best seat in the house watching this battle. And DeVar just thinks, oh, forget it, I'll go around the outside then, shall I? And he's got enough power, enough lightweight power to weight ratio in that Golf to pick his way through, and he does make it stick. And again, even the straight line, Watson tries to come back in it, but DeVar's managed it, and Richard watching that with a huge smile on his face, and why not? It's a great little car, and making the most of his trip all the way down from Scotland, now into the top 5. Now, looking at lap time wise, does he dare even try and challenge the top 4 if he's got enough pace? The answer is, well, his last lap when he came across was a 57.0. Leaders are doing at least 55.2, so a bit far-fetched, but a top 5, if he keeps it all together, might not be that far out of his reach.
No, great little peddler is Donald. I don't remember him racing in the any of the Scottish Club Championships, Scottish Motor Racing Club Championships, when I was regular commentator for that for, I don't know, 10 years or so, which is strange, but obviously likes his travelling. And talking of travelling, if you're travelling up there, you can see that he's I don't know if it's his company, but sponsored by or brandishing the logo of Forth River Tours, which has got to be very well worth doing. But Donald Dewar, driver that I've enjoyed watching many, many times over the years, but never, I don't think, up in Scotland. Maybe just enjoys the travelling around.
Potentially. Likes to go and be further afield than just not kill, which is intriguing. So leaders now to breakaway quartet. It's a little bit spread out. Wyatt now in the lead by 1.4 seconds. It looked to me, watching that start, that initially Wyatt bogged down in the initial part of the start, and Ross got a really good jump, but in the second phase, as they call it, the Golf kicked in. He was able to pretty much get a move as hugely cut inside. That was almost reminiscent of Ray Collier's move that didn't quite come off in the Cockshooter Cup.
It was.
But incredibly, the Audi managed to hold on, and he backs off to not just give Steve Watson the space, but also charging through is another of the Scirocco's. That is the 118 of Mason. So that is now Craig Mays, who started in P6, but now picking his way back through. And also at the back of the field, BTCC fans will enjoy, of course, you've got Dave Pinkney in his a genuine original ex-VW Vento VR6 Cup car. So he's got
it a Vento Cup car? Didn't realise
I believe it is, yeah. And Dave comes out occasionally to come and race it. So, and always also distinct, of course, because it's part of his name. He always tells it's one of his cars because his car's partially bright fluorescent pink, hence Pinkney there. So good to see him, good to have him in the championship, good to see him still racing, keeping his hand in, and keeping a car like that active and in good form.
Yeah, it is always good to see a name from the past. I mean, you got the likes of Rod Burley in the previous race as well, having a go, which is good. But yeah, Pinkney not had the rub of the green this weekend, but I guess when you're blowing the cobwebs off the car, it sometimes takes a little while to get it behaving, and it certainly is doing that at the moment. Getting in well stuck in and challenging Jonathan Halliwell, who is running in the production class. I should say unbeaten in production class. I don't think he's necessarily had too many drivers up against him, but you've got to be here, you've got to be out there, and you've got to finish significantly, which Jonathan Halliwell has done all the way through. He's had Dawn Butcher in production class and Matt Anderson over the course of the season as well. Stephen Watson heading up this battle at the moment, with Christopher Garnham in behind as well. Garnham, of course, was the fast starter in race number 2 and then dropped back sadly towards the end of it. And then the back of this quartet, we've got David Pinkney trying to close in on Halliwell at the moment. He does close in, so going into Paddock Hill Bend, he's going to have a look at the inside. It's covered off by Halliwell as they get to the bottom of the hill, up Hayward's Hill now towards Druids, and we'll see whether Pinkney can make up another place. At the front, meanwhile, it's Wyatt, Dunningham, Rodderson and Stoner. Donald Dewar in 5th place, running as a guest as well. Donald, he's been quite a regular with Brscc over the years. I think he's been on several rounds that I've been to see him on, which is good.
Also closing on that battle behind them is the David Richardson Audi TT. He's not that far away either. That's running in this battle that's now deciding positions 8th down to 12th. So the Audi TT make its way through, but it's now Scirocco from Audi A3, front-wheel drive, as it's pointed out on TSL, just not confuse anyone. Then it's Scirocco, then Vento, then TT. And so looks like Richardson had a good run enough through the first part of that complex of McLaren, Clearways and Clark Kerr, but now falling back into the clutches slightly of the 24 behind him, which is Jonathan Halliwell. That's the white Scirocco just ahead of the white and pink Vento of Dave Pinkney. And then we've got the grey Audi TT that won its class course earlier on that I spoke to Dave, of course, in the OC category. And the only run, of course, because Harley Young was not classified after he had those mechanical issues that put him out of race 2 and forced him not to start race 3.
Not had a lot of luck, has he, Harley Young, this year?
No.
He's grabbed a few points here and there. Still second in Open C, but young lad trying to string a racing career together. Very, very difficult for drivers to be able to do that. Meanwhile, it is Halliwell in the production class, still up ahead of David Pinkney in the in the classic class, still trying to close him down. Pinkney doesn't really have the answer for him. I mean, it gets close now as they come down to the end of the straight, going into Paddock Hill Bend, and can't really do a lot more than close up at the moment. Very wide line into Druids from Halliwell. That leaves the door open on the inside of Druids for Pinkney to have a look, but of course he needs the other side of the track to make the move down into Graham Hill Bend, so he has to slot in again as Richardson in the Audi TT now becoming the interested party as well on the back. It's a really good group, this, actually, very evenly matched, and the class structure has been very well thought out, hasn't it, to allow some good even racing.
Definitely so. It's a nice mix. I know they're still developing the regs for this. Its first proper year being this championship, Volkswagen Audi Group Race Championship. Of course, it was an amalgamation of what was Classic VW Cup and the Audi TT Cup to bring into one grid, which I think makes a lot of sense. Of course, they're developing it all the time to bring more and more new cars in, to invite new participants in. Really nice friendly paddock, really nice grid full of variety. It's not just a grid full of Golfs, you've got the Scirocco's, you've got Ventos, you've got Audis in the mix as well. They call it Seats, of course the Skoda of Roderson. They've got all sorts of cars in there that are not just cars you typically expect when you hear VWs, and it could have easily been a grid full of Golfs in that sense, but it's mixed. Even, of course, Ellie Dixon, who's running her in class in her own in the OB category, the little Polo GTI at the back of the field as well. I think that's the next time attack car, if I'm correct. And then she's, of course, developed that into more of a circuit racer. So really good variety here, and I'm sure this will only keep on going from strength to strength going into 2027. I'm sure as the word keeps going out there, more and more cars will join in of the similar ilk. As keeping tabs on this leading quartet that we have, as we also keep watching Watson versus Garnham for position. This is for 5th and 6th in the M category.
Stewart and Mason are closer together as well, actually. In fact, I think Mason's managed to get past now, so Craig Mason in 118 running well.
Should say that Wyatt is being closed in very steadily by both Dunningham and Roderson at the front, because out the front three, Roderson was the quickest of the three at a personal best, as now Pinkney has a look up the inside to get his nose past Halliwell in the Scirocco, and the ex-BTCC man makes relatively light work of that pass, and the older Vento passes the newer Scirocco just about, and Halliwell thought about retaliating to Paddock Hill Bend, but Pinkney had the line covered, held his line, stood his ground, and that's now him up into what is now into the top 10 in this race, down to P10, and still leading his class, even though he is a guest in Class C.
Yeah, it's all about the place, isn't it, on the final standings for those. Sit back and have a look at Christopher Garnham, still working hard to get into Stephen Watson at the moment. What was a quartet has sort of strung out a little bit now, so separated. A little bit of interest disappeared from here. Mason and Dewar, a little bit of a gap, only a second between those two now that Craig Mason's managed to pull off that one, and it's still Wyatt out front. The gap less than a second now though. Wyatt to Dunningham, 9/10, another 2 seconds back to Paul Roderson in 3rd place, and they'll be coming across the line soon. 5 minutes of this one to go. Ellie Dixon makes her way across the line in the little Polo. Seems to be enjoying her racing nonetheless, and we'll be mindful of John Wyatt closing up now as they go up the hill, so maybe by the time we get onto the next lap, Ellie might see them coming through. Shame she hasn't really got anyone to battle with, but all about when you've got the track to yourself, you're really competing against yourself, trying to get your lap times down, improve the racecraft, and generally try and get maybe a personal best lap time. It's certainly going to be the target for Ellie. As the 2nd and 3rd place cars going through again. So Paul Dunningham, the gap's gone back out. It was under a second. It's 1.2 now. So a sterling lap there by John Wyatt to get back out in front. Yesterday's winner, and looking pretty good so far in the Golf. There goes the Audi across the line in 2nd position. Roderson not really able to get much closer. This is kind of settled into that feeling that you get mid-race. We're into the closing stages of it now, to be absolutely fair. Oh, these 4 are closed up again, so almost had the wake-up call. And Dave Pinkney trying to get up into another place here. He's going to try and hunt down Christopher Garnham. He's got a little bit of a gap to try and to close up. Whether he'll do it in the remaining 3.5 minutes, I don't know. We're into the last 3 or 4 laps of this one. Wyatt still with the fastest lap as well. It's a pretty good way to do the decider, if we were going to call it that, isn't it? Fastest lap and take the win as well.
Definitely so. Should say that there's a message flashed up on the screen. Dave Pinkney has been warned for track limits. That's on the exit of turn 3, which would be Graham Hill Bend, where they have one of the main sensors. For those who don't know, of course, it's Brands Hatch, one of the more sensitive places for track limits, shall we say, in picking them up. So if you run too wide, there are pressure pads on certain corners, particularly the exit of Paddock Hill Bend and at least Graham Hill Bend. And Graham Hill Bend was where he would have been given the black and white flag. And anytime you transgress track limits, it always sets off a camera. Sends a nice photo up to race control, which is undeniable. So honest, Gov, it wasn't me. I think you find it was, because there's a...
That's the good thing, isn't it? You know, it is, the evidence is there. You cannot work your way around it. The only argument you get is I was forced on it or something like that, but...
Now, interesting enough, John White has been closed in by Paul Dunning and for Believe. But last time he was 4/10 quicker. Gap is down to less than a second. It's 0.87 between them, although visibly, I'd say on this lap, halfway through so far, it ain't 0.8. It's a bit closer than that as they come up towards the end of that. It's definitely not 0.8. It's right on his tail as they come through. And if these two hold each other up, it might give Roddison an opportunity to bring the 2.3 second advantage that White currently has over him down a little further. Onto the pit straight they'll come. As 22, that's Ross Stoner being warned for track limits as well. That's at Graham Hill Bend again, back in 4th place. And on the last lap again, another 4/10 taken up by Dunningham. So Dunningham looks like he wants to try and make it 2-1 in his favour. He has the momentum, having won race 2. White, of course, had that huge lurid slide. And I guess Dunningham diving down the outside with the bigger brakes on the Audi S3, side by side. And White shows him the edge of the road, puts him far out. That's definitely track limits. As Dunningham will argue he was forced there, but held his line. And Dunningham just straight onto his tail. A little bit more fired up now, I think, as they come out of Graham Hill Bend. They've now got a minute and a half to go. They're going to have, 2 more laps to go. Great shot here, look at the cars they go through from Sam trackside. They watch them through Surtees. White again trying to hold the lines. They come onto the power. But the S3 of Dunningham, which I would believe is, the S3 is a 4-wheel drive. So he'll have a bit more punch off the corner in terms of traction. 2 more times around the Indy circuit for this final race of the weekend for the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship, and it's currently 1 all for victories between the two of them. They've got 2 more laps, Richard, to decide who actually comes away with the bragging rights and wins it 2-1.
I'm guessing John's a jeweller, because it says that John White jewellery on the side of the car. I know several jewellers, as we get the battle with the jewellers become jewelling, and it is through on the inside for Paul Dunningham. I was about to say I know several jewellers that actually come and race. But yeah, great move into Druids, very timely as well on the last couple of laps.
And that was again showing possibly the better brakes, I suppose, on the S3 that allowed him to make that move. That was again, I hope we weren't going to have another Ray Collier moment there, which not to label it under his name, but it was a similar moment to that happened in the MG, shall we say. And he tried that move down the outside once and got shown the edge of the road by John as he tried to make it down the outside line. John hasn't let him get away too much. They're going to be nose to tail down the pit straight to start the final lap of the race. Roddison's a bit further away than he'd like to be in 3rd place. On to the final lap of the weekend for the Volkswagen Audi. He's having a think about the outside line. Just dipped to the inside to put himself into Paul's mirrors. But Paul carries better momentum and the better brakes on the Audi might will show here as he brakes that touch later and goes defensive. He's not comfortable on the racing line to go where John might go either. With half a lap to go, unless there is a, touch wood, mishap from Paul in the last few corners. It looks as though it's even seemingly so. Well, understeer there through Graham Hill Bend, but holding on to the place. And looks like it seems as though, tentatively, another victory to make it 2-1 in this edition of Volkswagen Audi here at Brands Hatch this weekend.
Been quite a fascinating weekend, hasn't it, between the pair of them? I thought it was going to be a double diamond for John Wyatt, but the jeweller is not going to get the better of this encounter, and it's going to be Paul Dunningham who comes off Clark Curve and starts to power his way down towards the checkered flag to make it 2. It's going to be fastest lap for Wyatt. That'll be some consolation for him. There's the checker, there's the win. Dunningham makes it 2. Wyatt 2nd, Roddison 3rd, Stoner in 4th place in the TT. Hunter, Mason, Dewar, Watson and Garnham, followed by Pinkney, will complete the top 10 in, as I say, what's been a very good weekend for the Racing Line VW Audi Championship. They will head off to a triple header again on Anglesey in September, which hopefully will be a little bit cooler for them.
Hopefully for me, because I'm going there, so that'll be a move up for me. There's the move, and look at that. That was a huge last gasp move down the inside.
Is it streamed, by the way, Anglesey, or is that why you're going?
I believe it is, yeah. So
it's not a Fun Cup weekend, though, is it?
No. That's the weekend before Fun Cup at Brands Hatch, which I'll be at with Team Clapham North again. So I'll give a shout out to, of course, got Masters podium yesterday, P8 overall, third in Masters. So good effort for George and Abby, and shout out to them if they happen to be watching or not on the back. But there's the result. It's 2-1 to Dunningham. So Paul Dunningham then takes the victory in race number 3 of Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship, only by 3/4 of a second from John Wyatt in his VW Golf. And Roderson makes it a trio of podiums for the Skoda Octavia. Good effort from him to take third. Ross Stoner, the only Audi TT Cup racer, takes 4th overall. Tony Hunter in Kerry Lewis's Volkswagen Golf is P5. There's Craig Mason in the Scirocco P6. Donald DeVar 7th in the Mark 1 Golf. Stephen Watson 8th in the Scirocco, ahead of Chris Garnham, his teammate in the Audi A3. Front-wheel driver Dave Pinkney, ex-touring car man in the VW Vento, successfully completes the race in P10. Then it's Halliwell 11th, Dave Richardson 12th, from Chris Adams in 13th, and Ellie Dixon, the last finisher in a potent little VW Polo, rounds off the 14 finishes with 3 non-starters, which was Harley Young, David Lawrence and Tim Evans on that one, because both of them retired from race 2 earlier on. So right, let's head down to top of the pit lane once again in Parc Fermé, where John Ratcliffe is there to have a chat to our top 3 from our final Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship race of the weekend at Brands Hatch.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, indeed. Welcome back down here to a rather sweltering pit lane here at Brands Hatch. We're yet to have any of our drivers getting out the cars. Maybe they enjoy being sat in saunas here in Kent, but hopefully we'll get engines off in a couple of moments and we'll have drivers out of the cars. What a battle it was there between Paul Dunningham and John Wyatt. I mean, I certainly thought after that blistering start yet again from John Wyatt, he'd be off into the sunset. But no, Dunningham chased him back down and stole away the victory. Thought it was going to be 2-1 Wyatt, but no, it's 2-1 Dunningham from the weekend as he hops up and out of the car, and he is looking rather rather knackered after that one, which I think is fair enough. Let's see if we can grab Paul before he rushes off to continue his chatters. Paul, that was a tough one, rather warm, and I thought Wyatt got that one, but you stole it in the dying moments.
I tell you, John drove superbly the whole race, mega start, absolutely was happy with second, didn't think I'd ever get in.
His car's running away at the moment.
Oh, brilliant. Maybe stick that in gear. Yeah, I thought he had it, but 2 or 3 laps to go, we had a little slide and closed the gap down, and then I had a little look on the outside. I didn't really think it would work, but I was absolutely alongside, and he showed me the edge of the track. That gave me a little bit of extra inspiration. I turned the headlights on and sold him a bit of a dummy, went for the outside again and switched back, and to my surprise it gripped and it worked. Nice. I didn't think it was going to work. I thought I might end up sideways across the track, but happy with that, really happy.
It was brilliant to watch. He shoved you off at Druids, but you got him back. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thanks very much. And we will go over and have a little chat with John as well. John, you managed to stop your car from running away now. What a race it was between you and Paul. You showed him the edge of the circuit there. You wanted to keep that race lead, but he just got you back.
Yeah, he just made a tiny error just coming on the follow-through on paddock, and he got up the inside, and I thought okay, we'll see, and there's only a lap and a bit to go, so but never mind. This has been a great weekend. First time the car's really performed, so we're really happy.
You've been brilliant to watch. I've got to ask about those starts. You are blistering on those starts.
Yeah, I'm usually a rubbish starter. My wife would tell you I never start very well, she always says, why don't you start quicker? And I go, well, I'm trying my best. So it's become good. It's come good. Yeah, first time the car's really performed well.
It's been great to watch, mate, and congratulations, second place. Cheers, thank you very much. Let's see if we could find the Skoda man. Paul Roderson is running away from me currently, but hello, Paul. I'll quickly dive in. Third place for yourself in that one, pretty happy with that?
Yeah, I can't do anything about the guys up front. At one point you sort of think to yourself, can I pick up the pieces, because they started to scrap. I still wasn't close enough. Coming into this weekend, we wasn't thinking about the championship, because we'd started in a different car, the TCR car at the start. We'd not got any points on that, but now with Tim Evans having a bad weekend, it's put us right up there. So the dynamics change a little bit. You have to sort of say, well, I can't catch them two, but I can bag some points.
Exactly. Some great points. Congratulations on third place, mate. Thank you for chatting with me. Well, I think the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy is already off on that green flag lap, so I better hand back up to the commentary box.
It is indeed. Thank you very much, John. Getting set for our longest race of the day, which is the 45-minute SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race. Let's rattle through the grid. Pole position to Roman Grendel's VW Scirocco, with Shane Kelly's ever-present Morgan on the front row of the grid alongside. Row 2, Aston Lindsay's Audi TT and the Honda Civic EK9 of James Alford. Row 3, Nick Brady in his Audi TT, and Feroz Billamori had some drive shaft issues in qualifying, but starts P6, is on the grid, I can confirm. And it's Kieran Power's BMW Z4 and the Fiesta of Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler starts on the 4th row in P8. Adam Marshall in the Seat Leon and Brian Rose, who took 2 victories in the Production Cup earlier on, starts P10 for Pure Track in the Audi TT. Then it's Richard Clark's Clio and Luke Bartley in his Honda Civic Type R EP3 in P12. Chris Murphy in the Z4 and Elliot Noblisky in the BMW Z4. Steve Walden in the M3 and Dukes and Dukes in the Z4. Then Parsons, Lynch, Radford, Cogswell, Willett, Walker, Coomber and Watts. Rounds up the 23 car starters. So they go 2 by 2 towards the line, and 45 minutes of SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy racing is about to get underway. The green flag flies in the air and we are underway, and straight away from the front row of the grid it is Shane Kelly in the Morgan that punches through into the lead, around pole sitter Roman Grendel, and one car running wide. Looks like that's Watling and Wheeler going 3 abreast with Brian Rose's Audi TT. It is Grendel into 2nd place, Lindsay 3rd, and side by side for 4th already was Billamoria in the green VW Scirocco. He's been a winner several times, and James Orwood has also been a winner a couple of times in Club Sport in that EK9 in 5th position. Through Graham Hill Bend they go for the first time, clean and tidy so far. Just quick run through for what this series is if you've never watched it before. 45-minute pit stop race. You can have 1 or 2 drivers. Mandatory pit stop has to be a minimum of 2 minutes from pit in to pit out when you cross both lines. And if you are short by even just a fraction of a second, it's automatic 30-second time penalty plus the time you were short. So if you're short by 0.5 a second, doesn't matter. It's a 34.5 second penalty. 5 classes, all based on power to weight ratio, 235 brake horsepower, maximum power to weight ratio. And as long as this car's production based, within reason, you can run anything you like as long as it fits in the regulations. It generally does. And fun fact, Richard O'Neill, it started here 7 years ago at Brands Hatch, where the very first race was. It was won on the last corner by Aidan Hills. I think it was Aidan Hills and Paul Shear when they passed Bruce Winfield on the last corner when it went sideways, and the MX-5 beat the Honda Civic. And that's enough of a history lesson. First lap is in the books, and Billamoria for 6th. For the grid is going wheel to wheel with Aston Lindsay, who doesn't really give as much as he gets, or he does when he has to, and getting the better out of both of them. Now Richard is the Honda Civic, almost went 3 abreast, but Lindsay there holds his ground, holds 3rd place, which puts Billamoria back into the clutches of Alford.
Yeah, Feroz, you say drive shaft issues this morning.
He was mentioning something in qualifying that he wasn't quite right. But
he's not quite. He's normally pole or thereabouts, isn't he? So yeah, gathered he wasn't quite at full chat this morning.
He has got a new exhaust on that car. I saw that on social media, which he's been fitting here this weekend, and it seems to be running okay. But before, I saw him walking up the pit. Well, I was walking up the pit earlier on this morning, and I said, "You put a new exhaust on?" He went, "Yeah." He said, "How is it?" He went, "I haven't tried it yet." So the first time we tried it out was in qualifying this morning. That was fine. It was just the drive shaft was playing up a little bit. But whatever the issue was for the Scirocco, he's fixed it. And the car, of course, on the 3rd row of the grid. Little twitch through Druids, but he seems to be in good form and in the leading pack to see how this race plays out.
Good peddler, Feroz. Known him quite a few years, and he's just settled nicely into this. And there are some little competitions that suit drivers greatly. And you can a lot of the drivers that are here regulars, you know, it is a really good place to come, and it's not a high pressure environment. I suppose it can be if you want to make it that yourself. Feroz is one of those drivers that doesn't. He, turn up, give a good race as he can, and but always seems to enjoy it, which is great.
Yeah, good to see. Also good to see James Alford, though, who has taken, I think at least 1 win so far this year. I think it was at Sneston, if I'm right, and Alford, who's done quite a lot of Club Sport Trophy. Well, Donington, thank you for that. And he's done quite a lot of racing. I think he's done a busy year this year, not just doing Club Sport Trophy, but he's another one who's both the racing Hondas and an EG Civic. Someone's off the road somewhere. Big cloud of gravel dust. That's exactly who it is. We'll find out. And it's clearing. It's one of the BMWs. It's 24. And that's Kieran Power, who was in pole in Class C. And that's hit the tyre barrier. Looks fit. There's damage, I think, to at least, or the steering is acute on the front right. And there's the rear bumpers hanging off a little bit. So that's either glanced off the tyres or just been rumbling off into the gravel. And now already you can see that Shane Kelly under threat from Roman Grendel, but Grendel can't make a move here because there are yellow flags where that incident was. Whether this will prompt a safety car or not, I'm not 100%. But the leaders go through. Should mention also the pit window opens at 15 minutes, so with half an hour to go in the race. Closes with 15 minutes to go. And if you don't stop, of course, within that window, then of course you place quite a massive penalty for doing so. So it's that 15-minute window. You can pit any time you like within that, but of course the pit stop has to be that minimum of 2 minutes. And it has to be minimum of that. Of course, anything over that or anything under that, then you do get yourself a time penalty, automatically 30 seconds, plus the time that you were short.
Thought we were going to get a safety car then.
I thought that as well too, but then we had a similar one in the Fiesta Juniors at one point we had a car go off there, didn't we? And that tended to be quite far enough off the road that we didn't need one, if I remember correctly. So maybe it's in a position where it's not going to be too much of a, not a fast enough point of the circuit, even though it's exit Clark Curve, which is awkward enough to cause a safety car, but it's in a position where it possibly isn't, so we'll have to wait and see. There's Adam Marshall, who we've seen before racing in other series. I think the Evolution Trophy was appeared in a couple of times. He did that in a Golf. He's now switched to a Seat Leon. And there is Richard Clark, if I'm correct, 166, familiar face from Brscc circles. I've watched him before, in a more kind of factory liveried Clio Cup car. Like he's come straight out of the factory somewhere in that livery. That's the sort of metallic yellow one. We've got more battles going on here. Now, 2 of the BMW Z4, which I believe came across when they used to have the previous the Z car series, which is just the Z4 cars they mix, and that one was almost going off into the gravel in that point, but they duel amongst each other. There's been about 3 or 4 of them at least that kind of congregate into Club Sport Trophy and come here on a regular basis. It is a series, there's no points on offer, but the company, because they like it and they travel and follow Club Sport everywhere and seem to be quite well ensconced in the series and found a home, which is quite nice to see these cars. They do quite regularly turn up, so it's good to have them, and they've been here for quite a while, and love enjoying battling in amongst themselves, but also amongst other cars in their class and around them in other classes up and down the field, as they're doing now, because that is Luke Bartley and his EP3 Civic having a duel with the 31, which is Steve Walden's car as they come through Paddock Club and the leaders, with Shane Kelly and Roman Grandel. 0.4 of a second between them, nose to tail up towards Druids.
So Roman was a time attacker, I googled this morning, is that right? Do you recall him from...
I don't recall him last year, but he has done some Club Sport Trophy before, maybe in the past before my time there.
Okay, yeah, I certainly didn't remember him in it. Shane Kelly we've seen lots of times. That's a university tended car as well, isn't it?
It is University of Wolverhampton, I want to say. If I got that wrong, please
Wolverhampton?
don't shoot. If I get that wrong, University, please don't shoot me. But confirmed away for Kieran, thank you. I did get it right for once. University of Wolverhampton Racing, thank you for that. So quite a potent team. Of course, Shane's been quite a partner for a long time, and that Morgan's quite a nice car to have in the chat. Again, another unique car like Roderson's Skoda, and of course the Volvo we had in CMMC. These unique cars that turn up, and actually not only that, but they become favourites in the series and do make regular appearances quite often. So we've got battle going on here. They're paired off now for first and for third place. Kelly and Grandel for the lead, and now it's Lindsay versus the Scirocco of Billamoria for 4th position. And they've dropped James Orford's EK Civic, and then it's Nick Brady who leads the class. Should touch on class leaders actually whilst we're looking at this. So all 5 cars are in Class A. That's of course being led by the overall leader Shane Kelly. Class B is being led by Nick Brady in his Audi TT. The Class C lead is being held at the moment by 721, which is the Z4 of Chris Murphy. Class D at the moment is being led by, I'll take that off my screen. Class D being led by, I don't even have a Class D.
We don't have a Class D, sorry, yeah, we covered that this morning in qualifying.
Fair enough, no Class D. So Class E then is being led currently by Daniel Cogswell, another unique car in the field, the Nissan Almera GTI. I don't see Almeras often racing very much. And of course it's also, what other livery do you put Nissan in? Old school BTCC colours. It's in the proper 98, 99 livery, which is an even better touch to put that car. I'll find it somewhere on track and point it out to Richard when I can see it. It's just there going out of Druids up towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, when that car's shared, the 2 lads know the guy who services my car.
Ah, excellent.
Which is also a Nissan, and I did used to have an Almera, so which was a good little car. It was prone to overheating a lot. It wouldn't have survived this summer for sure.
Who knows? It's obviously not. It's far from a standard Almera, of course. It's a GTI one as well. Maybe an underrated hot hatch, I'm sure. But I'm sure we can pick that up on the stream, and any BTCC fans will enjoy seeing that tribute livery. So we've got Almera rather than Primera on the side, which is quite appropriate for the car we have. Battle still going on for 3rd place between Lindsay and Billamoria, and of course still yellow flags down where we have the number 24.
It's going to be a bit awkward if that sits there for the whole 45 minutes with yellow flags, isn't it? It sort of takes a lot of the fun out for people that are trying to make passes.
Indeed so. What I find awkward as well is to be given a black and white flag for track limits. That car right there has been given a black and white flag for track limits. It's off the road.
Very clearly, he's off the track, isn't he?
Kieran W said they're not wrong.
That was Andy McEwen. That was Andy McEwen, wasn't it? He said that just now.
Was it?
Sounded like Andy McEwen.
That was a great impression.
We did get Kieran in when we were at Donington last year. I did get Kieran on mic pretending to be Andy McEwen for a little bit. I don't know if you remember that. It was great fun. That was really good fun. That was really good.
He remembers because he was there.
Yeah. I don't know if he wanted to block it out, but you know.
But to be fair, and I'll give Kieran his flowers here. I'm not doing it to blow smoke, honestly, but. I've heard him on commentary before. He's actually quite decent. One commentator another, and also he's producing on stream, which he's doing a lot more in recent time. And actually, he does a fine job with that as well. So that's not me trying to win favour. We get on fine, I think, enough. But nonetheless, it's good. He's multifaceted, multi-talented as our producer in that sense. And whilst that's going on, done two things. He's found us the battle for third place where Ben Roy's got past, and he's also found us to mount the Almera as well. So you can see that on screen too. So happy days.
He's one of those people that makes you sick because he's bloody good at everything he does, isn't he? Which I was.
I try, and multifaceted and ambidextrous, which is what's the phrase? Master of none, but jack of all trades, master of none. So there's a lot of things I do media-wise, but I guess commentary I'm not too bad at, I suppose. He self-proclaims. Anyway, on to more pressing matters. There is a race still going on.
James Alford.
Indeed.
I was looking at last couple. I thought James Alford, yeah, as you said, won at Donington Park. I haven't got the previous year. I've got last year's. I think if I was to look at 2024, 2023, there'd be lots of James Alford wins, but not last year.
The interesting thing is that there are two James Alfords.
Oh, there would be, wouldn't there?
there are. There's one who races the Hondas, the other one who races. It was initially a Golf, then he turned that into an Audi TT. So there are two. When they turn up on the grid, it is very confusing. They tend to be in the same class as well. So you have two James Alfords in the same class, just in different cars. So there's James Alford, the Audi driver, and James Alford, the Honda driver. And
have they both won?
They both have, yes.
Yep.
James won a few times.
I'll have to double check those. But I was looking at Firo's hasn't won since Silverstone C1 24 Hours last year.
Wow,
which really surprised me.
That does surprise me, actually, you say that.
Yeah.
Does really surprise me, yeah. And James had a busy. Back to James Alford, he had a busy year.
Although
this year.
Actually, he won the race of Remembrance. Was there a slightly shorter race at Race of Remembrance last year?
I believe so, yes.
So he did win that one. So
yeah,
apologies, Firo's, if I'm doing a disservice. But
and James had a busy year in some as well because he doubles with racing the EK in Class Sport Trophy. He also has an EG, a new EG build, which he's been racing in Racing Hondas this year. It's been okay. He's had a couple of podiums and a couple of reliability issues, but apart from that, it's sort of been getting used to it. But that EK did used to be a car he used to race in that championship, but he's now converted it and transferred it over to Club Sport Trophy. It's now one of the faster Class A cars out there when it's on form.
So we're going clockwise. We are 3 minutes away from the pit window being opened up. The recovery will continue of the stricken Kieran Power car. Shame to lose that one. 3 class wins so far this year out of the 4. The other class win in C having gone to Darren and Joseph Dukes in their Z4. So it's always been a Z4 at the top of the standings in Class C. And at the moment it's Chris Murphy, isn't it, in the 721.
Just noting another driver making his way back up through the order again, like he did in the CMMC race. Ricky Coomber from the back of the grid. Looks like he didn't get a good qualifying time. Already picked himself up to 9th, so it's all the 9s because it's now 999 in 9th position. So he's now moved up, and his next target, I think if he hasn't passed him already, looking up and down the field, will be Brian Rose's Audi. But I think he might slip past him into Paddock Hill Bend, but he crossed the line behind him by about 1/10 and a half, and he was about 7/10 quicker. Was he? No, he wasn't. He was a little bit slower. But he has got past Brian Rose, so he is through. And the next target is now Richard Clark in that bright yellow metallic Renault Clio. And that will be for 7th place. And also that will take 2nd place in Class B. And the next target after that will be some 9.5 seconds up the road, unless you can beat him in pit strategy. And that will be Nick Brady's Audi TT, which currently leads the class by nearly 9.5 seconds, as we mentioned, from Richard Clark's Renault Clio. We have BMW Z4s at play into Paddock Hill Bend.
Are there 2 Richard Clarks as well? Because I've got started this year, Class A being won by Richard Clark in a VW Golf. Is that the same one, or are we?
It might be the same one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I recognise there being Richard Clark. Yeah, that rings a bell, him being in a Volkswagen Golf. But using my brain for a second. Yes, I think that does ring a bell. So it's probably the same one, but obviously that wasn't available. The twitch of the tail there from 91. That's Novobilski's. It's the car of Richard Elliott Novobilski and Krzysztof Novobilski.
We don't know who starts, so it's not like Fun Cup. We don't get a list of who.
Yeah.
I do often try and, if I'm pit lane, try and get a list. Is it Lindsay Close looking after this weekend? Or
it's Andrew Payne this weekend, but Lindsay's regularly looks after it, yes. So, and a fine job they both do.
Lindsay's been avoiding me all year, I think. I think we can go pit bound anyway now. John Ratcliffe is looking after things down there. So let's go and find out what news, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Welcome down to the pit lane then. I'm joined with Krzysztof from the number 91. Now I think the pit lane's going to be getting busy in a moment's time as the pit window opens. Let us know how's your teammate doing at the moment?
Yeah, he's catching up, so we're in about the right place at the moment, but we hope to make up a few more spots in the next couple of laps.
You were saying it was up to 13th initially, but I think he's dropped back to 16th, maybe a little issue.
15th, yeah, I'm not sure there's an issue, but I'm sure he's got it all together now.
Okay, good. He's settling in. Like you said, you're about to get ready. What's the thoughts as you're getting getting prepared, getting the suit on, getting ready to go?
My pulse rate is going through the roof. I'm getting thirsty. All of those normal things, but looking forward to it.
Once you're in the car, I'm sure it will all settle down.
It will all settle down.
Cheers for chatting with me, mate, and best of luck. Thank you very much. Right then, wish the 91 the best of luck into their next stint. And like I say, the pit lane's soon going to be getting busy. I'll hand up to the commentary box for the moment.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Christoph. Yeah, it's nice to get that perspective, isn't it, of just getting a little bit nervous. You know, it means he cares about what he's going to be doing and obviously wants to. We didn't find out what the relationship between the two is. Do we think Richard is son, very possibly, of Christoph, who's going out there, but obviously wants to do the best for his teammate as well. Talking, as we were, about pit stop strategy, it's difficult here. It's a set length that you've got to do, and the timing has got to be absolutely spot on, otherwise you can lose out. When I was looking at the race lead earlier on, it was about 1 point something seconds, and I thought that could be key between Grendel, who's now got the lead, and Villamoria, who is there as well. Have we got pit stops on here? No, we haven't had a pit. What's happened to Shane Kelly then? So Kelly now down in third. Grendel leading for Villamoria, Kelly in third, and not having shown us had a pit stop. So I think maybe when we were in the pits, something went amiss on the 111 car.
And that off the road is the compact, and then two guys, that's Grendel off the road as well. So Grendel, who was, well, he is the leader still, but off the road is the 126. That's the compact of Elliot Walker, and that's the car that's been run, I think, by, I want to say his name, Phil Adcock, who's running that car, saw him in the pit lane. And that car now off in the gravel at Druids, and of course we saw Grendel surviving. As into the pit lane, I think just as the pit lane window opens, comes Shane Kelly. Now I wonder if he might get a benefit here if we go safety car, but this will be quite intriguing.
I was going to say, this is all going to be a little bit messy, isn't it, if we get safety car now?
It'll be like traffic jam on the M25 down the pit lane, which in those situations, whenever there's tons of cars picking in the safety car, I'll call it childish, but I like to say you should break up the Benny Hill thing, because it fits a mass. It fits a mass array of pit stops all at once, people running around trying to get pit stops done. Safety car has been deployed, and just the pit window opens, so ultimately both boards go out, which means we are going to see, I think, quite obviously, a mass exodus from the circuit into pit lane to make their mandatory pit stops. And the University of Wolverhampton racing squad taking the moment to keep the engine cool on the Morgan. As we expected, here comes quite a few cars. One car's not going to head in the pits, unfortunately, is, I'm afraid, Elliot Walker's BMW, which is going to be stranded in the gravel and will need to be towed out. I think Elliot has got out of the car, he's just to the right hand side. I think he's been a regular in the series before in a Mini Cooper.
He has been a regular in the gravel, but in the series, definitely not a regular in the gravel.
How dare you? But no, it's jokes aside, I think he has been in the Mini Cooper before. I think and won a couple of times, I think, here in his class. He did a couple of years ago in a Mini Cooper. So he's quite well around here, but unfortunately it looks like the conditions or the car or something else got the better of him, and off into the gravel he goes. So 28 minutes left to go. We just opened the pit window. Yes,
Class C winner,
in a Mini Cooper.
So I'm doing totally. I was joking. I didn't mean to be serious, but yeah, okay. Good peddler and well remembered.
And several cars pitting in. A couple of the BMWs. Cogswell's in. Also, so I think he's the Victor Golf. So Shane Kelly exits his pit stop. This will certainly benefit him. He was the first one to pit. He literally pitted just before the safety car came out. So that will certainly benefit him because he's the first car to stop, and that will certainly help him leapfrog up through the order. Several cars also making it in. As I said, Billamoria's in, Alford's in, Lindsay's in. We've got the Richard Clark Clio in, Adam Marshall's in, the Watling Wheeler Fiesta is also in, as well as is now the Murphy 721 Z4. The Dukes and Dukes Z4 also in too. And we've also got, just almost over the cars that aren't pitting are, we've got the number 28, which is Watts in the Class E MX5. And also, Kelly's just exited his pit stop. Others who haven't pitted yet are, well, Roman Grendel stayed out, as has also Brian Rose's Audi TT. A lot of abilities haven't pitted yet, I don't think, in 91. They stayed out. And also 691, which is the Mini of Frederick Lynch. But down to the pit lane, because with insight from University of Wolverhampton Racing, John's down in the pit lane. Let's head down there now.
Hello there, everyone. You join us back down in pit lane again. I'm joined by Bradley. Hello, Bradley. He's part of the University of Wolverhampton team. I think your driver might have had a little bit of a mistake before he came in the pits there.
Yeah, it wasn't so much a mistake. It was just a little blip. Doesn't seem like anything major, just a little thing, and seems to have sorted itself out, and just crack on and get on with the job.
Seems like your car is in safe hands, to be fair. He's a very quick peddler. Seemed as though that first pit stop went all right, though?
Yeah, we got our target time, happy with it, went smoothly, get on with it.
Yeah, I was hoping to dive in with the driver, and I thought best not get involved. Everyone looks like the team meshing well together. Talk to us more about the university team, how it all works, and how it's come about with you being involved.
Yeah, so basically we all on a motorsport degree. Basically apply at the start of the year, go through interview process, make it as real as we can. And then we have the 2 teams, this one and then the Radical. We get put on one of them, and then all the different roles. So we have data engineers, tyre techs, and then the mechanics each corner. And then we run the team and just work all together and get it running on weekends like this.
Amazing. It sounds like such an awesome opportunity for university students, and like you say, laying the groundwork as you move on to the rest of your career.
So yeah, it's great to get the real world experience whilst also getting the degree to help get jobs in the future.
No, mate, thank you for chatting with me, Bradley. I know no one else wanted to, so you put yourself forward, so I appreciate that. Best of luck to you in the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, Bradley. Thanks very much. You see there, dropping down to 3rd place, then the 111, but the uni team are very happy with the driver's performance and very happy with his performance from that interview. I'll send it back up to the commentary box.
That's really funny, that, John, because that happened to me when I was interviewing the Uni of Wolves people. Can't remember where it was. It might have been moved to Club Sport at Snetterton, and wanted to get an interview, and nobody wanted to do it. And then it was like someone drew a short straw and come and had a chat with me. It's nice to know that is still part of the team, and I kind of recognise that. So yeah, good lads, really good grounding for them, and loved it. I remember back in the day when it was a club that I was with, not BRSC, a short circuit club, were doing some car building and stuff like that, and gave a car to a uni to work on, and they took it apart and never ever put it back together. But thankfully, university involvement in motorsport these days is much more proactive, and they get results. They do things. They come and do it properly. It really has. I'm thankful and grateful to say moved on, and there we've got 2 teams, in sort of moved away or moved out of City Car Cup, which is a terrific grounding. Student motorsport in that is great, but we've got teams that come and get involved in other championships now, which is fantastic.
And what I like about City Car Cup, to give a mention for a second, is that it's gotten to the stage now in student motorsport where you've got several teams. They're not just good teams, but they're also running at the front and winning races, even locking out podiums outright, which just shows not just how good the drivers are, but how well the students they have for those respective teams are using City Car Cup and that Student Motorsport Challenge as a real solid platform to develop their engineering skills, to do it in real racing environments that it might not get too much anywhere else. It's a dedicated environment and platform to do that, which means it serves the next generation of engineers and mechanics and those who are going to go forward into that area of motorsport and even automotive or any other similar areas. It's key experience that they might not have got so much that easily or anywhere else that could have given that much leverage.
I think a lot of it's been serendipity, the way it's worked, with because when it came in, there were 2 or 3 unis that were doing it, and with all due respect, they didn't have front-running drivers, and then a couple of the front-runners thought, hey, we could benefit from this, get some, dare I say it, probably get slave labour, cheap labour, but also help these unis with their experience, because drivers have a lot of engineering know-how, which they will feed back. And yeah, lots of top drivers coming in. We were talking about Brady Pollock earlier on. We're going to see him hopefully in action again in the 3rd Fiesta race, and he was at the West Sussex in the West Sussex College team with Hayden Payne, and they've moved up and onwards now. But yeah, really, really good to see. John's got another interview, so let's pop down to pit lane again.
Welcome back down to the pit lane then. Safety car still out. We just had the Dukes and Dukes car come in, and I've got one of the Dukes right here. Father and son duo, if I'm not mistaken, and son's headed out. Dad, though, how was the first stint?
Hot. It's good. There's a lot of grip there. It was some good close battles. Getting a couple of cars gone off here and there, so there's gravel everywhere. But yeah, if you pick your lines, it's not too bad.
Bit of gravel online makes it a bit more exciting, but how is it racing with your son? That must just be the most fantastic experience.
It's good. We've raced together for many years. We used to race motocross on quads together quite a few years ago, and yeah, he's just progressed into cars. So.
Well, I guess you got the gravel experience then.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Sharing the car in something like this, there's a lot that goes into it. A lot of teamwork to bring it all together. Can you talk us through it?
Well, basically, I nickname him Lewis, so I do all the work, he arrives and drives.
I'm sure he very much likes that setup.
Correct.
Who pays the bills, though?
Mother.
Oh, perfect. So you can leave that one to her. She's finance.
Exactly.
And who's faster, you or him?
He's going to be faster soon. I've got 8 stone weight difference to him, so once things click, he'll be quicker than me. He's probably about a second a lap slow around here currently.
Okay, cool. But working together well as a team.
Yes.
Fantastic, and he's looking forward to this rest of the season. I hope, of course, behind the safety car isn't ideal, but hopefully that'll clear up soon and he'll get some clear racing.
I think I've just put him under a bit more pressure because we normally pit bang on halfway through. So I pitted with 18 minutes gone. Okay. I apologise to him as he's getting in the car, but obviously the safety car's still going, so he's got a few laps just to get his head in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, settle in and then see how he gets to in green flag conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
Lovely. Thanks very much for talking to me, mate. Thank you so much. The Dukes and Dukes car, one to watch out there, but for the moment, I'll hand it back up to the box.
Thanks very much indeed, John. Was John really talking about fathers and sons racing in gravel? That rings a bell somewhere with John, doesn't it?
To twig. Now I get it. Right, okay.
Yeah, so they're in the Z4,
yes.
The Dukes. And it was interesting to say, sponsored by Mum, so that means that is a mobile kitchen, because the comments you normally get, can I have a new kitchen? No, we're going racing this year. That's what you normally get. I heard that twice last weekend at Knock Hill. And then you hear, it is, other halves are very forgiving, aren't they, about giving... So, and it is a wonderful thing to be able to do stuff with. My son's here today with his young lady, and it's a nice thing to be able to go out to a racetrack and to actually race with siblings is a great thing. I won't race with my son anymore because he's too quick for me.
Speaking of which, we are back racing again. So the safety car is in, and we're back racing in the Club Sport Trophy once more. Just under 20 minutes to go. Everyone's made their pit stops underneath the safety car. There's still a couple of minutes to go in the pit window for anyone who hasn't pitted yet to do so, but no, everyone who's still running has made a pit stop, so we're all good. So it's now a straight 20-minute racing or so to the end of the race. And Billimoria is the one that finds himself in the lead in the VW Scirocco. The only thing is what Feintrigger, he's leading, but he wasn't the car that was in the head of the queue when the race restarted. It was the Shane Kelly car that was up the field, unless there's...
Shane's down 13th now.
Okay. He's showing his...
But he came in before the safety car, didn't he? So that might well have been the factor then, but
possibly. But I find it
bad luck for him.
I find it odd that they didn't actually do a wave around at all and bring Billimoria to the head of the queue as the leader in the race. But nonetheless, this is a rule that I'm missing there. But even so, Billimoria has a 1.7 second advantage still over Alistair Lindsay as he squeezes his way past the number 17 Honda Civic, which is of Luke Bartley, privateer, down towards Paddock Hill Bend they go again. 1.2 seconds to the gap. James Orper's up to third now. Class leaders after those pit stops now is Nick Brady, who leads Class B in the Audi TT. Billimoria, of course, leads Class A in the Scirocco. Class C lead is now the E. Novobilski, so that pit window worked well. Despite a hot stint for Dad, it's now his son that's now at the wheel of the leading Class C car. We said there's no Class D, so Class E now being led again by Daniel Cogswell in the Almera GTI. He's held that lead now about 12.7 seconds ahead now of Chris Watts, who's one of the last cars to make a pit stop before the safety car came back in. And there's still, if they wanted it, 3 minutes to go, but everyone has made a mandatory stop. I've just seen there's a penalty, the shorter pit stop time penalties are coming in already, because now Brian Rose, sadly, not to put a dampener on Pure Tracks weekend that's been pretty superb all the weekend so far. After 2 wins, Brian Rose is firmly not going to win Class B because he's got a 32.9 second penalty, which quite simply explained is it's 30 seconds automatically, like I said, plus it's the amount of time that you're short on the 2 minutes. Right. So he was short by 2.9 seconds, so he has to add 30 plus 2.9, and that's the penalty that you get, and it's being applied. That will come on at the end of the race, so that will be applied when he crosses the line to take the flag. So he'll be showing his 10th overall at the moment, but he will drop down outside the top 10 overall unless he doesn't lose any more time, which he might well do because the Mini of Lynch is lapping about 2 seconds quicker on that side there. But there's the race leader, 2.4 seconds. Mickey's racing through the traffic. This is now a tight one, Richard, for second. We've got Audi TT versus Honda Civic at the moment. Olfa got some good pace to try and put Lance Lindsay under pressure.
Yeah, it's always weird, isn't it, looking at that angle as they come around clearway, so you think there's a gap and then there isn't, it all tightens up. What they have got, though, if not a gap, is 17 minutes of racing to be able to sort that out. Is Firo's car going to hang on till the end of the race? That's the question, if he's been having issues.
I don't say that.
Hey!
Now then.
Now we're talking.
Now, Richard was being serious, I was being jovial, but thankfully Kelly Dan from CMC has very graciously with some cake. Thank you very much, dear. It's very generous of you. So
thank you for listening, first of all. The cake looks absolutely marvellous. Should we get Kelly on the microphone? No. Kelly Dan, when we were talking about Cake Club earlier on, Kelly Dan, thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much.
And much appreciated. Goodness me.
Ask and you shall receive. Speaking of which, James Orphe's asking for second place, has received it from Alistair Lindsay.
There you go.
Almost. Lindsay batters it back around the outside line and holds on to the place. He's not quite that giving as CMMC are, but Lindsay holding on to the place on the inside line. Alford looks up the inside to try and reclaim it. Tries to power his way past to get that EK9 Civic alongside him. Might get a side draft if he's close enough, but down the pit straight towards Paddock Hill Bend again. This is on to lap 28 of the race, 27 laps in the books. And I've said it before, the harder these two battle each other, easier it is for Billermoor to start eking away. The gap is 3.2 seconds. It's going up, because on the last lap, he was a full second quicker on that lap than the two of them behind, who were so busy tripping over each other. And 77 has been given a warning for track limits. That is the Dukes and Dukes BMW, third in Class C, 18th overall. And all for this time insists on second place. Shows Lindsay the edge of the road as he goes through, and into the second place goes the Civic.
Yeah, nice neat move there. Good racing, dealing with traffic at the same time. Should I explain the cake thing a little bit more to people that wonder what we were going on about?
You probably should, yes, maybe.
So it was in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. We were talking about the driver that went, Steve Dan, yes, that had the problem, and then we said that his Mrs. Kelly Dan does cakes for Tim Harvey and Cake Club at touring cars, but we never had any, and bless her,
she has.
She's come up and bought some up.
Shout out to her.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Right, whilst we probably take a slice each.
John doesn't have cake.
No, he doesn't, but he does have an interview, and so we'll throw down there to see if we can give us that instead.
Hello everyone, welcome down to the pit lane, and I'm joined with Brscc. Hello, so you just jumped out of the car, you looked a little bit warm. I think we've said that with literally every driver today. How was the first stint?
Really, it was mixed. We had an accident up at Clearways, then we had a safety car, so it actually ended up all being down to strategy. I stayed out and we got 2 places while we were in the pit lane, while everyone else was in the pit lane, and we carried on around with the safety car. And so, we're doing all right. We're currently leading the class and hoping to hold on to it.
Amazing, yeah, P12 overall and leading the class. It's going well, but yeah, so strategy coming into play then, of course, as it always does in an endurance race, but clearly, was that your decision behind the wheel, or was that from back in pits?
It was, I was behind the wheel, and I saw how many people dived in, and I saw the amount of unfortunate incident, and I thought, you know what, let's hang it a little bit longer. And my dad's our second driver, and I don't really want to overstrain him on the second half, so I wanted to stay out as long as possible, and it just seems to have worked out.
Nice, so. It's worked fantastically well. Well, it's in good hands for the final stint. Are you feeling confident you can bring home the class win?
We've got quite a lead, but it's tough out there. It's a bit slippery. The tyres have started to go off because the tarmac's so much hotter than this morning.
Yeah.
So the car's behaving very differently. So I'm hoping, all fingers crossed here.
Okay, good. I think we've got about 10 minutes to go, haven't we? Yeah. So we'll keep all fingers and toes crossed until then.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, Brscc. Thank you for chatting with us. Well, back up to the boys in the commentary box, and you'll join me back down here in a few moments for the podium.
We look forward to that. Sorry, just digesting the last bit of chocolate cake. Chocolate cake was absolutely chocolate, isn't it?
I think we've got some lemon cake too.
It looks like lemon drizzle, doesn't it? It looks fantastic.
I think so, yeah. Right. Whilst we're teasing John in pit lane, and whilst that was happening, the gap has... Thanks, John, by the way. It's now 2.8 seconds between Billermoor and Alford. So now Alford has now disposed of Alistair Lindsay. He's now trying to set off up the road to try and catch Billermoor. So far, his efforts are proving fruitful. He was about 3/10 quicker than the last lap, than the Scirocco, so he's trying to close in. This battle on track here is not for position, because that is Adam Marshall putting a lap on the Civic of Bartley. There is James Alford in second place. Alistair Lindsay still third. Roman Grendel, who was the earlier leader, he was the pole sitter after he got the fastest time in qualifying. And fourth in Class A, fifth overall. I should also give a mention again to Ricky Kumu, because he's doing exactly what he did in the first race of CMMC, only with a longer race distance. He's now up from short with the back of the grid into P6 and second in Class B, and he's only, I'd say, look at his lap times, he is quicker than Brady at the moment, but only by a few tenths. He's got to get past the Grendel Scirocco first to get that position overall, but it won't change position there. Rest of the top 10, Adam Marsh, number Leon 7th, the Watling and Wheeler Fiesta ST is 8th, Richard Clark is 9th in the Renault Clio, and of course, with the erstwhile penalty that will get added at the end of the race, Brian Rose in the Audi TT run by Pure Track, running in the top 10. And still Noah Bilski leading Class C, and Cogswell still leading Class E, as is Billermoor Class A, and Brady just there on screen. That was the black and blue Audi TT in fourth position. And holding on to the place now with Grendel closing in on him by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, Lindsay making inroads into this lead. It's going to be a fascinating end. Firos goes down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And there is the chasing car. Is clear air between the pair of them now, so we can maybe watch the gap coming down. Firos might start to get a wake-up call. And try and speed away. Firo's last lap, I think he maybe has had that. His last lap was his fastest of the race at 53.775. So he's maybe seen that menacing black Honda Civic in his mirrors, and he's maybe responding to it. The gap, though, is now down to 1.93 seconds. Although Firo's fastest lap of the race was on the last tour, James Alford was quicker still. So this second place car is closing in, negotiating clearways at the moment through Clark Curve, and now has the lead car, the Scirocco, within sight. Little bit of traffic ahead.
And that's Ricky Coomber facing backwards up at Druids. All the nice things I was saying about him completely going to pot, because he's now, and unless it's the angle of the circuit, I want to say that car's sitting down on one side, I want to say, unless it's just the angle of how he's sat facing the wrong way. Now, the big question usually in that scenario is, did he jump or was he pushed? As in, did he do it by himself or was he helped around? And he's finding a moment here to rotate it up at Druids. Oh no, that car jolted the second. It looks to me, Poss, has he got left rear suspension damage, I wonder? Because
he could well have, couldn't he?
Because
I'm just trying to see how far around the yellows are. It's not full course yet, is it? But certainly going into Paddock Hill Bend, we've got waved yellows there. Double waved yellows just before Druids. So it's a long yellow flag zone at the moment. So
I'm going to see how good my zoom on my phone camera is to see if I can, as we go safety car. And that's the zoom on the broadcast camera is better, although Coomber's car has moved where it was at position. It's hidden behind the trees now.
Just getting news from Kieran, our director, who's had a look at some footage and basically brake late locked up and hit another competitor.
That's inconvenient.
And that caused that damage.
So I thought they were sitting down on one side for a reason. It looks like it didn't sit like it was sitting straight, and it wasn't just the camera of the circuit.
That's a long clear up. That could be. We've got 9 minutes 27 on the clock. We're not going to get much more of a racing lap, which could be good news for Firo's Moria, and maybe not so good for James Alford, because it is going to close them up. Safety car will pick them all up. Second safety car of the event.
But what has helped a little bit is that Ricky has managed to move it, although of course it just meant that he's literally physically detached the left rear wheel from the Civic, so it's now lay in the middle of the road. But there it is, look, you can see.
Not going to be out in the CMMC then?
It'd be a big ask if you can, but if they can retrieve that. I mean, the last race is at 18:10, so if they can get it fixed, I'll be impressed. I don't think it's impossible, but it's quite a tall task for the squad to do that. Of course, they would have had problems to deal with already today, having not really got proper times in Club Sport Trophy qualifying and the CMMC qualifying, hence why Ricky had to start for the back of the field in both of these races. And so if they can get it done, of course they'll have to make sure that the errant wheel, which is still sat in the middle of the road, you can see it there, still sat in the middle of the track, which Marsh haven't retrieved just yet, but I think that's probably because we haven't got everyone stacked up behind the safety car. The recovery truck already going out on track to go and pick it up. Again, big shout out to all of our marshals, officials, volunteers, our recovery crews for all the hard work they do. Remember, of course, they all do it voluntarily for the love of the sport, and because of that, they all have to try and do the best job they can. They do so in all different conditions, particularly with how warm and how testing a summer it's been. That's one of our brave marshals quickly retrieving the wheel. So they'll make sure that goes to Ricky back to the paddock, and that'll go back on low loader.
A bit of detritus there he's missed. He's got the main bit off though.
Yeah, and this is going to go back and realise it's there. He'll put that on the low loader, as for the car as well. And trackside recovery once again. Yeah, they've just spotted there. That they go just either go that other side or go and grab that little bit as well. That might be key for the wheel, which to get it back on again. So thankfully that's been spotted by one of the recovery guys.
Had their work cut out this weekend, haven't they? As ever they do, marshals, recovery crews, the invisible, but marshals are, not invisible. I hope we don't make the marshals feel invisible. The people that you don't see are the race control people, the TSL people, and the clerks, and the race admin people who do a sterling job as well. So I'm going to give a little bit of a shout out to them who do such a great job as well. That's the way to come racing, isn't it? Bring your camping chair, bring a cold drink. I think that lady there on the left's got a nice cold drink. And they're having a good natter. They're sort of discussing the whys and wherefores of Formula One at the moment and how it compares to national racing here in the UK.
I'm certain. I'm certain whether the conversation is, it is. And no, there's no satire, mate. So it's a fascinating conversation that's going on between the three of them up there. Genuinely no satire. I'm sure they're having a wonderful time observing trackside.
How do you know they're not talking about Formula One?
Oh, they could be. They could be. They could be discussing the wonder of how Lewis Hamilton's form has changed ever since he brought his trainer back, and a fan shouted to him, "Remember who you are," and went and won the Spanish Grand Prix, and it's gone from there, I suppose. But of course, that summer break ends quite soon. Of course, second half of the season will come on, We found more spectators who I'm sure are tuning into the live stream and listening to our dulcet tones and enjoying that.
Some MG fans as well.
Definitely, yeah. That's an MG. Is that MGB that's at the tailgate of?
Yeah,
it is. There you go. They're all lined up next to that, as you'd expect. And that is on.
Yeah, that's on the Brabham Straight, isn't it?
Yeah, just exiting Clark Curve.
Yeah.
There's also got quite a few people who are sat, as they tend to do, on the banks, not just on the outside, but on the infield here, which is. I always love watching the road up the top here, which of course is the old rallycross track from before my time, in terms of having watched it. Well, they did do rallycross up until what, 1994, if I'm correct?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
And of course, they used to have the cut-in now is not as stringent because it's different. The cut-in used to be for the rallycross circuit. You go in down the hill, which is kind of where the tyre barrier is on the inside of paddock. Then dip, I think where the road is there, sort of left and right.
Yeah, it was a bit wider, wasn't it?
Then up the hill, and then you turn left up at the exit of Druids over across the top.
Yep.
As others have got the right idea, picking up.
I've got to be honest, it was a completely rubbish rallycross track. It really was not very good. I came to a few events and it was, not like that. I mean, Lyddon is the best place. Probably the cars are too quick for that now, but it wasn't great, and that's why they don't run it anymore here. I think pretty much.
I always enjoy watching the highlights of old ones from back in the day.
John Welch, Shanker.
And a certain Jonathan Palmer was a regular.
He did do rallycross, didn't he? Yeah,
several times.
Yeah.
I think I can't remember exactly what cars he drove. One was an Escort. I think
did he borrow John Welch's car?
He might have done it. Yeah, it was one of John Welch's Escort. I think he did it in RS 200 one year as well. I think too, amongst other things. But then Jonathan did do quite a lot of different other things outside of Formula One and sports cars in his later years of his career, and tried that a couple of times. It's always quite fun to watch those back and just see how different it was back with Brands Hatch. Again, before my time, I never got a chance to really see any of that. Because as a young 3 or 4 year old, I was more infatuated by reading Autosport and playing with toy cars and stuff and anything else.
Talking of Autosport, I invested the princely sum of £9.99 the other day and got access to the archive for a year.
Is that the one I suggested to you? The old one, all the old Autosports.
I thank you for that. Yeah, I thank you for that, Scott.
Isn't it great?
It's very, very good. Yeah.
Yeah, there is. I'll give us a tiny unofficial plug for it. I think it's called the what's it called? It's called the magazine place.
Yeah, something like that.
Along those lines, you can find it, and it has archives of different magazines.
It's
one
a
of
bit
which I discovered
to search, but it
is a little bit, but it literally finds it's got scans of pretty much almost every single Autosport from about like 2010 backwards.
Yep.
Because the rest is all online on the Autosport website.
Yeah.
We just finding conversation whilst we're underneath the safety car with 3 and 3/4 minutes to go. So do bear with us. We're trying to keep you entertained whilst there is cars going around at a reduced pace. But yeah, if you're an anorak like me and Richard are, you'd like to go back forwards. I always wondered if there was an Autosport archive somewhere, but there is one, and it's great because I've probably done like you, sat there reading back all the 90s ones, look at all the rumours that happened before and things like that before. Like back when, I think it was back in '94, I found one old Autosport, and it was talking about how back then Hyundai were going to come into the touring cars with the same cars they ran, eventually ended up on the Australian series that were rubbish back then. Of course, Hyundai are much more prominent, as you can see, because they now have an association with MSV and Brands Hatch and the safety car. That was genuinely not a segue I was looking to make. It was just it happened to be on the screen. But that was you get to see all the different rumours and how when big announcements got made, kind of how they got reported at the time and how groundbreaking they were at those points. Compared to look back at it now and think this is history and how it looked back. And I like looking back as I was trying to research and write something up for myself of the death of the Group C and the 3.5 litre cars, and you get news of that and stories of that going as far back as 88, 89, which is quite fascinating, which is good to see. As we come towards, I was going to say, possibly the restart of the race with 2.5 minutes to go, because they fully recovered it up towards Druid. So I think for those who are waiting for the race to get back underway, we can now get going with 2.5 minutes to go. Intriguing thing in here is going to be, with 1.3 seconds on this restart and only the Cogswell Nissan Almera in the way, what kind of advantage, if any, with Aston Lindsay there in third place? It's now a straight 1-2-3 fight, although Alford can't pass the slower car, and that's going to be the advantage for Billamoria. Has to wait to the line. Now he can put his foot down, and that's going to be a big benefit. They go either side of the Almera. Brady goes powering as well. Lindsay's going to go down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Squeezes Alford wide out onto the grass. That was a really good bit of movement. That was a la Schumacher, Hackett and Spa 2000. Either side of the terrified Cogswell, who played the role of Zonta in that point. Up the inside he goes, and Lindsay's still second place, literally at Paddock Hill Bend under his nose on the restart of that race, whilst Billamoria, thanks to the back marker being a massive benefit, clears off up the road. Unless Lindsay can find a bit 1.4 seconds, might be having to set off a second place unless Alford comes back at him.
Yeah, Firos did a super job, didn't he, off the start. He was aided by that backmarking car in the mix as well, but yeah, absolutely 10 out of 10 to Firos Billamoria for that restart. Here's the battle for second position. Alford and Lindsay. Lindsay's got the upper hand at the moment. Alford will come back in, and I think second position is about all he can hope for at the moment. This will be the penultimate lap of the race as they cross the line now, and Bellamoria must be counting his lucky stars there, I think, after that. But yeah, he did what he had to do off the restart.
And that's the rule. Effectively, if it's a slower car, you can't overtake at all. So, and fair play to Alford and Lindsay for not getting too impatient and trying to go for it. You play by the rule. You go ahead and you have to wait to get to the line, which he did that. And Lindsay pounced on it straight away. He knew that Alford couldn't overtake him, set himself up nicely, found the gap on the inside line, and didn't really give Cogswell any chance or any opportunity to do that. Might get a replay of what happened here. So this is what happened. You have to wait to the line. Lindsay immediately pounced. Alford had to go to the inside line. The gap opened up. And as Alford tried to open the steering to go into Paddock Hill Bend, he found himself on the inside. Now he's on the outside towards Surtees to try and get the place back on the penultimate run through Surtees. And Lindsay still holds on, but Alford giving him plenty of pressure. It's a front-wheel drive Audi TT versus front-wheel drive Honda Civic. On to the final lap of this 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race. Bellamoria looks, touch wood, away and gone by 2 seconds out in front. But for second place, Richard, it's anyone's guess between these two.
Yeah, Firoz has taken the last lap board, goes high and wide into Paddock Hill Bend. Lindsay in second position. Alford looks like he's maybe given up hope of getting further up onto the podium.
Very quickly, Key, Class E has been given a 5-second penalty for track limits, which means that if they do hold on to that, they'll actually lose the lead to the 24 of Murphy. So it's going to be a change in the Class C lead if he can't get away by some 3.5-4 seconds, which I don't think is going to be likely. This is a mistake as Alford tried to go up the inside and got literally pinched on the run towards Graham Hill Bend. So Lindsay defending for his life here on the final lap of the race. Gets a good better on the outside line. Now it's a drag race down the back straight towards Surtees. But Bellamoria looks away and gone. Can Alford have the outside line? There's a little tap between them. But Alford looks though he's going to have to settle for third place and second in this battle. Lindsay defends on the inside line, but it looks like it's going to have to be a drag race to the line as they come through out the final corner. It could be side by side like the Fiesta Juniors, but up to the checkered flag, back to victory lane for the first time in over a year in Club Sport Trophy, punching the air with delight. It will be Firoz Bellamoria who wins the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race at Brands Hatch after 45 minutes. Alistair Lindsay does hold on to second place after a great battle on the restart with James Alford, only 0.2 of a second covering the pair at the flag. So second for Lindsay, third for Alford, fourth for Nick Brady. He wins Class B in the Audi TT. Fifth overall and fourth in Class A goes to Adam Marshall in the Seat Leon. Then it's Watling and Wheeler in the 112 Fiesta gets 6th position. Richard Clark 7th. Shane Kelly battles back to 8th after his mistake. And it's Clark and Rose and Lynch in the top 10. And actually, I think Rose might have actually had his bacon saved by the fact that Lynch was quite far back anyway. So here's the result then, provisionally, of Club Sport Trophy after 45 minutes. For Rose Bellamoria back to victory lane, the Volkswagen Scirocco. The new exhaust came good. Alistair Lindsay survives the battle with James Alford to take second, ahead of Alford's EK9 Civic in third. Nick Brady Audi TT fourth, and Adam Marshall fifth in his Seat Leon. And Nick Brady, of course, takes the Class B victory. 6th for the Watling and Wheeler Fiesta. 7th for Richard Clark's Finn Sport Renault Clio. 8th after his recovery goes Shane Kelly in the University Wolverhampton Racing Morgan. Then it's Frederick Lynch in the 691 Mini by Ricky Coomber, who it says he's down 11th, but that's not quite right. He's classified in 32nd. I might have to refresh my timing, I think, on that side, but I'll go with the result on the screen. So Brian Rose does still keep 10th, Steve Walden 11th, Luke Bartley 12th in the EP3. Chris Murphy does get the Class C victory after that late time penalty for track limits for the Novobilskis. Then Mike Parsons in the Golf finishes in 14th place, 15th for Novobilskis in the Z4 after their penalty. The Dukes just behind them in 16th place. Roman Grendel was back down 2 laps in the end, so whatever happened to him, he dropped down the order quite far, the pole sitter. Adam Radford was 18th in the AWR racing car, and Daniel Cogswell in the Nissan Almera does bag a victory in Class E. Good to see that from Chris Watts. And of course, the other cars we didn't get to the finish were Ricky Coomber after he lost a wheel up at Druids, Elliot Walker, who went off into the gravel at Druids as well early to bring out the first safety car, and Kieran Power's car went off the road, Exton Clark Curve, but didn't bring out the first safety car as well. So we'll take a breather as we go down to John to have a chat with all of our class winners down at the top of the pit lane after 45 minutes of intense Club Sport Trophy action here at Brands Hatch.
Welcome back then to the pit lane, everyone. Thanks for handing it over to me, guys. That was an interesting one, wasn't it? 45 minutes of racing action. You sometimes think maybe it'll settle down a bit. Well, it never did there, did it? Let's go and have a chat with our race winner then, Mr. Bellamoria.
Hey.
Sir, that was quite the interesting one, wasn't it?
It was great. It's not bad from P6 on the grid.
Mega. That was mega. You were being... Your car's trying to run away at the moment. Thankfully, the board...
It's not doing a good enough job as a brake. Can you just become a footrest, please? There you go.
Well, you got giggle written on the car. I thought you might be quite giggly after that one. You were being caught by Alford for a little bit. Then we had that safety car. I think you got quite lucky with that back marker being behind you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually Alistair and I. We were so neck and neck. But the problem was every time there was the yellow flag, I just couldn't get past him under yellows. And then it was just here after that yellow that I was able to get lucky with the the back marker and go to the left and just get a bit of a run on him. So, but no, it was really good. He did amazing. We were, door handle to door handle with no contact. So yeah, awesome.
It was brilliant to watch. Brilliant to watch. Well, go and have some water and have a relax, and well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Right then, we've got the 2 drivers further over there, so we might have to see if we can move our way through here. Yeah, I think I can just about fit through this gap. Cameraman, good luck. We'll dive in. We've got Alistair and James to speak to. I'll see if I can dive in with one of them. Where are we? Who are we? Hello, sir. Who are you?
Alistair.
Hello, Alistair. Thanks for going with me. I know you're away to chat with Circuit, but I'll dive in first. How was that race from you?
Yeah, it was really difficult. To be honest with you, the safety car didn't help because I built up a bit of a gap between the guys, and then they closed back up. Obviously, James was mega quick in certain parts of the circuit. I was quicker on other parts, which just enabled me to gain that gap where he closed up on me. And then the last restart, where we had the Class E car between us, was mega exciting because I dived to the inside, he dived to the outside, and luckily I came out in second place. So,
that was amazing. I think there were some comparisons to Mika Hakkinen back in the day with that one. You sent it to the inside, and I thought as you were coming into the corner, there's surely going to be contact, but you managed to avoid each other. It was great racing.
It was great, thanks. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Great circuit and really good racing. No damage to the car. Fantastic day.
Yeah, and congratulations on the second place.
Lovely, thank you.
Cheers, Alistair. Thank you very much. I'll quickly dive over then with James as well, if we can grab a quick chat with James. James, third place. You must be happy with that one.
Yeah, I would have preferred one of the higher steps, but it was close to being there actually. So I thought we was going to be challenging Billy Moria before the safety car. Safety car pulled us back into the grass with Lindsay. The Class E car being in the way didn't help either. So I had to wait till the line to go past him. Gave Lindsay the opening to get in, and sort of judged the gap better than I could. So we had a really good battle in the last couple of laps. So we'll take that for sure. Being on the podium, great, but next time maybe higher.
Still, should be happy with the P3 though. And like you were saying with that move from himself, when you guys went 2x2 into T1, I thought there was going to be contact, but there wasn't.
Yeah, we stayed 2x2 for quite a lot of that lap actually. Even down here, we were running each other out wide and tight in the corners. So that was a really good battle. It was hard but fair, but really good.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Of course, over a 45-minute race, you might think at some point it sort of settles in, but it just never did in that one, did it?
No, usually you kind of get into a rhythm and it kind of becomes a bit more calm. I race in sprint races as well, and they're very much not that.
Yeah.
But this felt like a sprint race for the 45 minutes. It really was, just chasing all the time. So yeah, that was great.
It was fantastic. Thanks for chatting with me, mate, and congratulations. Cheers. Third place. Well then, there we go. That's our top 3 from, our longest race of the day. 45 minutes completed, and we've got 4 more sprint races still left to come. I'm going to be very much looking forward to chatting with all the drivers after those races. But for now, I'll hand it back up to the boys in the comms box.
So our reverse grid race for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And yeah, as ever, the draw, you sort of look at it. I've never been unfascinated with one of the draws that we have for these. They're always great to look at, and it's going to be an interesting race. Suffice to say that the likes of Alistair Kellett, who's had a double win so far this weekend, is going to have life a little bit more tricky in this one, Scott.
It is, but it's a very interesting front row, as you said, because 2 drivers, one of which I expect to do a bit better than he has been doing, and the other one we've just been talking about off camera, who, provided that her car is okay, will be on the front row as a result of that, because it's George Foxlow, who he's always quite potent whatever he races in these days. Of course, his dad, Tim, is also a quite regular racer, and I think he was even meant to race a couple of weekends ago in Tim's very nice Mark Westcott RSR or shape car that he has, and technically she's forced him to have to miss that, if I'm correct. So, and also, he won't thank him for reminding him here, but George has some not great memories of Brands Hatch in the past, considering that he was in contention, I think it was either last year or the year before, for the ST150 title, that sort of challenge to do it in the weekend, basically, not to make a light of it, but the wheels literally fell off because he went to start the formation went to Paddock Hill Bay and went off in the gravel because he lost a wheel. And unfortunately that meant that he was unable to go in for the championship in that sense. But of course he does double duty, he has done double duty, particularly last year he did, in both the senior Fiesta Championships, the ST150 Challenge and the ST240. He does still occasionally dip into the ST150s and use that, and I remember when he first joined that, he was using his then what was then ex-junior Mark 6 car when they were still around and being able to be used.
He preferred the Mark 6 actually to the Mark 7, I remember him saying.
He did. He had that for a while, then I think he got damaged, and they went back to the Mark 6, and he was in a better place in terms of performance for that, which was quite pleasing to see for him. And George is one of those drivers where I've seen where he's one of the most chilled out and relaxed drivers and the unbothered drivers that you'd ever tend to see. Of course, he's very quick, but at the same time, you ask on an interview saying he might have like a daring last lap pass, and they'll go, "How was that?" And he'll go, "Yeah, it was all right. It was okay." But it's great because he's very relaxed, he's very calm, he's very chill. That's kind of mindset that you want as a driver, to be very calm on that side of things. Just notes you can see on the screen, Kieran Power's BMW Z4, which they rather hilariously pinged for track limits when it was already off the road in the gravel earlier on. And as Kieran said, it wasn't wrong because he was off the road and exceeding track limits. It just wasn't moving. But that car will be recovered from the gravel, so that car will be shifted off, and then once that's done, the cars will be released from the assembly area for our third and final AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race. Of course, it's now been 2 wins apiece for Alistair Kellett. I believe the win yesterday put Alistair back into the lead of the championship yesterday, and that's
I think it would have done.
And the second race going by the socials, and the second race would have certainly helped that lead nonetheless a little more.
It's what Alistair does, isn't it? You know. Last season he didn't start too well and was leading the championship. I think, how was he doing that? And then he climbs up and he's done the same thing again this year. Felt sorry for Graham Colfer in second race. Don't know what the mechanical problem was, but he was that was fighting talk, wasn't it, for Graham? With his interview with you yesterday, he was determined to get back on the top step.
And certainly doing well. Of course, I remember when he first debuted in the championship, he was a guest in the AM class, if I'm correct, and he also, of course, moved on. And he's come on quite nicely in his ability, and he's another one of the drivers that come across from Ireland, which is, I say it's like in the best positive. We've had a bit of an Irish invasion in the last 2 or 3 years. Gary Miller's come across and come on quite potently in previous years. You've had, of course, Graham Colfer, Alistair Kellett's been here for several seasons on top of that as well. So, and they do have quite a prominent Fiesta racing scene over in Ireland. They, of course, have the Fiesta Z-Tex, the old Fiesta Z-Tex. They used to come over here quite regularly and literally fall over each other at the festival every year. I think one of the best ones we had one year was the first year I did the festival in 2015. I came to it being part of Brscc, and I remember that I say this politely, of course, I'd love all forms of race, so if anyone from the Irish Fiesta is listening, this is not meant to be disrespectful, but your driving standards, sure, are a lot much better than they were back then. But
if you want to come and sort of Scott out, we're on the top of the hospitality unit.
Hey, I did a boxing match last year. I did a boxing match last year, so don't
But he's
try
a boxer, so be careful.
But I did one fight, and I was winning the first 2 rounds, then I got caught a punch, and that was it. But nonetheless,
braver man than I am, mate.
I'm glad I did it anyway. Nonetheless, I'm a better man for it. But yeah, back to the point I was making. As I tend to do on my ADHD term. No, it's all fine. It's just my ADHD tendencies put me off on several tangents, and I realised, that was the original point. So the Fiesta's got about 50 metres into the race down at Paddock Hill Bend, and then they've had 3 cars on for the gravel. Well, 4 spun and 1 ended up on its roof or so, I'm sure. There's that many cars. Barely got off the line, which is quite...
Sounds like a junior race.
Oh, careful. I don't want to say things like that.
Esther Fiesta will be after me.
Especially after what we considered one of the best Fiesta Junior races we've seen and one of the closest races we've had in history. Esther was beside herself down there, and she was so delighted with how good a race it was. And plus my reaction down there when you got on camera thinking, did you see that? Like, it was incredible. But the Fiestas have got quite a prominent racing scene. They have the Fiesta Z-Tech series. They also have an ST series. I think it still exists at some point around there. So they do have quite a history down there amongst everything else. They tend to mainly race a lot, of course, at Mondello Park and other places where they'll take them. So the Irish and Fiestas tend to have quite a nice relationship in terms of the two tend to breed some quite good drivers. And Alistair Kellett's son William has also been quite prominent in those Fiestas, and he's come across a couple of times and shown his dad and a few other drivers here a thing or two about what he can do. And when he's done a couple of times, he has won a couple of races in the past before in STT40, so he's pretty decent. Speaking of STT40s, here they come, and that's a pleasing sight. Maggie Webster's car is on the grid because the white and pink has now positively rocketed out of the assembly area, and it's there to take up its place on the front row of the grid. So Foxlow and Maggie in the front row of the grid as we take it through for race number 3. Let's see who can place where.
Foxlow and Webster, front row of the grid. Cooper and Tomilewski. How come is Tomilewski that far forward on a reverse grid? David Knight and James Pope on the 3rd row. 4th row, Luke Waugh and Jack Sant. 5th row, Gary Miller and our race winner, double race winner, Alistair Kellett, Simon Waugh and James Palmer, Matt Chambers and Brady Pollock on the 7th row. Row 8, Graham Colfer and Sean Reynolds. And completing the grid is Harry Hayes. This one's always a little bit of a funny one, isn't it, for the championship leaders? You know, you've got to make progress, and particularly with Alistair Kellett back in 10th position on the grid. But, you know, how much do you temper the effort that goes into it not to get involved and not for this to become a drop score.
It is quite interesting. We have to pick your way through. It's very much damage limitation. I think a phrase I like to say is it's the days you don't win the races that you win the championship. So it's about damage limitation. If you can't get a victory, it's almost like the Alain Prost school of thinking. If you can't get a victory, score as many points as you can and just keep out of trouble, because you never know what might happen. Leaders who go gung-ho for it and take an all or nothing, a win or crash strategy, that's all or nothing. You might get highs of victories and then loads of losing points from not finishing and having to use those as drop scores, and then you don't get a chance to reuse any more by the end of the season because you've then had such a poor run of early form if you do make mistakes. So I imagine Alistair Kellett will be tentative but also quite calculated in the way he goes forward, particularly for starting P10. Same, of course, with Gary Miller. He wants to get some points in the mix. I think you are right in saying that the key one to watch out for, possibly, I'd say George Foxler, because he's had a bit of an interesting weekend, because if you look at his 2 results from the weekend so far, he's not been where I'd expect him to be. He picked up 10th in race 1 yesterday, and then in race 2 he was 7th, which is not quite where I expect him to be up towards the front. Now he's on pole, it might benefit him as well. John Cooper's also in a good spot too in 3rd place. John, he's also someone who is quite formidable. When he's towards the front of the field, tends to stay there and doesn't tend to drop back too much. He's someone who can take advantage of that. I'll also be true by Kasper Tomaszewski as well. He's also been one of those 2 junior graduates like Jack Sand, who's in one of the 2 ex-Kellett cars that are on the grid alongside Kellett's actual one. In fact, all 3 of his last 3 cars from the last 3 seasons are on the grid. So Josh Fox was in his 2024 car.
George said he's at Anglesey, that's a new car that he's got. They built a new one this year.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just the same livery. Okay, that's interesting. At one point, there was George Foxlow in Alistair's 2024 car, then Jack in his 2025 car, and now you've got Alistair in his 2026 car, which I'm sure he'll sell, build a new one, and there'll be 4 Kellett cars on the grid, if not 3.
Will he come back there? If he wins the 3rd championship, nobody has, in the history of Fiesta racing, Brscc Fiesta racing, has won 3 years on the bounce. So one wonders whether he will come back and maybe go for 4. We've very nearly got a triple inline Fiesta champion in Scotland, Jerry Hendry, going for a 3rd championship, being run close for it at the moment, so we're keeping our eyes on what's going on north of the border. But the likes of David Abbott have taken doubles, Ian Scruton back in the day in Class A, and the main championship, original championship, the SIs go back to 97, and many of the years we had 3 classes racing, but nobody has done 3 on the bounce, and 2 on the bounce has been quite rare. So 3 would be very special if Alistair can do that. And of course he's won championships other years within classes.
He has. And I think for Alistair, in terms of would he come back? Of course he would. Because as long as he's still winning, he's still going to come back. He's a racing driver. He's not going to get tired of winning. And there's still a challenge because he isn't winning races by a canter. He's still got the likes of Gary Miller, George Foxlow, Kasper Tomaszewski, John Cooper, Jack Sand, all those drivers at the front who are still giving him a challenge. And of course, as more drivers come through, as I'm sure we'll get more graduates from Fiesta Juniors moving into ST240s like Foxlow has, like Sant, like Tomaszewski. They'll add additional challenges. Of course, Maggie's, of course, is graduate Fiesta Juniors too. We can't forget that. They'll give him still more and more challenges. Of course, other drivers coming back, like David Nye's come back and had a good run so far back in the championship. So it's a never say never. But I think as long as he's got motivation to keep on winning and keep on doing a good job, and maybe selling a championship winning car and coming back and having the money to build a new one, as he tends to do the last couple of years, it gives him motivation to keep coming back and keep doing it. And I think as long as he keeps on winning, keeps on keeping number 1, even then, he was still chasing it for a couple of seasons, and he did finally get it when Albert Webster and then, of course, others picked up the title beforehand. It's kind of, he'll keep on pushing until he realises thinks he's had enough, and of course, either encourages William to have a go or put somebody else in the car and see if they can be a protege or be the next person that can take on somebody from Ireland that comes up through the ranks. I wonder.
I will see Pete Daniels come back and have another go.
Maybe. Well, he's in the,
exactly.
He's in the CMMC weekend. I think he's sharing that car. I think he'd be in the 2nd race. I
was just looking through. I couldn't remember whether Pete won a championship. Certainly has as a team owner.
Oh, absolutely.
Many of them. I think maybe with David Abbott rings a bell. David Abbott was the first double winner of the title. Mark Tilbury, we were talking about social media a minute ago. Mark Tilbury, big social media person now. Go and look at some of his posts.
Okay.
And haven't seen him for a while, apart from social. Jamie White, double Class G champion. So yeah, quite a few. Hopefully it will continue a long time, and just interested to know what Brscc are thinking of doing when there aren't any Fiestas made anymore, so at some point there will have to be a replacement. I wonder what it will be.
Of course, with Jamie White, of course, he's now team boss of GRW Motorsport, because he runs several cars in the championship and is quite a successful team boss. He also runs a few cars in Mazda MX-5s and other places, which is quite successful. A few older race cars from the 90s or 2000s that he looks after as well, which is quite nice to see. So, George Foxlow in blue and yellow on the left-hand side on pole position. An equally distinctive car of Maggie Webster of white and green alongside him on the front row of the grid. Let's see if either can hold the run to turn 1, and let's see if also Alistair Kellett can go from 10th to the back of the field, to the front.
Yeah, we'll see what Alistair can do. Ambulance in place at the back, lights on, ready for racing here. The last ST240. I've enjoyed every one of these so far this weekend, and away they go off the line. Foxlow and Webster 4 wide, and it's Tomilewski around the outside. And goodness me, they all managed to get away with it. John Cooper was trying to squeeze him out the inside, but Kasper Tomilewski, maybe his best chance of a maiden win here. Webster's dumped down a little bit, but trying to work her way around the outside. Good recovery from Maggie Webster there in a very, very busy corner.
I imagine Esther was watching that start through her hands a few seconds ago, but thankfully it all got through safely. It's nice, safe driving. And Kellett hasn't made up too much more place. He's still holding into about 10th position side by side with, I think the car started at the back of the field. That might be Graham Colfer, I think, by the look of it. So he's there as Tomilewski continues on in the lead from a great start. He got a rocket start from the second row of the grid.
Yeah.
Picked his way through. It's side by side between Miller and Nye, with Jack Sant in the mix in last year's Asda Kellett title winning car. So it's Tomilewski with Foxlow in first and second. It's then James Pope in third. So we've got Fiesta Junior graduates, first, second, third and fourth on the run so far. It's now Tomilewski from Foxlow, from Pope, from Webster, although Cooper's sniffing around to take fourth place, diving up the inside, switching one way then the other. He'll go later on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend, wiggling around, but Webster gives as good as she gets. Gets squeezed on the outside line. Cooper has to hold on to the place, but he has track position now for the run up towards Druids. Behind them there, Gary Miller is holding off both David Nye, who himself has got Kellett going around the outside of him, and Jack Sant. He goes way out wide. Colfer the mix as well. They're all over each other here, and Cooper gets the place on Maggie Webster. Miller tries to capitalise too, and there could be a change for the lead also, because at the front I can see as well as Sant goes to defend from Kellett, but at the front it's side by side for the lead. Foxo now diving up to take the lead. We'll hold on to it at least, because Tomilewski with a fast charge, and last year's Fiesta Junior graduate, certainly putting a former Fiesta Junior graduate under big pressure in his opening couple of laps.
There was absolutely no question when I watched Foxlow go into paddock chasing Tomilewski. There was no question that he was after that lead. I didn't think he'd get it within half a lap, but he did. Superb move for him. Very grim determination for him the way through the car into paddock. Is he going to do the same thing? Not quite as determined. He's got back to smoothness. He knows now that he's got the lead. Concentrate on the racing line. Hold on to it as much he can. Who's that for third? Being
that was prop for Webster. Maggie's pulling off at the bottom of the hill.
Has it gone now?
I wonder if it has. There's no smoke as far as I can see, but sadly the white and pink machine has pulled up. It's still crawling now. They're running to Druids corner. So that's a shame for Maggie after such a good start. I guess Jack Sant taking no prisoners up the inside of David Knight. There goes Maggie. If it is an issue, it's a temporary one, or if she's managed to get it. She's got it going again. It's still going, but it's at a reduced pace and maybe a switch on and off again. I have to wait and see. That was John Cooper, who's got past James Pope, so he's now got past him for third place. And now this is Gary Miller with David Nye on his, with Jack Sant on his tail. And then that's to Kellett with Graham Colfer also making a run up the field as well. In fact, Colfer's got past Kellett on that lap as well, so Kellett's down to P10. So not making much progress as the champion leader, but it's ninth now that Maggie's dropped down the order.
Colfer's on a mission, isn't he? He's just slicing down on the inside of David Nye, who's going to repay the favour there in the dark blue car on the inside run, so gets him back. Foxlow, Tomilewski, John Cooper in white in third place, then Gary Miller. And we're looking at the third, fourth and fifth place battle going on with Foxlow and Tomilewski away. Thought Kasper might be in line for his first win. It's definitely going to come his first win, but maybe not in this one, as George Foxlow tries to put a somewhat disappointing weekend for him behind him.
I noticed also on Foxlow's car there is damage to his front left splitter. Well, that's come from earlier races or happened in the start in the first couple of laps. That car's got a little bit of its front splitter missing. You don't have to run the front splitter, but of course many do for an extra little bit of bite and downforce on the front end of this car. There's a huge battle pack here forming for about fifth place backwards now, because now that Cooper and Miller have cleared those cars in the mix, as Fox gets another new fast lap of the race, it's looking pretty good. David Nye looking pretty racy here, down the outside of James Pope. That will be for sixth position, which he took just across the line. Next is Asda Kellett to try and make a move on him. Kellett, the number one, defending two-time champion, has the track position. And if Pope doesn't close the door, he might find Colfer to his inside, which he does. Little tiny hip check to keep him out of the way. And just behind him, of course, you've then got Luke Ward, who's leading the AM class ahead of Brady Pollock. So the ex-City Car Cup racer has got some good momentum. Colfer goes powering around the outside to take the place. That's another one lost for Pope as they come back towards 30. So at the moment, it seems though, John, that Richard, that James is starting to march his way back towards the bottom of the top 10.
Yeah, he's looking that way, isn't it? Which is a little bit of a pity. Luke Ward and Brady Pollock for the AM class having a good old battle. And Luke, ex-Clio Cup driver, raced in Ginettas as well. Always great to see him out racing. And I'll tell you what, Kasper Tomilewski is not being left by the race leader at the moment, a little bit further down.
He did just hit the fastest lap of the race. It's now been taken by David Nye. So Nye just pinched it back at 54.8.
That's good to see that. Pleased to see David Nye get a fastest lap.
Oh, John Cooper out of the race. And that is... Where's he pulled up? Oh, he's pulled up on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend. I can't work out what it was. I looked out the window, and there he is, sadly. So John Cooper's car also with an issue, so he's out of the race, sadly. What was 4th position. That's a real shame. Good run for John, and as I say, when the car's working and he's up towards the front, he's usually someone in contention for a victory. As James Pope's race is going from bad to worse. He's now lost out to both Luke Waugh and Brady Pollock, and now has Simon Waugh also getting past him too. So he's quite literally now, sadly, marching his way towards the back of the field, never mind the top 10.
He is. Shame to see John Cooper out, 183rd start. Lord Horrobin on 193 starts in the championship over the years. I need to revise my stats because we established that Sean Reynolds was racing as far back as 1999.
Wow.
Originally, as they go into the yellow flag zone. It is Foxlow still out front. Fastest lap with David Nice. Jack Sant now with fastest lap, isn't it? Sorry, yeah, Jack Sant running well. Jack, you would have to say, would, I think if he comes back next year, be a favourite for the championship because he's had that year under his belt with the car. And it is different to junior racing, and he's settling himself in. Maggie Webster's out of the pit lane, which is good news. So Maggie will try and soldier the car around a little bit longer. The yellows at Paddock have now gone green, so you can back and race there as Jack Sant tries to hunt down Gary Miller for 3rd position. And Jack's been a regular on the podium here. Whether he can bag another one or not remains to be seen. He's got David Nye down behind him as well. David Nye, as strong as I've seen him on his comeback. It really is good to see David come back. As I said, many drivers have used Fiestas as the first step to get up towards touring cars. He's been there, done that, bought the T-shirt, probably thrown the T-shirt away or used it as a rag, and now come back, which is absolutely brilliant for the championship, to be honest.
And he did have a period where, I hope he won't mind me mentioning, he was rather ill at some point at the point, but thankfully he seems to be back to at least much better health these days, and showing that he's still got plenty of pace underneath him, and holding off of all people Alistair Kellett, so keeping him at bay, and also trying to put the pressure on Jack Sant to pick up P4 if he can. Gary Miller stole the fastest lap of the race. We've also got James Pope is in the pit lane as well as James Palmer, so both of them with issues. And the lead gap is now 1.1 seconds between Kasper Tomilewski and leader George Foxlow, as they make their way back again through McLaren, through clearways, out to the edge of the circuit through Clark Curve and back onto the pit straight. This will be to complete lap 8. Foxlow now 1.2 seconds in front. And now Foxlow and Tomilewski for lap time wise match each other, both on 54.8. But Foxlow was half a tenth quicker and keeps the gap at 1.2 seconds.
Foxlow usually a regular on the podium, and he'll maintain a run of meeting podium finishes if he manages to get this one, as the Bell and Colville backed car continues to hunt down Jack Sant. James Pope making his way back to the paddock, which was a shame, so an early bath for him. Well, I say not that early, it's 20 to 5, isn't it? But disappointing end to the weekend for him. Foxlow, Tomilewski, Miller goes through. There is Jack Sant, 4th position. David Nye is top master at the moment. I'm guessing top AM driver as well, thinking about that, isn't he? Nye? Oh no, he's back in the pros now. He was an AM, I think he was an AM at a previous meeting. I remember looking at that. And had him down as an AM. I got him down as Donington Park. I wrote him down as the AM winner, unless something was incorrectly put into the data that TSL used. I don't know.
Yeah, Maggie Webster back in the pits, unfortunately. So whatever the issue is persisting. The fast lap of the race keeps on trading places every single lap, because now it's gone to Gary Miller. Last time by it was actually David Nye who took the fastest lap, and now Gary's taking it back again. In what I pointed out in my interview is a car that seems to be, he's very much a fan of Aussie supercars and the Shell DJR livery, because that car is certainly very reminiscent of that livery, and he's trying to tempt puts it up onto 2 wheels through Hill Bend. You can tell he's pushing and certainly trying to get on. This Foxlow now has a gap of 1.8 seconds, so he's now pulled away from Tomilewski, and the youngster now falling back into the clutches of Gary Miller, who was last year's vice champion. And Miller got some good pace here. His last lap was a full 8 tenths quicker, because it was a 54.4 for Foxlow, 55.1 for Tomilewski, 54.3, and that new fastest lap for Gary Miller. And you've got Sant and Nye closing in on each other now for 4th and 5th as they come back across the line. Miller could be coming back from this far back. Really? Seriously? Sort of. Yes. No. Good effort, but he wasn't far enough alongside, or he's close enough to make that stick, but he might try it again. He's always been daring under brakes. He thought about it again there, a little later on the brakes to get into Druids, but he's keeping Tomilewski honest here, whilst also, likewise, Nye is giving Sant a bit of a run for his money to try and snatch 4th place. Yeah, Tomilewski, that was a right rear off the Fiesta, off it goes, and a sudden just ejection from the race, and Tom Brscc will keep going. I didn't think I want to say 3 wheels on my wagon, but that's not quite an appropriate thing to say, I don't think, right now. But thankfully he's okay. Pulls the car off the road. But
Yeah,
that was
smart recovery from Kasper Tomilewski there. He's got it out of harm's way. The wheel is still rolling, incidentally, towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, or the bottom of Graham Hill, or inside the bend. It's safely on the grass. That's a shame. It's a shame for the Jam Sport man to come to grief like that. He's going to get out and I think have a look around the car. But yeah, very, very smart way to get off the track. Understood there was a problem, got it out of harm's way very quickly. So well done, Kasper, for doing that. But it now means that we've got Foxlow from Miller, Jack Sant back on the podium again. Another podium potentially here for Jack Sant, and possibly, if he can close up and have a nibble, David Nye might be on with a shout of a podium. I think he's got his mirrors full of Alistair Kellett at the moment. Kellett who's come through from 10th to 5th. You never know. You never quite know how this is going to pan out. Miller still with the fastest lap. P2, he's having a wobble as well.
That car was sort of wiggling around all over the place, but he managed to hold on to it pretty fairly. Thought we were going to have a repeat of what happened to Tomilewski, which would have been quite a shock for him to come across the line. So the key is going to be looking at lap times to see who is where in these final 8 and just under 9 minutes to go in this race. We're just past half distance. At the moment, Foxley did a 54.9, 54.7 for Miller, 54.9 for Sant, 54.8 for Nye, and a 54.6 for Kellett. And behind them, a personal best for Luke Waugh in the AM class lead, 55.0. He now has a 1.1 second lead, nearly 1.2 over Brady Pollock, with Simon Waugh making it both of the Waugh siblings in the top 3 in class.
Luke Waugh really setting in some good results now, been very, very consistent. And the AM class, ideal for drivers like that, just to help build them up their confidence, give them a chance to take some podiums and some trophies home with them and give them some satisfaction for their racing weekend. So there is David Nye, a multiple champion. Lovely to have him back. There is Alistair Kellett. Not really closing in very much at the moment, Alistair Kellett. Whether he's going to settle for 5th or not, I don't know. I want to try and close up if he can. George Foxlow, though, 3 seconds clear of the second place driver at the moment. So a superb effort from Foxlow. Granted, he wouldn't want to do it in a reverse grid race, but he's been as good as he can be to do this, and he's just got away at the front. 3.1 seconds to Gary Miller. Sant still in 3rd. Again, Jack not quite close enough to challenge Gary Miller at the moment, so things relatively settled with that. 7 minutes still on the clock. Waugh, Pollock and Simon Waugh 3rd. Matt Chambers 4th in the amateur class as well, so Matt in with a shout of getting a podium too. And that's it, isn't it? Only 10 cars left. We've lost Tomilewski, Pope, Cooper, Palmer and Webster, which is a race of attrition, this one, for the Fiestas.
And not through incidents, we should make it clear. It's all mechanical issues and problems on that side. So that's a silver lining in many cases. But Fox are making the most of his clear air in front. He's done a personal best in this lap, and he's gone half a tenth quicker than Gary Miller, who's holding on to 2nd place. Sant currently holding on to 3rd, and has got by about 7,000 of a second there was a difference between the 2 lap times. So Sant and Nye pretty close together in lap times for 3rd and 4th on that final podium spot. There they are on screen. Sant, of course, in the sort of 2-tone blue car. It's the blue and silver of David Nye with the yellow windscreen strip. Well, they've all got yellow windscreen strips, but point stands. And then you've got Alistair Kellett there in 5th position. And again, this might just be a more calculated drive for Alistair, not just pushing too hard. He realises that he doesn't really need to dig deep too much. Just, again, grab the points you can, use it as a drop score if you need to, and just get the car home rather than throw it off the road or put it in a position where it's going to be having a problem. 54.5 for Foxlow, 54.6 for Miller, 54.7 for Sant. Nye a tenth per second quicker again, and Kellett 2 tenths quicker than the pair of them. So he's trying to close back in now, and Kellett a little closer visibly out of Paddock Hill Bend, but it looks as though with 6 minutes to go that Foxlow is settling in nicely with a 3.2 second advantage and lapping to match Miller rather than try and go any quicker, so he can keep him at arm's length for the rest of the race. Yeah, George doing a really super job here. The season I always forget for David Nye is 2019. He was 2nd to Isaac Smith with James Waite, Ryan Falconbridge, who moved on up into JCW. Haven't seen Ryan for a very long time. I guess ran out of money, and that's the season I tend to forget about David Nye. But even in 2019, he was right at the sharp end of things, and feels like he's edging his way back up to it. And the reason I was looking for that was to see whether he'd been, how competitive he'd been in the Mark 7s. But the answer is he was, and indeed still is.
But it'd be good to see him on an overall podium. Alistair Kellett's trying to close in fifth. Graham Colfer a little bit distant fifth, but given the DNF in the previous race, I think Graham is probably going to be happy to take the points here.
Yeah, definitely so. I think he'll want to bag as many as he can and just, as we said earlier on, it's damage limitation.
Is that a Kellett car as well, Graham Colfer's?
I think it's probably a Kellett prepared car, but I don't know if it's one of Alice's one that he's driven, but I think it's probably one that he's actually built and run, I'd imagine. I think it is part of his squad. Let me look at Graham Colfer. It says the sponsor Shadow Rotary, but of course he's an Irish driver, so I'd imagine maybe it has got involvement with that car, I would imagine. At least that's an assumption I can make, but of course the Irish drivers tend to stick together quite a lot.
A long journey home. We thank them as ever for their support, because it is a flipping long way, isn't it?
Absolutely, particularly to Brands Hatch.
Oh yeah.
The furthest trip I imagine would be somewhere like Snetterton, because that's all the way right to the east of England.
Yeah.
Although it's you've got to go to the southeast, of course, when you're racing to Brands Hatch. But again, I echo the thanks for that one. A little wayward on the outside line, taking the wider approach to Paddock Hill Bend, but still got enough grip in those Goodyear slicks to keep the line. As they close back in under brakes here, it looks like a bit of a stalemate in these four cars battling over the podium places, whereas, as we say, Foxlow with a nice comfortable enough 3.4 second gap. And as they come back towards Surtees again, Foxlow neatly holding station. It's a bit like a high-speed chess match. Which one of these is going to make the mistake or the move? Which is going to be checkmate, or the one that's going to really put them in a position to pick it up? Well, Nye now picking up the pace a little bit, closing in on Sant, having a little peek to put himself into Jack's mirrors, try to distract him a little bit, put him offline. A little
bit smoother, isn't he, at the moment, David Nye? I've got to say, over Jack, certainly as they were coming through clearways, and he does bring him in a little bit, but just not close enough now. You get the camera side on, you can see it's a 4 or 5 car length at that point when they're going into paddock. He's now thinking about having a look, so he's closing up again, as you'd expect under braking coming up into Druids. But yeah, I think maybe sense running out of tyres in this one. Maybe
I think he gave him a little nibble on the rear bumper through Druids. I think you're right about tyres, because he ran wide on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. So I think the fact that David Nye's right on his tail, the youngster now feeling a bit of pressure here from the former multiple champion in Fiestas. See what experience he's got. He has, of course, raced wheel to wheel with some of the more experienced drivers and given as good as he's gotten. But of course, David Nye, a very wily character in Fiestas. See if he can put that to good use. The lead gap now, as you track them across the line, 3.7 seconds. Foxer pulls another couple of tenths. He's got Matt Chambers in the 69 car to put a lap on shortly when he gets to him. Still, the battle goes on for third between Jack Sant and David Nye for that final podium spot.
Yeah, I think that battle's going to go all the way to the flag, isn't it? I was giving our thanks to George Foxlow and Netherton Hall for sponsoring the Donington meeting a few weeks ago. Very grateful to those guys. Yeah, the Bell and Colville livery is looming large in the mirror of 86 Jack Sant at the moment. So, junior graduate versus multiple champion. It looks like Sant maybe has got enough in the tank to bring this home. 1 minute 53. 2 more laps remaining. Nye will never give up. That's the great thing you can say. That car looking better and better meeting after meeting. Love to see a little bit of... Did he have Bill and Colville on it for Donington last meeting? Were you there for that one?
I don't remember, to be honest, but he may well have done, or at least a sponsor that he's brought on to help him out a little bit from his previous exploits. Got 2 more laps to go, including the one they're on to penultimate lap now, so running out of options and time here for his David Nye. Foxlow has successfully negotiated lapping Matt Chambers. So the next one to come across him will be Gary Miller. So again, just David Nye just whispering around the rear bumper of Jack Sant's car, but so far it seems using all the curb properly on the exit. Pace-wise, if you look at their 2 lap times, they're very evenly matched. They're about roughly half a tenth in it or so. Sant will do well here if he can hold on to him. He's got literally 1 more time around the Indy circuit to try and fend off the multiple champion. If he can, that'll be quite an impressive feat, and his second podium of the weekend. But now you can see by the body language of the car as it flicks up over the curb on the inside of clearways. He is pushing as hard as he dares, and of course Miller getting caught up behind the back marker. They're not far away from him either as they start the last lap of the race and of their weekend for the ST240s.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't really come into play particularly, but could well have done. And Nye rides the curve. You can see the determination there, can't you, from David Nye, throwing absolutely everything. He is closing up, and he's all over the back of Sant at the moment. Last lap board is prepared and ready for George Foxlow out front, and Nye's definitely on the offensive. Thought he was going to have a wee look down the inside. He did. He rides the curbs there. Sant goes a little bit wider on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Might carry a bit more speed along Cooper Straight in towards Surtees this time. Nye's definitely closer, and that will get the attention of Jack Sant.
Checker flag is about to be waved, so we're going to get across the line to take a victory after 2 top 10s. Not quite where he wants to be. He's going to end the weekend on a high. George Foxlow right back where he wants to be, up to the checker flag. It is victory in the third and final race of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Second to Gary Miller. Despite pressure from David Nye behind relentlessly from those last few laps, it is a second podium of the weekend for Jack Sant. That's the 1, 2, 3 in pro class as well as overall. Fourth goes to David Knight, fifth to Alistair Kellett, sixth to Graham Colfer, and then seventh across the line now goes to Luke Waugh from Brady Pollock. And then Simon Waugh makes it the Waugh brothers, or Waugh siblings at least, back on the podium together again with Matt Chambers also finishing. So all 10 cars apart from Simon Waugh, who's just about to in a few moments' time. There he goes. All 10 cars that were still running have come home safely. Just the others, of course, we lost from mechanical incidents or issues earlier on in that 20-minute race. But that is now, at least George Fox, I'm sure, will have a small smile on his face after he's usually quite relaxed and quite poker-faced. But I'm sure he'll be quite happy with a victory to end off the weekend, Richard.
He will indeed. So it is a win for 144. George Foxlow bringing the family number home at the top of the stack, ahead of Gary Miller, Jack Sant. Next up from David Nye and Alistair Kellett, Graham Colfer in sixth from Luke Waugh. Amateur class winner Brady Pollock is second in AMS and takes eighth overall from Simon Waugh. Then Matt Chambers, Kasper Tomilewski, and the drivers, Kasper having problems, obviously losing a wheel. James Pope back to paddock, John Cooper back to paddock as well, and James Palmer having issues too. Maggie Webster sadly out of luck in that one, and we hope that they will be back for Silverstone, which I think will be the next Fun Cup round, won't it, as well, which I'll be on duty for as well. So I'll get to do the run into the end of the season, but not the end of the season itself.
Yeah, just 19th and 20th September. I'll be there, but on Clapham North Fun Cup duty. So I'll be there in person.
Right.
So.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Definitely so.
So we've still got 3 more races to go today, with the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and MG Cockshoot Cup coming up later on, which will be a welcome race for all our MG enthusiasts that are here today. They're enjoying that. I think probably enjoying all the rest of the racing as well. I'm sure they are. And after that we have the Fiesta Juniors and then the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club to wrap things up. But before we get to any more racing, let's go down and join John Ratcliffe once again.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, welcome back to the pit lane once again. Wow, an exciting race there in the ST240s yet again. It seemed as though no one really wanted to stay on the podium. We had a couple of drivers dropping out of the podium during that for various different reasons. But George Foxlow's got his rig out, so let's go chat with him. Foxlow, hello. As I just said, you got your rig out. It's pretty warm out there, isn't it?
Yeah, very. Yeah, very.
But once you got out into the lead, mate, I think it was on lap 2, you got past Tomilewski, and then you never really looked back from there.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a hectic start. Tomilewski seemed to have an amazing start. I've never seen anyone go past anyone like that. And then, yeah, once you got past him on lap 2, it was just head down and try and keep out of trouble and keep ahead, really.
Yeah, as everyone else was battling in behind, you were driving off into the sunset, and another win under your belt.
Yeah, very good. I had a bit of a bad weekend for the first 2 races, but makes up for it getting a win.
It's always nice to do in the last one as well. You go home with a bit of positivity.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice. Cheers for chatting with me, George, and well done. Thanks very much. Right, let's head on round. We got Mr. Gary Miller. Hello, Gary. Good to see you again, and another good race.
Yeah, another good race, yeah. Glad to get back up the front again. That was a bit harder now, to be fair, down in the back, but we got through okay, and then it must have been the world's longest wheel to fall off. It was wiggling around for about 3 laps. I was afraid it was going through the windscreen at one stage, so I was kind of mindful where I put the car behind it on a wheel through the windscreen, and then when he turned left, I seen it go, and I just tried to avoid him then, which lost the gap to George, and then Jack caught me up a bit again, so I was never going to catch George after that. So just team championship and a second is good points, so yeah, delighted, yeah. So thanks to Mervyn for coming over this weekend, and Vicky and everyone home, so yeah, delighted.
Yeah, we were rubbing our hands together with glee, looking forward to your battle with Tomilewski, but now it makes sense you were just sitting back and hoping that the wheel didn't take you out.
As soon as I got in the back of it, coming down the straight here at one stage, the way was at 45 degrees. It was a miracle how it held on for so long. So I think you done 2 or 3 laps with it. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, we got through it, not a mark on the car, so delighted. Yeah,
fair play, another P2, well done, Gary.
All right, thank you very much.
Cheers, mate, thank you so much. Where did Jack Sant go? I saw him a second ago, he's running away. He's being pulled back, I think, by his dad. Jack! Hello, sir. Hello. Good to chat with you. Another good race. You were having to put the brakes on a bit there, trying to keep him behind.
Tough. From about 7 minutes in from the end, I was like, I've got no tyres left. And I could see he was catching us. I was like, I'm gonna have to just drive defensively. There's no if, buts, and maybes about it. That was it.
Yeah, the pressure was on, but you dealt with it beautifully, mate.
Yeah, I was more thinking about Miller. I just completely forgot his name.
No, you're fine.
I was more concentrating on Miller in front, than every time I looked in the rearview mirror, now he was getting closer and closer and closer. I was like, I'll have to start focus on him now, not Miller.
Yeah, he was hunting you down, but yeah, you dealt with the pressure really nicely. And a third place, I saw you jump out of the car, and is it your dad? You gave him a massive hug to, the whole family getting involved, and all so proud of you.
Yes, thank you.
Well done, mate. Third place, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Jack, thank you. Well, there you go, the S2 240's done and dusted for the weekend, but we still got plenty more sprint racing action here from Brands Hatch. For the moment, I'll hand it back up to the boys in the box.
Yeah, another helping of MG action, and in terms of I think some of the MGs have started to go home, but it's a massive MG show that we've got here, with literally every year, I think, of MG manufacture here at Brands Hatch being represented. And yeah, just sad I didn't get a chance to go round, but I did have a good ogle at some of the cars as I came. I parked in the public car park rather than coming to the press one or whatever, and we had a good walk in, and really impressive sight. You know, even if you're not into MGs, those people that have paid to come and watch a national race meeting have had an extra treat.
Yeah.
This weekend and today in particular to see all that, and we're looking forward to their second and final race of the day as John Cooper's car gets low loaded away and or cradled onto the low loader and ready to go. Are we going to see Keith Igor have another win? Is Peter Bramble going to get close to him? Are we going to see Matt Simpson finish in the Metros? Is Ray Collier going to be back out? Was he told off by the clerk of the course? We don't know, do we? Christopher Greenbank needs to be on as well. So we lost some real key runners in the first race. Dick Trevette in the Metros as well wasn't able to start. So I don't know whether those cars are up in the holding area or not. But fingers crossed that they are. And it is good to catch up with the Metro Cup. It's the first time I've seen Cockshoot Cup. I think I did a circuit Cockshoot at Donington about 3 or 4 years ago with Cockshoot Cup. And it was like today, you know, lots of cars everywhere and a really good mix of cars racing. But MG Metro Cup with Hickford Construction, who've been valued supporters for a long time.
I have.
I think I used to call them Hickford Engineering, and I used to get told off. But yeah, Hickford Construction, I think I got it right today most of the way through. But very grateful, thanks to them. The other long-term sponsor was Drayton Manor Park, you know, the theme park up near Mallory Park. They were a very long-time supporter. But I think Hickford Construction have outdone them.
Indeed.
And yeah, really good that we've got a company like that on board who put their branding on and put their faith in what is a wonderful championship in its own right, whether or not you've got the the retrospective angle on it. And I love both. I love the fact that the cars are. I used to have a Metro myself, so I do have a little bit of sympathy with those cars. It's a great car to drive. Loved it to bits. My Metro. Don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, you have to search it up, see if it still exists.
Yeah, my son will. I don't think I can remember the number though.
Okay.
Are you good at numbers? Do you remember car numbers? And
sometimes I can do. Yes, I remember a lot of things about cars and stuff. Actually, exact number plates. They're the thing where you can remember all the number plates of your parents' cars, of what you have.
Yeah, I do those. Yeah.
I remember what cars we had, but number plates maybe not as far as that. Right. I remember what we had, so which is interesting. And what my dad would have. He used to work for a lot of car dealerships. I think when I was first born, he worked for Nissan. He worked for John Gross Ford for a long time. Had that. Worked for all places where he worked for Daewoo. So he worked for the Korean car company, which is now, of course, what you class as the baby Chevrolets, or what you call that. He's done all sorts. He's done Toyota. He was at a Fiat MG dealership. All sorts. He's been in the car trade for a long time on that side. So there used to be cars tied to that. We used to have other cars that were kind of second hand on top of that as well. You talk about some of the cars that are in this exhibition. There's a couple that caught my eye in particular, having a walk around. One of which was the rather faster MG X-Pat SV, who they must be watching on the stream there, because obviously doing a bit of Mexican wave, being caught on the stream whilst they're watching it. So either way, enjoying themselves in the but
well done, people. Look at that. That's really good. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
See, it's those that on the second half are not paying attention, or kind of just ruin it because they're not involved. The first half are excited, but the half just don't give a damn. But nonetheless, back to point us making about cars. The one I love here naturally, of course, is the Metro 6R4. Love a Metro 6R4. I love Group B, so it's a fantastic car to have around. Of course, that was doing demo laps, of course, earlier on, as we mentioned. And we had the MGZS BTC spec touring car there as well, of course. I was sure it didn't have the. I think is that the Jason Hughes built one that he runs at occasionally? Or is that a different one?
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know.
I was a bit ashamed it didn't have the really nice kind of raunchy the V6 engine it had in its early days, which is something that I always quite enjoyed with that car when it first came out. Reminded me of the Mondeos when they had the V6.
Jason Hughes was in the Fiesta Championship, you know.
I think you're right. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
oh,
possibly.
John's got something for us, apparently.
Rather than us rambling about everything and nothing, which we tend to do as commentators
anyway.
All right,
I enjoy it anyway.
As we do anyway, and we enjoy it. But John has something down for us in the pit lane or in the paddock. What do you have?
Hello everyone, welcome down. If you pan around, cameraman, there's loads of MGs ready to go out on the circuit. That little bit of a hold up there for the Fiesta ST240s, courtesy of a few cars having some slight off-piste moments. But of course, it is a big MG celebration here this weekend at Brands Hatch, so very fitting to have some MGs on the bill. Of course, all the lovely people here trackside got to enjoy that track walk earlier with all of these MGs out there on circuit, and no track walk for this one, but still plenty of action for them all to enjoy. I was hoping I could chat with some of the drivers, but well, they've all cleared off now, so I better send it back up to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, John. That tends to happen. That happens to me at festival time, doesn't it? I get down into the holding area for the next heat, and then the whistle blows and it will go out. So, our anti-penultimate race of the weekend about to get underway. Keith Egart and Peter Bramble on the front row of the grid, from Laura Farrow and Josh Addison, David Coulthard and Robin Walker on row 3. James Johnson next up from Andrew Walsh. Top 10 completed by Martin Richardson and Helen Waddington. Cole Green 11th, 12th is Ray Collier, then Christopher Greenbank, and then we're on to the Metros. Jack Ashton heading those again from Tim Shooter and John Moore. Robbie Kenning next up from Richard Garrard, Phil Goodwin and Andrew Butcher, then Benjamin Young and Andrew Houston. Paul Deacon with Jonathan McGaughan in 24th. Greg Elgood next up from Emma Cross, and fingers crossed that we've got Matthew Simpson and Dick Trevette. Be really interesting to see what progress they can make if they're on the grid as they try and work their way through the field. And Scott is fitter than me, so he's able to look around the corners and give a thumbs up, both of them there.
They seem to be. I know that it's the dark maroon red car of Matthew Simpson, and because Dick Trevette's car is yellow and orange, and I see a maroon Metro and a yellow and orange Metro at the back of the field, so I can confirm it looks like, yes, both of them. You see it right at the top of the screen. There they are.
Fantastic.
So they have made it, which is excellent. And of course, we do also have as well, no Christopher Greenbank sadly, but we do have Ray Collier, so he's on the grid also as well, in a patched up MG ZR from the back of the MG Cockshoot Cup grid.
That is going to be a car to watch, isn't it? Because it was very, very quick, and Ray will have reflected on what happened, and I'm sure that he'll be a little bit more circumspect. I think, to be fair, we were this morning. We had a little bit more treated oil on track. It was a little bit more evident, and I think that may well have caught him out on that move, particularly with the lock-up that happened. But either way, we've got two fast drivers at the back of each group in this upcoming race for the MGs. Need to look and see what have they got coming up as well. This is actually, believe it or not, the penultimate meeting of the season for these guys. They've only got Anglesey 13th of September, and their year is done. Where has 2026 gone?
Yeah, it's gone pretty quickly, isn't it? Already towards the middle of, or the end of summer, which is pretty incredible, of course, and middle of August. I was going to mention just quickly, going back to the cars on display, the other car we liked as well was the MG X-Power SV, which is one of the more modern cars that had the big V8 in it as well. I remember that Top Gear used on there that if you wanted to at the time, you could buy a nitrous kit that put the horsepower to over 1,000 horsepower. If it wasn't powerful enough, if you wanted a stupid amounts of power in your MG, then you could certainly do that. And I'm not sure how that would fit into this category. I think the power to weight ratio or the class structure would be quite interesting to try and fit that one in as well. There was also, it was like a land speed like Bonneville Salt Flats car that was also part of about 2003. It was like in the shape, I think it was like a Rover. They call it MGZT, the kind of the big saloon one, and it looks as though that was also there amongst other cars that were looking pretty interesting, and some other older school 50s, 60s race cars. So nice variety of cars in the mix on display. Of course, thanks to those who have brought out all their cars and all the displays for MG Fest for today. And there are still quite a few people who are parked. I see plenty of ZTs and ZSs and ZRs that are parked in the little area behind us, so there's plenty there too. I should also mention Carl Green's on the grid as well, again back for the Cockshoot Cup. He's on the back row of the grid for that category with Carl Green. The only car we don't have, as I said, is Christopher Greenbank's MG F, which sadly, as I imagine the result of the contact with Ray Collier, is not quite in a state to get back out on track. So they have to try and straighten out the panels on that MGF and get it back out for the finale in several weeks' time. But the front of the field in the Cockshoot Cup has two of the older cars on the field, Keith Egar's MG Midget and Peter Bramble's low-slung MGB. And watch for Laura Farrow and Josh Addison on the second row. The good Laura Farrow, of course, in the bright yellow MGF, got an excellent third place. There she is, coming on to the second row of the grid. Then we've got the two MG ZRs of Josh Addison and David Coulthard. Just for those of you who are not properly paying attention, no, it's not that David Coulthard. For the benefit of those, it's a driver who, I think if I'm right, did do some of the original MGF Cup back in the day. I'm sure there was a David Coulthard who did that. If I look at, I think I'm friends with him on social media, and his profile picture is an MGF Cup car, so I think that's probably accurate. Robin Walker, other cars in the field as well. We've then got towards the back the MGZR of Ray Colley in blue and the Carl Green MGZS. And then it's the two cars to watch at the front of the field is the white and purple Jack Ashton number 98, Tim Shooter's number 4. Also watch for John Moore and Robbie Kenny. They had a good battle for third place in race 1, so good watch for them from the second row of the Metros. And as we said, look for the maroon and black number 16 of Matthew Simpson. He pulled off late into race 1 earlier on, and the car didn't even start. Dick Trevette, who has had a couple of surprise victories in orange and yellow at the back of the field. So both grids are in place. Time to go MG racing again for the second time here at Brands Hatch.
Everybody in line. There's a long wait for the Cockshoot Cup runners at the front of the field whilst the Metro sorted themselves out. They have done that. We've had the green flag. The lights are on. We are about to go racing, and away we go. Keith Egar gets away well. Peter Bramble will slot into second position. Keep your eyes open for Ray Collier, and Ray Collier is already past two cars, about to pass a third. Now we've got the Metro start. Jack Ashton getting away well, so Jack goes well. Tim Shooter taking the battle to him on the outside run. So good start from all the Metros as well.
That was a great start for Phil Goodwin. He's around the outside. That was from the third row of the Metros. That was P6 in the Metro grid. He's up to fourth, going wheel to wheel with John Moore up the hill to try and get third place round the outside. I also noticed in the inset we saw there, Laura Farrow has taken second place from Peter Bramble. That's quite interesting to see Laura in the MGF get a rapid start. There go the Metros down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. It's now second. That is Goodwin going for second place now on Tim Shooter. That's the white and green Metro exiting Graham Hill Bend. It's more in fourth position, but there's the confirmation. Laura Farrow, podium finisher in race 1, with a great start, upper position into P2. Then two of the MGZRs and already up into sixth place already.
She was lacking gears as well, wasn't she, at the end of race 1 as well?
Lacking fourth gear apparently, but also powering through, as you'd expect. Ray Collier already up to fifth from the back of the Cockshoot Cup grid. And now, of course, the next target is going to be getting past David Coulthard. And then once that's done, the battle that's going on for second place, if you can do that, you can then start to set off up the road against erstwhile leader Keith Egar. There goes Collier in the blue number 10. That's the scene of the accident earlier on. But this now he squeezes past to fourth. So I'd imagine with the pace he's got, Richard, he might well get to the front of the field here within the next couple of minutes.
It looks like he might do, and it's given us something very special to watch, isn't it? It's always great to see a driver having to recover. It's not good for Peter Bramble, who's dropping back down the order, which is a little bit of a pity, but still out there and enjoying his racing. Now, because I'm from the days when we used to have full grids of modified midgets with the likes of Steve Everett. You won't remember any of those names, but
I can't say
if you get a chance to Google or see Steve Everett in that, he was a real peddler.
Also notice Carl Green's coming up nicely from the back of the grid as well in Cockshoot Cup. Here's our Metros coming through Surtees. This is John Moore and Robbie Kenning resuming battle from race 1. Good effort from number 3 of Phil Goodwin though. He's really rocketed up there. And also, speaking of rocketing up, there's Matthew Simpson there, already in 6th position in the Metros as Jack Ashton sails away out in front. Here comes Goodwin, so Tim Shooter to the outside of trying to get back past Goodwin now for the inside line. Meanwhile, the back car, Robbie Kenning being passed by Matthew Simpson. And the one in the middle of all that is John Moore. And there goes Simpson sliding his way through. Kenning gets the up and under, exiting Paddock Hill Bend on the run towards Druids. John Moore, meanwhile, thinks about going on the attack on Shooter to defend from the two cars behind him. But Simpson has cleared the pink and white computer vision inspired livery of Robbie Kenning in that new car, that car with the new K-Series engine in that car that he's developing and testing to, I guess, hopefully bring more of these MG Metros back out again with an option to do that.
Make it a lot more cost effective on it engine-wise rather than going for the older engines, which are very special and lovely to see and hear. But, you know, there are cars aplenty that you can get and build, so, you know, put a slightly more modern motor in it, keeps it a little bit simpler and certainly a wee bit cheaper as well. Addison now is past Peter Bramble, so it's Egar Collier in second position. And Collier about to challenge for the lead. They're coming down into Graham Hill Bend. Egar not getting too defensive, but I think he knows that something is inevitable. And it's the run along Cooper Straight Off camera here, we go back on camera now, and Ray Collier from the back of the field on lap 4 gets into the lead. So he's gone right the way through the whole lot of them and making amends for race 1.
Certainly so. And now he's got clear track ahead of him, unless he starts coming across some of the tail enders of the MG Metro Cup contingent, which he won't catch them until they're already heading out of Druids at the moment. So he's got about half a lap to pick up. Headlight flashing for Robbie Kenning. That's to ask politely Martin Richardson to politely sort of move aside to let them through. Leader's going already up towards Druids again now on this next lap of asking. And again, this looks like it's going to be a back and forth battle all the way between 3 and 4, between Goodwin and Shooter. Shooter trying to put the white and green car down the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, but they're also, interestingly enough, they're coming up to one of the MGZRs. They're coming up to put a lap on. I think that's Helen Waddington's MGZR. So she calmly keeps out of the way whilst the Metros file their way through one after the other.
Yeah, neat bit of driving there from Helen, so well played. I think Matt Simpson's going to go past as well. Simpson's progress slowing up. I think he's going to be looking for a second place here, isn't he? We're looking at the battle for second place in the Metros at the moment, headed indeed by Phil Goodwin, Tim Shooter down behind them, then the 72 car of John Moore. So Moore and Simpson is going to be the battle. Both of those have been pretty much regulars on the podium. Benjamin Young got a podium in the first round of the year, but other than that it's been Simpson, Ashton. I'm wondering, with one event left, is this Ashton with the championship? I don't know where we can seal it today. I haven't been able to do the maths, so I didn't make a note of the points beforehand, but he must have one hand on another trophy for the Hickford Construction Championship, as Tim Shooter is going to have another go. We have an issue, very sadly, for Paul Deacon, and he's going to take the car to safety, but it's early into the race for Paul, which is a pity.
Yeah, and a rather dejected gesticulation in the cockpit. Well, what can I do? Engine or something mechanical hasn't gone quite right, and so that car now out of the race. Not out of the race and still very much in it is this battle pack going on here. Robbie Kenning has fallen away from Matt Simpson, who is kept with this trio of cars battling over second place in the MG Metro Cup. Still the black car of Phil Goodwin, then Tim Shooter, and then we got John Moore and Matt Simpson. Meanwhile, charging through also from the back of the field is Carl Green. So the two cars start to the back row of the Cockshoot Cup grid and now into first and second respectively. They've gone past Keith Egar. So Egar holding on to third place. Farrow is now fourth. Meanwhile, looking out the window, I can see there's been a change as John Moore's gone past both. But you can see it there, he's gone past both Phil Goodwin and Tim Shooter in one move into Paddock Hill Bend. So taking two for the price of one. And here comes also Matt Simpson as we see, that's contact. That was Goodwin trying to get back up the inside to repass Moore. Shooter gets boxed out of all of it, and there's the back of that train. Matt Simpson was an innocent party there, thinking, I want to be part of this, but not if there's going to be contact. So all of that, John Moore does keep his position as he goes up to second place. Shooter lucky to hold on to third if there wasn't contact there. And then you've got Simpson from the back of the Metro grid, followed by Shooter, followed by Robbie Kenning. So that's the scrap from second down to sixth, whilst Jack Ashton, meanwhile, has a rather comfortable lead out in front of about roughly 6.7 seconds in the lead, just showing how much experience he has in these cars of being a multiple champion.
Yeah, not getting very much coverage as a result. Rightly staying with the drivers that are mixing it and having a good race. Dick Trevette, sadly, is out, so we're not going to see any racing from Dick. A disappointing weekend for him. I hope he gets it all sorted out for Anglesey as we watch to see whether Matt Simpson can bag another podium here and salvage something from his weekend. He's on the outside run at the moment. Phil Goodwin in the number 3 car. Simpson under pressure from Tim Shooter. Robbie Kenning trying to come up and play as well in his car, which I think he's largely using as a testing exercise here. But Simpson under a bit of pressure here, isn't he, from Tim Shooter? He's not really making the progress that I thought he might, and the truth of it is he's come up against some quality drivers. He has, especially today. They seem to have stepped up their game compared to maybe other rounds. Not that they aren't quality drivers as a whole, but particularly today, maybe because it is MG Fest, they really have found something to put on a good show and be competitive. Through the Clark Curve, through Clearways and out of McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve, that entire sequence. Simpson must be listening to you, Richard, because he's now sniffing around the rear bumper of Phil Goodwin to try and make a move to pick up a podium place now in the MG Metro Cup. He makes a little dive to the outside. He's going to take the high, wide and Hanson line. No, he's going for the switchback, but as he rocks over the curb, looks like Goodwin
held the place, and as Simpson went back to his racing line, found Tim Shooter trying to go down the outside, has to switch back to the other side of the road, and Simpson runs out wide, being offline, being distracted as he was. This brings Kenning back into the mix now. Shooter does the double dummy, up and under with the crossover, and again, Simpson with enough momentum through the left-hander to hold the place. And 5 of them together now, second down to sit. Kenning sniffing around for P5. He wants a 5th position at a top 5 finish if he can, whilst Ashton still leads quite comfortably. And meanwhile at the front, as we watch this one, still Ray Collier leading by 9 points, need 10 seconds out in front from Carl Green in second. So the 2 back row men dominating the race so far, but had this one under firm control with Egar ahead of Farrow and Coulthard in the top 5.
I think Simpson mistimed that move into paddock last time, and it really cost him dear. We got a car in the gravel at paddock, but he's going to extricate itself. That's what the dust is when we watch the cars going through there. Simpson still trying to get back up. He's got to be mindful of what's going on in the mirrors as well. He doesn't seem to be handling Paddock Hill Bend at all well, Matt Simpson, at the moment, and it just lost him a lot of ground, and Tim Shooter nearly got back into him. But I think luckily for Simpson, we've got Robbie Kenning all over the back of Tim Shooter. So a really good battle going on between these cars, and this is good, close MG Metro Cup racing. And you know, if you fancy racing a great little classic car, and these are classic now, then get in touch with the guys and see if we can get you on the grid for next season. That would be good to see.
I think Paddock Hill Bend that time by, because of the MG NZR that went off the road, there was still a yellow flag out as it was rejoining. So because of that, they're being a bit more tentative into Paddock Hill Bend and not make the overtakes, therefore not to get themselves a penalty. So I think that's why they checked up a little bit. Now there's no yellow flag, and it's all clear down at Paddock. They should be able to pretty much push on. I think the car that had the issue was 80. It was one of the MG ZRs that was further back down the order. Maybe 88, which might have been Walker that had the issue. I'll check the numbers as I can identify. Yes, 88 was the one that went off the road. So 88 is that's Robin Walker that went off the road there. He's managed to rejoin quickly enough. That was David Coulthard trying to get it. I think chase Laura Farrow, but also get past the back marker, and now he's found himself under pressure from Josh Addison to come down to the pit straight. That was a very odd moment. I think he was trying to go around the outside of the back marker. The back marker moved out of the way to let him go through. He got balked, and because of that, Addison tried to make a move and capitalise on that, but nothing doing down the pit straight towards Paddock.
Yeah, it didn't play out exactly the way they wanted, did it? So it is Collier, Green, Egar, Farrow again, just off the podium. Coulthard trying to close in. Then Addison all over the back of Coulthard. Those two battling with each other might give Laura Farrow a little bit of respite as we get into the closing stage. Only 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes 38 to go. This one has gone quickly as well, and thankfully without the shenanigans we had in race number 1. So they've all behaved themselves. It's going to give all our MG fans a good send-off.
Definitely so. It's a nice, well-behaved race in this one so far. Laura Farrow now feeling the pressure for 4th position, now with the 2 MG ZRs looming large in her mirrors. And Coulthard a little wayward through the apex of Clearways into Clark Kerr, but now as he gets the momentum onto the straight, I don't want to say Laura's got a problem, but at least the straight line speed of Coulthard's car is much stronger, and through he goes in to deny her of 4th place. So he takes it. Laura's coming back in down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good stuff from Laura. Not going to give it up that easy. Back up the inside. This puts Addison right into the mix as well. 3 of them battling for the best of the rest outside the podium spots, and Coulthard tries to press the issue. Here comes Addison down the outside.
That's in the 170 as opposed to the 190 brake. So yeah, good stuff from him.
Indeed. And now they're side by side on the exit. Addison now has track position on the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Coulthard fights back, but there's nothing doing. Addison has the line and has the place, and that's him through into 5th position with Coulthard. He started the lap in 4th, now he's back down to 6th. He's lost 2 spots as a result of that. And this now also gives Laura Farrow a bit of respite, because I've said before, the harder these two fight each other, easier it is for Laura to continue making a break, particularly as we've now got MG Metro traffic to try and deal with here in these closing stages.
Talking of which, Jack Ashton still leading that one fairly easily. Here we come.
Headlights ablaze for David Coulthard down the outside, looking to try and make a move. They're both closing back in on Laura Farrow. Coulthard wants to go down the outside, but he's not brave enough to make it stick as Addison's got the better line. Carries more speed through the corner, off the apex. And Laura's now neatly negotiating the Metros. That was 77 she was putting a lap on, which was Andrew Houston in his car. Houston car at the moment sat in 10th in the Metros, as both of the MG ZRs power their way through. First Addison, then Coulthard. And again, all that battling has just helped Laura to get a little bit of respite in these last couple of laps as they continue to scrap that hard of what will be 5th position at the line.
Collier and Green still out front. Collier will tick off another lap, 2 laps to go. And Egar still in 3rd, so he's going to get another podium, winning a podium on his maiden visit to Brands Hatch, and that's pretty special.
Oh, I jinxed it. Laura 5-second penalty for track limits, so unfortunately she won't finish 4th. Even if she's on the road, she won't. Unless Addison and Coulthard in the next minute and a bit battle so hard they lose 5 seconds, which I can't see happening unless they make a mistake.
And Matt Simpson's got to the head of this quartet after all that as well, while we were watching the ZRs getting stuck in with Laura.
He has done that, yes, that's correct. So he's now up into the he's now into 2nd place now into the Metros. He's got past John Moore as well. So they're going to start. In fact, there goes Ray Collier now receiving the last lap board. So they're going to get 2 more laps now with this battle for 2nd place in the Metros. Meanwhile, Collier, although that said, he might well come up into a pace where he might actually well lap them. So this might well be the last lap of the race anyway.
He's closing in a pace, isn't he? Heading up towards Ridge. Here he comes, and this is the forecast 2nd place battle for the Metros. Collier doesn't really need to do anything about these, does he? But he's a racer. He'll want to thread his way through.
I'm sure he will. It's cars in front of him, so he'll want to try and pick them off one by one. But you're right, he doesn't have to. This is feeling quite generous. So the answer is no, he's not, because you can see he's picked past 1, past 2. He's got past
just the 1.
Just the 1. So it might well he'll have the straight line speed, so you might well beat them to the line here, and that will deny them the chance to work through it. He'll definitely have more horsepower. But onto the pit straight he comes, and from possibly the unintended villain in race number 1, he'll be the hero in race 2 from the back of the grid.
Good drive.
Excellent drive from Ray Collier from back to front, and it'll take him victory in race number 2 of the combined grid for the MG Cockshoot Cup and MG Metro Cup as well. Now, the interesting thing is, which of those battlers in the 2nd place scrap were lapped, which ones actually managed to get to the line before Ray Collier lapped them, because that would be intriguing to see if they did. Actually, Matt Simpson, the only one that didn't get lapped.
No, John Moore didn't, so he's got to carry on round. He's going to get 2nd in class, whatever happens, but
indeed
gets another lap for his entry fee, which will be good. So it's John Moore that takes 3rd position in the Metros.
And that will eventually be for 4th in the Cockshoot Cup, and it'll go to Coulthard. He beat him on the line by about a 10.5, so that was interesting stuff at the end. And of course, with the 5-second penalty, Laura Farrow will move backwards to 6th in the results and 5th in class as well. As for Jack Ashton, easy day's work in the office in the Metro. Across the line he goes and picks up not just a Vic win, but ahead of Peter Bramble in the Cockshoot Cup as well. So good day all round for Jack as we finish off our MG action for today here at Brands Hatch.
Ray Collier taking the win. Yeah, a good way to finish the weekend for him. He'll go home with a head full of positivity. Carl Green will too, after running through the field with Keith Egar, race 1 winner, coming home in 3rd to another podium for Keith. David Coulthard is 4th from Josh Addison and Laura Farrow. Jack Ashton winning the Metros. Peter Bramble was next from James Johnson. Then Matt Simpson 2nd in the Metros. Robin Walker, of course, back in the Cockshoot Cup. John Moore completing the Metro podium ahead of Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin. 15th goes to Andrew Butcher from Richard Garrard. Benjamin Young 17th, then Andrew Walsh and Helen Waddington. Jonathan McCorn in 20th place from Martin Richardson, Andrew Houston, Greg Elgood and Emma Cross 23rd and 24th. 25th, Robbie Kenning, and 26th position, Paul Deacon. I think having his work cut out for him is going to be John in pit lane, because he'll want to try and get the Metros as well. And to be fair, he did zip through, didn't he, earlier on, and managed to chat to everybody, albeit somewhat briefly. And I'll keep it brief as well and hand you down to John in pit lane right now.
Thank you, guys. Yes, welcome back down to the pit lane once again. And the MGs finding their way back into the pit lane. The last time that sadly we're going to be seeing the MGs out there around Brands Hatch racing in anger. But it was a great race to finish it off with, to say the least. That 4-way battle for 2nd place there in the MG Metros was rather exciting, to say the least. Very jealous of the guys up in the comms box, so they got to enjoy that from that position. I'm not sure where our race winner's actually gone. Ray Collier's not here for the moment, maybe carried on around for a bit longer, but we'll see if we can chat to some of the other guys from the Cockshoot Cup. Well, Keith's got his helmet off first, so Keith, I'm going to have to jump in and say hello to you first.
Hello there.
I've spoken to you before already today, so clearly today's been going all right.
Today was good, yeah, it started well. The first race was a bit dramatic, and this was obviously good start, but Carl was driving very well and he ground me down, and Ray was very quick today, so sometimes it's best just to bring it home in one piece and settle for a podium rather than be a hero. So I'm happy to just get round out a great race today, great 2 races today, and enjoyed it. So for me, that's all I want.
Good.
So.
It's been really great to watch. You know, like you say, I've spoken to you multiple times. You've got a few podiums in the bag. It's all going pretty well. So going home with a big smile on your face.
Lovely. Yeah, enjoyed it. Thank you.
Perfect. Cheers, Keith. Thanks so much. Our race winner still getting ready. We'll jump over to our second place finisher, Carl.
Hi.
Hello. I know you're a little bit whacked after that one. I know it's not the easiest, but a second place. Well done.
Yeah, kind of makes up for the first race. Obviously very disappointed not to get off from the finish line because the car overheated. So could have probably got a win in the first race, but it is what it is. That's motorsport for you.
I think the guys in the commentary box said that was my fault because I came and talked to you, so I'm really sorry about that.
No, it overheated, and then I turned it off to restart it, and it just wouldn't restart. So I ended up getting a bit of a bump down the hill and joined the race a bit after, but I was already a lap down there. So, but this race, no, really good. Enjoyed myself coming through the grid. All fair play to Ray. I was going to catch him. He was just off in the distance. So really happy with second place. Yeah, good.
I'm glad it made up for that race number 1.
Yeah.
So cheers. And again, I'm very sorry.
It's no worries.
Right, on we go then. Your race winner, I believe, has got himself sorted out relatively as he wipes the sweat away from his face. Ray, I won't keep you for too long because I know that wasn't the simplest, but you managed to get through to the lead and you never really looked back from there.
No, in fairness, it would have been a better race with Chris Greenbank. I'm sorry, Chris, that was my fault. I know a lot of people at home have got opinions on what happened. The clerks of the course have got the same opinion as me, but it doesn't change what happened. The car's still wonky. We bent both subframes. The steering wheels somewhere. We pinched a load of wiring, so I'd got a misfire as well.
Great.
But yeah, it was great. I did enjoy it, and it means a lot. It really means a lot because of Simon. So thanks, and Chris, again, I'm sorry. All right.
Amazing. Thanks for chatting with me, and well done. Congratulations. Right, we'll see if we can jump over as well. I know we've got some cars heading out on circuit, but Jack, I've got to come and speak to you again. Well, that time they didn't quite keep you on your toes so much. You drove off into the sunset.
Yeah, it's obviously Matt wasn't there today. Well, he was, but he come P2. But it's a shame that he started at the back of the grid. That kind of didn't give us that race that we were after today. But it was a good race. Massive tribute to my dad and my nan. We just had terrible news. She passed away literally just before I come out to race today. So my dad's in a bit of a state, but I'm sure he'll be appreciating this. This is a race for him. So.
I'm really sorry to hear that, but you've done him proud.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done, Jack. Cheers. We'll very quickly talk to our second and third from there. Guys, I'll talk to you together because the battle that was going on for second was crazy.
Yeah, it was insane. That was a hot race, a hard race, and there was, driving standards and skills out there were amazing. Like, everybody's on it. Like, everybody is on it.
Yeah. You guys are keeping each other in check for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was Martin and Phil, and Tim were all in the battle for that second place. Yeah, it was mint.
It was awesome to watch. Thank you guys for treating us to some great racing.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Right then, cars back out on circuit again. Well, that earlier Fiesta Junior race, I think, was the race of the weekend, possibly my race of the year. Here comes another one. It's back to you guys in the comms box.
Hey, second race were quite good, wasn't it?
Is that your attempt at a Northern accent, is it?
Yeah, Abby Eaton said I did it quite well yesterday, apparently.
I don't. Anyway, on to grid. No, I'm not.
Do you want to do the grid?
I'm not doing not a Northern accent, no. So here's the grid there for race number 3, based on the results of race of that incredible second race. 13,000 of a second is what separated Dara McInerney from winning his second race of the weekend and his 10th of the season from Daniel Tachi, the 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner. So they take the front row of the grid. Lewis Islim, 25 Scholarship winner, starts on the second row, alongside Lewis Turkerton, one of his best starts of the season in P4. Barnaby Brewer, always improving, alongside Bobby Holmes, and Max Haller and Thomas Harper on the 4th row of the grid. Rounding up the top 10 is Hayden Gray and Oliver Heron. He had a couple of excursions in the gravel at some points, but he managed to keep it on the track. Benji Douglas and Thomas Simpson, who was in contention for that lead battle, but then dropped back with some issues. Didn't quite tell exactly what they were, but he dropped back at one point and finished in 12th. Luke Broadbent and Rhys Owen come next on row 7, from Neil Hampson and Max Fenton for the Speedworks Motorsport Squad, their driver development division. 17th downwards, we see Harry Lindley and Harry Russell for Oscar Homerstone and Thomas Potter. Good to see Thomas on the grid, of course. There's a bit of a story about that, isn't there? But in terms of Thomas's come back on the grid and from some of the struggles he's had. But good to see him on the field. Then Nathaniel Darcy and Sava Solonchenko from Nathan Edwards and Kieran Stewart starting 24 for Jam Sport Racing. And towards the back of the field in the last couple of rows for 25th backwards. Hopefully, if everyone's there, we'll have Samuel Doyle, Daniel Hartley, Charlie Burnett, who was off the road at the right exit of Clark Curve in the gravel, and Joe Wood, who also had issues starting at the back in the 777. It looks so, I think, possibly, Richard. Thankfully, we have a full contingent of 28, which is really good to see.
Did you want a reminder of what happened in the previous race at the end? Let's have a look, because Kieran has very kindly teed up the replay for us.
What a finish.
Yeah. So Daniel Tecci in front, and we thought Daniel was going to take it and win it, but then just a little gap, and Dara McInerney, who tracked him all the way through the last few laps, saw the gap, pings the car down there, uses the exact right amount of curb, up side by side. But watch this. Side by side, trade paint, trade wing mirrors. Daniels is already there. By this point, Dara's already got the lead of about an inch, but we were worried whether he was going to come back. Daniel on the outside, couldn't quite do it. And was it 13 thousandths of a second, something like that? But what a finish between those guys. A great example for the Fiesta Junior Championship. And if you want your son and daughter to come and get involved, check out the Brscc website and enter them. If they haven't done any car racing before, get them to come and have a go at the scholarship this year. I promise I will be nice to them. And so I can't be sure about Greg Graham, whether Greg will be nice to them.
Actually, that's him being Scottish.
Greg is actually nicer than me on the interviews, I've got to say. He's an absolutely lovely guy to work with, and we tuned him up last year on a couple of things, did a couple of wind-ups on him. Barnaby Brewer did a great wind-up on him. And Greg takes it all in very good spirit, but we love it. And the very best driver coach, Josh Cook, his head driver coach, didn't even sit with Daniel last year, but watched. You know, normally in the Ginetta one, the head coach will go out with the drivers, but on the Fiesta one, Josh watches. You've got the likes of Aidan Moffat, you've got the likes of Jade Edwards that are there as well. And you're getting all that advice and meeting those people. It's worth a fee just to meet those people and talk to them.
Absolutely. And of course, you look at the graduates. Of course, Daniel Sutton down to British F4 now. Of course, we've got both of our two recent graduates on the grid here. Daniel Tacci, of course, on the right-hand side on the front row of the grid. Almost missed out on that first victory by 13 thousandths of a second. Lewis Islin has been on the podium a few times. He's waiting for that first win too, I think, as well. And hopefully he'll be able to do so. Right, 2 cracking Fiesta Junior races. Can we make it 3 out of 3, Richard? Let's find out.
I'm sure we will. We've got new mirrors on Daniel Tecci's car, and he starts on the outside of the front row. Dara McInerney looking to make it another hat-trick. Here we go. Lewis Turkington gets away well in the 72. Daniel Tecci is tucked in on the previous races, but he's going to go and have a go around the outside. Is he going to tuck in as they go? Yeah, he does. He eventually does what he does he does what he did in races 1 and 2, and just nips in. It looks like a decent start. I think everybody's made it round paddock okay. McInerney, but here comes a send down the inside. Lewis Islin up into second place, and coming up as well is Lewis Turkington getting stuck in, and Daniel Tecci's got some racing to do. This could free up McInerney to get away.
Also, Barnaby Brewer has Bobby Holmes up the inside. They're 2x2 through Graham Hill Bend, but so far through the first few corners, he says with fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed. They've all got through relatively safely. Field streamed its way through Surtees for the first time. I think this might well be another energetic race to kind of perk us up a little bit. Not that those have been uninteresting, of course, but these ones seem to be the most energetic when it comes to Fiesta Juniors. Plenty of talking points, but Tacci is holding on to third place, hustling Islin, as that was Hayden Gray, as they go side by side further back with Barnaby Brewer in the mix as well. There goes Tacci. He really is wanting to swipe around left and right as McInerney heads the field at the end of lap number 1. Islin second, Tacci on his tail with Turkington in 4th position, Bobby Holmes in 5th, and it's Heron, Gray, Barnaby Brewer down to 8th. He gets shuffled out wide. That was going to be, I think, Matt Haller and Hayden Gray battling with him. They're all arms and elbows amongst each other. Just careful, boys and girls, not getting too aggressive in this point on lap number 2. And Tacci certainly isn't short of aggression himself, but in the right healthy amount in terms of he really is pushing hard. Lewis Islin really did send it up the inside into the Druids, catch him unawares, but Daniel's racecraft is pretty good. But what he now needs to do here, of course, Rich, is he needs to get past Islin and pull away from him, because, of course, the harder he fights him here and the longer he stays behind him, the less time he's going to have to catch McInerney. He's obviously listening, up the inside into second place, back past Islin. This puts him into Turkington's clutches. If Tacci can try and pull away here, unless Islin comes back at him, which he's trying, this could be McInerney's race to lose.
There was a nice shot from the Sam Cam down there on the exit of the Cooper Straight, and Daniel Tecci into second position. Very well done move. Remember, he's only done a couple of like team sport, corporate karting, call it what you will. Hasn't done years and years and years of loads of money being thrown at league karting. And this is really a big chance for him to show his potential. And, you know, it just proves that there are youngsters out there that are capable of doing the business. Now, as Lewis Turkington starts to have a look, Bobby Holmes in the mix as well. Oliver Heron, I think that is in 306, isn't it? Who's coming up as well. Oliver, one of the front runners in the championship. Tecci will now look to try and break the toe and get away, maybe get a fastest lap with Oliver Heron, the fastest flying lap. But it's McInerney from Techi Islin. McInerney, this is going to be the hardest earned hat-trick he's had if he can stay on in front. There's no reason to say he won't, because he's got racecraft, he's got speed, he knows how to defend, he knows how to attack and overtake as well. And I just hope that he has the deserved great future going up the ladder. I really do hope that someone will invest in him. I would love to see the likes of Dara making it up, saying to British touring cars, it is all about budget getting in there, but that young lad, it really deserves a chance to do that. It's great having the likes of Speedworks now, of course, involved with the Fiesta Junior Championship, and hopefully with those connections they can nurture some good, exciting young talent to go in at the top level of British Salute Car Racing. And there's a turnaround there. Turkington gets the turnaround. He was hit on the rear quarters. That's hard lines for Lewis, but he can take some real positivity from this weekend. His pace and racecraft has been absolutely good.
Yeah, the car immediately behind him, in terms of the timing, was Bobby Holmes. I only immediately presumed that was him, but that's the clearest bit. There's a tiny bit of damage on the front splitter, so there's a bit of maybe telltale evidence. And I think, is that Tachi also that lost a couple of spots as well? That's a similar looking car of Oliver Gray. No, it isn't. It's Oliver. It's Oliver Hayden Gray's car. Looks very similar to Daniel Tachi's car, so getting a bit confused with the two of them. There's Barnaby Brewer trying to push about the inside of, that's Max Haller in the Traxxas sponsored car. Traxxas do mainly remote control cars of quite high quality. Darren McInerney, another new fast snap of the race, questing for a win number 11 of the season. That'd be quite an extraordinary feat if he can manage that. Have a look at the stats, see if anyone else has won as many, if not more, Fiesta Junior races in a season, which have a good stat to try and dig out if we can. That was initially Brewer getting past, but Haller does the up and under to get himself the track position, and indeed the line. And also trying to make his way through there with the BC Racing car in white, black and gold. That is Thomas Simpson's car in P10 ahead of the second of the Speedworks cars, and that's Speedworks livery for white, red and black, and that will be Benji Douglas, who's had a bit of an anonymous weekend so far. Not really been up towards the front where he has been in the past, but trying to make a better end to the weekend than he has been from before. The leading gap at the moment is still 2.1 seconds, but Tachi's trying to match McInerney's pace. But the trouble is, it's all well good matching the leader. You need to be quicker than him to start catching him. Obvious, yes, but of course, it just shows how evenly matched the paces between the top two. But it's that time that Tachi lost from his start before that's lost him some gap. And he's lost another 10th on that last lap as well. He's dropped back to 2.2 seconds as the pack now heads towards Paddock Hill Bend again. Yeah, it was Lewis Islin's start, wasn't it, that demoted him, but Techi managed to get back on. He'll be happy with P2 at the moment, particularly with second-year driver Dara McInerney there. I didn't credit earlier on Thomas Simpson with fastest lap, but he did get fastest lap of the race, and he's coming back again. He's kind of been one of the men of the meeting for me in this one, and there he is looking at the outside line of Barnaby Brewer. Barnaby, no slouch himself. Social media handle is Pay Attention Barnaby, which I think is reference to some of the stuff that happens in his wife. Jensen O'Neill Going is the only one who won 10 races before that, and thanks to Mrs. O'Neill Going, who tells me mums always know, don't they? And they do.
Melanie, I hope you're well. I really do. Look forward to catching up with you soon. Thanks so much for letting us know. Appreciate that.
If commentators don't know, mum certainly will. I think that's the line, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
In that sense. So, new fast snap of the race. Here we go. Tachi with 57.623. Now he's turning up the wick. Now he's starting to close in. Now he has got 9 minutes to go. It's not impossible, but he needs to keep on taking a few more chunks out of time. And of course, we saw the pace that he had to keep up with and to battle with Dara. He needs to use that clear air to full advantage. He has got Bobby Holmes behind him in third place, who's quietly moved up to fourth position. I was mistaken. Lewis Islin. That's Sava Solonchenko with problems in the 13 cars. He drops backwards, possibly with front end damage. I think he's been tracking, through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Onto the back straight they go. Cooper straight before Surtees, the left-hander. Phil files its way through. There goes Max Haller, followed by again Barnaby Brewer, Thomas Simpson, then Douglas, Luke Broadbent's in the mix as well. Through the almost never-ending arc of this three-part corner, it's McLaren, then Clearways at the top of it, and then Clark Kerr as you then exit onto the Bradham Straight. What's the lap time this time by? Is it another gap pulled in? It is slightly 1.8 seconds. Another new fast lap of the race from Tachi, so it's another one he's put in. I think, yeah, Simpson takes it now.
Yeah, Thomas Simpson is quick as well, and do you know what? We've got a real class field here. I was saying earlier on to John, you know, what you'd like out of the scholarship is to have everyone that you meet at the scholarship in one big championship. I wish we could do that.
Yeah.
This is as near as we get to it, because a lot of the people were there at the scholarship and they're all out there racing, and there are some real stars right the way down the field. My wish, if anyone from Brscc is listening, if I work on the scholarship again this year, which I am, get me back next year, because you get to know the drivers. Let me do some more of the racing, because you make the connections with the families, and it makes it much easier to tell the story over the course of the season.
Yeah, likewise. It's great to see when you get to see the drivers that you find in the championships, that you form friendships and sort of relationships with. It's great to kind of come back to them and be able to talk about them properly, because you've got the inside scoop on them in the right way and been able to kind of talk about them and actually give them the attention that they so deserve and so need, which is good. Now, speaking of attention, keep attention on the front, because the 4/10 has been taken out of the lead by Daniel Tacci of Darren McInerney. Gap is there 1.4 seconds.
It's coming down.
1.5. You're biting your lip there in anticipation, thinking it's going to get pretty close before the end. Might get a repeat of race number 2, which we do. Will be fantastic. It hasn't been as freight train kind of back and forth as it has been before, and in race number 2 when they were really going at it for the lead. It's more the positions further down when they're actually going at it quite closely. The first 3 positions are all kind of relatively as they are static. It's down for 4th downwards where all the battling's going on. You've got Bobby Holmes battling with Oliver Heron, Lewis Turkington and Hayden Gray. Then the next group of cars is headed by Max Haller with Thomas Simpson and Barnaby Brewer, and then that's the base of the top 10 where you find it. Oh, there goes Oliver Heron, hip and shoulder to the inside of Bobby Holmes. That won't be him flashing the hazard lights in protest. That'll be him, I think, when you brake on some of these cars, particularly the Fiestas, you brake so hard that it thinks you're going to have an accident, so it puts the hazard lights on to kind of warn people with cars behind, but it's just not that. It's simply just braking that hard to get the car stopped. The only thing I will say is Bobby Holmes politely, he is quite energetic when he drives that car in Tennessee, and I always wonder when he's going to make a move, because always you think with Bobby Holmes, the way he drives positively, like a move is always imminent with Bobby. So I imagine that he won't be far away from him trying to make an attempt to repass unless he gets swallowed up by Turkington and Co. And behind you can see Thomas Simpson going wheel to wheel with Max Haller and Barnaby Brewer. They were going wheel to wheel up the hill towards Druid. On the exit, they're still wheel to wheel. Simpson gets edged out wide as we see once again Holmes and Turkington. We look further back for a second, and there we go. Thanks for that one. Well, for a second you can see them right there. They were side by side, very close between them. There we go. Thanks for that, Kieran, our director. And up the inside into, thinking about it again, wandering around as they skip and hop through that sequence of 3 right-handers all back onto the pit straight. Lead gap has come down again. It's come down again to 1 second. Another 4/10 taken out. Daniel's on his way.
Yeah, we've only got 5 minutes left, and I reckon time is running out for Daniel Tecchi in 2nd position. Lewis Islin in 3rd place. Heron. What's good to see for me, amongst the other stories, is Hayden Gray. Always consistent, Hayden Gray. He is in the 16 car. He's had a good season. He had a little bit of a blip at Donington Park, but other than that, always been up in the top 10, as has Bobby Holmes, been very consistent. There is Bobby in green, coming under a little bit of pressure here, or a lot of pressure actually, from Oliver Heron. Oliver, who made his debut in the Mark 6s at the end of their last season, went out in one of the Jam Sport cars for that one and impressed us straight away, coming up through McLaren and into Clearways. So Bobby Holmes having to work hard for 5th position here as McInerney continues on his way. Tecchi still out chasing him in 2nd position. Islin in 3rd, and we're looking back at the scrap for 4th position. McInerney, Tecchi is closing in. I reckon, Scott, he's going to run out of time though. He's going to get closer, but he's given McInerney a run here for his money this weekend.
He's trying. There's still 4 minutes to go. Laps are under a minute, so there's enough time, I think, to possibly catch me again a bit more time. Visibly, if that gap keeps coming down. It stabilised last time by. It was just a fraction faster was Tacchi, and that was McInerney doing a personal best. That was Tacchi quicker by 300ths. So he's definitely pushing on to try and catch him and put the pressure on. It's not. I don't think it's over yet. I think it's still got a chance to possibly catch him. But of course, as the late great Murray Walker said once before, catching's one thing, passing's quite another. And
it is. Do you know what? We've got the same podium we had in race 1 and 2 so far, and I wouldn't have put money on that given the action we've seen, given the judicials we've seen, given the action we saw in race number 1. But incredibly, the same 3 drivers who are going to give us 3 great interviews for sure. It's been a little bit more straightforward for McInerney in this one. 3 minutes 20 to go. McInerney crosses the line. Tecchi is closing in.
Fraction again.
With Islin again. He's away, isn't he? Islin will be happy to be the first of the Speedworks cars through in 3rd position. McInerney, I remind you, with Simon Hunt's 2010 racing. Simon always good for a yarn in the paddock. David Elsley, ditto, race car consultants. We'll see him next week at the touring car meeting at Donington Park. Looking forward to Donington next week. It's the Grand Prix meeting. If any of the juniors are thinking about looking where they want to go, come along to Donington Park GP circuit next week and say hello. And if you see me around the paddock, please come and say hello. And if I forget who you are, we do see so many youngsters over the course of the year. Tap me on the shoulder, reintroduce yourself, and we'll have a natter. Having a natter here, metaphorically, is this group headed by Bobby Holmes, who's done very, very well indeed to see off Oliver Heron and Lewis Turkington, who's come back. Heron's going to have a dive down the inside as they go up into clearways again. I think that was the Sam Cam again that we were looking at, and this is all for 4th position. And is that Daniel Tecci?
Yeah, Tecci pits. Oh, that's a real shame. Daniel Tecci. I wonder why he was a bit slower in the last time. So
that's Curse of the commentator saying we got the same podium. Big shame for Daniel Tecci.
Yeah.
But he will take notice that he has really had the battle with Dara McInerney here. So the battle is on for the podium. Bobby Holmes here is on for a potential podium again. He's had half a dozen or so podiums already so far this year. Oliver Heron has had podiums as well. So suddenly we're back with regular podium people. And also in the mix here is Lewis Turkington. So there's the work going on in the inset shot, bottom right,
Tyres
on Tecci's car.
It looks
having
like
a good
tyres.
look, aren't they?
Yeah.
Either way, game over for Daniel Tecci, but at least it's not a mechanical DNF, and I don't think an expensive one, hopefully, for him. But look forward to seeing him back out in the next round at Silverstone. I'm gutted I'm going to miss the last round of the Fiesta Junior Championship at Alton Park, but I'll be keeping a very keen eye on it. Here's the scrap now for the podium. Bobby Holmes in green, looking to step up into something else next year. Heron right behind him. Turkington maybe in with a shout of a podium. What's the time doing? 1:05 remaining. Tecci rejoins. Has lost time, but that is a good key thing for Daniel. He'll be mindful. It's a safe rejoin. He'll be mindful of everybody else on track, and he'll want to finish the weekend. Car in front of him goes off big time.
It's 99 off the road, and that is Rhys Owen, unfortunately. And
shame for Rhys.
And he's beached it in the yellows rather than red flag.
Or safety car. It's far too late for that. Only 29 seconds on the clock. So the last lap board about to go out to Dara McInerney. He's going to have win number 11 and pick up the Fiesta Junior record. And Jensen O'Neill going will probably be the first to congratulate Dara. What a super weekend for him. Lewis Islin gets up onto P2, which is going to. Bobby Holmes has consolidated third. Again, all of those top 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers, I've got to know the families over the limited time they've been in juniors, and they're all really lovely people to spend time. Sorry I haven't seen you guys this week, but we've been up in the box. It's probably a bonus for being pit lane normally for me. I do get to get around the paddock, but yeah, super job by these guys. And Dara McInerney, what can we say? Another hat-trick in the offing here.
And of course, I think I'd like to say, at least unofficially, it looked like he's going to break the amount of wins that Jensen O'Neill got to go and took in 10. And it was 10, of course, that he picked up there. But Dara McInerney just keeps on taking steps towards the checkered flag and towards the title, at least. You won't be thinking about that too much, but of course it's going to be flash of the headlights. And incredibly, it's now a perfect hat-trick and win number 11. He is banging the car with absolute delight. It is a perfect weekend for Dara McInerney. All 3 victories. Lewis is in P2 and Bobby Holmes will be delighted with P3. That's your 1, 2, 3 for the final Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. 4th to Heron, 5th to Turkington. I think that equals his best result. I'll look at your numbers here for a second. Yes.
I haven't put race 2 in yet. I can't remember where Lewis was in the previous one, but he's had a super weekend, hasn't he, Lewis? So many stories to take away with the likes of
4th. So that's his best result. So another top 5 for him. I correct myself.
But yeah, really strong for Lewis Turkington. We're seeing a lot of the youngsters just getting to grips with this car now, getting used to the driving, the racing, and so much. Thomas Potter incidentally came up into 16th place, so I was watching his progress after his disqualification yesterday. Dara McInerney, win number 11 of the season, another hat-trick complete for him. Lewis Islin in 2nd from Bobby Holmes. Oliver Heron ran him hard, but had to content himself with 4th place from Lewis Turkington and Hayden Gray. Thomas Simpson came through. Good recovery from Thomas in that race, up into 7th. Barnaby Brewer 8th. Max Haller and Benji Douglas completing the top 10 from Max Fenton and Luke Broadbent. Thomas Harper in 13th from Neil Hampson. Oscar Hummerston next, then Thomas Potter, Harry Russell, Harry Lindley and Nathan Edwards 19th from Daniel Hartley and Samuel Doyle. Good weekend, debut weekend for Samuel. Savasolenchenko next up from Kieran Stewart and Joe Wood. Charlie Burnett in 25th. Daniel Tecci recovers for 26. Issues, as we saw, into the gravel, sadly, for Rhys Owen. And our final non-finisher, Nathaniel Darcy. And this time, of course, it's going to be the job of John to get the excited youngsters down there, and he will be able to relate some of the stuff from races 1 and 2. And we won't hang on any further. Let's go down and talk to John Ratcliffe.
Wow. Yet another brilliant race in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, and yet another win for a certain Dara McInerney. 11 wins so far this season, and that is a new record in Brscc Fiesta Juniors. Amazing from Dara McInerney, simply sublime. He hasn't missed a beat all season. He continues to extend that championship gap. We'll let him cool down just a little bit, and we'll dive in with you, Dara. Dara, I was just saying, that 11th win, that is a new record in the championship. How does that feel?
That feels amazing. I think it's now 8 in a row as well.
And 3 this weekend as well. Mate, you just keep going from strength to strength. I keep thinking, surely someone's got to beat you at some point, but no.
Well, I did think it'd come close in race 2. It wasn't far off, but I managed to get Daniel at the line. I thought it was coming in that one, but I'm not quite sure what happened.
Yeah, he was closing in on you a little by little, lap on lap, but I think some sort of issue slowed up and came in the pit. So a shame for him, but another win for you.
Exactly. You've got to take the positives, haven't you? And that championship lead keeps growing and growing and growing.
Mate, you're smashing it. I've been so impressed. Well done.
Yep, and now on to Silverstone.
On to Silverstone. Look forward to it. Cheers, Dara. Thank you very much. Lewis is right here. Hello, Lewis. Sorry to dive in, take you away from the team. Mate, what a race from you. That was an aggressive move up at Druids on the first lap. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I thought at the start of the race, considering how quick they've been recently, I thought, right, it has to be done now. Now, because of how quick they were. It did pay off, but again, we just didn't really have the pace. So eventually got back through. But I've got to say, that is really bad luck. I feel so bad for him because he deserved that P2, and he's been mega all weekend, but it's such a shame to see it. But at the end of the day, I'm happy. I feel bad saying it, but I got P2, so I'm happy.
It's racing, isn't it, Lewis? When one competitor has issues, you benefit from it. Another second place on the bill. Mate, you've been going from strength to strength this year. It's been great to see.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully we can continue this momentum forward, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Look forward to it. See you at Silverstone.
Yeah, see you then.
Cheers, Lewis. Thank you very much. And we will head over and see if we can find Bobby Holmes as well. Bobby, I believe, over here. Bobby, hello. You're going to pretend to be someone else today for me, aren't you, Bobby?
No, I'm not.
You're going to be yourself. Yeah, be proud of being yourself, because, mate, you were flying in that race. That battle for, well, what was P4? Obviously, then Techi came in. It became the battle for P3. You had to be aggressive to keep old Heron behind, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, he put up a good fight, the boy, but yeah, just say the best man won.
And humble man as well, Bobby, as always. No, I'm joking, mate. You deserve that one. Hardly 4. And I mean, yeah, 4 or 5 drivers are involved in that, and you just managed to make that gap at the end. So another podium to your name.
Yeah, I mean, points make prizes. I mean, yeah, I think it keeps us still 3rd in the championship. I hope, but yeah, I mean, I couldn't do it with everyone without anyone around me. Like my Uncle Richard, Exclusive Motor Company, Engine Carbon Clean. Yeah, it's the team that makes it happen, and I'm proud of that. And I'm really fortunate to have a good team behind me.
Team makes it happen, but mate, you were flying behind the wheel as well. So it all came together for a positive result.
Yeah, finally took us long enough, but yeah, last race we've got it in the bag.
Nice one, mate. Congratulations. I'll see you at Silverstone.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. There you go then. Fiesta Juniors done and dusted for the weekend. 3 fantastic races, I've got to say. Once again, that race number 2, I think my race of the year. That was ridiculous. A shame there for Daniel Techi. Not the way he wanted to end the weekend, but as we say, it's racing. These things happen. He is on the ascension. I think a win could be on the cards for Silverstone. Watch out for that and tune in for us for that one as well. One more race still to come, though, from the weekend here at Brands Hatch. So I'll, for the final time anyway, send it back to the boys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, John. Yeah, you guys are going to be stuck with me at Silverstone as well. Looking forward to our next Fun Cup round. Can't do the finale at Alton Park. I think it's a touring car weekend, so we've got some work to do on that, but we'll be watching from afar. It is a shame to always miss the last round of any championship that you cover. I mean, I've only done the 3 rounds of the juniors this year, but I do feel with the work on the scholarship part of the family, and obviously the work with the Brscc team as well. And I'll mention the scholarship again. There are senior scholarships this year. I don't think Brscc are running, but there are senior scholarships that you can take part in as well.
I think Jamsport do one, of course, for...
Yeah, they've not announced one for this year, though.
Oh, yeah, but they have done one in the past for minis. So.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
And the other one I think that's noticeable is there is one which is like a Palmer Sport one where you get a season in Academy, at least if that's still going, but there has been the past one in recent years. It's in conjunction with Palmer Sport where you do the assessments there in the season. I think one of the drivers, I think it's Nicholas something, James Nicholas I think it was, but he won the scholarship and got a season in Ginetta GT Academy.
Right. There is a BRSCC related one. I don't think the announcement's gone out yet for seniors, but that will be going out in the next few, and I've been provisionally booked for it. So yeah, another one they have to come and face me. It's weird though, because I think some of the time we did a mini one. I've done the Fiesta one, we've done the Ginetta one, and some drivers I've seen. Oh, actually, there was the Dragon Sport one as well we worked on.
Right.
And I think I've ended up seeing some drivers at 4 different scholarships, and the interview becomes totally different because you have to say, well, what have you done since last time? Because you can't ask them the same questions, but it just becomes an evolving conversation. And what it shows the people you're working with is how drivers do need to converse with the media and the likes of yourself. You know, come and find us, come and talk to us, give us the stories, and it makes our life so much easier in the comms box, you know, if you've got something to talk about. One more race to go. It's the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloon Series and Production Saloon Series. Massive thanks to Kelly Dan for bringing us the cake, which was delicious. And I can say that we've taste tested both of them. Scott, which was your preference, the chocolate or the lemon? I love them both equally.
To be fair, I think the chocolate was good. And it's very, very good. I think the lemon probably edged it ever slightly. I think ever slightly.
Both very nice, weren't they?
But probably it was as close as the race 2 finish of Fiesta Juniors.
That's a really good analogy there. Yeah. So Kelly, if you did see that race, if you didn't, go and watch it back, and you'll know what we mean.
One sort of thing I was going back onto scholarships, senior scholarships.
Are we getting off cake now then?
We can do. I'm still hungry, but no, I was going to say for senior scholarships, all I'm going to put out there is if there is one that is of a suitable one. I mean, there might be someone closer than you think that might want to possibly have a go.
Fair enough. That'll be interesting. I think we might be in the holding area with John as the circuit is still being cleared, as you can see on track. So let's go down. Have a quick word with John Ratcliffe.
John does have something. It's a very sweaty brow at the moment. It is still very warm here at Brands Hatch, but we've only got one more race to go. Let's go and have a chat with some of the drivers for our final race. Sandy, I think the first one isn't going to be the happiest one. You looked over at me as, oh no, he's going to talk to me. Mate, what's going on? You're supposed to be on pole position.
I know, we've got an electrical issue, unfortunately. Either the battery or the alternator has died. So, yeah.
It's such a positive race one as well.
No, the highs and lows of motorsport, eh?
Gutted for you, mate. So I assume that's it done. You're not making out for this one.
Yeah, no, that's it, unfortunately.
Such a shame. Well, you've opened the floodgates for someone else to take the race victory. If you had a look through the field, who do you think it could be?
If Rod can get that Escort firing, that's quick. Slick tyres, I forget how much horsepower, but it's fast. He should run away with it.
Well, he's the one to watch from the race one victor then. Sorry you're going to have to watch this one for the sidelines, mate.
Yeah, oh well, it's good to watch a race every now and again. This should be good fun, and we've got some Honda boys out there, so we'll cheer for the Hondas.
Cool. Good to see you still relatively cheery.
We're there.
These things happen, it's motorsport. Thanks for chatting with me, mate. Well, there you go, cars heading out then. We're ready for the final race of the day. Back up to the commentary box once more.
Thank you, John. That was a key interview, so a really good bit of journalism there for John. And what a shame for Matt not being able to take part in this. It means then that we've got Rod Burley on inherited pole in that case, and you wouldn't put it past him being able to win this one, would you? Really, to be absolutely honest, it's a potential, but he's got that misfire still, hasn't he, from the race earlier? Did you do the podiums earlier on for this? I can't remember. No, you were with me, weren't you? Because we were talking about racing Hondas, weren't we?
Indeed, yeah. One thing I was going to politely say was that yes, Matt was on pole, but given that Rob Burley was alongside him, I did like to. I was going to say politely, I wasn't expecting him to stay in the lead by the time they got to Paddock Hill Bend, given how much.
Rod's got his car sorted out there, doesn't it?
That is true, yes, but at the same time, there is typically, I think, still more power in that car than Matt's Honda Civic has, given it was a Class C car in the Honda Series last year. So I imagine that Rob Burley might would have still got him on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend on the outside line, I would have thought, on that side. He has still got a pair of Hondas behind. I also want to keep tabs on. I don't see Ricky Coomber either. Looks like he's obviously decided he's.
He had the problems in the 45-minute race.
Yeah, good member in that one.
And it was only because you mentioned it that I remembered I was going to look for him. I was thinking, who else wasn't there? And, I'd forgotten. But, Ricky Coomber, it's a bit of a shame.
He's not even on the grid sheet himself, so
right.
I would have run through it and actually forgotten where he was anyway. So it wouldn't have happened. So it's... in fact, I was about to say, was it going to be an issue for Rod? But that's the semi-permanent misfire that's sticking with that car that forced him to not get a good start off the grid. We'll wait and see. So here's the grid then. So Matt Rowling will not start from pole position, so Rob Burley inherits it on the front row of the grid. Then it's Gary Barlow and Neil Gardner in their pair of Hondas that will hold up JDM honours instead. Sam Haywood's Renault Megane and Terry Waller's Ford Fiesta come next on row 3 from Adrian Matthews in the Volvo C30 and Robin Woodgett in that fantastic striking red and yellow Rover SD1. I do love that car, it's great. Row 5 to round off the top 10, or top 9 technically, is Lee Clue in his Audi TT and William Lynch in the Mini Cooper. But it's Christopher John Bushell's Honda Civic and Philip Bennett in the E93 Series BMW. Ian Seal in the Ford Fiesta and Pete Daniels back on the grid, of course. We see he's sharing that car with Michael Hartley. He gets his turn for race number 2, starts 14th. Jessica Whitehead's Renault Clio and Bill Richards in his Mini Traveller will start on P16. And then the last car we have on the grid looks like is going to be Kenny Hunt in his VW Golf. And we would have hoped to have had Nick Proudlock, but his car looks as though he hasn't appeared on the back of the grid, which will be car number 71 if it was there. But unfortunately, it appears not to be taking the start. And also Bill Richards' Mini appears to be lagging behind a little bit, but he'll start towards the rear anyway as we get set for our final race of what's been quite an entertaining 2 days at Brands Hatch.
It's been good. It's been a hard weekend to keep up with. Lots of action on track and been good fun. Has Nick Proudlock still got his Escort? He had a white Escort, which I vaguely remember he totaled, or not totaled, but rolled, and he was bringing it back. But he decided to go. Yeah, but he's in the Impreza anyway now, or not in the Impreza in this particular case.
Not in this race, no.
A little bit of a shame, but yeah, some good regulars here. Here we go, rolling start then for the final race of the weekend. Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, another good organisation that you do well to have a look at, and it's Rod Burley. Who'd have thought this at the start of race number 1, that Rod would be starting race 2 from pole position, but giving him a good go is Gary Barlow, looking up the inside as they head towards Druids for the first time. Barlow putting in the challenge. Rod will use that power to scoot around the outside, hold line down Graham Hill, into Graham Hill bend, maintain lead position. Burley the leader, but has he managed to sort out that niggling problem that we had? Gary Barlow is very quick out of Graham Hill bend, goes up the inside. Burley puts the pedal down and manages to pull away as they go into Surtees for the first time.
He's still got enough poke in that Escort, misfire or not, to keep the Hondas at bay, but of course it's the Hondas that are more agile in the corners. Of course the only benefit that Rob will get is right here coming onto the straight, but look, even the corners, Barlow's Integra can turn so much tighter and much faster, but again, on the straight parts, Burley puts his foot down, the boost kicks in, and the Escort just pulls away. So this is where he'll have the advantage. I did notice also right at the start of the race, my favourite, the Rover SD1, it did kind of pull off slightly at the start before the lights went green and went to the back of the field. It's carried on, but it's right at the fact he's now picked up pace again. It's past 3 cars, so whatever the issue was at the start initially, it's picked up the pace again, but it was very tentative off the line. I thought it was going to be run into, but thankfully it wasn't. Meanwhile, with the leaders, there goes Gary Barlow up the inside and takes the lead from Rob Burley. So better on the brakes, better in the corners, and Burley has to give second best to the Integra in towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Now he's under threat from Gardner, and also look at Terry Waller in the little Ford Fiesta ST150. So whether it's the misfire coming into play or not,
it is, isn't it? It's got to be.
Has to be. So the Escort WRC, usually quite dominant in the races it competes in, but this time by, if that misfire is manifesting itself more worse, then it seems as though that the hot hatches behind the tin tops are all over him at the moment.
Yeah, it's not the happiest of hunting grounds for Rod Burley, but generally, Rod, unless it's going to cause damage to the car, he will soldier on. He'd be quite happy to get another podium and another shout with John just towards the end of it, but Gary Barlow coming through. Thinking, is that we were talking about oval racing routes earlier on. Who was it we were talking about? Was it Matt Rowling, wasn't he, was talking about oval racing routes? Pretty sure Gary Barlow, was he referring to Gary Barlow's oval racing routes? Because it may be the same Gary that raced Group A hot rods at Arena Essex, which is defunct. It's a Google data centre site now, which is a pity. But I think it might be the same Gary Barlow. Was certainly one that raced there. Apologies if I got that wrong. We speculate about names and relationships if we don't know. So it's Barlow from Gardiner, Bill Richards Mini in the mix as well. Bill's been running for donkey's years, always entertaining to watch, and it is such a great mix, isn't it now? But here comes Terry Waller getting stuck in, and this shows how good the STs are. When you see the STs running on their own, it's not Vinyl Detail anymore, is it? I can't remember who looks after it this year.
No, I think it's Deverson Hall. I think it is Deverson Hall's
very possibly, yeah. But quick cars, and when you see them holding their own against Escort Cosworths and Hondas, you realise what a great car they are and what a good series that is to go in. Incidentally, I had a lad on the Fiesta Scholarship last year, Bailey Neal, no relation, I hasten to add, but he'd got a 150 and he was absolutely gutted he didn't win the junior scholarship. And I said, mate, you've got a car, go and race it in the 150s. And he's now getting round to thinking about it. I think he's got to get a little bit of money. So hopefully we'll see Bailey Neal, N-E-A-L-E, different spelling to me.
Nice.
But yeah, hopefully we'll see him. Anyway, back to our race as we go off at a tangent. Barlow Gardiner, Burley, Terry Waller, 41. Sam Hayward is next up in the McGann. There is the McGann almost on cue. Down behind him, Lee Clue. Sorry, Matthews, isn't it? In the 132 car is next up.
Not anymore. He's just picked up the inside and gone past him. And these two are going, along with the Fiesta, going back and forth quite a lot in race number 1. So these two are quite evenly matched, Hayward and Matthews. McGann versus two cars that are quite uncommon. I say uncommon. Sarah Dennis will slap my hand because then they got two that they race regularly, of course. And Matt Dennis took 2 podiums, of course, in the production cup. As you keep your lips firmly tightly pressed for that in that comment. I wonder why. But back towards the true. It's been a long weekend. And Matthews there, of course, he's got the Demon Tweak sticker on the side. He's got very much appropriately Demon Tweak's colours in that car as well. Red with the green trim on it, the Volvo C30. Then we've got the Mini, or 2 Minis in fact, because Bill Matthews at the back of the grid in the Mini Traveller is travelling up the reel quite nicely, up into 8th position.
He changed over. I don't think it's the Traveller this week, it's the Clubman rather than the Traveller. But I think a slight change. There were a couple of entries that Rod sent through. I didn't notice the display. Rod Burley sent some entry information through to both of us, but spelt Woodwiss, W-W-O-D-W-I-S-S.
It's been spelt worse. In fact, it's been spelt Woodwise. Like, where's there an E on? Someone pronounce it Woodwise. Where's there an E on the end of my name?
You should have Wordwise as a journo.
Possibly.
There we go. Yeah, Bill Richards having a good go. There you go. Old Min and new. What a shot that is. Well done, Kieran Mogg. Look at that. Old and new. The new ones aren't really mini, are they?
I love the fin on the back of that one as well. It's quite a cool looking addition to that car. It's also got the wide. It's got the Melia style wide arches too, which is quite cool. Which I would love the look of a mini Melia, and the fact that it's so diminutive but posting it in a straight line. Look at that. Literally running rings around the Volvo C30. He's going to do the same to the McGann in a minute if he keeps on going. Bill Matthews puts his foot down, pulling away from the Volvo now. And Sam Hayward's got the straight line speed, but I looked at his mirror and thinking, why is there a huge gap between myself and Adrian Matthews? But he can't see the Mini right behind him because it's that small. But down towards McLaren, then get this sequence of corners always mixed up. It's McLaren, then Clearways, then Clark Curve. As we see Lynch now holding off the Audi TT, the Gen 1 Audi TT, which is of, Lee Clue, who's got that 134 cars to go through. Onto the pit straight, Barlow sets the fastest lap of the race with a nearly 3-second advantage over Gardner in second place. And if there is a misfire still manifesting itself in Burley's Escort Cosworth, it's not troubling him enough, touch wood, to be able to lose him too much more time to not lose third place. He's in a bit of no man's land right now. He's not gaining on the 2 cars in front, but he's not losing time to Terry Waller's Fiesta either.
This is good stuff from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. Used to be the BARC South East and broke away on their own, and they've had a good, successful few years. Had the pleasure of hosting their awards ceremony a few years ago, and a really good bunch. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and always enjoy watching their racing. It's just put together for, local enthusiasts. Tend to be based in the South East. Do go and have races elsewhere, but if you've got a limited budget, you want to do a limited campaign. You're not worried about the championship. It really is a great thing to do. The other thing, looking at Bill Richards' Mini, it shows you how much bigger cars have got, and tracks, of course, haven't. And we, I don't think we can have cars keep getting bigger and faster. And mind you, Bill Richards' car's been getting faster and faster, isn't it? Down into Paddock Hill Bend again, chasing Sam Hayward. Cracking race, but yeah, you think of that Sam Hayward car, the McGann, as not necessarily being a huge car, but of course the nimble Mini can just slip down the inside as Bill Richards did there, makes up the place, and already gapping him.
It's brilliant, and I thought he was going to be that far back, and thankfully Sam did see him in his mirrors, because that's such an easy thing to do, because such a small car compared to the size of the McGann, where you might be forgiven for thinking if he did turn in and realise it wasn't there, that there'd be contact, and you'd almost be forgiven for thinking that there was nothing coming up the inside. But thankfully Sam was forthright to look in the mirrors to see exactly where Bill was, because he knew he was around somewhere, and had a look up the inside, gave him the space, and through he went. And of course, you're right, he had the traction and the grip on the tyres he had on to pull away. Now he's got his mirrors full of the Volvo C30 of Adrian Matthews, with Lee Clue just behind in that Gen 1 Audi TT. And just behind them I can see the recovering Rover ST1 in the background of Robin Woodger. He's got past the William Lynch bright orange Mini. Another one of the Honda Civic EP3s, that's Bushell, who's behind in 11th position overall.
I'm not always a fan of the Rovers, but that one is by far and away my favourite that I have seen. It switches me back onto them.
Yeah, it is good. And also, look at the back. It's got a rookie cross in the back.
He
as
has,
well.
hasn't he? Yeah.
Just spotted that. I did spotted
Imagine
that all
having
day.
that as your rookie car.
I guess it's one of those. It must be one of those drivers who's got out racing with that car. I like to use this phrase, just because he can.
Yeah.
Because he's got the ability to do so. And again, why not? If you've got the ability to do so, you've got a car like that, go for it. So commitments to him for bringing it out in the race, which is great to see. And bring it out in this series, which is a very much an all-comers type series. You get all sorts of weird and wonderful cars in this series in particular come out. There was also a V8 supercar inspired Holden Commodore that was in the entry list for this one. It was in the paddock this morning, but whether it had a qualifying session and did race 1 but couldn't make it out for race 2, we'll have to wait and see. I think John Richards is going to check his entries to see exactly who that was. But there was a Holden in
Peter Thurston.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think he made the first race, but he must have tried qualifying and had a problem. Here comes Lee Clue. He makes up the inside of
Good
the
job
Volvo
Rob's not
C30.
here. He'd have been under the car, wouldn't he?
Yes, definitely. You would have been having a look at it. And if you watched it back, it was only it's only like a V8 Supercars inspired Holden. It wasn't an actual supercar. Otherwise, you're right. If he was one of those, he'd have been feeling all funny if he'd seen that one. Meanwhile, back to the race at my hand. Rover SD1 still battling with Audi TT. Don't say that very often, but in this series you can. And Burley, even though he's apparently got an issue, is either cured it somehow or he's now starting to wind it back up again, because he's now got the gap down to 1.8 seconds, and he's punting fast snaps of the race. As off the road's gone. Pete Daniel's going grass tracking. It's the grey stuff, Pete, not the grass. Back on the road you go. And they all file past him into Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, I don't know if Pete's been doing any of the other rounds with CMMC, but it is good to have him back. And I think I remember Pete doing the first Mark 7, so it's kind of a nice link to having the Mark 7 Fiesta. I think he had the first one. He picked up quite a few class wins by being the lone car back in the day. As we stay fixed on Woodger, easy to pick out, isn't it? But yeah, terrific looking car. Rod Burley, what's the gap? 1.844 seconds. If Rod's on a mission here, he could be in with a shout of.
No, more than that. He's passed him though.
Oh, he's got him. There we go.
Him.
So it's all come back to Rod now.
Either that, or I don't want to say that there's a problem for Gary Barlow because his pace has dropped off. Look at his best time. Yeah, his best time was a 54.9, just done a 56.1. So the pace hasn't really dropped off, I guess, that far.
I'm disappointed you didn't say take that when he went past.
Well, that's something I'll never forget. Trust me. And that's 1-1. So, not I was keeping score. Anyway, so Rob Burley, then, if there was an issue, he's managed to solve it, or it solved itself. Either way, Ford Escort the Escort WRC seems to be somewhat back to better health. I'm not going to say perfect because it's still got Gardner in the mix. It looks like more that Barlow's pace has dropped off rather than Burley's pace has improved. Maybe it's a mix of the two. I'm not sure, but Gardner's still keeping with him. Barlow keeping with him, keep cruising with the EP3 behind in third. But Barlow is trying to keep with him. But again, that straight line speed is more than enough to give Burley the advantage now with just under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, all good stuff. And gives us a little bit of interest, doesn't it, as we head into the final stages of this meeting. It's been a good one. People starting to drift off home have missed out on this one. It's been a treat to see all these different cars. And as I said, with Classic and Modern, if you're southeastern based, they've got a lot of Midlands drivers coming into it as well. You can do what the likes of Neil Gardiner has done. I'm pretty sure he was in a Metro before. But you can start off with something basic, race in the production saloons, in one of the lesser classes, bog standard production car, and then move your way up as well. So it's a good home for anyone who wants to learn a little bit of racecraft. I mean, there are so many places to do that, but if you want to get in with a local club where people will help you, then they are the people to talk to. And as I said, a really good, friendly group. Is Barlow closing up again, or is Rod extending the gap? 1.691 on the last lap.
It's definitely getting bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely more than 2.9 now. So he's got the gap out even further. So it looks to be, and again, I think it must just be the fact that Burley's found a bit more pace, and it seems to be the car's performing a little more healthy enough that he can pull that gap. So it seems to be, at least with just under 3 minutes to go, touch wood, almost closing in on game, set and match for this one, as we see Woodjet have the straight line speed and the position now from Sam Haywood, although the much more better modern brakes on the McGann sees him fight back into paddock. Again, two cars you wouldn't normally see going up against each other, but McGann versus SD1, and so the SD1's got the straight line punch off the corner up towards Druids to close in, sweep across and take the place. So despite having a slightly sluggish start, up to P6, and the powerful SD1 already quickly gapping the Renault and putting him back into the clutches of his two favourite people behind him, which is Adrian Matthews and Lee Clue.
Hard to port as they go along Graham Hill Bend, along Cooper Straight. Hard to port again into Surtees. Starboard next. Doesn't look like manoeuvring a huge... I couldn't do that. It'd be too big for me to labour around, but Yeah, what a great, powerful, super-looking car. It's such a great mix here. I think it's probably not even two of the same, is there, in any of this? Apart from we've got the two Fiestas, haven't we?
There are a couple of EP3 Civic Type Rs,
right.
But they're not exactly like there'd be different specifications for different classes.
Yeah.
In that sense, 1.5 minutes to go, and the gap is now 3.7 seconds. That's another 0.8 pulled out by Rod on that lap. So continue on, and the two oldest cars in the field are about to go into combat, and the two of the biggest and smallest cars are going to be battling as well. We've got quite a size difference. We've got quite literally Micro Mini versus rather large Rover SD1. Richard with 1:15 to go. She sits down in his seat, ready for the show. We'll see what happens.
Seat here.
And Bill looking very thinking, oh no, not the Rover. But this is going to be proper old school touring car stuff. So hopefully, if these two will come together, have a bit of a scrap, it'll be lightweight and diminutive versus big and powerful. There goes the Rover SD1 pushing on to try and keep on. Thunderous V8 as it comes onto the pit straight. We'll get, I think, 2 more laps in the mix. Let's see the speed difference here. To be fair to the Mini, it's got some straight line poke, but the SD1 will have a bit more horsepower, but it's the lightweight that helps the power to weight ratio of that older Minis they go through, and it's better in the corners also, so it's the trade-off between the two. But how much better is the Rover in a straight line than the Mini in the corners to try and close that back in again?
Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? They're trying to catch up with Terry Waller immediately in front. They're not going to do that. Terry's had a good race as well. Plenty of life in the ST150s. That championship's still doing well, considering the number of cars in it. You know, very, very well supplied. I think a couple of years ago, they had an absolutely fantastic year. And I still avidly follow those. I only get to work on them once a year, if that now, but I still follow the guys in that championship. And that comes back to the story that I was going to tell you. I haven't got time to do it now, but story about Mike Blackburn and a conversation with Michael Blackburn.
Right.
But that'll wait for another day because Bill Richards is on to the last lap, as is Rod Burley here. Rod Burley, fastest lap. And as Scott said, really managed to sort out the car. Seems to have come good for him. And I don't know the win count. Maybe we'll get the win count from John down there. But, literally hundreds. If you've not seen Rod Burley winning or racing before, it's 600-700 wins now.
It's about six.
Is it more than that?
It's 600 plus, definitely, which is definitely good to see. And Rod, of course, ever perennial. It'll be another trophy for the collection. Slightly an easier way once he got himself to the front. But Rod, for him, it'll be... Well, the car might not be his business as usual. For him, in this series, business as usual. Once again, up to the front, another checker flag, another victory for the man with the most wins around Brands Hatch. Yeah,
it hasn't been a straightforward weekend for him, but he's come good, and that's what Rod Burley's about. He takes the checker. Well done, Rod. Always a pleasure to see Rod get a win. Shame he didn't go to Gary Barlow as well in some ways, but a good P2 for Gary. Neil Gardiner takes third position, completes our outright podium. So 2 modifieds, or super saloons, 1 and 2, and Neil Gardiner, our top production saloon racer. Bill Richard goes across the line, having caught Waller as well.
Caught Waller and kept Woodger at bay as well.
Yeah, he did.
So P4 overall from what was towards the back of the grid, which is impressive.
Yeah, good result for the Fiesta ST150. Comes home in 5th position. Robin Woodger in 6th. 7th position, Sam Hayward, and in 8th position, 132 Adrian Matthews. Let's give you a rundown of the complete result. Rod Burley the winner, Gary Barlow second from Neil Gardiner and Bill Richards, then Terry Waller and Robin Woodger. 7th, Sam Hayward from Adrian Matthews, Lee Clue in 9th from Christopher John Bushell, William Lynch 11th from Ian Seal and Kenny Hunt, and Philip Bennett in 14th place. 15th goes to Jessica Whitehead, and Pete Daniels 1661. I know a racing team called 1661, not on the big tracks though. 16th for Pete Daniels. Welcome back, Pete. Lovely to see you. A treat to see you in action on circuit. Our thanks to the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club for being our guests, and very welcome guests they were too. Look forward to catching them. Scott Wilbush, thank you for spending the afternoon with me, and
likewise,
for sterling work in pit lane as always. Absolute pleasure. I'm going to say a quick thank you. I think we'll get a sign off from John down in pit lane, but I want to thank Kieran, all of the Alpha team who've been great company again over the weekend, and look forward to seeing you guys at Silverstone in September.
Yeah, likewise, and thanks to everyone involved. Thanks to all the marshals, thanks to all of our volunteers, our officials, thanks to our recovery teams for a fantastic job in warm conditions. Thanks to everyone who's been here at MG Fest today, and also everyone who turned up yesterday for the race, including of course the main event for the Fun Cup 4 hours of racing. Thanks to all the club sponsors, thanks to all the series that we've had, all the drivers in the series. I'll try and read them off if I can quickly, which is not just Super Saloons but Fiesta Juniors and ST240s, Fun Cups, Club Sport Trophy, on top of that also ST240s, VW Racing Line Championship, and of course Production Series, and of course the MG Metro Cup Cup and Culture Cup, all the drivers as well. Any information on any of the championships and series, aside from CMMC, on their website, head to the website, brscc.co.uk, follow them on socials, and hit subscribe on the Alpha Live, Fun Cup, and BRSCC YouTube channels as well. Pleasure to be back in the box for this one, and also on the microphone. Pleasure as always to do so on the microphone, not just for BRSCC, but in general, of course, in motorsport, and looking forward to the next time. Pleasure to work with you, of course, as well as ever, Richard, and of course with John and everyone at Alpha Live, and looking forward to the next occasion when it will be, whenever it might be. I think next time it's probably going to be on my stream for BRSCC will be, I think, the racing at Anglesey on September 12th and 13th, and then you'll probably see me around the weekend after that, guys. You'll be in Clapham North cars again, because it'll be the next round of Fun Cup where I'll be there with the squad to see if George and Abby can bag another Masters podium, which was good to see. And I'll give a plug to George and Clapham North, of course, club sponsors, and of course, modern service, traditional values. So go and check them out if you want to. claphamnorthmot.co.uk.
Might not see to the festival. What will be at the festival? And
yes,
we're trying to put a few special things together. As ever.
I've heard some rumblings about possibly how many cars might be turning up as well, which could be interesting, but that's one to find out in that sense. Right, so for the final time, again, thanks to John, thanks to Richard, thanks to myself, of course, thanks to John, who's down in pit lane, who will sign off for us with our final podium of the weekend for CMMC. Thanks for watching. Down to John to sign us off. On you go, John.
Thank you, chaps. It's been an honour to work with you this weekend once again, and we wrap up what has been a very exciting weekend of racing here from Brands Hatch. Let's go and chat with our top three then from the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, Super Saloons and Production Saloons. Easy for me to say. Right, let's head over. Rod, mate, tell me, or tell the audience what you were just telling me.
First lap, power steering belt came off. I very nearly gave up because it was impossible to steer. And then I got a knack of holding the steering wheel with two hands around the corner. And yeah, and then after a while I thought, I don't know, I can hang on. Especially as Russell Cooper there won 2 Formula 1 stock car races last week, heat and the final, with no power steering. And I thought, if I wimp out, I won't hear the end of it with him, because he's coming along to support us. And if I wimped out, he'd been really pig sick. But wow. Wow, that was hard work.
You did it for him. You did it for him. And well, you had a serious arm workout of that. I think you can skip the gym for the next few days.
Oh, that's good, because I was doing there on Wednesday.
Mate, that was impressive. Like we say, early part of the race, you were flying, but they were all around you, soaking you up, but then you found that pace later on, as you say, you sort of found the knack with the steering.
Yeah. I'm going to sleep well tonight, I think.
You need a long drink of Lucozade Sport, maybe followed by something else.
Oh, yeah, something rather stiffer. But, I hope it was entertaining. I hope it looked good, but yeah.
Very entertaining, mate. Your pace was flying and a race win. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for chatting with me. Right, we'll go and find our second place and third place drivers. I'll chat with Gary first. Gary, well done. Well done. What a race. You got ahead into the lead early on. We were just hearing from him about his power steering issues. He seemed to find the knack of it, and then he just managed to get past you.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I thought, well, I've got this. This is lovely. This is me. Outright win. Fantastic for the day. We've had a really good day. I don't race for the club that often, but I do come now and again, and I've had a fantastic day. Rob got me, but you know what? I've had 2 brilliant races. Love it, love it.
That's amazing, amazing. Lovely to see such a big smile on your face after that one. And you were getting stuck in early on. You got that race lead. And like you say, you were looking behind you thinking, this is looking pretty good.
And I can still do it for an old one, you know what I mean? 68 years of age, still having a go, you know what I mean? But love it, love it. It's like a drug. It's brilliant.
It's the best drug that you can use, for sure.
Motorsport is 80% of heartache, 20% like heroin.
Well, you're going to go home a happy boy tonight.
Yeah, we are. Tired, but happy. Yeah,
Gary, we'll go and have a well-deserved rest, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Gary. Right then, our third place driver as well, Neil. Neil, a win in the productions as well. You must be very happy with that one.
Yeah, great race. First few laps on the back of Gary. Just edged away from me, and then Rod come.
Yeah, he just found it with the power steering and then he just flew back past you guys. But you were holding your own there in third place and still happy with the podium?
Yeah, great result today. After a few problems throughout the season, great to have a trouble-free day. And a couple of decent results.
Amazing. It's all come back here at Brands, ending on the podium, out on a high. It's been a great race weekend, I think.
Yeah, loved it.
Good. Glad you enjoyed it as well, mate. Thanks for chatting with me.
Cheers.
Well, there we go then. Racing is done and dusted from Brands Hatch. What a weekend. Like we say, a rather sweltering one, to say the least. But it's been super, super exciting. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed the action, whether you've been here at the circuit, whether you've been watching at home on the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Big shout out to my commentary team, of course, Scott and Richard. Happy birthday to Richard for yesterday. Happy birthday to Kieran on producing for today. I know he doesn't want us to sing happy birthday, but we're going to do it when we get back over to the main building. Well, we're signing off here then from Brands Hatch. Massive shout out to Alpha Live, of course, for bringing you the fantastic pit pictures, and Sam behind the camera for doing the best job as always on roaming camera duties. Hope you enjoyed all the interviews, chatting and hearing from the drivers. It's lovely to really hear the enjoyment, the love of the sport, and acting as though it's a bit of a joke, because it is. We're all infected and we love it. We're back for more Brscc racing soon enough. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss any of that. But from all of us here at Brands Hatch, it's a very, very happy day of racing, and from us, all of us here, it's goodbye. Bye.